An accident changed Gu Erdan's fate. He was pulled into a strange world, the world of the dead, a terrifying realm with mountains of corpses and seas of bones and wandering evil spirits. Here, the rules of life are subverted, the power of the undead dominates everything, and the lowest existence, the skeleton soldiers, look down on even the undead. What's worse is that Gu Erdan not only turned into the lowest level first order skeleton soldier, but also a damaged version. His bones were yellow, and he was extremely thin. Not only did he lack strength and equipment, he also didn't have a head that a normal skeleton should have. All that remained on his broken cervical vertebrae was a mass of black mist, in which one could occasionally glimpse a flickering green fire, the sole essence of the undead. Although this will-o'-the-wisp can ensure that he does not completely perish, it cannot change his miserable situation in the world of the dead. When Gu Erdan first entered the world of the dead, his life was miserable. Low-level undead had to submit to high-level undead, and the hard-boned skeleton guards and cunning skeleton archers were far superior to ordinary first-level skeleton soldiers. The skeleton wizard is a third-level existence that is feared by the undead world. He was hunted by all kinds of undead creatures, whether they were skeleton dogs, skeleton cows, or skeleton soldiers of the same kind. All of them regarded him as the weakest of the weak, and bullied and chopped him down whenever they could. The rules of the undead world are simple and brutal. There is no place for the weak. After 3 months of escape, Gu Erdan realized that if he wanted to survive, he had to rely on himself to turn the tide. Fortunately, Gu Erdan is not without support. He has awakened a golden finger system that belongs to the time traveler. At first, he was full of expectations, thinking that this would be a path to becoming the king. However, the reality was not what he wished. The system evolved into the Skeleton Lord system. As the name suggests, its core ability is to strengthen undead soldiers, not Gu Erdan himself. This means that he cannot become stronger directly, but can only build his own power through the skeleton soldiers under his command. But problems followed. Gu Erdan was not only too weak to recruit subordinates, but also could not guarantee the loyalty of the subordinates he recruited. The powerful ability of the system became a potential fatal threat to him. Once he trains a group of powerful skeleton soldiers, he may be attacked by his subordinates if he is not careful. After 3 months of struggling to survive, Gu Erdan finally found a target he could temporarily rely on: a skeleton wizard. This wizard leads a skeleton team of 100 people. Although the scale is not large, it is enough to ensure Gu Erdan's basic safety. In order to gain the trust of the wizard, Gu Erdan made full use of his limited skills, bone regeneration technique, and became an indispensable skeleton doctor in the team. He used his clever bone-setting skills to repair the elite skeleton guards and skeleton archers for the team, gradually winning the wizard's respect and becoming his deputy. The undead in the world of the dead have no concept of loyalty. The skeleton wizard may abandon him at any time, and those repaired skeleton soldiers are even less likely to truly obey his command. He understood that he must use the skeleton lord system to build his own power, become a strong man in the world of the undead, or even become the lord of the undead. After a short rest, the skeleton squad regrouped and set off. 20 skeleton soldiers walked in front of the team, nominally to scout and explore the way, but in fact they were just used to attract enemy firepower and by reaction time for the rear. The core troops in the rear surrounded the skeleton wizard, including about 30 archers and skeleton guards, who were the skeleton wizard's most powerful trump cards. Gu Erdan followed the skeleton wizard silently, but seemed absent-minded. He had secretly formulated a new plan: rebellion. To break free from the control of the skeleton wizard, he needs to devour the opponent's undead will-o'-the-wisp to increase his own strength. It would be best if he could take over the elite in this team, especially those rare skeleton archers. This type of ranged unit is extremely difficult to train. It took the skeleton wizard a year to barely gather less than 30 of them, and the archers scattered in the wild often did not survive more than a day. In comparison, although the skeleton guards are strong, it is not impossible to train them thanks to the system's capabilities. By communicating with the skeleton guards in the team, Gu Erdan learned a secret past. The skeleton wizard's team had encountered a rebellion, and a skeleton guard secretly evolved into a third-level skeleton warrior, and led his men to launch a night attack in an attempt to overthrow the skeleton wizard. Although the rebellion was eventually quelled, the skeleton wizard team also suffered heavy losses, and was reduced from a once elite army to its current state. After learning the truth, Gu Erdan finally understood why the skeleton wizard was so wary of him and refused to give him more resources and power. Gu Erdan sneered in his heart. If the skeleton wizard treated him a little better, he would not mind promoting him in the future. But the reality was that not only did the other party not give him any direct subordinates, but even his chance to improve his own strength was suppressed. Even after following the skeleton wizard for 2 months, his bones were still brittle and yellow, and could break with the slightest touch. If he hadn't relied on the system and accumulated some energy by killing scattered undead, he probably wouldn't even have any hope of breaking through now. Since he is unkind, then I am unjust. Gu Erdan glanced at the smug skeleton wizard riding high on the skeleton horse, and the soul fire in his chest beat slightly. He fantasized about how great it would be if a powerful archer could jump out from the bushes and blow up the opponent's dog head directly. Unfortunately, it is almost impossible to encounter wild third-level ranged undead in the undead world, but it is somewhat possible to encounter skeleton warriors. As the team was moving forward, the bushes in front of them suddenly rustled. Hearing the noise, the skeleton soldiers panicked. Some instinctively rushed to the bushes, while others followed the instructions of the skeleton wizard and prepared to defend together. For a moment, the whole team was in chaos. The skeleton wizard snorted coldly and tapped the skeleton horse under his crotch with his staff, making 2 thumps. Gu Erdan immediately understood, and hurriedly retreated into the team and began to command the reformation. However, before the team could fully assemble, a large number of skeleton soldiers suddenly emerged from the bushes, a black mass, probably as many as 200 or 300. Behind these skeleton soldiers, a skeleton warrior with a broken arm and holding a bone axe slowly walked out, his empty eye sockets flashing with green fire, staring straight at the skeleton wizard. After seeing the appearance of the person coming, Gu Erdan couldn't help laughing in his heart. Isn't this the skeleton warrior who was ambushed and almost chopped to death by him before? At that time, this guy was one of 2 generals. In that battle, one of them was completely killed, and the other had one arm chopped off, so it fled in a panic. Unexpectedly, 3 months later, this guy came back with a large group of men, apparently coming back for revenge. Gu Erdan glanced at the enemy. More than 300 skeleton soldiers were rushing forward in a disorderly manner. The skeleton general behind them was waving a huge axe aggressively. But he was not worried at all. He had experienced bigger scenes in the past 3 months, so he was no longer surprised. Looking at the enemy's chaotic army, he waved his hand coldly. Release! More than 20 skeleton archers obeyed the order, the black bowstrings vibrated, and bone arrows flew out of the air, drawing an arc and falling into the enemy group. Originally fragile skeleton soldiers withstand such a rain of arrows? Especially since these arrows were made from the mutated ribs of archers, they could break into pieces after hitting the target, blasting away the aura of the undead, and the bone fragments were like small explosions with a wide killing range. After a round of arrow rain, at least 30 skeletons fell down directly, and more of them were missing limbs and could only crawl forward. Is this the level? Gu Erdan couldn't help but shook his head as he looked at these cannon fodder-like skeletons. He flipped through the calendar books collected from the corpses and knew long ago that the skeleton soldiers were trash among their peers and would be crushed wherever they were. He had heard stories of hundreds of skeletons being easily killed by village militiamen so many times that his ears were already calloused. But even so, the skeleton creatures' fearlessness and sheer numbers were still a headache. After the second round of arrow rain was launched, more than 200 enemy skeletons still arrived in front of the formation and collided head-on with the skeleton wizard's troops. The 2 sides fought in a melee, and the sound of bones breaking was endless. For a moment, the scene was extremely chaotic. Taking advantage of the tense situation, Gu Erdan waved his hand expressionlessly, and the skeleton archer broke off another rib and strung the bow. After a sound of breaking wind, the exploding bone arrows once again fell into the melee crowd, knocking down large numbers of skeletons indiscriminately. What a bunch of idiots! Gu Erdan sighed. Even though their companions were affected by the explosion, these skeleton soldiers had no intention of retreating and were only concerned with continuing to fight to the death. In the end, after 3 waves of arrow rain, only less than 100 soldiers were left out of the nearly 300 soldiers on both sides, and most of them were the remaining trash of the enemy. Seeing these scattered skeletons rushing towards their own position, Gu Erdan decisively took a few steps back and hid behind the skeleton wizard. Hold on, don't be impulsive! He was alert. Who knows if the other party has some strange innate skills? If someone happens to awaken long-range throwing, he, who is so fragile that he breaks at the slightest touch, might be eliminated on the spot. Soon, the remaining enemy skeleton soldiers collided head-on with the skeleton wizard's guard troops, the skeleton guards. The situation was reversed in an instant. On one side were fragile trash cannon fodder, and on the other side were second-level warriors equipped with hard armor. In just a few breaths, more than half of the enemy's skeleton soldiers were killed, and they were no match at all. Gu Erdan watched coldly, knowing in his heart that these skeleton guards were the real trump cards of the skeleton wizard. However, a deafening soul roar suddenly came from the front. Then, among the flying skull fragments, a gigantic skeleton over 2.5 meters tall rushed directly into the battlefield, waving a giant bone axe. It was the skeleton warrior with a broken arm. Bang! With a swing of the axe, a skeleton guard knelt on one knee, and his bone shield and arm were chopped into pieces. Before the other party could stand up, the skeleton warrior kicked him away, and the skeleton knocked over several archers. The broken arm did not reduce his momentum at all. The skeleton warrior's bones were as hard as jade. Although the surrounding skeleton guards attacked him with all their might, they could not cause him fatal damage. Seeing the skeleton warrior rushing straight towards the skeleton wizard, it was obvious that he wanted to capture the leader first. The skeleton wizard's soul ghost fire flickered slightly, and he grasped his staff tightly, ready to fight. Gu Erdan, who had already hidden far away, sneered in his heart. "You guys take your time to fight. I won't risk being chopped to pieces by an axe." Buzz! The bowstring vibrated, and more than 20 bone arrows whizzed out, accurately shooting at the huge skeleton of the skeleton warrior. The rain of arrows did not avoid at all, and even went straight through the skeleton guards who were fighting with the skeleton general. It was obvious that the skeleton wizard had made up his mind to kill this powerful enemy even at the cost of his men. Arrows fell like raindrops, accompanied by an explosion, and the skeleton warriors and skeleton guards were swallowed up by the shock wave. The air was filled with scattered bones and billowing black mist. Several skeleton guards were torn apart on the spot, and most of the remaining ones were missing limbs. The skeleton warrior who bore the head-on impact was blown backwards, his bones covered with cracks, and he was almost at the end of his strength. Before the skeleton warrior could struggle to get up, several bone spears fell from the sky, pierced through the gaps between its bones, and nailed it firmly to the ground. This move was exactly the tactic that Gu Erdan used to deal with another skeleton warrior a few months ago, and now it was perfectly copied by the skeleton wizard. The skeletons of skeleton soldiers are fragile, and once the joints are stuck, they will completely lose the ability to fight back. Ouch! The skeleton warrior let out a heart-wrenching roar, struggling desperately. However, before it could make any move, a dark mist had gathered on the skeleton wizard's bone staff, transforming into a crystal-clear bone spear that flew out with a whistling sound. Spear of the Dead. The skeleton wizard's third-level spell, and also his most powerful killer move. This move not only has strong penetrating power, but also kills with one strike, but it consumes a huge amount of soul energy. At this moment, the nailed skeleton warrior had nowhere to escape and could only take this fatal blow. Crack! The bone spear accurately hit the skeleton warrior's chest. The force of the explosion instantly tore its body into two pieces, and bones flew everywhere. However, the skeleton wizard did not relax his vigilance, and once again gathered the spear of the dead, aiming at the upper body of the skeleton warrior and suddenly shooting it out. After a loud bang, the skeleton warrior's head was also blown away, and the skeleton completely collapsed. Looking at the remains of the general, the soul flame of the skeleton wizard flickered slightly. He leaned over with satisfaction to pick up the general's soul will-o'-the-wisp, greedily absorbing this high-quality energy. If he can continue to evolve, break through the limitations of the third level and become a fourth-level skeleton wizard, his strength will be greatly enhanced, and he will even be able to control an undead army of thousands of people. However, just as he was immersed in beautiful fantasies, the head of the skeleton warrior he was stepping on suddenly shook violently, and a black mist spurted out of the mouth of the head, turning into a breath ball of resentment and attacking the skeleton wizard directly. The skeleton wizard was caught off guard, his legs were blown to pieces, and he fell to the ground in a mess. When the skeleton wizard fell, his eyes met with the skeleton warrior's head, and he saw that the other party was about to condense the next attack. The soul ghost fire in his pupils flickered violently, and he understood instantly in his heart, this time, he might be finished. Just as the black ball of resentful breath was about to hit, Gu Erdan pounced from the side, grabbed the skeleton wizard's only remaining leg, and dragged him away from the spot. The black ball flew past the skeleton wizard's crown and narrowly missed him. Damn it! The skeleton wizard gritted his teeth and swung his bone staff, condensing the last spear of the dead and shooting it fiercely at the skeleton warrior's head. This time, the spear arrow directly blew the head into pieces, completely ending the skeleton warrior's struggle. In the air, high-level soul ghost fires floated, causing the surrounding skeleton soldiers to become restless. The instinct of greed drove them to move. If it weren't for the powerful soul pressure of the skeleton wizard, these skeletons would have fought over it long ago. With the help of Gu Erdan, the skeleton wizard forced himself to stand up, endured the severe pain, leaned on the bone staff, and took the ghost fire for himself. And Gu Erdan, who saved his life. Not only was he not thanked, but he was treated as a tool in order to treat the injured skeleton guards. He was also assigned two assistants to keep an eye on him. Looking at the two skeletons following closely behind him, Gu Erdan's eyes flickered and he sighed secretly in his heart. What an ungrateful bastard! He is indeed an ungrateful bastard! He knew that these two helpers were simply monitoring him to prevent him from coveting the will-o'-the-wisp. Gu Erdan, who had endured the humiliation silently, lowered his head to repair the skeleton guard's bones, but anger was silently accumulating in his heart. When he accidentally kicked a skull, he suddenly stopped and his whole body began to tremble slightly. He looked down, and the soul fire in his pupils suddenly burned. This is... Gu Erdan looked down at the skull at his feet. It was covered with cracks and there was a noticeable gap in the skull. If there is anything special, it is that there is still a faint soul fire beating in the skull, which obviously means it is not completely dead yet. Opportunity. A perfect opportunity. Gu Erdan felt as if his heart was beating violently although he didn't have a heart at all. He was waiting for such an opportunity, and finally appeared when the skeleton wizard was off guard. He looked up and confirmed that the wizard was concentrating on absorbing the soul will-o'-the-wisp and was not paying any attention to him. He glanced around again and saw only a skeleton soldier collecting bones and facing the other direction. The only guy who might be monitoring him was the unlucky guy following behind him. God-given opportunity! Gu Erdan lightly flicked a thigh bone onto the other bones with his toes, then stomped on it hard. With a crisp sound, the raised thigh bone flew up like a seesaw and accurately hit the lower body of the skeleton soldier following closely behind him. The skeleton soldier staggered and just as he stood firm, Gu Erdan hooked and pushed it with his foot, causing it to fall on its back. Although this guy reacted within a second after falling to the ground, quickly propped himself up and raised his head to look around, it obviously found nothing. After it stood up again, it did not forget to return to Gu Erdan's back and continue its surveillance work. Just as it lowered its head to check if it was injured, Gu Erdan's head suddenly rotated 180 degrees at a strange angle. The unfortunate skeleton raised his head and faced the head with its chin drooping limply, the soul flame flickering slightly in its eye sockets. The skeleton soldier was stunned for several seconds, seemingly not understanding what was happening. Gu Erdan quickly reached out and twisted his head back into place, pretending nothing had happened and walked forward. The skeleton soldier behind him tilted his head and stared at Gu Erdan in confusion, but ultimately did not doubt anything. It's done! Gu Erdan was overjoyed. He held his head tightly and completed the treatment task for the skeleton guards. After making sure that no one was paying attention to him, he sat down in a secluded corner and quickly took off his head. Although the tattered skull in his hand was full of cracks and missing a piece of skull, it looked extremely pleasing to Gu Erdan at the moment. He stroked the head gently and said in a gentle tone, "Little brother, we are both poor guys. You only have one head, and although I am not that great either, at least I am complete. How about we form a team? I will be the big brother, and we will be called Northeast F4, how about that?" The other party didn't appreciate it at all and opened his mouth to try to bite him. Gu Erdan's eyes twitched, he took a deep breath, and continued to coax. "It's okay if you don't want to be my younger brother. Let's become sworn brothers, like the 3 sworn brothers in Peach Garden, sharing life and death together, okay?" The skull bit back anyway. "You are refusing to accept my toast and drinking a forfeit." Gu Erdan finally couldn't stand it anymore. He growled and pressed the skull into the hole he dug in the ground. He used a broken rib to pinch his fingers and began to tap the top of the skull, chanting, "Emptiness is color, color is emptiness. The pink skull is in my heart. Today I will give you a Sakyamuni ahead. I hope you will understand the benefits of being my little brother soon." Dong 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 echoed in the silent corner. Occasionally, a skeleton soldier or skeleton guard passed by, but no one noticed this scene. They only saw Gu Erdan lowering his head, seemingly repairing something, and then they all left. Gu Erdan, however, continued to knock relentlessly, trying to use this alternative method to persuade this uncooperative skull to mend its ways. After more than an hour of hard work, Gu Erdan's persistence finally paid off. The skull, whose top was almost smashed, seemed to realize that if it continued like this it would be completely destroyed, and finally let out a hint of submission. Feeling the connection between souls being established, Gu Erdan was so excited that his whole body was shaking slightly. He carefully put his hand into the eye socket of the skull, and a surge of soul power quickly flowed into his soul fire. The tingling sensation, like an electric shock, almost made him scream. Success! Gu Erdan suppressed his excitement, quickly dug the skull out of the pit, and put it back on his neck. This time the skull did not resist at all, and was as obedient as a docile cat. This marked the establishment of the soul oath, and he had complete control over the life and death of the skull. The soul oath is a common means of control among the undead. By asking the other party to give up a portion of their soul fire, and then devouring and merging it, the other party's life will be completely controlled by the dominant party. This is exactly the relationship between Gu Erdan and the skeleton wizard. His life has long been firmly in the hands of the other party. Now I finally have my first little brother. Gu Erdan was secretly happy and began to think about the next plan in his mind. He decided to first assemble a complete body for his new little brother. The sea of bones was full of bones, and although the quality was uneven, it was not difficult to assemble a usable skeleton. After spending more than 10 minutes hiding from the attention of other skeletons, Gu Erdan finally pieced together a hybrid version of a skeleton soldier made up of snow-white bones and yellowed broken bones. Looking at the result, he frowned and decided to spend some system energy to strengthen it. As the system started up, black soul flames gushed out from Gu Erdan's chest and covered the newly assembled skeleton soldiers. The dark yellow bones gradually lost their cracks and became hard and smooth. After a moment, a brand new skeleton soldier with a white body and no scars stood in front of Gu Erdan. That's more like it. Gu Erdan took a few steps back and carefully checked the attributes of the skeleton soldier using the system. Name: Skeleton Soldier. Grade: Peak of the First Order, on the verge of promotion. Skills: First Ring, Undead Spell, Bone Armor, Cohesion. Combat Power: Able to beat a dog. Haha, the first little brother is finally here. Gu Erdan rubbed his bony hands and began to plan how to use this new little brother to realize his snowball plan. He knew that this strong skeleton soldier under his command was qualified to make other skeletons submit, and through layers of control, he could quickly expand his power. Gu Erdan's efforts soon paid off. In the following days, he used the system to continuously strengthen his new followers and established a small skeleton army through soul oaths. Now he not only has enough troops, but also cleverly hides these skeletons in the skeleton wizard's team. On the surface, everything seems normal, but in fact, there are undercurrents. The skeleton wizard's team is growing larger day by day, with 20 skeleton cannon fodder still leading the way in the front, and archers, skeleton guards and reserve troops in the back. In this team, Gu Erdan's younger brothers gradually became the backbone of the team. Those skeletons with snow-white bodies and strong bones have become the elite among the first-level skeletons. Following the skeleton wizard's team, Gu Erdan had his own plans in mind. Although he had secretly replaced the skeleton wizard's cannon fodder with his own people and quietly killed many of his confidants, he knew very well that the skeleton wizard was a difficult guy to deal with. Even if his power was weakened, the opponent was still a third-level necromancer after all. What was more troublesome was that the skeleton wizard's move of the Spear of the Dead would turn him into ashes on the spot if it hit him once. It's impossible to attack by force. Gu Erdan sneered in his heart. We have to make him use up all his energy first, especially find a way to kill his second-level skeleton guards. Without these guards, he is just a living target with empty spells. As he thought about it, he took out a simple map he had drawn from his chest. Although the map was crude and looked like a child's scribble, it marked the locations of several powerful enemies nearby. Gu Erdan knew that if he wanted to trap the skeleton wizard, he had to have a suitable target. Gu Erdan scanned the marks on the map and analyzed them one by one. 10 miles to the left is a canyon where a group of skeleton horses live. There are more than 200 of them, and the leader is a third-level skeleton horse king. This place is too dangerous. The narrow terrain is suitable for cavalry charges. We will die if we go there. Pass. 5 miles to the right, there is a lone skeleton giant, about 5 meters tall, probably underage. The last time we encountered it, the skeleton wizard ran away immediately, which means that this thing is definitely more powerful than level 3. This won't work either. 15 miles behind, there is a nest of bone-armored mantises, second-level strength, numbering between 20 and 30. These guys specifically target targets of equal strength, and are good at decapitation tactics. We can give it a try. After selecting the target, Gu Erdan put away the map and tied it to a rib. He knew very well that he didn't care who killed the skeleton wizard. As long as the wizard died, he would be free from the shackles of the soul oath and gain freedom. Gu Erdan led the team to adjust their direction and move around the edge of the mountain. In order not to arouse suspicion, he deliberately made a circle and seemed to be moving forward aimlessly. The skeleton wizard in the team did not notice anything unusual. He was not sensitive to directions. As long as there were skeletons to kill and souls to devour on the road, he would not care where the team was going. Although this guy's IQ is higher than that of an ordinary skeleton, it's still limited. Gu Erdan sneered in his heart. After all, how smart can a group of brainless undead be? The team of skeleton wizards was originally wandering aimlessly in the world of the dead, and it was not until Gu Erdan joined that they had some sense of direction. In fact, their range of activities in the past few months has never left 10 miles, because going further means encountering unknown powerful enemies, and undead creatures are conservative by nature and will not take risks easily. After another day of marching, Gu Erdan led his team to the target area. He quickly ordered the troops to rest on the spot, and he sat aside, guarded by several elite men, and secretly took out the map to check again. The huge skull bullhead, the towering ribs stuck in the soil, the first-level skeletons wandering around, they all match up. That's right, it's right here. After confirming that everything was correct, Gu Erdan excitedly put the map away, turned his head and glanced at the skeleton wizard, his soul flame flickering slightly. The burial site had been chosen, and the next step was to lure the skeleton wizard into the trap step by step. Gu Erdan adjusted his posture, pretended to be flattering, bent down slightly, and said in a vulgar tone, "Madam, please come in." Faced with Gu Erdan's sudden courtesy, the skeleton wizard did not suspect anything and even did not bother to respond. He was used to Gu Erdan's occasional madness, and as long as this guy could continue to train his subordinates and work for him, there was no need to give him any opportunities to grow. After all, such smart subordinates made the skeleton wizard somewhat uneasy the last time his trusted subordinates rebelled. They almost dragged him into the abyss. In order to prevent history from repeating itself, he never allowed Gu Erdan to absorb the spirit fire. This is also the reason why Gu Erdan's skeleton is still yellow. Although he had countless opportunities to absorb the will-o'-the-wisp to strengthen himself, he always resisted the temptation and converted all the will-o'-the-wisp into system energy, just to wait for today. The large army continued to march, but unlike usual, this time the team gradually dispersed and formed a loose fish scale formation. The skeleton wizard noticed this anomaly, but the reason given by Gu Erdan was very convincing. The enemies here are just some scattered first-level skeletons. There is no need to act in a concentrated manner. Dispersed hunting is more efficient. After hearing this reasonable explanation, the skeleton wizard did not think much about it. Gu Erdan slowly distanced himself from the skeleton wizard and quietly checked his equipment. He took out a helmet from his backpack and put it on, and also installed a spare skull, making himself look more like a fully armed soldier. Mistakenly targeted by the skeleton mantis in the upcoming battle. Finally, when they reached the center of the plain, the ground suddenly cracked. A dozen bone-armored mantises broke out of the ground, sweeping across with their huge bone sickles, and several skeleton guards fell to the ground on the spot. This sudden attack threw the entire team into chaos. The skeleton soldiers on the periphery were still hunting foolishly, while the skeleton guards originally responsible for defending the center were moving closer while others turned around and fled. The chaotic scene surprised the skeleton wizard. He was a little confused as to why the team performed so poorly this time. When he turned around to look for Gu Erdan, he only saw a fallen body. There was a broken knife stuck in the chest of Gu Erdan's corpse, and the skeleton looked lifeless. The helmet and the spare skull rolled to the side, looking funny and abrupt. The bone-armored mantis that had just attacked him was confused, and poked the fallen skull with its sickle, wondering if it had suddenly become stronger. Unfortunately, its joy did not last long, as a spear of the dead fell from the sky and blew its head into pieces. The skeleton wizard cursed loudly, and used his staff to summon soul fluctuations, trying to regain control of the situation. But he didn't realize that most of the loyal skeleton soldiers in this team had already been secretly replaced by Gu Erdan. No matter how the wizard roared, they remained indifferent. Facing the suppression of the mantis, the skeleton wizard began to cast crowd control spells. Skeleton resurrection caused cannon fodder skeletons to rise continuously from the ground to attract firepower. The hand of death transformed into countless shriveled palms, grabbing the enemy's limbs and restricting their movements. Dense arms stretched out from the ground, easily restraining the mantises in place. The skeleton wizard then fired 2 spears of the dead, in quick succession, accurately killing the 2 immobilized mantises. However, the continuous casting of spells exhausted his soul energy. At this time, he pointed coldly at an archer, directly detonated its soul will-o'-the-wisp, absorbed its energy, and cast the spell again. The spear of the dead was fired one after another, and the mantises fell one after another. Gu Erdan hid in the corpse, on the ground, secretly observing the battle situation through the gap in the armor, and his heart became more and more uneasy. Not good! Gu Erdan was anxious. If this continues, the mantis will be wiped out by the skeleton wizard. Seeing that the situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable to him, Gu Erdan quickly issued orders to his men through the soul oath. The soul flames in the eyes of those seemingly idle skeleton soldiers suddenly jumped violently. They suddenly swung their swords and attacked the skeleton wizard's confidants and guards without hesitation. As the rebellion began, the skeleton wizard finally realized the seriousness of the situation. He looked at the betrayal of his own people in astonishment, but it was too late to stop it. If you encounter a strong enemy that is difficult to contend with, you must first cut off its wings, cut off its supplies, and disturb its mind, and then you can defeat it. This is the experience Gu Erdan summed up after struggling in the world of the undead for several months, and this time, he plans to put it into practice with his own hands. The skeleton wizard was indeed a strong enemy, but it was not enough to make Gu Erdan despair. To him, the biggest threat of the wizard was its powerful spells, especially the spear of the dead, with amazing lethality. If they fought head-on, he and his skeleton soldiers would probably not last more than a few rounds. Therefore, Gu Erdan chose a roundabout tactic, attacking the skeleton wizard's subordinates directly. Seeing the wizard transformed into a long-range artillery, and shooting the enemies with the spear of the dead, round after round, Gu Erdan calmly ordered his skeleton soldiers to counterattack and attack the subordinates around the wizard. The wizard didn't take it seriously at first, thinking it was just some confusion in the battle. After all, in the world of the undead, the death of subordinates was commonplace. The number of skeleton soldiers around him was decreasing, and even the cannon fodder, used to replenish energy, was almost cleared out. The wizard finally realized that something was wrong. At this time, the situation on the battlefield has changed dramatically. The bone-armored mantises that originally reaped lives have now been exhausted by the wizard, and only a few are left struggling to hold on. Even with such a victory, it was also because the wizard's spear of the dead was extremely penetrating, and it treated the mantis's bone armor as nothing. But the mantis's death also made the wizard's energy reserves almost exhausted. Although the skeleton guards around the wizard were tenacious, they were simply unable to resist the torrent of first-level peak skeleton soldiers commanded by Gu Erdan. These skeleton soldiers have simple weapons, but their numbers are huge. With several skeleton archers cooperating with them for precise strikes, a skeleton guard can be easily killed with just a few rounds of concentrated fire. Even the skeleton guards were in such a miserable state, not to mention the skeleton archers who only had long-range capabilities. The wizard's guards quickly collapsed, and his situation became increasingly dangerous. Watching the skeleton soldiers around him fall one after another, the wizard's mentality completely collapsed. He knew that if this continued, he might really be beaten to death by this group of low-level skeleton soldiers. Retreat! We must retreat! With this last thought in mind, the wizard commanded the remaining 3 skeleton guards to forcefully break through Gu Erdan's encirclement. During the breakout, his body was covered with many knife scars. His originally pristine white skeleton was now covered in scars. Even his beloved bone staff was broken in the chaos. The extremely embarrassed wizard felt a deep sense of powerlessness for the first time. When had he ever been so miserable? Even when his subordinates rebelled, he calmly commanded them and eventually quelled the civil strife. But this time, he was chased by a group of low-level skeleton soldiers and almost died. However, the skeleton wizard was still a veteran in the skeleton world after all. He knew very well that as long as he could survive and successfully advance to the 4th level skeleton grand wizard, these losses would be nothing more than passing clouds. Thinking of this, he suppressed his anger and grievance and tried to stay calm. The wizard staggered forward with the last 3 skeleton guards. Suddenly, a wave flashed in his soul sea, and the soul fragment belonging to Gu Erdan was not broken. This means that the subordinate who often comes up with strange ideas may still be alive. The wizard's spirits lifted. If Gu Erdan was still alive, he would still have a chance. Although this subordinate was dangerously smart, one had to admit that his strategies and healing abilities were both excellent. If he could be controlled again, perhaps there was still room for recovery. The wizard then waved his broken staff, resurrected a dozen cannon fodder skeleton soldiers, and prepared to take them back to the battlefield. However, before he could reorganize his troops, the hill of bones nearby suddenly collapsed, and dozens of skeleton soldiers rushed out from it. These skeleton soldiers are as white as snow, with strong and complete bones. They are obviously elite soldiers who have been carefully trained. They brandished their weapons and directly dispersed the wizard's newly resurrected cannon fodder skeletons, then swarmed in and surrounded the wizard and his 3 skeleton guards. Ambush! The wizard instantly understood his situation. He tried to cast a spell, but the energy in his body had long been exhausted, and he couldn't even cast the most basic, skull resurrection. He watched helplessly as these skeleton soldiers rushed towards him with cold eyes, completely submerging him in the sea of bones. After dozens of minutes, the battlefield finally quieted down. Gu Erdan walked into the mess with a smug smile. He looked around, sweeping his eyes over the skeleton remains scattered on the ground, especially the corpse of the skeleton wizard. He felt an indescribable joy in his heart. Finally free! Gu Erdan said contentedly. He walked towards the skeleton soldiers he had ambushed, held out his hand, and waited for them to hand over the spoils. However, he soon discovered that the skeleton soldiers did not move at all and remained standing still. Gu Erdan frowned and began to feel something was wrong. The number doesn't seem right, he muttered in a low voice. There were clearly more than 30 people lying in ambush here. How come there are less than 10 left now? With doubts, Gu Erdan opened his system and tried to check the status of these skeleton soldiers. When the system data was displayed in front of him, his expression froze instantly. The soul fire fluctuations of these skeleton soldiers were abnormal, and seemed to hide some dangerous changes. Their energy fluctuations were much higher than those of ordinary first-level skeletons, and even reached a level close to the second level. However, this was not what made Gu Erdan most uneasy. The soul fire in their eyes was actually flashing a strange red light. What is going on? Gu Erdan whispered to himself, with a bad feeling in his heart. He realized that this victory might not be as easy as he thought. The next moment, the shock wave of the explosion blew away the bones under Gu Erdan's feet, causing him to roll backwards several times before he could barely stabilize his body. He looked up, panting, and swept his eyes across the area that had just exploded. He saw the broken bone fragments being blown all over the place, and the skeleton soldiers around him were knocked back several steps by the impact of the explosion. Oh my God! Are you aiming at me or the enemy? Gu Erdan was so angry that the will-o'-the-wisp on his chest beat even more violently. As he ran, he turned around and shouted at his retarded subordinates. If you keep shooting arrows, I will smash your quivers! However, the skeleton soldiers continued to carry out the order with expressionless faces. Obviously, they did not understand Gu Erdan's anger, or they simply did not care. Those second-level rebellious skeleton soldiers took advantage of the chaos and rushed forward, with strong green will-o'-the-wisp fire in their eyes, looking as if they were determined to tear Gu Erdan to pieces. It's over, I've hit a wall this time. Gu Erdan's mind raced, trying to find a way to deal with it. But the current situation did not give him any chance to breathe. Just as he was about to be caught up, Gu Erdan suddenly had an idea. He quickly turned on the system and chose to pour his remaining system energy into the skeleton soldier closest to him. The skeleton soldier's skeleton was instantly wrapped in black soul energy, and his bones made a crisp explosion sound. Evolution successful! Brother, now it's all up to you! Gu Erdan shouted as he directed his troops backwards. Stop them! Hurry up! The newly strengthened skeleton soldier suddenly jumped up and blocked a level 2 skeleton soldier who was charging over. The two bone blades collided, causing a burst of broken bones to fly everywhere. At the same time, Gu Erdan used the system to strengthen another skeleton soldier again. This time he learned his lesson and chose a skeleton archer holding a bow and arrow as the target of strengthening. The skeleton archer was shocked, bent his bow and aimed at a second-level skeleton soldier approaching. Whoosh! An arrow flew through the air and hit the enemy's sternum directly. The arrow exploded, and although it failed to completely destroy the enemy, it slowed down the opponent's movements significantly. Not bad! It seems that this broken system is not completely a scam. Gu Erdan breathed a sigh of relief. However, he soon realized that although the enhanced skeleton soldiers could deal with the rebellious second-class skeleton soldiers, the number of these guys was still a problem. If he didn't deal with them thoroughly, he would be caught up sooner or later. At this moment, a second-level skeleton suddenly broke through his defense and rushed towards him. Gu Erdan's heart sank, and he was about to turn around and run away, but suddenly his feet slipped and he fell into a pile of bones. Oh no! It's over now! The second-level skeleton soldier raised the bone knife and chopped down at Gu Erdan's head. However, just as the blade was about to fall, a sharp sound of wind sounded from the side. The enhanced skeleton archer attacked again. A rib arrow accurately hit the arm of the second-level skeleton soldier, knocking its bone blade away. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Gu Erdan rolled and crawled to his feet, grabbing a broken bone to protect his chest. Hurry up and hold on! If we let them come again, we'll all be finished! He roared while giving orders to his skeleton soldiers. The melee lasted for a full half-hour, and the entire battlefield became a mess. The rebellious second-level skeleton soldiers were eventually outnumbered and besieged to death by Gu Erdan's men. Seeing the battle end, Gu Erdan slumped on the ground, the will-o'-the-wisp on his chest beating very weakly. It was a narrow escape. These guys are really hard to deal with. After recovering a little, he stood up and checked the bodies of the rebellious skeleton soldiers one by one. His goal was clear: to find the stolen third-level will-o'-the-wisp. Finally, he found the will-o'-the-wisp inside a giant skeleton warrior. Looking at the will-o'-the-wisp emitting green light in his hand, Gu Erdan showed a long-lost smile on his face. He took the will-o'-the-wisp without hesitation. But at this moment, a loud bang exploded under his feet. Bang! The ground instantly cracked, and a second-level skeleton covered with knife marks suddenly poked out half of its body. The empty eye sockets on the hideous skull face seemed to be staring at its prey. It opened its big mouth full of sharp teeth and bit Gu Erdan's ankle hard. Second ring necromancy spell Hell Stealth. In a material with low density, the caster can transform into a spirit and shuttle through it at high speed, killing people without being seen. Fuck! Gu Erdan was so frightened that he trembled all over and kicked out almost instinctively. Unexpectedly, his kick was so powerful that he kicked the skeleton back into the scattered bones on the ground, with bones flying everywhere. After doing all this, he shuddered all over. After he realized what was happening, he didn't dare to stop for a moment and ran away, shouting at the same time, "Protect the Emperor! Protect the Emperor!" But he forgot an important fact. These skeleton soldiers were low-level undead creatures and would not understand what consideration meant. Whoosh whoosh! The sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out. 5 skull rib arrows shot from all directions, accurately piercing Gu Erdan's side, and each arrow pierced deeply into the sea of bones under his feet. Oh no! He showed fear in his eyes, as if he realized that something was wrong. However, the next second, a loud bang swept all around, flames and bone fragments intertwined, and the shock wave of the explosion knocked him to the ground, and the sea of undead behind him fell into a brief chaos. Chapter 12, running in the sunset. "You guys are planning a rebellion! Do you want to kill me too?" Gu Erdan hurriedly fell to the ground, successfully avoiding the bombardment of debris, and turned around to curse. Then he discovered that those skeleton soldiers who had wanted to come over to support him were all knocked to the ground by this move, and some were either mutilated or died on the spot. What's even more terrible is that although the underground skeleton warrior was also hit and became the main target. However, relying on his advantage of hiding underground, plus his bones strengthened by the second-level strength, he was only injured but not killed, and quickly crawled towards Gu Erdan again. After a round of arrow rain, not only did they fail to kill the target, but they also interrupted all the rescue efforts that were about to arrive. Gu Erdan felt miserable. He now wished he could take off the heads of those skeleton soldiers, tie them to arrows and shoot them all out. But it was too late to do anything now. Seeing the skeleton warrior crawling towards him on all fours like the strange creature, Gu Erdan hurriedly stood up and ran away. Gu Erdan was running in front, the bone warriors were chasing him from behind, and behind them were a bunch of skeleton soldiers with bared fangs and claws. Under the setting sun, the three groups of guys started a long marathon. Skeleton soldiers will not get tired. To be precise, most of the undead have no concept of tiredness because they are dead. Have you ever heard of dead people getting tired? As a result, the people who were running fell into a very embarrassing situation. Gu Erdan didn't dare to stop, for he was afraid that if he stopped, his fragile little body would be crushed to death by the other party. The bone warrior did not stop either, because his goal was not to stop. As for the skeleton soldiers chasing at the back, they also did not stop, and the archers even tried to shoot arrows. However, after Gu Erdan was almost killed on the spot by a round of arrows that were not very accurate, he no longer dared to let this group of crazy people attack him. Is this helping him or hurting him? Why do these guys seem scarier than the skeleton warrior behind him? Could it be that these guys are also planning to kill me and usurp the throne? Gu Erdan ran for more than 20 kilometers, and he ran in circles because he was afraid that if he ran in a straight line, he would encounter a strong enemy, so he only dared to wander around in the area he was familiar with. It was not until the black sun in the sky gradually dimmed and the entire ground began to fall into darkness that Gu Erdan finally slowed down. It's not that he was tired, but that he finally thought of a way to deal with the enemies in the rear. 15 miles ahead, there is a white bone cliff. For some reason, a crack appeared in the flat white bone plain. The crack is not wide, and there are lush vegetation on both sides. The ghost vines that like to devour the flesh and blood of living people are circling around. A large number of vine bridges have formed above the cracks. As long as you are careful, you can walk through them. Gu Erdan certainly wasn't going to climb the bridge. He was going to jump off the cliff. Running all the way, just when the sky was about to fall into complete darkness, Gu Erdan finally arrived at the edge of the cliff. Without any hesitation, Gu Erdan reached out and grabbed a vine, then suddenly jumped up. His frame was very light to begin with, and as he exerted force with his feet, his entire body swung directly to the other side due to the inertia of the vines. And the next second after he leaped to the other side, the skeleton warrior who was chasing him like a fish in the ground also dug through the ground and flew out of the cliff with a whoosh. Although the skeleton soldiers have low IQ, it does not mean that they are really brainless. They still understand the most basic instincts, such as climbing stairs and jumping off cliffs. Grabbing a vine in an imposing manner, the skeleton warrior actually swung over with all his strength, and it was obvious that he was not willing to let go of this piece of fat meat, Gu Erdan. But just when he was halfway through his leap, a strong wind suddenly blew over, and the skeleton warrior looked closely and found that it was Gu Erdan who had returned. The shocked skeleton warrior just passed by Gu Erdan. As he passed him, Gu Erdan raised his middle finger arrogantly at him. "Madfack! Ha 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 ha!" This is Gu Erdan's plan. He never needs to get rid of the enemy completely. He just needs to shake off the enemy for a while. Even if it can only be shaken off for a second, it is enough. As long as he hides back in the skeleton squad, there is nothing to worry about except a mere bone warrior. Looking at the pile of skeletons of his younger brothers standing on the edge of the cliff, Gu Erdan was so excited that tears filled his eyes. Finally safe. Wait until he successfully lands. If that bastard dares to catch up with me, I will have my little brother cut him into 108 pieces. Just as Gu Erdan was thinking about how to deal with the enemy, he finally reached the edge of the cliff with the help of the vines, and then bang! With a crashing sound, Gu Erdan crashed headfirst into the skeleton minions standing in a row. The skull hanging around his neck even turned twice in a row. Gu Erdan, with a confused look on his face, stared at his brother silently with eyes wide open, while his body swung back due to inertia. You! Grandpa! Ah! A miserable voice was heard, and Gu Erdan, who had been silent for a long time, finally understood what had happened. These idiots didn't even leave any room for themselves. They want to kill me, right? They are definitely thinking about killing me, right? Otherwise, why would they go against me everywhere? Why would they dig holes for themselves everywhere? You guys are a bunch of idiots! With a piercing scream, Gu Erdan instantly swung to the other side, and halfway through, he and the relentless skeleton warrior passed each other face to face again. At this moment, Gu Erdan clearly saw the confusion in the eyes of the bone warrior. He seemed confused as to why Gu Erdan came back. In fact, he was not the only one who didn't understand. Gu Erdan also didn't understand why he came back. Turning his head and looking at the cliff that was getting closer and closer, Gu Erdan sighed, stretched out his feet and prepared to climb up first. However, with Gu Erdan's shocked expression, he stretched his feet desperately, but they were still a palm's distance away from the edge of the cliff. Although it was very close, this short distance, as big as a palm, became the last straw that broke the camel's back for Gu Erdan. I can't reach it. Ah! Amid screams, the vines ran out of power and swung to the other side again, with Gu Erdan hanging on them with a desperate look on his face. When Gu Erdan came back from swinging for the third time, he passed by the skeleton warrior again as expected. Then the fourth time, the fifth time, the sixth time. The two men had no support left, so they shook the vines in their hands with less and less force, until they finally stopped completely. With a snapping sound, the two men holding onto the vines met in the center of the cliff and collided violently. Looking at the skeleton warrior who was looking down at him, Gu Erdan felt a chill all over his body. He raised his head and wanted to speak, but the skull hanging on his neck made a clicking sound and his jaw dropped directly. What a coincidence! Ha ha ha! Have you eaten? Ouch! The bone warrior really didn't eat, and he didn't want to eat. All he wanted now was to eat Gu Erdan. The two rows of fangs bit down fiercely. They bit directly into Gu Erdan's skull. There was a sound of crackling. How could the poor top of his head withstand such torture? A hole was bitten on the spot, scaring Gu Erdan so much that he screamed in pain. Just as the skeleton warriors were preparing to pursue the victory, a whistling wind suddenly came from afar. Hearing the noise, the skeleton warriors stopped attacking and looked up hurriedly, only to see a large number of skeleton soldiers grabbing vines and swinging towards them. Boom! Crash! Dozens of skeleton soldiers rushed forward one after another. When they passed by the two of them, without any hesitation, they let go of the vines and pounced on them. Their courage is commendable. Their attitude is firm. Their will is strong. It's a pity that my IQ is not enough. A large number of skeleton soldiers did not calculate the distance well and flew directly past the two of them, then fell straight down. Some of the skeleton soldiers did hit them, but they either crashed into the two of them or were kicked away by the bone warriors. A crackling sound was heard, and when the sound stopped, the fortune that Gu Erdan had spent half a month working hard to save had dropped sharply from more than 60 to a dozen, all hanging under the vines of the two men. Chapter 13: A War of Love and Hate. Gu Erdan watched the skeleton warrior desperately kicking his legs, trying to kick down the skeleton soldier below, and his eyes suddenly turned. He climbed up quietly and gradually passed the skeleton warrior on the opposite side. When he found that the skeleton warrior had noticed his little movement, Gu Erdan suddenly accelerated and climbed upwards. He was going to climb up the vine bridge along the vines. Then he would cut off the vines. Let this mad dog experience the feeling of bungee jumping without a rope. As for the little brothers hanging on the vine, they can only be dealt with by sayonara. Gu Erdan climbed very fast. After all, his skeleton was very light, so he was not slow when climbing. The skeleton warrior who discovered him climbing also began to climb up desperately. This guy had a high IQ. After being blocked twice by the skeleton soldiers below, he suddenly tore off his own ribs and directly cut off the vines below. Several skeleton soldiers hanging on the vine fell towards the cliff with a crackling sound. Climb! Climb as hard as you can! Gu Erdan and the skeleton warrior are competing again. However, Gu Erdan has the upper hand because he has the advantage of going first. If he keeps climbing like this, he will definitely be the first to reach the top. Seeing the two of them climbing up, the younger brothers under Gu Erdan's vines also began to climb up, and the sound of crackling continued to be heard. As he was crawling, Gu Erdan suddenly felt that something was wrong. He looked down at the younger brothers climbing below, then looked at the trembling vine in his hand. Gu Erdan was silent for a second and then suddenly roared. What if the vine breaks? You idiots! It was just a vine, how could it withstand such a destruction? The force of nearly 10 skeletons climbing together had begun to cause the vine to collapse. The continuous creaking sound from above was the best proof. Gu Erdan stopped his action in a hurry, and also asked his younger brothers below to stay still, so as to avoid dying with them because the vines broke. But even though they stopped, the skeleton warrior on the opposite side did not stop. This guy excitedly used all 4 limbs and climbed upwards over Gu Erdan with a whoosh. His movements were so fast. But after rushing a few meters away, this guy crawled back using all 4 limbs. Gu Erdan and the bone warrior once again came to the same level. Looking at Gu Erdan, who dared not move, the bone warrior did not hesitate at all. He grabbed the vines with one hand and grabbed Gu Erdan's chest with the other hand, trying to take out the soul ghost fire. Seeing that his life was almost gone, no matter how scared he was, Gu Erdan had to choose to fight back. The two guys kept waving one arm, hitting each other in the air, but because they couldn't use all their strength, neither of them could do anything to the other for a while. Maybe even God couldn't stand it anymore, and he finally chose to take action to end this farce. With a crackling sound, the vine in Gu Erdan's hand, which could not bear the weight, finally broke. Gu Erdan's body instantly lost balance and fell downwards along with the vines. But unlike those stupid skeleton soldiers, Gu Erdan has intelligence, and most importantly, he is afraid of death. Very afraid of death. The strong survival instinct allowed Gu Erdan to unleash unprecedented potential at this critical moment. With a bang, Gu Erdan, who was falling downward, actually grabbed a leg of the skeleton warrior opposite him at the critical moment. He used all 4 limbs to wrap around it. Looking at Gu Erdan hanging on his body, the skeleton warrior was stunned at first, then his eyes became ferocious, and he waved his hand to grab his head. But before his hand fell, Gu Erdan had already taken a step ahead of him. He tore off his head and threw it at the other person. With a bang, the skeleton warrior's head was raised high, and the ghost fire in his eyes was bright, and it was obvious that he was completely angry. Just a first-level trash. How dare you disobey me like this? You are courting death. With a roar, the skeleton warrior was ready to pull Gu Erdan up and tear him apart. But at this moment, a crisp sound suddenly came from above the vine in his hand. Such a familiar voice made Gu Erdan and the bone warrior freeze instantly. They raised their heads stiffly and found that the end of the vine had been mostly broken. This vine must be cut too. Withdrawing their gaze silently, Gu Erdan and the skeleton warrior remained silent for several seconds until... Shake your legs! Shake your legs with all your might! The skeleton warrior kicked his legs wildly. He tried to kick Gu Erdan down. What the hell is a will-o'-the-wisp? He doesn't want it. Will-o'-the-wisp is not as important as his life. This second-level skeleton warrior must have had his IQ enhanced. He knows how to make choices. Gu Erdan was swung back and forth like a candle in the wind. He tried desperately to grab the other person's hips, and was so frightened that the ghost fire in his soul turned white. Don't be like this! Brother! For the sake of the party and the country! Give me a hand! The one on top was kicking hard, and the one below was grabbing hard. The two were entangled together at this moment, and could not get away for a while. As the two of them exerted more force, the vine broke faster and faster, and it looked like it would not be able to hold on any longer. Otherwise, why do people say that the undead are all ruthless? Seeing that he was about to be dragged into hell by this guy, the bone warrior suddenly exerted force and actually tore his thigh directly. As his left leg fell off, Gu Erdan, who was holding his thigh, screamed and fell directly into the abyss below, leaving only a wailing sound in his place. For the sake of the party and the country, give your brothers a hand. The skeleton warrior hanging on the vine finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the crisis was resolved. However, at this moment, a crisp sound suddenly came from above him, and then, "Aya!" With a scream, the skeleton warrior grabbed the broken vine in his hand tightly and fell into the abyss below, leaving only half of the vine hanging under the vine bridge, swaying in the wind. Gu Erdan, the bone warrior, and more than 60 skeleton soldiers all jumped off the cliff, and no one survived. The rushing water hit the coast, and floating on the black river water were all white bones and debris. Another wave came, and a large amount of white bones and debris were washed onto the shore, becoming part of the endless bone shore. But this time was different from usual. In addition to a large number of bone fragments, there were also several half-broken skeletons washed ashore. The river water continued to recede, and among the debris on the ground, a severely mutilated skeleton hand suddenly stood up. The 4 fingers on the top gradually closed together, and finally only the thumb remained upright. "I'm still alive! Ahem!" Gu Erdan's voice rang out, and only half of his body was left. Not only his lower legs and pelvis had disappeared, but even his right arm was nowhere to be seen. His condition was more than miserable. It was missing 2 legs, 1 arm, and it had no head to begin with. This guy only has 1 limb left out of his 5. Although the appearance is a bit miserable, Gu Erdan is still very happy at this time, because he survived. He successfully survived the fall from a height of thousands of feet. This is entirely due to Gu Erdan's uniqueness. When his younger brothers hit the sea, their bodies were smashed into pieces on the spot, especially their heads, which were directly shattered. Without the container, their souls scattered and they died on the spot. Only Gu Erdan is different, because he has no head. Naturally, he won't die so easily. As long as his sternum is not completely damaged, he can still survive. Chapter 14, Advanced Skeleton Guard. No matter what, being able to survive is a good thing, even if all my brothers are dead. The road ahead is long and hard. Now I can start over again. At worst, I can start all over again. With his only remaining arm, he slapped the ground excitedly. Gu Erdan struggled to get up and tried to recover from his injuries first. However, as he turned around, something unexpected appeared in front of him. It was a head. A severely mutilated skull. The top of the head was smashed in half. And the skull was about to bite him. Unfortunately, most of its upper and lower teeth flew off. Although it had the power to bite the human heart, it had no power to bite the human body. Looking at the skull that was rushing towards him ferociously and trying desperately to bite him, Gu Erdan carefully identified it for a long time and finally confirmed the identity of this guy. "Hey! Isn't this Brother Skeleton Warrior? Sorry for not seeing you for a while. How come all your limbs are amputated and only your head is left?" Seeing his enemy meet such a fate, Gu Erdan was so happy that he stretched out his only remaining arm and started beating the skeleton. Then he had 2 fingers bitten off by the other party. "Fuck! You still want to bite me after being in this state? You are so cruel! I think you are so cruel, okay? Just wait for me." He slapped the skull away with his hands, then Gu Erdan struggled to sit up, found a few bones at random, and began to put them together very skillfully. One bone after another was combined together, and in less than 10 minutes, a brand new Gu Erdan was born. Gu Erdan, who had rebuilt himself a new body with the help of bone regeneration technique, stood up and walked towards the skull of the bone warrior. Holding up the skull, looking at the guy who was still trying to bite him, Gu Erdan couldn't help but grin. He actually pierced the skull directly on his cervical vertebrae and used it as his head. "Come on! I'll show you how I made my fortune! Starting from scratch again!" Gu Erdan was in such a good mood that he kept rubbing his hands together with excitement. Although all his brothers were killed in the battle, it seemed as if they had returned to the time when they were just resurrected. But don't forget that Gu Erdan is different now. He still has a 3rd-level soul will-o'-the-wisp in his body. As long as he successfully swallows this thing, Gu Erdan can at least become a 2nd-level skeleton soldier. By then, recruiting 1st-level skeletons will be as easy as pie. After upgrading them to the 2nd level, take 100 or 80 people to surround and kill the 3rd level. Then devour the 3rd-level soul will-o'-the-wisp to continue upgrading. Then continue to evolve your minions. Together, they can kill higher-level enemies. If this snowball method continues, Gu Erdan's strength will only get stronger and stronger. After all, if others want to train a master, it will take dozens or even hundreds of years, but Gu Erdan is different. The strength of the masters under his command does not depend on their talents, but on the strength of Gu Erdan. If Gu Erdan were a god, as long as he had enough energy, he could create an army of gods for you in minutes. This is just to be on the safe side. If you don't have to worry about the loyalty of your subordinates and strengthen them without regard for anything, with sufficient energy provided, Gu Erdan can create a god for you right now. With his enemy's head on his neck, Gu Erdan, who was made up of various bones, began to observe the situation around him carefully. Maybe because it is close to the river, the number of skeleton soldiers here is pitifully small. At a glance, only 3 or 2 scattered around can be seen. But this just fits Gu Erdan's wish. After all, his main priority now is not to recruit subordinates, but to strengthen himself. In this situation, the fewer skeletons around, the better. Gu Erdan just found a feng shui spot that he liked, dug a hole, and carved out a place for himself directly from the bone wall. Then he lay down carefully and quickly blocked the entrance of the hole. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton soldier Gu Erdan, who was alive and kicking just now, has completely merged into the wall. And he hid for a full 7 days. During the 7 days, Gu Erdan used the power of the ghost fire to temper his bones and cleanse his soul. He finally broke through the realm of a first-level skeleton soldier and became the legendary second-level cannon fodder. Looking at his own jade-like skeleton, Gu Erdan was so excited that he would have burst into tears on the spot if he hadn't had a head. It's not easy. He has been in this world for nearly 4 months. He is finally no longer a weakling who breaks at the slightest touch. Now it has turned into a, useless chicken that will only break if you put too much force? Name, Gu Erdan, host. Status, second level skeleton guard, lower level. Skill. First ring necromancy spell bone regeneration. Second ring undead spell, low level bone strengthening, passive. Introduction, congratulations. You have successfully evolved into an elite monster. Looking at his own attributes, Gu Erdan sighed somewhat depressed. The second level spell I got randomly is not good. Although bone strengthening is a passive spell that is permanently added to the body, its life-saving ability is pretty good. But let alone comparing it with the top second ring necromancy spell, it can't even compare with the top first ring necromancy spell. For example, the famous skeleton resurrection spell, corpse transmutation spell, poison spell, etc. and the first ring of undead spells are all terrifying. Compared with them, the low-level bone strengthening technique that Gu Erdan had mastered was just garbage. But I heard that this spell has advanced versions, such as intermediate bone strengthening and advanced bone strengthening. Like the legendary top-notch death god's bones, which are bones that can rival the hardness of a god's body. It is the legendary top-notch ability of the skeleton clan. It's a pity that not only are there few skeletons that can obtain the legendary death's bones, but even the high-level bone strengthening technique, otherwise it wouldn't have become a legend. After all, innate spells are obtained randomly, and you are not favored by the goddess of luck, so how is it possible for you to win consecutively, and win a set directly? After tapping his own bones, Gu Erdan nodded with satisfaction. The bones that have been enhanced by low-level bone strengthening techniques have become as hard as stone and steel, greatly increasing Gu Erdan's ability to survive. Gu Erdan believes that no matter what time it is, the most important thing is to survive. After all, some things are not about how brightly you can laugh, but how long you can laugh. Only the one who laughs last is the winner, and Gu Erdan agrees with this statement very much. Anyway, he is just a skeleton soldier now, an immortal skeleton soldier. Even though we can't beat him, can't we just wear him down to death? Stack up armor. Stack up defense. Pass. We just need to build the thickest armor. Then let our brothers attack the opponent the most. Anyway, the system won't help us grow. What's the point of expecting ourselves to do anything? What the hell? Gu Erdan, who had finally devoured the soul ghost fire, kicked open the wall of bones and climbed out of the small pit he had dug. After seeing the situation outside clearly, Gu Erdan silently turned around and sat back in the small pit, picked up the woven bones, and sealed the entrance again. Because outside, the skeleton soldiers, which should have been very few in number, were now so numerous for some reason that there was no end as far as the eye could see. And these guys are still fighting. Fighting desperately. There are also many second-level skeleton soldiers among them. What the hell is going on? Chapter 15. Different Skeleton Soldiers. Gu Erdan, who was sitting in the small pit, had a confused look on his face. He had never expected that in just 7 days, such earth-shaking changes would happen outside. Are there any groups of skeleton soldiers starting a mass migration and coming here by accident? Or did some skeleton wizard lose his mind and start resurrecting skeleton soldiers crazily? But even so, there couldn't be such a scene. Just a quick glance. Gu Erdan found that the skeleton soldiers outside were everywhere. There must be at least 18,000 of them. If this was the resurrection of the skeleton wizard, he would have to be busy for several days without eating or drinking. There is a problem. There is definitely a problem. Gu Erdan, who was hiding inside and didn't dare to go out, wanted to slap himself twice at this moment. To be precise, he has already given it, and he was so ruthless, because the head above was not his own. When you hit your enemy's head, you don't feel any pain, only your hand hurts. I wouldn't have wasted it if I'd known. I'll just absorb it slowly. With a helpless sigh, Gu Erdan felt a little regretful. The reason why he could quickly absorb a third-level soul ghost fire as a first-level skeleton soldier was not because of his extraordinary talent, but because this kid was extremely good at absorbing it. Ignore overconsumption. Ignore energy overflow. Gu Erdan only pursues speed and doesn't care whether the power of the will-o'-the-wisp will be wasted. Otherwise, how could he barely enter the second level after completely devouring a third-level ghost fire? Even if he didn't reach the peak of the second level, he would definitely not be at the bottom. Originally, Gu Erdan's plan was to sacrifice small profits for big profits, quickly obtain starting funds to become a second-level skeleton, and then go out to recruit first-level skeletons and strengthen them. When the number was sufficient, he would take the strengthened younger brothers to hunt high-level enemies, and grow bigger and bigger in this snowball way. But who would have thought that when I woke up, the weather outside had changed? Thousands of skeleton soldiers. God knows how many second-level skeletons will be born. If they are unlucky enough to produce a few third-level skeletons, then Gu Erdan will be in trouble. Just as Gu Erdan was hiding in the wall and daydreaming, the bone wall in front of him used as a camouflage suddenly made a creaking sound, and 2 bone spears broke through the bones. They pierced into Qin Yu's breastplate. The breastplate, which was already tattered and severely rusted, had almost zero defensive capabilities. The severely corroded iron plate shattered at the slightest touch and was pierced by the bone spear on the spot. However, the powerful bone spear could only achieve so much. When they hit Gu Erdan's ribs, the gun tips were broken on the spot and did not pose any threat to Gu Erdan at all. However, this sudden attack still scared Gu Erdan. With a strange cry, Gu Erdan reached out and grabbed the 2 bone spears, then rushed out of the hiding place with sudden force. Hey! Who are you, you evildoer? How dare you mess with Tai Sui? He exerted force with both arms suddenly and broke the not-so-hard bone spear in half. Gu Erdan grabbed the 2 broken spears in his hands and stabbed out without hesitation. With a click, the broken gun fell at a high speed, piercing the enemy's head from top to bottom, killing the 2 first-level skeleton soldiers in an instant. After dealing with the enemies, Gu Erdan threw the 2 corpses away, and at the same time, he took a deep breath to absorb their scattered soul ghost fires into his body. Who is still not afraid of death? Come on! After taking a quick look around and discovering that the skeleton soldiers around him were all level 1, Gu Erdan gained courage and roared angrily while holding his double guns. The next moment, hundreds of first-level skeleton soldiers rushed over from all directions. Gu Erdan was so scared that his legs went limp and he hurriedly fled back to the hiding place he had dug out. Countless skeletons crowded at the entrance, none of them willing to give in, all wanting to come in and give Gu Erdan a blow. This kind of situation was a good opportunity for Gu Erdan. Seeing that the enemy could not move, he raised the broken gun in his hand on the spot and stabbed them repeatedly, killing the skeleton soldiers. The bones at the entrance of the cave kept piling up. Just when Gu Erdan thought he had found a good feng shui spot that could be used to debug a bug, the walls on both sides of him suddenly shook. Then there was a loud bang, and a bunch of skulls suddenly broke out of the bones. Gu Erdan was so scared that he almost threw away his weapon. The fight began. The first level skeleton soldiers who dug through the bone wall dug Gu Erdan out of the cliff wall, and then started a brutal fight. Gu Erdan was scared at first, very scared, but as he kept beating, he suddenly discovered something. That means these guys can't beat themselves. The effect of low-level bone strengthening surgery is actually very significant. Although he seemed a little powerless when facing swords, guns, swords and halberds made of steel, he seemed so domineering when facing these fragile weapons made of bones. Can't cut it. Keep hammering. Can't be beaten. After being besieged dozens of times, Gu Erdan finally discovered his advantage. Perhaps when facing well-equipped humans or undead of the same level, Gu Erdan's ability seems a bit useless. But against today's novices, this is simply a magical weapon to torture them. Gu Erdan, who was full of courage in his heart, rushed into the bone group with 2 spears in his hand. He used his weapons to attack but not to defend. He was quite similar to Changshan Zhao Zilong. The only difference is that Zhao Zilong went in and out 7 times without any injury, while Gu Erdan had to crawl and roll while being beaten all the way. Gu Erdan, who was starting to go crazy, was actually not completely out of his mind. While fighting, he was also observing the situation around him. Wherever there are second-level skeleton soldiers, he would not go there even if he was beaten to death, because he is afraid that he cannot defeat them. And while killing these rubbish skeleton soldiers, Gu Erdan was also trying to recruit them. Logically speaking, as long as you are stronger than the opponent and put them in danger, you can basically recruit skeleton soldiers. The prerequisite is that you are also an undead creature and can emit undead fluctuations that they can sense. But for some reason today, the skeleton soldiers here were extremely brutal. No matter how Gu Erdan invited and threatened them, these guys just wouldn't give him any face at all. They acted as if it was either you kill me or I kill you. The violent souls, the random attacks, and the sudden increase in numbers, these skeleton soldiers look abnormal no matter how you look at them. Just as Gu Erdan was desperately fighting the skeleton soldiers and trying to recruit them, a shrill flute sound suddenly rang out in the distance. The next moment, the skeleton soldiers who were fighting with all their might suddenly stopped their actions. They all turned their heads to look in the direction where the sound came from. Gu Erdan took the opportunity to chop down several skeleton soldiers in succession, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had already confirmed at this point that there was definitely something wrong here. As the skeleton soldiers fought desperately, their numbers were rapidly decreasing, but their quality was constantly improving. Many of the skeleton soldiers besieging Gu Erdan at this time have reached the peak of the first level and are fully capable of hurting Gu Erdan's bones. If their numbers weren't too large, Gu Erdan would have run away long ago. Listening to a sound similar to a military bugle coming from afar and looking at the motionless, and no longer violent skeletons around him, Gu Erdan's face instantly showed an expression of enlightenment. He understood the reason why this place was abnormal. There were so many skeleton soldiers suddenly appearing. It was probably because some big boss turned this place into a training ground. He is making high-quality skeleton soldiers, right? What does he want to do? Is he planning to recruit soldiers? Chapter 16, City of the Dark Warrior. The loud military bugle calls continued to sound. Because his line of sight was not high enough, Gu Erdan looked around for a long time but could not see what was happening in the distance. He should have seen the skull on his head, but it was useless for this guy to see it. As the bugle call suddenly stopped, Gu Erdan suddenly discovered that the skeleton soldiers who had been fighting to the death around him suddenly walked in the same direction, which seemed to be the direction of the bugle call. Gu Erdan, who didn't understand what was going on, had to follow the crowd and move forward. Otherwise, if everyone was in a hurry and he was going in the opposite direction, wouldn't that clearly be a problem? There were probably still nearly 1,000 remaining skeleton soldiers, walking along the river bank holding various weapons. Speaking of this group of skeleton soldiers, they are all fat sheep among the same level. Several days of desperate fighting had caused the soul ghost fire energy in their bodies to become enormous, and had not yet been digested. These guys are absolutely nutritious. Each of them is like canned meat. You can eat one for a day without spending a penny. Following the team, Gu Erdan walked slower and slower, and finally he managed to squeeze his way from the middle to the end of the team. He had already made up his mind that if the situation went wrong, he would run away or dig a hole on the spot and bury himself. In short, everything depends on the word carelessness. Anyway, he is already a skeleton, so he has as much time as he wants. There is no need to race against time to grow. As for seeking wealth and honor in danger, let others have the opportunity. Gu Erdan prefers to seek wealth and honor in leisure. As the large army passed the end of the canyon, Gu Erdan finally understood what was outside the crack below the cliff. Outside the canyon, there was actually a city. A city built of black bones. In fact, it is a bit of an exaggeration to call it a city. It is more similar to a medieval western fortress. The river in the middle of the canyon passes through the fortress and spreads to the outside, then splits to the left and right, forming a moat with flowing black water. In front of the moat stands a majestic city wall nearly 10 meters high. Because he is standing inside the city, Gu Erdan can clearly see the black armored soldiers stationed on the wall, among whom there are also a lot of skeleton soldiers. As for the interior of the city wall, it is not a collection of neatly planned houses, but rather circles of small city walls. There are no houses here. There are no villagers. This place is a complete military fortress. The 7 city walls are from high to low, and they are more than 100 meters apart. The inner city wall is very low. Compared with the 10-meter-high outer wall, the innermost wall is only 3 meters high. However, its terrain is unusual. The whole city is terraced, with high inside and low outside. This results in the inner city wall being low but much higher than the outer city wall as a whole, which can effectively form a situation of using the high to defeat the low, and there is no need to worry about the outer city wall falling. At this time, Gu Erdan and his companions, who had passed through a city gate and walked out of the gap in the canyon, happened to be located within the innermost city wall. This is the most heavily guarded place and also the city's base. But the atmosphere here is not good at the moment. There were wounded everywhere. The skeleton soldiers with mutilated limbs were thrown aside at random without any plan for treatment. They were just left to slowly absorb the breath of death and recover from their injuries. In the middle, there are a large number of black-armored warriors. These warriors are wearing pitch-black armor and are well equipped with armor, combat boots, helmets, and armor. They even wear a battle skirt underneath to strengthen the defense of key points. With such neat and uniform equipment, plus the huge blood-red rose pattern on their chests, this group of black-armored soldiers are completely on a different level from the skeleton soldiers. It was not until he entered the city that Gu Erdan could see clearly who was leading the way. The guide was also a black-armored soldier. One of the 10 men in the team held a huge horn, and several of them were guarding around with guns. The man in the front held a flag that was more than 3 meters tall. Not only was there a bloody rose pattern on it, but there was also a string of skulls hanging on the top, and green ghost lights were flashing in their heads. Looking at the ghostly spirits above the flag, Gu Erdan swallowed nervously. 12 third-level will-o'-the-wisp. 5 fourth-level will-o'-the-wisp? What the hell had he come to? He was actually using a 4th-level will-o'-the-wisp as bait to lure the skeletons to follow him. How powerful must this existence be? Level 5? Or level 6? Gu Erdan remembered that he had read in a book that level 6 undead could be called high-level undead. Not only was their IQ no worse than that of humans, but their strength was also terrifying. Considering the huge number of skeleton soldiers and black-armored warriors in the city, could Gu Erdan have accidentally entered the territory of an undead lord? A large number of skeleton soldiers were still foolishly following the will-o'-the-wisp and walked into the city without hesitation. After they all entered the city, next to the city gate facing the canyon, a cracked skull suddenly poked out slowly from the corner, its upper and lower jaws still colliding wildly, as if it was cursing. The skull that stuck out circled 365 degrees. After confirming that the environment was safe, Gu Erdan, holding the skull, leaned out. It looks like it's safe for now. After looking around carefully and confirming that the soldiers guarding the city gate showed no signs of attack, Gu Erdan once again inserted the skull around his neck and tiptoed into the city. At the same time, he did not forget to use the system to check the abilities of the black-armored soldier next to him. Name: Dark Warrior. Identity: Level 3 Undead Medium. Skill: First Ring of Undead Magic, Armor of Malice. Second Level Undead Spell Death Javelin. 3-Ring Undead Spell, Death Energy Self-Destruction. Introduction: This is a man. He can lose, but you can never be considered a winner. Looking at the attributes of the guy next to him, Gu Erdan calmly distanced himself from him. He is actually a ruthless person who can self-destruct. Don't mess with him. Following quietly behind the skeleton, Gu Erdan felt a little heavy-hearted after checking for a while. Something is wrong here. Something is very wrong. The Black Knight is a 3rd level undead. If you want to become one of them, you must have at least 3rd level strength. There is nothing strange about this, but what is strange is that there are too many black warriors here. At a glance, although the majority of the soldiers in the city are still skeletons, the number of black warriors is probably around 1,000. Don't black warriors like to fight in small groups? Usually a dozen of them gather together and cooperate with each other to hunt prey. Why are there legions of black warriors here? Especially the abilities of these black warriors. Their 1st level spells and 2nd level spells are exactly the same. Used to corrode armor. Transform it into special equipment, the armor of resentment. Transform the javelin. And increase its power, the death javelin. Look at the outfits of these black warriors. Not only do they have the same armor, but also neat patterns on their chests. Each of them has 4 javelins stuck behind their backs, and they hold a shield in one hand and a gun in the other. This is definitely a regular army among regular armies. To be able to gather such a large number of black warriors, and to make their talents and abilities basically the same, could it be that? As if he had thought of something, Gu Erdan felt excited. Before he could confirm his guess, there was a sudden commotion among the skeleton soldiers in the distance. Then the city gate opened and dozens of black warriors swarmed out. Walking in the front was a guy who was also wearing black armor, but with a blood-red cloak behind him. Chapter 17: The King of the Dark Warrior. Pushing aside a few annoying skeleton soldiers, Gu Erdan poked his head out to look around. After taking a closer look at the appearance of the visitor and checking its attributes using the system, Gu Erdan was so excited that he almost screamed out loud. It's the king! The king of the black warriors! His guess was right. There is a king here. The so-called king. It refers to the king of a clan. For example, the king of the Dark Knights. The king of the Horror Knights. The king of the Headless Knights. The king of the Lich King. Every undead race has their own natural master. Except for the skeleton soldiers. Their king did not get the title of king, but was called the skeleton wizard, that is, the guy who could resurrect skeleton soldiers. At this point, I think everyone knows what the king's ability is. That's right. They can create their own kind. Name: King of the Dark Warrior, Clan Serra. Status: 5th rank Black Warrior, Superior. Skill: 1st ring of Undead Magic, Armor of Malice. 2nd level Undead Spell Death Javelin. 3 ring Necromancy Spell, Black Knight Resurrection. 4th ring Undead Spell, Hand of Soul. 5th ring Undead Spell, Soul Blast. Introduction: Born as the King of the Dark Warriors, no one can shake his position among the Dark Warriors. Looking at the attributes of the King of the Dark Warriors, Gu Erdan felt his heart beating wildly. Big boss. A real big boss. Unlike the skeleton wizard who can only revive the 1st level skeleton soldier cannon fodder, this guy in front of me can revive the Black Warrior. As long as he creates a corpse that meets the standards and collects enough souls, this guy can immediately create a Black Warrior. The identical 1st and 2nd ring spells are the symbol of the resurrected Black Warrior. 3rd ring spells vary from person to person. For example, the big brother who was in charge of guarding the gate and was good at self-destruction probably awakened that ability because of his hot temper. Such a majestic wall. Such a noble status. And the neat and uniform armor and patterns. Gu Erdan dared to swear with his head. The king of black warriors in front of him was definitely not a mentally retarded person. And he is most likely very smart. Very smart. After all, even if a normal 5th level undead had a brain, he would never be able to build such a perfect castle. Rubbing his hands excitedly, Gu Erdan stood at the back of the team and couldn't help but imagine how to blend into this guy's team and take the opportunity to recruit some black warriors. Look at the heavy black armor. And the domineering shape. You can tell at first glance that he is an elite. Look at these skeletons around me. With all kinds of weapons and pitiful physiques, calling them miscellaneous soldiers is an exaggeration. If I could get some black warriors as bodyguards, I would be able to take off instantly. While fantasizing, Gu Erdan pushed away the skeleton soldiers in front of him and struggled to move forward. The king of the Dark Warriors gathered the skeleton soldiers and lured them here. It is impossible that he was just looking for fun. Judging from the wounded soldiers scattered all over the city, they must have just fought a tough battle and are in urgent need of reinforcements. In addition, there are traces of skeleton soldiers everywhere on the city walls. It is obvious that the other party is not a person with obsessive-compulsive disorder, and he does not only recruit black warriors as his subordinates. He didn't mind using skeleton soldiers, which were easy to produce and cheap, to fill in the combat power. It could even be said that skeleton soldiers occupied a certain position in his team. Well, relying on Gu Erdan's current second-level status, his smart brain, and his healing ability of skull regeneration, Gu Erdan believed that he would be able to get a position in his team. As for whether the other party would ask for his soul fragments? Don't be ridiculous. When you have thousands of third-level masters under your command, would you ask for the soul fragments of a second-level cannon fodder? Besides, if the other party really wants it, just give it to him. There is a soul will-o'-the-wisp in his head anyway. Give him as much as he wants. If nothing works, you can just give him your head. It's not yours anyway. Just as Gu Erdan was adjusting his armor, preparing to hide the soul ghost fire on his chest, and preparing to go up and recommend himself, something unexpected happened. The king of the Dark Warriors was seen standing in front of the skeleton soldiers. He didn't say anything passionate, and he didn't even intend to talk to them at all. He just raised his hand and grabbed, and the black mist spread out, extending from his palm and transforming into one black arm after another, directly reaching into the head of the skeleton soldier in front. The next moment, the ghost fires of the skeleton soldier's souls were forcibly pulled out. The skeleton soldier whose soul was taken away fell to the ground with a clang, and his skeleton shattered instantly. It was obvious that he was dead. The king of the Black Warriors took out the soul will-o'-wisp, swung his hand to the side, and the soul will-o'-wisp wrapped around his arm flew out, dragging long light green trails, and poured into the bodies of those injured Black Warriors. As the power of the soul ghost fire entered the body, the Black Warriors' injuries began to heal rapidly, and some of those with lighter injuries even stood up on the spot. Seeing this scene, Gu Erdan was stunned. He was stunned for more than 10 seconds before he suddenly came to his senses. Fuck. This guy is not recruiting troops. This guy is killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Not daring to move forward, Gu Erdan suddenly grabbed the skeleton soldier beside him to block in front of him, and turned around to try to escape. However, it is easier to get in than to get out. The group of skeleton soldiers at the back were staring at the tempting ghost lights on the flag in a daze. However, due to the powerful intimidation of the Black Knight and the King of Black Knights, no one dared to approach. But they didn't want to leave just yet, and they were even pushing forward desperately. This is very painful for Gu Erdan in the middle. He just wants to run away now. But I can't run away no matter what. Push, these guys are rushing forward with all their strength. If the force is too small, they will not be able to push. If the force is too strong, it will be easily noticed by others. But what if you don't push it? Wouldn't that mean he was dead? Just as Gu Erdan was struggling, the sound of skeletons falling to the ground in front kept ringing. Group after group of skeleton soldiers had their souls absorbed by the four-ring soul-absorbing hand of the Black Warrior King, and turned into skeletons again. I have to say that the power of this move is really good. The King of Black Warriors can easily harvest the energy of this group of cannon fodder without even taking a shot. It is simply a magical skill to abuse vegetables. The sound was getting closer and closer. Seeing that the King of the Dark Warriors was about to reach him, and he couldn't push away the idiots who were pushing forward from behind, Gu Erdan couldn't help but take a deep breath, with a determined look in his eyes. Damn it! Fight! With a click, the front row of skeleton soldiers fell to the ground again, revealing Gu Erdan and his row of cannon fodder. He casually passed the soul ghost fire energy to his soldiers so that they could heal their injuries. The King of the Black Warrior walked up to Gu Erdan and the others and raised his hand to grab them. However, at this moment, before the King of the Dark Warriors could clench his hands, a crisp sound suddenly came from the row of skeleton soldiers. All I saw was a skeleton soldier falling to the ground with a thud, and his head fell off his neck and rolled directly to the feet of the King of Dark Warriors. looking at the motionless and lifeless skeleton soldiers, and then turning his head to look at his own abilities that he had not yet activated. The king of the Dark Warriors looked confused. When did his soul-sucking hand become so powerful? Is this going to scare people to death before you even make a move? Chapter 18. Sir, spare my life. He stretched out his foot and kicked the skull that had rolled to his feet. Looking at the head with its mouth tightly closed and some green will-o'-the-wisp fire visible in its eye sockets, the king of the Dark Warriors was still a little confused. As for the headless corpse lying in the distance, he completely ignored it. And this is what Gu Erdan wants to see. That's right, this was his plan, commonly known as sacrificing pawns to save the king. Don't you want the will-o'-the-wisp of soul? Here's the head for you. Use it as you wish. As for the corpses? There are skeletons all over the ground now, so what's wrong with adding one more? As long as he lies still, no one can guess that he is alive. Although he was born without a head, it was not that there was no skeleton soldier with the ghost fire hidden in his chest, but the skull head on top of it for camouflage was almost invisible, and normal undead would never expect that he was alive. The king of the Dark Warrior grabbed his head and looked at it for a while, but he couldn't figure out how this guy became like this after thinking for a long time. If he was scared, then this guy was too timid to actually scare his own head off. Shaking his head, the scene that Gu Erdan had expected, where the king of the Dark Warriors would directly devour the will-o'-the-wisp inside his head, did not appear. On the contrary, perhaps because Gu Erdan's performance was too weird, the king of the Dark Warrior did not seem to intend to kill him. Walking forward, the king of the Dark Warriors found Gu Erdan's body, picked him up, and planned to put his head back together. However, as he exerted force, everything was exposed. Looking at the soul will-o'-the-wisp covered by armor in his chest, and then turning his head to look at the soul will-o'-the-wisp inside the head in his hand, the king of the Black Warrior's eyes widened with a face full of black question marks. Damn! 2 will-o'-the-wisp lights. It's over! Gu Erdan, who was picked up, also screamed in his heart at this time. Without any hesitation, this guy struggled hard and forcibly tore off the tattered armor on his body and escaped on the spot. Then the naked skeleton turned around and ran away. When passing by a skeleton soldier, he did not forget to tear off his head and threw it at the king of the Dark Warriors behind him. However, this fancy struggle was in vain. He turned his head to avoid the head thrown by the Black Warrior King and suddenly reached out to grab him. The soul-sucking hand was used, but this time it was not absorbing souls, but pulling the enemy. Gu Erdan only felt his feet lighten, and his whole body flew back, instantly crossing a distance of several meters, and was grabbed by the cervical vertebra by the king of the Dark Warriors. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I have 8,000-year-old bones above me! I have newly born buds below me! I have a family of more than 4,000 people who all depend on me for their livelihood. If you kill me, our headless skeleton rider family will be extinct. Boss! Before the king of the Dark Warrior could speak, Gu Erdan let out a miserable scream, which shocked the king of the Dark Warrior. Although there are nearly 10,000 undead in his castle, there are thousands of third-level Black Warriors alone. But the Black Warrior is just an undead after all, and a low-level undead at that. He can only barely touch the level of mid-level undead. Although he has intelligence, it is limited. After so many years, this is the first time that the king of Dark Warriors has encountered such a lively undead. Shut up! But I don't have a mouth. I don't even have a head. I can't eat. I can't drink water. I can't have a baby. I'm miserable. If you don't shut up, I'm going to take out your soul, will-o'-the-wisp. The king of the Dark Warrior, who was bombarded with a series of verbal attacks from Gu Erdan, wanted to fight back, but he couldn't keep up. Helpless, he could only threaten, and this behavior was obviously very effective. Gu Erdan, who was shouting and struggling desperately, instantly quieted down after hearing the words. The two guys looked at each other silently, and the king of the Dark Warriors looked him up and down with interest. Are you a skeleton soldier? No, I'm the Dullahan. I'm just not an adult yet, so my strength is a little lacking. Bah, you're the Dullahan? The weakest Dullahan is level 7. Forget about the Dullahan. You can't even beat his horse. But I am indeed the Dullahan. See? Headless discrimination. At this time, the king of the Dark Warriors had already carried Gu Erdan to the side and sat down. Compared with the skinny Gu Erdan, the king of the Dark Warrior is much larger in size. Of course, this is mainly because of the armor. The king of the Dark Warriors threw Gu Erdan to the ground with some excitement in his voice. "You have wisdom, don't you?" Upon hearing this, Gu Erdan subconsciously touched the top of his neck. After not finding the head, he hurriedly took the enemy's head from the king of the Dark Warriors and inserted it on with a click. "Yeah, of course." Having regained his head, Gu Erdan raised it proudly. Unfortunately, the head did not listen to him and suddenly turned around with a click, facing backwards. Seeing Gu Erdan forcefully bend his head back together, the king of the Dark Warriors' tone was full of smiles. "Low-level skeletons can actually develop intelligence? This is not a common thing. You know, even my black warriors don't have any real intelligence. Is this your natural intelligence? Or has your human wisdom not dissipated yet? It should be the latter. Oh, has he awakened with the wisdom he had when he was alive?" The king of the Dark Warriors seemed to be thinking of something and suddenly fell into silence. He sighed after a long time. "Treasure your hard-earned wisdom. You don't have much time left, boy." "Huh?" Originally, Gu Erdan thought he was basically safe because he saw that the king of the Dark Warrior had no intention of killing him. But who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, the king of the Dark Warriors actually told him that he didn't have much time left? Could it be that this guy could tell fortunes or face? But this is impossible. Gu Erdan has never heard of anyone who can read the face of a skeleton. Seeing that Gu Erdan couldn't understand, the king of the Dark Warrior did not choose to tease him, but explained in a deep voice. "You were resurrected with your memories from your previous life, which means that your soul has not yet been completely assimilated by the ghost energy of the undead world. This is both a good thing and a bad thing. The good thing is that you can remember your previous memories, but the bad thing is that this memory is not long-lasting. With the invasion of ghost energy, your memory will gradually become blurred and confused until you become one of them." The king of the Dark Warriors gestured to the side as he spoke. Gu Erdan looked in that direction at those confused skeleton soldiers and couldn't help but shiver all over. "Then how can I keep my memory?" "It's very simple. Break through the 9th level and become the legendary Undead Lord. Your soul will be almost immortal at that time, so you will no longer be afraid of the erosion of death energy. That's the only solution. There is another way, that is to get the top treasure made by humans, the kind that can protect the soul from erosion. With such a thing on you, you will naturally not be afraid of erosion." The king of the Dark Warriors explained in great detail. Gu Erdan nodded continuously when he heard it. After a second of silence, he suddenly asked, "Then may I ask, Lord King of the Dark Warriors, what is your situation?" The king of the Dark Warriors was silent for a second after hearing this. He raised his hand and stroked the blood-red rose pendant on his chest, then spoke slowly. "I have been resurrected here for 5 years. Although I am alive with the will of a living person, after such a long time, I have long forgotten my previous memories." Chapter 19, Vice Captain Helmetless Knight. On the 6th wall of the Black Warrior City, Gu Erdan, wearing tattered armor, was patrolling in a swaggering manner, followed by dozens of younger brothers. This group of brothers includes not only skeleton soldiers, but even the Dark Warrior among them. Maybe he wanted to find a companion to talk to, or maybe he thought Gu Erdan was interesting. The king of the Dark Warriors did not kill him. On the contrary, the king of the Dark Warriors, whose name was Clan Sarah, took the initiative to extend an olive branch to him and invited him to join the team. Faced with the invitation from this 5th-level boss, Gu Erdan naturally agreed without hesitation. Therefore, at this time Gu Erdan has been promoted to a team leader. Not only did he have more than 40 first-level skeleton soldiers selected by him, but he also had 10 black warriors given to him by Sarah. Originally, Sarah wanted to select some high-level skeleton soldiers for Gu Erdan, such as 2nd-level skeleton guards, bone warriors and so on. However, this good intention was rejected by Gu Erdan. The reason given by Gu Erdan was that he liked to train his younger brothers from scratch, and he enjoyed the process very much. In fact, it is difficult to recruit 2nd-level skeleton soldiers, and 1st-level ones are easier to deal with. The 10 black warriors following Gu Erdan at this time all have the strength of level 3. These guys weren't here to monitor him. Gu Erdan was just a second-level cannon fodder, and wasn't worth being monitored by 10 black warriors. These 10 masters were really given to Gu Erdan by the king of the black warriors to be his subordinates. They would obey his orders in everything, unless Gu Erdan wanted to lead them in rebellion. Looking at the black warriors who were guarding beside him, each with 4 javelins sticking out of their backs and equipped with such sophisticated equipment, Gu Erdan was almost drooling. Look! Look! What is a boss? What is a benefactor? Compared with Lord Sarah, the king of the black warriors. What the hell was that skeleton wizard before? Can you blame Gu Erdan for choosing to rebel and fight him to death? If he treated Gu Erdan the same way as Sarah, how could Gu Erdan rebel? Patting the black warrior's shoulder armor beside him, Gu Erdan suddenly sighed in frustration. You guys are good, but unfortunately you are not my confidants after all, and you are not willing to give me soul fragments. I am afraid that my enhancement will not work on you. His strength is 1 level higher than Gu Erdan's, which means that the black warriors will only obey Gu Erdan's orders and will not truly choose to be loyal to him. This made Gu Erdan very upset. He took a few more steps forward, listening to the chaotic sounds of the armor on his body, and Gu Erdan looked down. In order to escape, this set of armor, which was already in tatters, was now in pieces and could not even be called armor. Looking at the pitiful equipment on his body, and then turning to look at the domineering look of the black warrior, Gu Erdan's eyes rolled, and suddenly he put his arm around the black warrior beside him. Little brother! Look at your armor, there is not a single scratch on it. You must be a rookie on the battlefield, right? Let me tell you! The newer the armor is, the better it is. Scars are a different kind of honor on the battlefield. Look at the armor on me. The Meow King suit. There are scars everywhere. This is the best proof of the blood and tears I have experienced in the battles. As Gu Erdan was speaking, he suddenly reached out to draw the weapon from his waist, but unfortunately the weapon was badly rusted. Not only did it take him a long time to pull it out, but it was also broken. Look! This is, a tetanus blade. It's a treasure that has been enchanted by a top expert. It has special effects when attacking humans. At the very least, the wound will be infected. At the worst, the person will die on the spot. Come on, come on. Boss, I feel sorry for you. I'm reluctantly exchanging equipment with you. Be good, take off your clothes and weapons. As Gu Erdan spoke, he took off his Meow King suit and stuffed the tetanus blade in his hand into the black warrior's palm. It's a pity that although the Dark Knight's IQ is not high, he is not completely stupid and still has the most basic judgment ability. A set of beggar's clothes and a rusty broken sword, can this thing be called a treasure? With that broken sword, let alone killing people, even if you kill a chicken, people will complain that it will hurt their throats. Although he caught the thing, the black warrior stood there motionless, and showed no intention of taking off his clothes. Gu Erdan's expression froze when he saw this scene, and his eyes gradually became sharper. Little brother! Don't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit. I'm the boss. I declare that your clothes are confiscated. Take them off. Rushing forward suddenly, Gu Erdan began to pull forcefully, trying to take away the black warrior's armor. Of course the Black Knight would not agree to this, so the two of them fought back and forth on the city wall for more than an hour. In the end, the black warrior who dared not fight back still failed. He was only left with a set of inner armor on his body. The armor, combat boots, helmet and the like were all taken away by Gu Erdan without exception. Even the only remaining set of inner armor on his body was preserved not because Gu Erdan had a change of heart, but because he found it troublesome to wear, and the thick ring inner armor similar to chain mail could easily scratch his bones, so he did not take it away. Gu Erdan on this side happily started to put on his equipment, leaving the black warrior disheveled in the wind. After a busy moment, Gu Erdan upgraded his weapons and instantly transformed from a miserable skeleton into a fully armed infantry knight. He was wearing a full set of pitch-black heavy armor, with 4 javelins inserted behind him, a shield in his left hand and a gun in his right hand. His appearance was so domineering. The only flaw is the blood-red rose on the chest, which makes him look a bit effeminate. But Gu Erdan could understand this. In the Middle Ages in his world, didn't Western Europe also like to use various flowers as flags, such as roses, lilies, and marigolds? After putting on his equipment, Gu Erdan tried to put on his helmet, but was bitten hard by the unsociable skull. However, this time the skull only bit the armor and did not cause any harm to Gu Erdan. Seeing that his enemy's head was not cooperating, Gu Erdan wanted to throw him to the ground on the spot. Holding the helmet, Gu Erdan looked around and finally locked his sights on the black warrior whose clothes had been taken away. "Hey! Little brother! I now officially appoint you as my vice-captain. From now on, you are my right-hand man. From now on, you will be called, the Helmetless Knight. Come here. This helmet is for you. From now on, you are my armor. The helmet responsible for protecting my head." Perhaps feeling a little guilty, Gu Erdan put the unused helmet on the black warrior's head, gave him an identity, and promoted him to deputy captain. But while speaking, Gu Erdan looked at the guy's current appearance, and couldn't help grinning. He wanted to laugh but was too embarrassed to laugh out loud. Chapter 20: A Suicidal Siege. The Dark Knight. People who don't know him always think that he is an advanced product of the skeleton soldier, but that is not the case. Strictly speaking, Darth Vader is actually a variant of the zombie, an evolved version of the mummy. As the armor was taken off, the exposed body of the black warrior shrank severely, and was not as tall as he looked. The shriveled skin is tightly attached to the bones, looking like dried bacon, and the appearance is so shabby. Not to mention his sunken facial features and shriveled cheeks, he looks even worse than a skeleton soldier. After putting a helmet on him to cover his ugly face, Gu Erdan nodded with satisfaction, then swaggered and continued patrolling with his soldiers. "Now I have the equipment. It is definitely not worse than the Dullahan's equipment. At least it looks good. If he could find a horse, he could cosplay as the Headless Horseman right away. Just thinking about it makes me a little excited." The excited Gu Erdan quickly patrolled around the city wall, and then swaggered back to the town center with his brothers. In fact, there was nothing to patrol in the seventh ring of the city wall. After all, even the outermost ring of the city wall had not been breached, so how could the enemy be found inside? The so-called patrol is just finding something to do. Returning to the core area, Gu Erdan once again met the Black Warrior King Sarah. After being persuaded to surrender, Gu Erdan often chatted with Sarah these days, trying to get the general situation of the world from him. After all, reading through books with seriously missing pages is not as clear as hearing someone tell it in person. Sarah was also happy about this. He hadn't had a normal communication with anyone for several years. What's more, Gu Erdan not only had a funny personality and liked to make people laugh, but also knew some strange knowledge. If he is placed next to the Emperor, he is a favorite. If he is placed next to Sarah, the king of the Black Warriors, he is called a confidant. When Sarah saw Gu Erdan coming back this time, he had changed his clothes and Sarah didn't even recognize him at first glance. After recognizing who he was and seeing the style of his armor, Sarah, for some reason, had a hint of smile in her eyes. Gu Erdan noticed it and immediately asked about it, but unfortunately Sarah didn't intend to answer. She just smiled and left. Listening to Sarah's shrill laughter, like glass scratching across a blackboard, Gu Erdan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. All the internal organs of this group of mummies have been shriveled, including their throats. It is not easy to make a sound, so expecting them to have a nice voice is sheer nonsense. This hoarse and sharp voice is enough to scare a child to tears, and it doesn't sound like the sound of a good person at all. After a few days of rest, the injured Black Warriors have basically recovered. As for the skeleton soldiers, those with minor injuries can move freely, while those with serious injuries have already become nutrients for other skeleton soldiers. The black sun shone again, and the invisible power of death enveloped it. Countless corpses that met the standards were awakened and became part of the undead army. Meanwhile, in the Black Warrior Castle, a large number of troops had been assembled, 7 lines of defense had been deployed, and the blood-red rose flag was slowly rising. It was not until today that Gu Erdan finally understood why these seemingly powerful Black Warriors had suffered such serious injuries before. Because they asked for it. The huge flag hanging high above did not seem lonely. A large number of heads with 4th-level soul will-o'-the-wisp were hung in front. There was even a huge bull head at the top of the flag, and in the eye sockets of the bull head, the soul will-o'-the-wisp, which was so dark that it had begun to turn black, was burning fiercely. 5th-level soul will-o'-the-wisp. Bait. A fair and righteous bait. A 5th level will-o'-the-wisp plus more than 24th level will-o'-the-wisp were placed in the middle of the castle, luring the minds of countless undead. How could this group of undead, who were accustomed to acting according to their instincts, withstand such temptation? In just a moment, countless undead came towards this side in a mighty force. There are skeletons, zombies, and even ghosts. Looking at the countless enemies that seemed to have no end, Gu Erdan, who was standing next to Sarah, twitched his mouth wildly. "Boss, are you sure we can win?" Sarah, who was leaning on a knight's sword in both hands, didn't even turn her head when she heard the words. "Abel. So you guarantee that?" "I did this 3 years ago, and I'm still here 3 years later. This is where my confidence comes from." While the two were talking, the first wave of attack by these undead had already begun. To be precise, they only had one wave of attack. All the undead charged forward mindlessly, and quickly filled up the entire city. The skeletons trampled on each other, the zombies piled up on top of each other, and as the mountains of corpses and bones gathered, they actually filled up the moat with their bodies. They even used their bodies as cornerstones to create a slope directly under the city wall. A fierce hand-to-hand fight begins. The area where Gu Erdan and his friends are located should not be a treasure land. The most obvious evidence is that Gu Erdan has never seen any high-level undead. Sarah, the 5th level Black Warrior King, is the strongest being that Gu Erdan has encountered in the past few months. It is precisely because of this that a 5th level ghost fire seems so hard to come by. Most of the enemies attracted here were newly resurrected rookies, but their numbers were so huge that they covered the entire plain and there was no end in sight. There are also many groups trying to fish in troubled waters, such as the Skeleton Legion centered around skeleton wizards and the Animal Legion centered around tribes. Gu Erdan even saw several huge figures among them. They were monsters that were over 5 meters tall and extremely strong. Some are skeletons, some are zombies, and one of them is even made up of countless corpses. This is because Gu Erdan is not familiar with the knowledge of this world. If he had been to the human world, he would definitely have heard of the name of this creature. Stitched Corpse Demon. Usually used by the necromancer as a last resort. Unlike high-end undead creatures such as corpse dragons, bone dragons, and headless knights, ordinary necromancers cannot afford to create such high-level undead. The materials and energy required to create high-level undead are so terrifying that they are enough to make any necromancer faint. If you want to create a headless knight, you must have a 7th level corpse, and it must be a strong warrior-type corpse. Then you have to gather enough souls to drive the corpse. The quality must be high, preferably above level 7. If there are none, it must not be lower than level 6. What needs to be noted at this time is that human warriors usually only like to cultivate their physical strength, which also leads to their soul power being not equal to their own strength. A 7th level warrior will often only have a 5th level, or even lower soul. After all, their fighting spirit does not need to be driven by the soul. In other words, if you want to create a headless knight, it is not enough to just kill a 7th level warrior. You have to kill a 7th level warrior first, and get his body. Kill another wizard who is at least level 6, and take his soul. But the question is, if the necromancer has such power, why did he create the headless horseman? Because of their low strength, they have to create a headless knight as a trump card. To create a headless knight, they need to kill masters, but they have no strength to kill masters, so they cannot create a headless knight. This is a vicious circle. Finally, a genius among the necromancers created a spell, the famous suturing spell. Put together various corpses to create a deformed monster. The higher the quality of the corpses, the stronger the monster will be. This creature is the famous Stitched Corpse Demon. It is also the last trump card of most necromancers nowadays. It does not require high-end corpses, but only a large number of corpses. The production method of quantity over quality has become a spell that can be used by any necromancer. Chapter 21, Daily Attack and Defense. The brutal fighting continued. The first line of defense did not last long before a giant mummy over 7 meters tall blasted a hole in it with a hammer, and it was completely lost. Then came the second line of defense, which was broken by the huge Stitched Corpse Demon. Originally, Gu Erdan thought that as he had become a skeleton, his mental endurance had become very good. But after seeing this giant Stitched Corpse Demon, Gu Erdan still found it a little too much to bear. Human or animal limbs can be seen everywhere, some hanging limply, while others can still be waved and attacked. There are also a lot of heads mixed in, which makes people shudder. In fact, this is not the most terrifying thing about the Stitched Corpse Demon, because this place is the world of the undead, and no living creature can survive here, which also causes all the parts of the Stitched Corpse Demon's body to die. If it were the human world, many of the corpses he sewed onto his body might still be alive, suffering torture and screaming in agony. That scene was like hell on earth. It was enough to make anyone with a weak mind collapse. It is precisely because of this cruel method that the necromancer has become a rat crossing the street that everyone wants to kill. The first and second lines of defense were broken one after another, and the subsequent 2 lines of defense did not last long. Looking at the large number of enemies pouring into the middle position, Sarah suddenly raised her hand and waved, and the black warriors who had been ready in the back began to move along the road above the city wall. Although those giant mummies and stitched corpses look scary, their strength is actually just that. They just rely on their strong physique and tall stature to barely squeeze into the 4th level. If they really face the black warriors, a team of 20 people will be enough to hunt them down. The reason why these guys were able to break through to the 5th line of defense, as if nothing had happened, was purely because Sarah deliberately asked them to do so in order to catch the turtle in the jar. The defenders on the 4 previous defense lines did not even have any skeleton soldiers above the 2nd level, let alone the Dark Knights. They were simply a group of cannon fodder. Their mission is to die and, by the way, to delay the enemy and thus divide them. It was not until the enemy rushed into the middle position that the true defense system of the castle was fully revealed. The motionless catapults on the city wall began to move. Skeleton soldiers began to carry stones and throw them at the breach. As for the black warriors, this group of armored guys have already started standing on the city wall and aiming to kill their targets. More than a dozen javelins fell at the same time. Even a 4th level being would be killed or injured if targeted. A 3rd level enemy would die instantly. They are only responsible for killing high level undead. As for those 1st or 2nd level guys, the black warriors ignore them. This group of weak enemies, seeing the strong men around them falling to the ground one after another, instead of choosing to run away and retreat, they rushed towards the corpses frantically, desperately tearing the soul flames into their stomachs, and some even fought for it. The undead army that had been rushing forward mindlessly just now fell into chaos in the blink of an eye, and completely stopped in front of the 5th city wall. The walls on both sides were filled with black warriors, and javelins rained down like raindrops, leaving layer upon layer of corpses below. And under such terrifying firepower, the undead below who were frantically snatching the soul ghost fire were still fighting each other, without considering whether they could have a chance to get out alive. Seeing this scene, Gu Erdan shook his head. As expected, all diseases can be cured, except for brain damage, which has no cure. The siege lasted for several hours until it was getting dark, when the battle finally ended. At the end of the fight, some smarter undead still tried to escape, but unfortunately the black warriors lined up to block the gap, leaving them with nowhere to escape. Halfway through the journey, Gu Erdan and his companions also encountered a special situation. There were some flying undead who tried to drop from the sky and forcibly snatch the spoils on the flag. It was a pity that he was shot down by a round of javelins from the black warriors who were prepared. This kind of offensive and defensive battle was obviously not the first time that Sarah and her team had experienced it, and they had already gained experience with it. Air defense, blockade, hunting, the black warriors have clear division of labor, and don't give the enemy any chance. With the end of the siege, not only did Sarah not lose any high-level soul ghost fires, but she also captured 6 4th-level soul ghost fires, 27 3rd-level soul ghost fires, and countless other ghost fires. After clearing out all the enemies, Sarah immediately swallowed a 4th-level ghost fire, and then after a slight hesitation, she actually gave one to Gu Erdan. This made him flattered, and he was stunned for a moment. Sarah ignored the stunned Gu Erdan, but came to the pile of undead corpses, took out the strong undead corpses that had been sorted, and began to make subordinates. The 3rd-level soul ghost fire held in his hands slowly dispersed, and turned into black flames that enveloped the entire body of the corpse. Along with the casting of the 3-ring necromancy spell Black Warrior Resurrection, the motionless corpse lying on the ground began to tremble slightly. The flesh and blood were twisted and shriveled, and the bones placed around it kept wriggling, gradually wrapping up the corpse. When the spell was completed, the corpse on the ground had changed drastically, turning into a black warrior with a human outline, wearing heavy black armor, and a blood-red rose totem tattooed on his chest. Looking at Sarah spending a lot of effort, and using up all of the hard-earned more than 20 third-level soul ghost fires to create the black warrior, Gu Erdan was a little confused. Having strong subordinates is a good thing, but the more the better is not necessarily true. The city has a limited area, and more than 1,000 black warriors are enough. Why does Sarah need to add subordinates? If you don't understand, just ask. Gu Erdan didn't choose to hide it. In response to Gu Erdan's question, Sarah's answer was very simple. He will need these black warriors in the future, so he needs more of them. The first day of attack and defense passed in silence all night, and with the rising of the black sun the next day, a new round of war began. As always, the flags are raised and the will-o'-the-wisp is luring. As usual, the army attacked and surrounded the city. This battle lasted for a week, during which various accidents always occurred. After all, the undead spells are varied, some of which are extremely powerful, and some can even pose a threat to the black warriors. Faced with such a situation, Sarah would always take action immediately and suppress the enemy with his powerful strength. 7 days passed, and on the 8th day, the city of the Black Warrior chose to stop committing suicide and instead began to summon skeleton soldiers in the canyon to heal the injured subordinates. During the conversation, Gu Erdan also understood the special features of this canyon. A large number of skeleton soldiers will be resurrected here every 7 days, and these skeleton soldiers have violent tempers and cannot be conquered at all. Sarah didn't know what the situation was here. He only knew that the canyon had been like this since he came here. Even this mysterious canyon was one of the reasons why Sarah chose to build the castle here. Sarah would certainly not let go of this precious land that could regularly provide a large amount of soul ghost fire, not to mention that the terrain here was steep and easy to defend but difficult to attack, making it indeed a good place to defend. But everyone likes treasure land. Because of this canyon, Sarah has encountered a lot of trouble. The reason why so many black warriors were injured a few days ago was because of the invasion of powerful enemies. However, those powerful enemies were not heading solely for this canyon. Chapter 22, Hidden Disaster. In other words, this was once the territory of General Gu. After you came here, you took a fancy to this place and directly occupied the magpie's nest, and you almost killed the general? After he successfully escaped, he began to recruit soldiers and horses, and kept causing trouble for you? After listening to Sarah's explanation, Gu Erdan folded his hands and looked thoughtful. It doesn't sound like we are any good people. At this time, Gu Erdan and the others were discussing the origin of the Black Warrior City and the identity of the unknown Grand Canyon in the rear. From Sarah's few words, Gu Erdan also realized that this place was not originally Sarah's territory. That's right. This is how the world of the dead is. He can't defend this place. Even if I don't take it away, someone else will take it away in the future. Sarah didn't feel guilty at all for stealing other people's things, and she spoke with confidence. After all, in the world of the undead, this kind of competition has long been commonplace. Is that skeleton general difficult to deal with? No, although he also has the 5th level strength, his strength can only be said to be average. He is not my opponent, but he is more durable. Then why did you suffer so many casualties last time? Because he recently found an accomplice, a skeleton beast that is about to break through to the 6th level of the undead beast. Of course, I am no match for him in a 2-on-1 fight. Sarah's words made Gu Erdan hurriedly take out the books from his backpack and search through them. The skeleton beast is rumored to be the pet of the god of death. It can eat bones to increase its size. When it moves, the earth and mountains collapse. Its strength varies, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. How to deal with it? Damn! Every time it comes to a critical moment, there is a missing page. Looking at the book in his hand with seriously missing pages, Gu Erdan couldn't help but curse. Sarah, who was sitting next to her, suddenly spoke up when she heard this. The solution is to fight in narrow terrain and try to restrict the enemy's movements, or send out a team to strangle them. This is common sense on the mainland, and you don't need to read the book to know it. The book in your hand is an antique from more than 100 years ago. It has long been outdated, and the information recorded in it is not completely correct. Sarah's words immediately drew a strange look from Gu Erdan. Didn't this guy say he had no memories of his life? How come he could recite intelligence by heart? It's just that Sarah doesn't want to talk about her life, so Gu Erdan naturally wouldn't be so tactless as to ask about it. Putting away the book in his hand, Gu Erdan continued to inquire about the enemy's intelligence. Apart from these two, are there any other enemies? Of course there are, but they are just a motley crowd: skeletons, zombies, and even animal spirits. In short, there is everything. These two guys are not good at marching and fighting, nor do they understand troop planning. Basically, they recruit whatever they see, just for the sake of having more people. When she said this, Sarah suddenly sighed. But a ragtag army also has its advantages. In the battle a few days ago, we were tricked by the enemy. A group of skeleton rats that were good at digging dug a tunnel from the ground. The skeleton general led his elite troops directly into the city and cooperated with the skeleton beasts outside. They almost broke through my city. If I hadn't fought desperately to scare off the skeleton general, I might have died in their hands. Stubbornly, this ability is indeed very tricky. Gu Erdan scratched his nose, and for some reason, scenes from the movie Tunnel Warfare emerged in his mind. There is really no good way to crack the tunnel warfare style. After all, there is only a thief who can steal for 1,000 days, but there is no such thing as guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. They just need to dig in any direction. It is impossible for Gu Erdan and the others to guard everywhere, right? Even if you want to defend against him, you can't. Just as Gu Erdan was thinking about how to deal with this method, a riot suddenly broke out in the city. Hearing the noise, Sarah stood up suddenly, holding the sword tightly in one hand and pulling out the spear beside her with the other hand. Oh no! They're coming again! As soon as she finished speaking, Sarah rushed forward in a hurry, and at the same time turned around to give Gu Erdan some instructions. The enemy is very strong. Be careful. Don't run around. TTAN 0. Sarah led his black warrior guards and quickly rushed to the source of the sound. As for Gu Erdan, of course he wouldn't run around. Instead of running around, this guy even took the initiative to distance himself from the enemy after discovering that there was an invasion. Leading his team, Gu Erdan climbed directly towards the commanding heights far away from the source of the sound. After climbing to the core of the castle, Gu Erdan stood on the city wall, stepped on the parapet with one foot rather arrogantly, held a pair of binoculars in one hand, and began to carefully observe the battle situation below. This pair of binoculars was also one of the trophies that Gu Erdan found from the corpse, but it was severely damaged. Not only was it covered in rust, but one of the lenses was completely broken. The other relatively intact lens also took Gu Erdan a long time to polish and restore. Through observation through the telescope, Gu Erdan discovered that the castle was filled with smoke. A large number of skeleton rats emerged from the ground, followed by various undead. After this group of guys rushed out, they pounced directly on the nearby enemies. The way they appear is very particular, and I don't know how they detect things. Wherever this group of skeleton rats come out, there will always be a large amount of soul ghost fire accumulated there. Under the flag used to lure the enemy, or in the warehouse where the spoils were stored, if Sarah had not been well prepared and prepared heavy troops to guard it in advance, I am afraid that the spoils they had worked so hard to obtain these days would have been taken away by the enemy by now. Gu Erdan, who was constantly observing through the telescope, immediately found Sarah among the crowd below. At this time, he was standing outside the 6th city wall, fighting a large number of enemies that came out from there. This was also the location of the warehouse used to store soul ghost fire. Just as Sarah rushed into the crowd as if she was in her own territory, a burst of crazy laughter suddenly rang out. There was a loud bang, and the dust on the ground was flying. A tall skeleton wearing hideous bone armor and holding a long sword jumped out of the cave. In an instant, he swung the sword and cut the two black warriors in half. Skeleton General! Sarah! The powerful enemy who appeared roared to the sky, and it was obvious that he had a deep hatred for Sarah. Sarah, who heard the sound, did not hesitate. She kicked away the skeleton dog that was rushing towards her and fired a shot. The pitch-black boned spear whizzed out, leaving a pitch-black exhaust in the air. With a clang, the quick-eyed and quick-handed skeleton general swung his sword to block, directly deflecting the flying spear. The Death Javelin, a second-level undead spell, does not have the explosive power like the skeleton archer's bone arrows. The Death Javelin has a very single ability, which is destructive power. The purest destructive power. There is nothing fancy or eye-catching about it. The death javelin is fast and ruthless. With a loud bang, the javelin that was cut in half by a knife did not slow down, but only slightly changed its direction. A black, cold light flashed by, and more than 20 undead souls were pierced through by one shot. Looking at such horrific destructive power, even though it was not the first time he had seen it, the skeleton general who blocked the attack still had a look of deep fear in his eyes. Chapter 23, Battle of High-Level Undead. Sarah! Dekai! The two powerful men who had formed a deep hatred several years ago did not need much words when they met, and started a desperate fight directly. A tinkling sound was heard, and Deki Shan was wielding a long-handled broadsword with a very wide blade. It looked like the legendary Qinglong Yanhua sword. As for Sarah, he was good with a spear and shield, and he also had a sword on his waist. The two fought with sparks flying everywhere, and it was hard to tell who would win. They fought for dozens of rounds but could not determine the winner. However, any discerning person could see that although both of them were 5th-level undead, Sarah's fighting skills far surpassed Deki's, and she could even crush him. The fighting techniques that were honed through thousands of trials and tribulations, and clearly the result of systematic learning, were so pleasing to the eye. Compared with Sarah's superb martial arts, Deki's martial arts are much worse. As a native skeleton of the undead world, Deki's fighting skills are completely evolved from wild ways. It's okay to bully other undead, but when facing Sarah, who has memories of the human world, he feels particularly disadvantaged. However, Deki's bones were incredibly hard. Even someone as strong as Sarah could only produce a few sparks when shot at him. Apart from causing Deki to stagger, it couldn't even leave any scars on him. Gu Erdan, who was standing on the city wall and constantly looking for angles to observe, suddenly put down the telescope in his hand and shook it vigorously, and the lenses inside made a clinking sound. "Carrot, no! The detection capability of the system cannot be activated at such a long distance. We must get closer!" The soul ghost fire trembled. Gu Erdan hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to take the risk and approach. When the strength is equal, what they fight for is intelligence, and what Gu Erdan is best at now is collecting intelligence. He didn't want the big brother with thick legs that he had worked so hard to find to die in front of him after just a few days of knowing him. After all, in the world of the undead, it is not easy to find such a stupid boss. With a wave of his hand, Gu Erdan was the first to jump off the city wall. The younger brothers followed closely behind and jumped down from the first 3-meter-high city wall. At this time, Gu Erdan's younger brothers have been transformed. There is no need to mention the Black Warriors. Strictly speaking, these guys are not Gu Erdan's subordinates. They were just assigned by Sarah. They are still at the 3rd level in strength, and their appearance has not changed at all. The appearance of those skeleton soldiers who were personally recruited by Gu Erdan and had offered their soul ghost fire changed drastically at this time. The skeleton soldiers have expanded to more than 130, and their strength has now reached the peak of the 2nd level, and they come in a wide variety of types. For example, the skeleton guards who are good at defense, the bone warriors who are good at offense, the well-rounded skeleton warriors who are good at both offense and defense, etc. Gu Erdan's team has all of them. And among these more than 130 younger brothers, Gu Erdan also specially pieced together more than 30 skeleton archers. It is already difficult for this thing to survive in the wild, and it is even more difficult to grow to the 2nd stage. The second rarest species among the skeleton soldiers is the skeleton archers. As for the rarest species above them? Of course it was the skeleton mage that Gu Erdan had never seen before. I heard that this thing can cast elemental spells like human wizards. Unfortunately, the energy in its body is limited, so although its explosive power is terrifying, it is not good at protracted battles, so it is difficult for it to survive alone in the wild. Moreover, the skeleton mage must be made from corpses that have practiced magical powers, so it is extremely difficult to find the materials in the world of the undead. But in the human world, there are quite a few skeleton mages. Basically every undead mage will raise a few skeleton mages as trump cards. More than 100 people rushed down the slope into the 2nd layer of the city wall, and stabbed the enemies in front of them from behind. But that was all the result. In this battle involving tens of thousands of undead, just 100 or so people were just a drop in the ocean and couldn't cause much of a splash. Under the close protection of his younger brothers, Gu Erdan ran along the city wall, looking for an angle to try to get closer to Sarah and the others below the wall. As for jumping off the wall to get closer, Gu Erdan doesn't dare to do that. If you want to die, you can jump by yourself, but please don't pull him, thank you. God helps those who work hard. Gu Erdan, who was chasing the two men on the city wall, finally found an opportunity and successfully used his reconnaissance ability on Deki. The next moment, a large amount of data appeared in front of Gu Erdan. Name, Skeleton General, Dekai. Identity, 5th level Undead Medium. Skill. First ring Undead spell, Bone Armor. Second ring Undead spell Low level Bone Strengthening. Third ring Undead spell Scream of the Dead. Fourth ring Necromancy spell Land of the Dead. Fifth ring Undead spell, Intermediate Bone Strengthening. Introduction. Facts have proved that even if you have neither talent for marching nor fighting skills, as long as you are tough enough, you can still survive. Looking at the data of the White Bone General below, especially his skills, Gu Erdan couldn't help but curse in his heart. What a bunch of 5 spells. There are only 5 spells in total, 3 of which are for defense. As for the other 2, the one with 3 rings of Scream of the Dead, Gu Erdan had already seen it just now. It just raises its head and lets out a silent roar, causing direct AoE damage to the surrounding areas. The damage is not high, it can only repel the 4th level, injure the 3rd level, cripple the 2nd level, and kill the 1st level. Sarah has experienced this move several times and was not affected at all. It is obvious that this is a move used to bully weak opponents. As for the 4th ring of the Land of the Dead, this move was quite interesting. As Dekai inserted his weapon into the ground, a large amount of ghost energy spread, directly transforming into countless floating ghost shadows, frantically rushing towards the enemies in all directions. After killing the enemy, it can immediately devour the opponent's soul ghost fire and quickly transform it into energy to enhance the durability of this light and condense more ghost shadows. This move, combined with the Scream of the Dead that can clear the area and kill mobs instantly, is a pretty powerful combination. It's a pity that he was defeated by Sarathon. 4th ring Necromancy spell Soul-Sucking Hand. The effect is to pull out the soul of an enemy who is weaker than oneself. If dealing with one person alone, one can even forcibly pull out the soul of a 4th level enemy. If the number of targets is too large or the enemy is too strong, the power of this move will be greatly reduced, but it will be enough to affect the stability of the opponent's soul, making it difficult for them to control themselves. This move is just for distraction and has little effect against enemies of the same level. But if combined with Sarah's 5-ring spell, everything will change. Soul Explosion, as the name suggests, is to detonate the soul in your hand, causing large-scale and powerful damage. First use the soul-sucking hand to pull out the souls of weaker enemies, then use a soul blast to shoot out these souls like grenades on the spot. The horrific explosion cleared the area in an instant. Before the other party could recover from the violent explosion, Sarah grabbed again, and the scattered soul fragments of the people killed in the explosion flew into his hands like a swallow returning to its nest. The next second, they flew out at a faster speed, forming a new round of violent explosions. Simple, no-brainer, but effective. If Deki's innate spell combination can be described as perfect, then Sarah's spell combination can only be described as outrageous. If Deki didn't have a body of steel and had reached the intermediate level of bone strengthening, which was enough to allow him to ignore Sarah's ordinary attacks and even remain almost unharmed in the soul explosion, Deki would probably have died at Sarah's hands long ago. Chapter 24: The Darling of the God of Death, the Skeleton Beast. Deki suddenly inserted his weapon into the ground. In an instant, black gas spread and rose, forming a vortex around him. Countless undead souls that Deki had not yet had time to swallow and digest turned into dark ghosts, carrying black smoke and rushing towards Sarah in front. Unexpectedly, Sarah suddenly grabbed with one hand, and countless starlight flashed in the bodies of the undead who died in battle on all sides. They rotated at a high speed in the next second and gathered in Sarah's clenched palm. Drink! With a loud shout, Sarah pushed out her left palm with force, and countless soul fragments gathered in her palm shot out, forming a bright and dense beam of light in the air. Soul Explosion! Beams of light hit the swirling black fog vortex and quickly exploded violently. Deki supported himself with his weapons in both hands and knelt on one knee to hold on for a few seconds, but he was eventually outnumbered and was blown away by the intensive soul blast attack. The spell of Land of the Dead that he had worked so hard to cast was thus broken. The whole person kept flipping in the air. Deki was blown up by the colorful soul bomb, and kept shaking and accelerating in the air. Finally, he was blasted more than 30 meters away, and then fell to the ground with a clang. Seeing this scene, Sarah couldn't help but snorted coldly. Instead of choosing to stop the attack, she suddenly raised her left hand and roared. Countless lights lit up. More scattered souls gathered from all directions. Fourth ring necromancer spell. Soul-sucking hand. I have to say that these two moves of Sarah are very suitable for fighting on the battlefield. With these two moves, Sarah is almost invincible on the battlefield. But it's only close. Before Sarah could gather all the souls and continue attacking Deki in the distance, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. Sarah, who noticed this scene, looked up hurriedly, only to see a bone ball at least several meters in diameter falling from above her at a high speed. Sarah's pupils shrank when she saw this, and without thinking, the souls gathered in her hands rushed into the sky. The torrent of souls carried colorful light, drew various arcs and shot upwards, and a series of loud noises occurred the next second. In the flames, the giant bone balls flew at high speed and broke into pieces. Some of them were burned to ashes before they even hit the ground. Sarah, who blocked the sudden attack, did not choose to continue the pursuit. Instead, she pulled out a javelin from behind her, leaned it against her side, and stared into the distance with a ferocious look. Outside the outermost edge of the city wall, a huge beast was slowly retracting its tail. It was a creature with an extremely strange shape. Its entire body was made up of bones, but it was not full of holes like other skeleton soldiers. On the contrary, this guy is almost a solid body. Although it is made up of bones from the inside to the outside, these bones have been severely compressed, resulting in no gaps between the bones, only traces of a large number of white bones spliced together. With a body length of more than 20 meters, even if it were lying on all fours, it would still be over 4 or 5 meters tall. Combined with the hideous bone spurs that are comparable to those of a hedgehog, and the hideous bone head made up of countless skulls. The huge monster that appeared outside the city wall was even more terrifying than the evil spirit that emerged from a nightmare. A 5th-level siege bone beast. The legendary pet of the god of death. A nightmare that harvests souls for him. A skeleton beast. At this time, this monster, which looked very scary, was resting its 2 claws on the broken city wall. The huge tail behind it, which was made up of various bones, was swinging continuously. A large number of bones flew up from the ground and quickly condensed into a ball of white bones on the wall. The outermost city wall had been breached, and the breach was made very quickly. Judging from the traces of collapse, it was most likely caused by the brute force of the skeleton beast that suddenly appeared. Only half of the city wall was left, just enough for the skeleton beast to place its 2 claws on it. Looking at the extremely huge monster that suddenly appeared outside the city wall, Gu Erdan was dumbfounded on the spot. Compared to this guy, those previous mummy giants or giant skeletons are just like children. Such a huge size. Such terrifying power. Is this really just a 5th-level undead? Just as Gu Erdan was shocked, the giant skeleton beast in the distance attacked again. His attack method was very simple. He gathered the bones on his tail and then swung it towards the sky. Although this method of attacking by turning oneself into a catapult is brainless, the effect is surprisingly terrifying. Another giant bone ball flew towards him in a parabola. This time, Sarah did not choose to fight it head-on. After all, he was not a fool. Isn't it simply boring to fight to the death with an enemy who is good at destructive power? Relying on her agile body to dodge sideways, Sarah looked at the giant bone ball whizzing past and couldn't help but snort with disdain. But although he dodged, the undead fighting behind him were unable to dodge. With a loud bang, the giant bone ball, which was more than 5 meters in size, hit the ground with a loud bang and then began to bounce wildly on the ground. Finally, accompanied by a loud bang, the bone ball crashed into the wall on his right side under Gu Erdan's horrified eyes. The black bone wall was 3 meters wide and could withstand more than a dozen full-force attacks from a 4th-level giant skeleton, but it was actually penetrated by the bone ball in an instant. Looking at the giant bone ball that smashed into the back of the city wall, and finally stopped, Gu Erdan felt his legs trembling. This is called a 5th order undead? With this kind of destructive power? If you say it's a 9th order undead, people would believe it. How could it be only a 5th order undead? Gu Erdan was completely frightened by the terrifying destructive power of the skeleton beast, and even began to seriously doubt this guy's strength. But Gu Erdan still doesn't understand the geography and culture of this world, nor does he understand the strength planning of this world. Don't be fooled by the terrifying destructive power of this skeleton beast. It can capture cities and strongholds with one strike. But his strength rating can only reach level 5. Strength is not just about destructive power, it also includes speed, defense, and reaction ability. The skeleton beast is extremely powerful and has a solid bone armor, which makes it capable of both offense and defense. If you put it in a city, it would be an absolute disaster. This is why he is called the pet of the god of death. He is a killing machine that specializes in reaping the souls of life. But if they really face off against a master of the same level, it is really hard to say who will win or lose. Being big has its advantages, but it also has its disadvantages. This is just like a normal person slapping a fly. Even if you can slap it to death 100 times, if you can't hit it, no matter how great your strength is, it's useless. The skeleton beasts are giants that are powerful but obese. Giant bone balls flew one after another, and the skeleton beast transformed into a slingshot kept attacking, trying to kill Sarah from a distance. It's a pity that Sarah is a black warrior, who is best at close combat. Her agility is definitely among the best among her peers. He easily avoided the bombings that were so powerful and heavy, yet had obvious trajectories. Chapter 25, A Fragile Alliance. Sarah in the front was dodging very easily, but it was hard for the undead fighting in the back. Every time a bone ball fell, it would either collapse a wall or crush a crowd of people. Every time it fell, it would inevitably take away dozens or even hundreds of lives. But these achievements are of no use. As long as Sarah is not defeated, it will be useless to kill as many black warriors as possible. Sarah knew this, and the skeleton beast knew this too. Although the skeleton beast looks huge, its IQ is actually not low, and is even much higher than that of ordinary high-level undead. After all, his physique is there, and his brain is 2 kilograms heavier than others even if it is dug out. Who is Sarah? She is the king of the Darth Vaders. She can create the Darth Vaders out of thin air. If he is not killed, it will be useless even if the skeleton beast cooperates with the skeleton General Deki to kill all the black warriors present today. Within a month, Sarah will be able to rebuild a team. The two sides had already fought a great battle a few days ago, and they had the advantage of a sneak attack. Deki crawled out of the ground and cooperated with the skeleton beast to attack from the front and back, catching Sarah off guard. But in the end, the skeleton beast and Deki only went back to recuperate for a few days. Sarah, who had less than 1,000 black warriors and barely 2,000 skeleton soldiers under his command, now had a team expanded to over 10,000. If he is given some time to develop, then the skeleton beasts will be useless. He must be killed today. Thinking of this, the skeleton beast suddenly roared to the sky, and the bone blade on its tail suddenly burst out. It changed from a barrel shape to a sheep-scorpion shape, and both sides of the tail were full of huge ribs that popped up. The ability was activated. Countless bones floated up from the ground. They quickly condensed into balls on the ribs. The next second, overwhelming bone balls shot towards the city. This time the attack was no longer a huge sphere. Instead, it was a dense rain of bullets similar to shotgun shells. One after another, bone balls as small as a car were thrown at them. If they were touched, they would die, and if they were touched, they would be injured. The skeleton beast completely ignored the fact that there were subordinates below it, and that the undead on its side accounted for the majority, and directly launched a covering attack. A rumbling sound was heard, and the third and fourth walls in the middle were completely destroyed. Some places were even directly destroyed. This was a tough situation for Gu Erdan, who was standing on the city wall. He had been following Deki and Sarah in the fight in order to take advantage of the situation, but now he encountered this sudden bombardment head-on, and he almost got scared to death. The younger brothers were very loyal, especially the 10 black warriors, who stood in front with shields to form a simple shield wall, giving Gu Erdan a great sense of psychological security. But it can only provide a sense of security in the mind. If they are really hit by these bone balls, it is questionable whether these guys can withstand a single hit. Get down from the city wall! Get down from the city wall quickly! Turning his head to look at the unlucky skeleton soldier on the nearby city wall who was blown more than 20 meters away by a cannonball, Gu Erdan dared not stay here any longer and hurriedly jumped off the city wall with his brothers. Gu Erdan and the others here escaped without any danger. After all, the other party did not specifically target him. The one who was really targeted was Sarah. It was easy for her to dodge the previous single-shot bombing, but it was not so easy to hide under the hail of bullets at this time. After dodging several bone balls in a row, Sarah saw another one falling from the front and tried to roll over to avoid it in a panic. But he suddenly felt his feet tighten, and his tumbling body was forcibly stopped. Sarah looked down and found that a layer of black fog had spread over the ground. A large number of dark ghosts were lying on the ground, waving their arms and trying to grab his armor tightly. Fourth ring necromancer spell. Land of the dead. You! Sarah, who was blocked, glared angrily and just opened his mouth to say something when a bone ball hit him in the face. With a loud bang, Sarah was carried more than 10 meters away by the bone ball, and then rolled over and hit the wall. Ha 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 ha! You finally got caught! Sarah! Seeing the powerful enemy being hit, Deki, who had secretly made a move, put one hand on his waist and laughed wildly, then prepared to rush over to collect the kill. However, at this moment, a bone ball flew from behind him and hit his head with a bang. Poor Deki was caught off guard and was hit so hard that he spun 3 times in the air before falling to the ground with a clang. Deki, feeling dizzy and headache, crawled for a long time before getting up. The first thing he did after getting up was to turn around and curse loudly. Asshole! Aim better! I'm a friendly soldier! Even though Deki was hit badly by this blow, he was actually not injured at all, because this guy has no other abilities except his outrageous defense. The intermediate bone strengthening ability is enough to make his body hardness comparable to those of the 7th and 8th level masters who are good at defense. A mere small bone ball was not enough to pose a threat to him. Otherwise, why would this guy choose to attack Sarah in the hail of bullets? If there was real danger, he would have turned around and ran away long ago. The skeleton beast that was lying on the periphery of the bombardment said nothing when it heard this, but just snorted with disdain from its nose. Friendly forces? They are friendly forces when there are benefits. Now that Sarah has been severely damaged, the relationship between the two must be reconsidered. It was even unclear whether the bone ball just now was fired because the skeleton beast failed to control the direction, or it was done on purpose. The tail swung violently, and the ribs above closed and rebuckled onto the tailbone. With a loud bang, another giant bone ball shot up into the sky and hit the ruins where Sarah was accurately. Deki, who was rushing towards that area, was so frightened when he saw this scene that he stopped in a hurry. He was indeed confident in the hardness of his bones, but that depended on what he was compared with. Faced with small scattered bone balls, Deki was confident that he could take 1 or 2 without any damage. But if Deki was hit head-on by this giant bone ball, he would be either dead or crippled. A rumbling sound was heard outside the city wall. It turned out that the skeleton beast that shot the bone ball had begun to break through the wall and charge towards this side. As for what its purpose was, it was obvious without having to think about it. Damn wild dog! Seeing this, Deki cursed angrily, and without any hesitation, he took a step forward and rushed forward with all his strength. Now the enemy is defeated. Now it's time to take the spoils. The two cooperative allies, the skeleton beast and Deki, came together for this thing. The thing they had always dreamed of was right before their eyes. How could they not grab it? The 2 5th-level undead, one big and one small, accelerated their running, but the skeleton beast was huge in size, and 1 step of its running was equivalent to 5 steps of Deki. It was about to surpass Deki in the blink of an eye. Faced with this situation, Deki certainly would not allow it. Without even thinking twice, Skeleton General Deki swung his sword, with the blade pointing directly in the direction of the skeleton beast. Black air emerged around him and transformed into countless ghosts, howling and pouncing towards the skeleton beast. Swish! The ghosts dragged long black smoke, like black chains, directly binding the limbs of the skeleton beast. Caught off guard, Its limbs tensed up and it fell flat on its face. Its huge body hit the ground and it slid more than 4 meters away. Ha 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 ha! The successful Deki jumped over the skeleton beast while laughing wildly, and ran excitedly to the ruins in front, ready to take his spoils. However, in the next second, a gust of wind sounded from behind him, and then. Chapter 26: Enemies. Boom! Amidst the roars, a giant bone ball broke through the wall and flew over Gu Erdan as he stared in astonishment. And if he was not mistaken, there seemed to be traces of a complete large bone frame on this bone ball. Just like a dung beetle accidentally hits a stone while drifting faster, the dung ball, no, it's a bone ball, and the dung beetle flew up along with it. After carefully recalling the mark on top of the bone ball and confirming that it was not the shape of the Black Warrior, Gu Erdan hurriedly led his brothers to run towards the city gate. He didn't dare to climb the city wall, it was too dangerous. If he wasn't careful, the wall would be destroyed and people would die. It's better to go through the main gate. Just when Gu Erdan noticed that the situation had changed and was about to come over to take a look, inside Wing City, Deki was also struggling to get up from the ground. Thanks to his strong body, Deki was not killed by the bombing from behind, but he was knocked into the ground. A large, deep pit appeared on the ground. Just when he finally climbed out of the bone layer with great effort, the skeleton beast whizzed past him and stepped on him mercilessly as it passed by. It seemed that hundreds of tons of weight were concentrated on one foot, causing Deki to scream miserably, and then be stepped back into the bone layer again. Afterwards, the skeleton beast continued to take advantage of the situation and smashed its tail hard the moment it rushed forward. The solid bone tail, which was 2 meters thick, fell heavily like a big iron hammer, instantly hammering Deki, who was lying on the ground, into the bone layer more than half a meter deep. He has figured out how to kick someone when he's down. It's just that we are all undead, and when it comes to evil intentions, no one is worse than anyone else. Boom! The skeleton beast was running desperately, but its front limbs were once again grabbed by the black mist chains. It slid nearly 10 meters on its face, and its lower body was raised high, and it almost broke over. You damn dog! With an angry roar, Deki struggled to break free from the ground, holding a long-handled sword, and took 2 steps at a time, actually attacking the skeleton beast directly. The skeleton beast heard the roar and realized that the situation was not good, and hurriedly swung its tail to try to stop it. Unexpectedly, Deki was very agile. He jumped to avoid the sweep of the giant tail, and the black energy in his hand condensed. It turned into a ferocious ghost. It shot towards the body of the skeleton beast like a cannonball. With a snap, the ghost was firmly attached to the skeleton beast. Deki used the chain transformed from the black energy to swing into the sky, and landed accurately on the back of the skeleton beast. Gu Erdan, who happened to run out from the city gate, couldn't help but exclaim after seeing this scene. Fuck! Spider-Man! This is not something you, a dead dog, can take! Get out of here! Deki, who had already jumped onto the back of the skeleton beast, was in high spirits at this moment. He raised a long sword in his hand and stabbed continuously, causing the skeleton beast to roll and bounce wildly, but it could not get rid of the enemy on its back. This is the tragedy of large creatures, especially beast-like creatures. Their poor short legs couldn't even reach their backs, so they were naturally helpless against the enemies that climbed up behind them. Even though Deki was suppressed by Sarah, he was actually in a dominant position between himself and the skeleton beast. In fact, the reason why the two formed an alliance was because the skeleton beast failed to launch a sneak attack on Deki, who was driven out, and was beaten up by the other party instead. Of course, Deki was also unable to break the skeleton beast's ridiculously thick bone armor, so the two of them could only say that neither of them could do anything to the other. After all, who would choose to form an alliance if they can defeat the opponent alone? Holding the long knife, Deki desperately stabbed the skeleton beast below, cursing angrily. Remember our rules! The body belongs to you. The will-o'-the-wisp belongs to me. It's not yours. Don't touch it. Feeling the pain in his neck and listening to Deki's roar beside him, the skeleton beast felt wronged. Obviously, I am stronger than the other party. Obviously, I am more powerful than the other party. Just because he's small. Just because he's tough. Just because I can't hit him. Instead, I'm threatened and scolded by him. Corpse? Yes, the skeleton beast can indeed devour corpses to grow. A 5th level undead corpse is indeed a treasure to it. But with the ghostly fire of the soul, who would be crazy enough to be attracted to a corpse? It was obviously me who killed the other party. I am still so big. It is reasonable that I should take the lion's share. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the more annoyed he became, until the skeleton beast let out an angry roar, and then began to roll and kick wildly on the ground like a real dog, causing bones to fly everywhere and dust to rise up in the sky. This was a tough situation for Dekai. He really didn't expect the other party to suddenly go crazy. Not only was he thrown off the back of the skeleton beast, but he was also hit by hundreds of tons of weight the next second. He was pressed into the ground again. Fortunately, the skeleton beast also did not notice this scene and was still rolling on the ground. Deki, who had struggled hard to crawl out of the dust, didn't bother to pay attention to the mad dog and quickly rushed forward to the ruins that submerged Sarah. At this moment, a scream suddenly sounded from the side. The sound was so piercing. "That grandson wants to eat alone." When these words were spoken, Deki was so frightened that his whole body trembled, and his expression changed drastically as he turned his head away abruptly. What caught his eye was a huge tail coming at him at a very fast speed. Boom! Deki was smashed into the bone layer again and again, but this time he was not smashed into the ground, but was hit head-on against the wall, and it was impossible to pull him down. The skeleton beast reacted very quickly after receiving the reminder, turning around and sweeping away the enemy in one go. After dealing with Deki in an instant, the skeleton beast rushed to the ruins regardless of anything else, and dug around with its 2 huge claws, trying to dig Sarah out. But before he could succeed, Dekai embedded in the wall attacked again. His weapon was smashed to pieces and he didn't care to find a new weapon. He threw his hands forward, and the black air in his body rose and turned into chains that flew out. At the end were hideous ghosts and ghosts. There were continuous snapping sounds. More than 20 chains grabbed the skeleton beast's facial features and pulled him backwards. Deki's move was very cool, but he forgot the size difference between the two sides. The skeleton beast whose head was pulled up suddenly struggled hard the next second. Deki only felt his body lighten, and the whole person was pulled back into the sky, and began to swing like a meteor hammer. Both of them were guys with strong bones, and they started fighting to the death once again. However, neither of them noticed that the ruins where Sarah was buried were shaking slightly for some reason. Under the ruins, Gu Erdan was directing his younger brothers, or to be more precise, 2 younger brothers who possessed the magical talent of escaping underground, who were digging desperately. Chapter 27: The Cat Replaces the Prince. Dig! Dig faster! Oops! Didn't I tell you to dig downwards? That thing over there! Be careful not to push upwards! If the secret is exposed, everyone will die. Oh, I'm so angry! Get out of the way! I'll do it myself! Looking at the 2 younger brothers in front of him who were digging desperately, Gu Erdan felt a splitting headache. In the end, he pushed one of them away and led the other younger brothers to start digging by hand. The black warrior with the ability to burrow underground is easier to deal with. Although his IQ is not high, he still has the most basic understanding ability. But another skeleton soldier. After seeing that this thing was like a pile driver, bang bang bang, aiming at the bottom and tossing around for a while, Gu Erdan directly lost confidence in it. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. With the joint efforts of dozens of younger brothers, Gu Erdan finally came to the bottom of the ruins and successfully found his new boss Sarah. It's just that Sarah's condition is not good at this time. If the skeleton General Deki is a meat shield with high defense and thick blood, then Sarah is a typical high attack and high agility agile warrior. First she was hit by a small bone ball, and then by a big one. Although Sarah's limbs are still intact, she was seriously injured. The armor was covered with cracks, the entire helmet was severely shriveled, and the left hand and arm armor were changed from the original straight screen to a folding style, and it was a multiple folding style. He grabbed Sarah's legs, dragged him in front of him, and then Gu Erdan raised his hand and slapped him. Damn! Big brother! Don't die! I haven't hugged your thighs yet! As he spoke, Gu Erdan raised his hand to continue slapping, but he didn't expect that the previous blow had already woken Sarah up from her coma. He grabbed Gu Erdan's wrist reflexively and exerted force suddenly. There was a loud cracking sound, and Gu Erdan stared in amazement as he watched his right hand fall to the ground, along with a large amount of bone foam. For a moment, Gu Erdan and Sarah, who saw the situation clearly, were frozen in place. Ah! My power of the king! My power of the king! Oh! Swinging his broken right hand, Gu Er kept hitting Sarah's helmet with his balls, causing it to shake. All right. Stop yelling! I'll make it up to you when we get back. Sarah pushed Gu Erdan away impatiently, and her words made Gu Erdan shut up instantly. He grabbed the severed hand on the ground and reconnected it casually. With the activation of the first-level spell bone regeneration, the broken part was restored directly. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had said so earlier, I wouldn't have screamed. Gu Erdan laughed and directed his men to help Sarah up, while signaling everyone to retreat. It's just that Sarah was injured too badly, otherwise she wouldn't have fainted just now. Especially his limbs. Not only were the bones of one hand broken into several pieces, but both legs were also severely damaged, and he basically lost the ability to move. Seeing that Sarah couldn't move at all, Gu Erdan could only order his men to carry him forward, but the problem was that this would affect their speed. Turning his head to look at the hollowed-out ruins, and then at the seriously injured Sarah, Gu Erdan touched his chin and pondered for a second, then suddenly rushed to Sarah and pulled his armor hard. Come on! Take off your clothes! Gu Erdan! Do you want to rebel? Sarah, frightened by Gu Erdan's action, struggled desperately. He knew that Gu Erdan had robbed his subordinates of their armor before, and the unlucky guy whose armor was robbed was now standing by with a helmet on his head, watching the show. But he never expected that this subordinate who risked his life to save him would be so unethical and actually planned to take advantage of his misfortune and steal his armor while his fighting power was greatly reduced. Who wants your armor? I have a use for it. Take it off quickly. Gu Erdan didn't have time to explain in detail to Sarah, and he just took off all of Sarah's armor in a rude manner. Of course, this was also the reason why Sarah gave up struggling after hearing this. Otherwise, with Sarah's strength as a 5th-level undead, even if she had been beaten to a pulp, it would still be easy for her to deal with a 2nd-level Gu Erdan. As the armor was torn off, Gu Erdan looked at Sarah and couldn't help but be slightly stunned. It's not Gu Erdan's wonder that he was stunned, because Sarah inside the armor was actually wearing a bandage outfit. The densely packed thick bandages completely tied him up like a dumpling, making him look even more mummy than a mummy. Sarah seemed to have noticed the surprise in Gu Erdan's eyes. She subconsciously raised her hands to cover her face and explained in a low voice. No one wants to see themselves become a shrunken monster. It's better to cover it up than to be an eyesore, right? TSK. You're already dead. Why do you still care about your appearance? At least you still have a face. I don't even have my entire head anymore. Do I have to find a fake head to wear? Gu Erdan complained while carrying the armor that Sarah had taken off and ran towards his younger brother. Hearing this, Sarah looked at Gu Erdan, staring at the skull on his neck that kept creaking, her mouth slightly open. After hesitating for a moment, she decided not to complain at this time. This guy actually has the nerve to talk about himself? He is carrying someone else's head right now. His vanity is even greater than mine. Gu Erdan didn't know what Sarah was thinking at the moment, otherwise he would have torn his head off and smashed it in his face. Is he using this to show off? Superficial. He is using this to save his life. If you ever encounter troubles like a dog, a wolf, or a strong enemy, throwing your head at them may very likely save your life. It is better to have someone else's head chewed than to lose your own life. Gu Erdan quickly came to the black warrior who had been stripped of his clothes, looked at him with a slight hesitation, but finally couldn't bear to do it. What a good little brother he is. He offered clothes and weapons. Although he took the initiative to rob, he didn't complain at all. Now he is naked. And when we were digging the ground just now, this guy was the one who worked the hardest. He stripped off his clothes, robbed his things, and if he were to be sold as cannon fodder, that would be too much of a shame. Shaking his head, Gu Erdan directly put the helmet in his hand on a bone frame next to him, and at the same time hurriedly put on the armor. After a busy period, Gu Erdan grabbed the skeleton soldier, whose appearance had changed drastically, and forced him under the ruins. Come! I'll give you a difficult task. See this? Sit still. Don't leave. As long as you can survive successfully, I will make you the vice captain. On the same level as the helmetless knight. You'll be called, Bone Vanguard Officer. Yes. From now on, you will be called the Bone Vanguard Officer. Vanguard Officer, just sit here. We'll go call for reinforcements first. We'll be back to support you soon. As Gu Erdan spoke, he patted him heavily on the shoulder, then turned around and ran with everyone, leaving only the newly promoted White Bone Pioneer sitting alone in the ruins. With a loud bang, Gu Erdan, who escaped, did not forget to order his subordinates to block the tunnel again to avoid being discovered. As for the pioneers who stayed there? Well, everyone will flee when disaster strikes. No one can care about anyone else, so take care of yourself. Chapter 28 Battle for the Spoils. The battle on the ground was still going on, and at this time, the skeleton General Deki had already started a real fight with the skeleton beast. The two invulnerable guys fought back and forth, which only made it difficult for the undead who were fighting around them. A large number of undead were affected by the battle and would die on the spot if they were not careful. Although there is only one level difference between the 5th level and the 4th level, the combat effectiveness of the two sides is worlds apart. Levels 1 to 3 are called low-level undead, and belong to the cannon fodder level among the undead. Levels 4 to 6 are considered mid-level undead, the elite among the elite. As for the 7th to 9th levels above, they are typical high-level undead. Not only do they have terrifying combat power, their IQs are no lower than those of living creatures. Some are even smarter than humans because they have survived for such a long time. After all, the phrase, cunning and treacherous, is no joke. This only refers to ordinary undead. The 3 undead present here are all 5th level bosses who were born in the wild from the edge areas of the undead world. They are completely different from those undead in the central area who are born with 5th level strength. They have more combat experience, sharper minds, and stronger overall combat effectiveness. It might take some time for an ordinary 5th order undead to fight against a 4th order undead. But those present, especially the skeleton beast, were able to kill it instantly. Although the two were furious, they did not really fight to the death. After all, there is no point in fighting to the death. Everyone is like a hammer hitting a weight, and no one can hit anyone else. While they were fighting, they were also looking for opportunities to dig the ground, especially the skeleton beast. Once Sarah is dug out from the ruins, this guy will definitely run away with Sarah in his mouth. After all, he is unable to cause effective damage to Deki now, and if he continues to fight like this, he will suffer in the end. It won't be too late to come back and deal with this bastard after I devour Sarah's soul and break through to the 6th level. Deki was not stupid, and he naturally knew what the giant in front of him was planning. It was just that he was too small. Although he was durable, he did not have the ability to stop the skeleton beast from digging the ground. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, with a crackling sound, the soil layer above the ruins was completely thrown away, revealing the gap below. There was no time to wonder why a hole appeared below. The skeleton beast opened its bloody mouth and bit the substitute skeleton soldier inside. The poor skeleton was still sitting there diligently following orders. When he heard the noise, he looked up and saw a skull bigger than himself, opening its mouth and biting towards him. It's clear from the look on his face that he's going to chew it like a teething stick. At this critical moment, Deki rushed out from the side, swung his hands suddenly, and the dark mist turned into chains that tightly wrapped around the body of the skeleton vanguard. He couldn't pull the huge skeleton beast. How could he pull Sarah? Using both hands, he pulled the skeleton vanguard towards him. In front of the horrified eyes of the skeleton beast, Deki carried the tightly bound skeleton vanguard on his shoulders, turned around and ran. With the chains of dead souls transformed from the ability of the land of the dead, Deki moved very quickly, as if swinging on a swing in midair, swinging dozens of meters away. Deki was running in front, and the skeleton beast was chasing behind, roaring madly while chasing, while at the same time swinging its tail to condense bone balls and throwing them desperately, trying to intercept Deki's actions. In the blink of an eye, the two of them rushed to the edge of the outermost city wall. Deki, who swung here, was accidentally hit. The chain in his hand was hit by the bone ball, and he was thrown heavily against the wall. Deki, who rolled to the ground, was very persistent. Even though he was thrown into this state, and even his helmet flew off, he was still unwilling to give up the spoils in his hand and was still holding on to the skeleton vanguard tightly. It's a pity that just because he can withstand this kind of impact doesn't mean that the Bone Vanguard can ignore it. Seeing the skeleton beast chasing him desperately, Deki struggled to stand up with one hand. Just as he was about to continue running for his life, he suddenly froze on the spot. Looking at Sarah in his arms, Deki's eyes widened. Because this enemy, which was originally extremely difficult to deal with, now has no head. Where's the fucking head? This shocking discovery almost made Deki faint on the spot. After all, the spirit fire of a normal undead is hidden in the head. Now even the head is gone. What is the point of him risking his life for so long? Carrying the corpse and searching around frantically, Deki was like an office worker who wakes up in the morning and can't find his mobile phone. He was extremely panicked. Fortunately, the trophy head did not roll too far, and Deki quickly found the familiar helmet more than 10 meters away. Deki crawled to pick up the helmet, looking at the severely shriveled helmet in his hand, a little confused. Something is wrong. Even if Sarah is not good at defense, he is still a 5th level undead. He is also a black warrior with a natural defense. That thick armor. That autistic look. It's obvious at first glance that it's a tin can. How could its defense be low? It was possible that his head would be chopped off, but it was possible that his head would be thrown off. Did you really think he was a skeleton soldier? How could he be so fragile? Besides, even if it is a skeleton soldier, after the 5th level, it will not be so fragile. Deki is the best example. There is a problem. There is definitely a problem. Could it be that this guy has some kind of innate necromancy that can separate the body? Is it the 2nd ring's limb separation technique? Or is it the 5th ring's corpse dismemberment technique? The more Deki thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. After looking at the helmet in his hand in silence for a second, he suddenly threw away the headless corpse and exerted force with both hands. The next second, the helmet visor was forcibly torn off with a click, and Deki fell into silence as he looked at the skull that appeared in front of him, frantically moving its upper and lower jaws to try to bite him. At this moment, the sound of wind was heard in his ears, and the skeleton beast came roaring and opened its bloody mouth to bite him. Hearing the noise, Deki didn't even turn his head. He just grabbed the skull with the helmet in his hand and threw it hard under the skeleton beast. Seeing this scene, the skeleton beast no longer cared about attacking Deki. It suddenly changed direction, pushed the ground with its 2 small front paws, forced an emergency brake, and caught the head at the critical moment. Without any hesitation, the skeleton beast grabbed the skeleton and turned around and ran away in a very funny way, standing up and running on 2 legs. The way it runs, swaying from side to side like a lizard, is so funny. As the skeleton beast was running, it suddenly stopped. Because the stop was too sudden, it sat on its butt and slid more than 2 meters away. Staring blankly at the skull in his hand, the skeleton beast was dumbfounded. Behind him, the sound of Deki's gnashing teeth could be heard. It's a substitution. We've been tricked. Sarah is still in the city. The skeleton beast turned around suddenly upon hearing this and happened to meet Deki's gaze. Although there was no words, the two of them understood the same message from each other's eyes. They actually made a fool of him. Truce. Go back. Kill him. Chapter 29, On the Skills of Playing Tricks. A rumbling sound was heard, and the huge skeleton beast suddenly changed direction and rushed towards the Black Warrior City with all its might. The skeleton General Deki followed closely behind, with ghostly fire trembling in his eyes, and it was obvious that he was extremely angry. They were fooled. They had been working so hard to plan for such a long time. He even used himself as bait and endured the attack of the skeleton beast in order to forcibly hold Sarah back. What is all this for? It's all for a high-level soul will-o'-the-wisp. If Deki can't eat Sarah's soul ghost fire today, he might be so angry that he will die again. Ah! The skeleton beast, which could not speak, now made a sound more ferocious than ever before. He suddenly lowered his head and rushed forward, and with a loud bang, the city wall in front of him that had been severely damaged by the bone ball was actually crashed through by him. At this time, not only the skeleton General Deki was angry, but the skeleton beast was also very angry. When he launched a sneak attack on Deki before, he was beaten up by the other man who took advantage of his strong body, small size and flexibility, and was forced to cooperate with him. After all, mutual benefit and mutual assistance are acceptable. He will not lose anything if he gets the corpse, and he will make a lot of money if he gets the soul. If he could get both, the skeleton beast felt that he could definitely take off in an instant. But now he had gained nothing, and was scolded and beaten, and his head was banged against the wall so hard that it was buzzing. What is this for? Why? He can't eat meat today. How can he face people in the future? The two men, like crazy, rushed towards the center of the city, causing bones to fly everywhere, and a large number of their subordinates died tragically at their hands. Mainly because of death at the feet of the skeleton beast. The city walls were breached one after another. Because there were no houses in the city, the two men who breached the wall could see the situation inside at a glance. The fourth wall. No. The fifth wall. No. The sixth wall. Still nothing. Just as the two guys were desperately rushing towards the last city wall, the skeleton beast suddenly stopped abruptly with its forelimbs kicking the ground, and its huge body rubbed against the ground, directly stirring up a lot of sand and dust. On his left, a small group of skeleton soldiers and black warriors were moving stealthily along the wall. This is nothing, as small groups composed of skeleton soldiers and black warriors are not uncommon in the city of black warriors. After all, the black warriors are good at fighting in small groups, and they will instinctively gather together in groups of a dozen or dozens when fighting. But the strange thing about this team is that the person standing in the middle of the team under layers of protection is not the black warrior captain, but a guy wearing tattered armor, a broken helmet on his head, his body hidden and with difficulty in movement. From a distance, it looks like a skeleton soldier, with some ribs on its back for camouflage. But who is the beast of bones? He is the hound of the god of death. His head is missing everything except his eye sockets. There are probably countless pairs of eyes on the dog-shaped skull made up of hundreds or thousands of skulls. The skeleton beast quickly discovered that there was something wrong with this team. Looking at the skeleton General Deki flying over the city wall, the beast did not choose to notify him. Instead, it suddenly bent down, crawled completely to the ground, and hid itself behind the wall. It was really difficult for him to hide behind a 2 or 3 meter high wall with such a big body. Crawling forward stealthily, trying its best to avoid Deki's sight, the skeleton beast rushed towards the team in front at a funny but swift speed. There was a loud bang, and the skeleton beast rushed out and rammed its head through the entire team. Most of the hybrid team, which numbered 40 or 50, were killed on the spot. Not only were almost all the skeleton soldiers killed in the battle, but even the black warriors in black armor suffered heavy casualties. Not caring about these small fry, nor noticing how incredibly fragile these black warriors were, the skeleton beast bit the guy hiding in the middle who was protected by layers of protection, and without saying a word, it opened its mouth and attempted to swallow him whole. Just at this moment, the wall next to him suddenly exploded, and a figure flew out from it and kicked him hard in the cheek. The skeleton beast hid really well. I don't know if it was the awakening of its hunting gene instinctively, but the skeleton beast's series of lurking movements were silent and perfect. But it depends on the situation. The giant that was screaming and squeaking beside me suddenly stopped making any noise when I turned around. Even a fool could guess that something was wrong. Deki arrived in time and kicked the tiger in an attempt to snatch the food from its mouth, but unfortunately he was still a step too late. How could the skeleton beast, with its strong willpower, let the meat in its mouth be kicked out? Even though it was knocked to the ground by this heavy kick, the skeleton beast still chose not to let go. Moreover, the moment it flew out, this guy actually rolled over on the spot, creating distance while digging the ground frantically with his front paws. Although this doggy paddling posture may seem funny, it is extremely powerful when combined with the huge size of the skeleton beast. A large amount of sand, rocks and bones flew everywhere, and Deki, who was chasing after him quickly, was hit on the spot. Not only was his body staggering, but his vision was also completely blocked by the sand and dust. What's even more terrible is that the skeleton beast immediately took advantage of the victory and pursued, condensing a huge bone ball with a flick of its tail, which hit the face of skeleton General Deki on the spot. This poor unfortunate fellow was slammed against the wall again and again. By the time he struggled to climb out, the skeleton beast had already run away. Seeing that the spoils he had worked so hard for and risked his life for were snatched away by this dead dog, Deki was furious and chased after it with a howl. Relying on the unique power of his own magic, he swung on the swing and flew towards the skeleton beast. The two 5th level undead quickly ran away one after the other. Without their participation in the battle, the ragtag army brought by these two guys began to be divided and devoured by the black warriors, and the battle ended in less than an hour. When the noise outside completely disappeared, in a cave several meters deep underground, the seriously injured Sarah struggled to look up. "It looks like the battle above is over. How about we go out and take a look?" Gu Erdan, who was sitting next to him and warming himself by the fire, stared intently at the crackling and gradually dying flames in front of him, and replied without even raising his head. "How can you guarantee that your people will win? If you stop fighting, it's possible that your people will be wiped out. Let's wait a little longer." "Wait? How long do we have to wait? 1 day, 2 days, 1 week, 2 weeks, who cares? We undead are immortal anyway, so we can just slowly consume it." Gu Erdan was not anxious at all. Ever since he found out that he had become a ghost and no longer had to worry about his lifespan, Gu Erdan no longer liked to take risks no matter what he did. But not taking risks doesn't mean not seeking death. Right now, he is doing a very outrageous experiment. That is to light a fire in a closed cave, which consumes the already limited oxygen. If a living person were sitting here, he would have suffocated due to lack of oxygen by now. But Gu Erdan is different. He is an undead now and does not need to breathe at all, so he wants to try whether a skeleton can produce a feeling of suffocation. To put it simply, he just has nothing better to do. Chapter 30, Aura in Despair. The team hiding deep underground didn't stay hidden for long in the end. Sarah is an impatient person. Not only does she do things in a hurry, but she also likes to take risks to win. This can be seen from the fact that when he was attacked by a powerful enemy, he not only did not think about how to strengthen the defense, but instead took the initiative to attract the undead to advance in an attempt to forcibly expand his military strength. After waiting in the cave for a while, Sarah, whose patience was gradually running out, still commanded the soldiers to dig up the ground. However, he was cautious in his actions. He only sent out one person the first time. After confirming that the surroundings were safe and that his side had won, he led his men out. As for Gu Erdan, with all his followers gone, he naturally couldn't choose to remain in the small dark room. When he came to the ground and looked at the devastated city, Gu Erdan was secretly shocked. The destructive power of that skeleton beast was truly terrifying. When it moved, it was like a landslide or an earth-shattering earthquake. If it hadn't been for this behemoth attacking the city wall, the city wouldn't have fallen so quickly. But Sarah is the king of the Black Warriors after all. Even though the skeleton beast and the skeleton General Deki seem to have the advantage, this is actually just an illusion. Relying on the cannon fodder they had collected with great effort, the two were able to create a brief period of time to duel with Sarah, and this was only possible if Sarah took the initiative to stand up and accept the fight. If Sarah chooses to avoid fighting, the two will eventually be driven out of the city by the Dark Warrior Legion, but the Dark Warrior's losses will probably be very high. After all, when the skeleton beast deals with undead lower than him, its lethality is extremely terrifying. They have retreated temporarily. Without the skeleton legion to draw fire for them, the two of them dare not come and confront the Black Warrior Legion head-on. We are still safe for a short period of time. Sarah, who was seriously injured, commanded the Black Warriors to go to the canyon behind to lure the new skeletons into the city, while staggering back to the core area of the city, while not forgetting to explain to Gu Erdan. In less than a moment, the departing Black Warriors returned, and thousands of skeleton soldiers appeared again behind them. Sarah raised her hand and began to absorb the souls of the skeleton soldiers again to heal herself and the Black Warrior Legion's injuries. Gu Erdan was standing nearby. He turned his head to look at the blood rose flag inserted nearby, and his eyebrows suddenly frowned. "Those two guys are here for your soul, will-o'-the-wisp, right?" "Yes, although the undead are immortal, they also have a fatal flaw, that is, the growth cycle is too long. If they grow naturally, it may take 100 years to upgrade to a higher level. Devouring soul will-o'-the-wisp is fast enough, but the premise is that they must devour soul will-o'-the-wisp of the same level or higher than their own. This area belongs to the periphery of the land of the dead, and the number of 5th-level skeletons is limited. Therefore, we always try our best to kill each other in order to evolve our own souls." After Sarah's explanation, Gu Erdan nodded continuously, but his doubts grew stronger. Raising his hand and pointing at the flag beside him, Gu Erdan looked at the skulls above, especially the fifth order bullhead skull at the top, his eyes full of confusion. But don't you have a ready-made 5th level soul will-o'-the-wisp here? Why don't they take it away, but choose to fight you to death? Why? Your soul incense? Pfft, where does the soul smell from? It only looks at the grade. As for why those two guys don't come to take the soul. Sarah looked up at the bullhead skull, a smile appeared in her eyes, and suddenly reached out to take off the skull and handed it directly to Gu Erdan. See for yourself. What are you looking at? Oh my gosh! Gu Erdan, who was originally puzzled, his expression changed drastically the moment he got the skull. The soul ghost fire, which was originally of the 5th grade, turned into a 2nd grade light green flame as he raised his hand to touch it. Realizing that something was wrong, Gu Erdan suddenly turned on the system. The next second, the information about the flame in his hand appeared in front of him. Name: 2nd level soul will-o'-the-wisp. Status: consumable. Skill: 1st ring Undead spell Giant Formation. 2nd ring Necromancer spell, Soul Disguise. Introduction: you may be able to scare away pigs by dressing up as a tiger, but it may also attract hunters. Fake! Looking at the fake in his hand, Gu Erdan screamed, causing Sarah beside him to shake her head and smile. Of course it's fake. If it were real, I would have swallowed it up long ago. How could I have hung it on the flag as bait? Sarah raised her hand to take the skull and put it back on the flag, her tone cheerful. This guy's innate magic is very special. He can disguise his soul aura to the highest level of the 6th order, and his body can even grow larger. He looks very intimidating. I was shocked at the time. Later, I organized a team and planned for several months to hunt him down by force. Who would have thought that this guy was just a 2nd order fake? Thinking of the past, Sarah felt angry and amused. Later, I thought this thing could come in handy, so I hung it here. It has indeed provided me with a lot of help during this period. Last time, when Decay and the skeleton beast invaded, it was thanks to this thing that I lured the skeleton beast away, and was able to barely repel their combined forces. It's a pity that it can only be fooled once. Now they won't be fooled again. Yeah, they won't be fooled again. Gu Erdan nodded upon hearing this, his tone somewhat worried. I'm afraid our little trick of replacing the prince with a cat won't fool them again. These two guys weren't seriously injured. We just need to gather a bunch of cannon fodder to fight back. But you, how long will it take for your injury to recover? It's no wonder that Gu Erdan was so worried, as Sarah was indeed seriously injured at this time. Hearing what Gu Erdan said, Sarah smiled and shook her head. Don't worry. The undead are not afraid of getting hurt. As long as the soul fire is not damaged, I can repair the physical injuries by absorbing some soul fire. I will be fine in a while. That's good news, but the problem is that even if you recover, you're still no match for them. He scratched the bald skull but was nearly bitten by the head. Gu Erdan slapped the skull viciously, while not forgetting to express his concerns. And his words also made Sarah fall into silence. The two people on the opposite sides had obviously found a way to attack together, and I was no longer their match alone. What should I do if they attack me again next time? Stop them by force? You might die on the spot. But if he didn't stop them and let the two of them kill without restraint, how many rounds of slaughter could his black warriors survive? Using the cannon fodder recruited by the other side to exchange for the Black Warrior Legion that you have worked hard to build over so many years is definitely a losing deal. We must come up with new countermeasures. Just as Sarah was racking her brains to think of a solution, Gu Erdan looked up at the flag and his eyes suddenly lit up. I have a way that may help me avoid this crisis, or even turn defeat into victory. Chapter 31, The Second Siege. Time flies in the blink of an eye, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 days have passed since the last war. During these 10 days, the skeleton beast and Decay were very busy. They are busy recruiting soldiers. In the last battle, the skeleton beast ran dozens of miles with the trophy in its mouth, but was eventually caught up by the skeleton general Decay, who beat him up. Even the spoils that were swallowed by the skeleton beast were forcibly dug out by Decay. Just looking at the skeleton soldier wearing black warrior armor in front of them, Decay and the skeleton beast fell silent. It was obvious that they had been fooled again, which made the two of them furious. If their remaining rationality had not told them that they would be attacked by everyone if they went back now, the two of them would probably have turned around and chosen to fight Sarah to the death. The spoils that were about to be won were replaced, which forced Skeleton General Deki and the Skeleton Beast to work together again. Reluctance is one reason, fear is another. Originally in their memories, Sarah was a dark warrior who was very good at fighting but had no brains. Although he has a huge force and many followers, he is a little too rigid. With the advantage of being an expert, there is a great chance that I can lure him out and successfully behead him. But at this moment, this series of shady tricks made them both feel a little creepy. Could it be that the idiot on the other side has finally come to his senses? Has he finally learned to play tricks? If he is allowed to grow up, with a legion of soldiers and a smart brain, will there be any place for them to stay nearby? I'm afraid that if they are given a few years to develop, the situation will turn into someone else leading the army to hunt them down. What? You mean leaving the area and finding another way to make a living? Do you really think that only here are level 5 undead? The territory of the undead world is divided into regions. Each region has its own leader. If the two of them really dared to go to other places, the leader of that area would definitely not mind joining forces to tear them apart, just like the two of them joined forces to deal with Sarah. After all, if you encounter a lone strong man of the same level, especially one who comes uninvited, only a fool would let him go. Joining forces to stop the invasion of foreign strongmen is the unspoken rule of the undead world. After all, if you don't deal with them, these foreign guys may take root, form their own forces after a few years, and begin to encroach on your territory. Rather than giving the other party a chance to grow, the wisest choice is to eliminate them when they are unstable. The regional divisions in the world of the dead are very clear, with each territory pieced together to form a large map. There is a shortage of resources in the marginal areas, and the newly born undead are either skeleton soldiers or mummies, and their strength does not exceed the second level at most. Therefore, there are basically no high-level skeletons willing to grow here, and the strongest is only around the 5th level. The closer to the center, the stronger the newly born undead are, and the more terrifying the leader's power is. It is rumored that the newly born undead in the core position have the strength of the 5th level at birth, and the leader there is the master of this undead world, the legendary god of the dead. Under him, there are 8 demigod-level warriors. They are the legendary undead monarchs. These 8 bosses each command an area, and each of them has his own direct generals under his command, who are undead lords whose strength can rival that of legendary heroes in the world. Needless to say, gods are existences beyond normal cognition. Demigods are also called subordinate gods or subordinate gods. They are a realm that humans cannot reach at all. Either you have the bloodline of a god, or you have some means to advance to a god. Otherwise, no matter how talented you are, you cannot enter this realm. Beings below demigods are called legendary heroes or legendary saints among humans. They are at the pinnacle of ordinary combat power, and the strongest beings below gods. In the world of the dead, he is also called the Lord of the Dead, and in the world of demons he is called the Demon Lord. The 2 men who were determined to defeat them began to collect their subordinates separately. Moreover, they did not collect them blindly, but each of them formed a circular route, circling around the city of the Black Warrior. They were clearing out the resurrected undead near the Black Warrior's city to prevent Sarah from continuing to lure the undead to attack the city and expand her military forces. This method of cutting off food and water supply is like cutting off the firewood from under the fire. Relying on the fact that Sarah dared not leave the city to fight, the 2 of them could completely deplete all the combat power of the Black Warrior city bit by bit. Once all the Dark Warriors are dead, I'm afraid these 2 guys will start chasing and attacking Sarah. While the 2 were busy outside, new planning was also underway in the city. Whether it is the Black Warrior or the Skeleton Soldier, they are all doing one thing at this moment. That is to dig. Dig deep. From the front of the first wall, a huge trench was dug that went straight to the 7th wall and ran through the entire city. This trench is more than 20 meters wide and 6 or 7 meters deep. From a distance, it looks like a moat dug inside the city. Once this trench appeared, the originally impregnable city wall defense line was completely destroyed. Fortunately, the low-level undead have low IQs, do not know how to question or complain, and do not know how to get tired, and have been working hard without complaint. If a living person were faced with such suicidal behavior, he would have quit long ago. In the early morning of the next day, the black sun burst into flames again, causing batches of undead to crawl out of the earth. The black warriors guarding the city walls also sounded the alarm. In the distance, under the sunlight that had just appeared, a black army of undead was coming from afar. The one running in the front was not someone else but the skeleton beast that ignored the city wall. A rumbling sound was heard, and a bone ball flew over first, directly blowing down the city wall. As the skeleton beast lowered its head and rammed the city gate, it directly broke the huge city gate, and a new round of siege began. On the seventh city wall, Sarah stood fully armed, surrounded by a large number of black warriors. However, Gu Erdan was not here at this moment. Just as he was looking at the battlefield in the distance, the ground under the third city wall began to tremble, and then a large number of skeleton rats broke through the soil and spread out from it. Following closely behind were a large number of undead creatures. The underground team is coming. Deki, who led the troops out of the ground, looked at the huge tunnel next to him with a puzzled look, and didn't understand why Sarah wanted to seek death. Wouldn't such a straight giant road allow the undead to jump over the city wall defenses and directly kill their way into the innermost part? Although the black warriors stand on both sides of the tunnel, they can carry out high-intensity long-range attacks and effectively kill the undead. But Dekai and the skeleton beast are not afraid of losses among the undead. Not to mention that the undead are different from humans. They also have good climbing abilities. Even if some of them can't climb up, they can still rush up by stepping on the corpses of their companions. Their fearlessness of death means that no psychological tactics will have any effect on them. Deki, who was confused, didn't take it to heart and commanded his troops to rush directly towards Sarah. Still the old method. The cannon fodder troops are everywhere, forcing the black warriors to scatter and fight. At that time, Deki and the skeleton beast will slaughter the black warrior crazily, forcing Sarah to stand up and fight. If Sarah is unwilling to stand up, the two are fully confident that they can kill all his black warriors after 5 rounds of attrition warfare. At that time, Sarah was left alone and had no place to reinforce her troops. The only outcome was that she was killed by the 2 men. Faced with Deki's blatant conspiracy, Sarah subconsciously turned his head to look behind him. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and led the soldiers to jump off the city wall. Seeing that Sarah once again chose to take the initiative to fight, Deki and the skeleton beast's eyes lit up, and they rushed towards him frantically. Chapter 32: Temptation from the Soul. Black fog filled the air. Lights shone everywhere. Bone balls kept falling from the sky. 3 5th-level undead whose strength far surpassed that of others once again engaged in a desperate fight at the third city wall. At this time, Sarah was at an absolute disadvantage. He did not have the iron bones of Deki, nor the thick skin and flesh of the skeleton beast. Although the attack power has an absolute advantage, when the mage fights with a meat shield, he is still sandwiched between 2 meat shields. This is more than just a disadvantage. As for the city walls, a large number of troops were also fighting each other. Although the troops brought by the 2 could not defeat Sarah's Black Warrior Legion and Skeleton Legion, it was easy to delay them for a while. There was another roar, and a huge bone ball fell from the sky. Sarah rolled over in panic to avoid it, while sticking one hand on the ground. The soul gathered in the palm of the hand exploded. Soul Blast spell activated. The entire ground was lifted up more than half a meter. Deki, who was originally preparing to use magic to control Sarah's movement, was blown away on the spot. "It seems you are prepared. It's a pity that your soul fire can only save you a few times." After rolling several times, Dekai stood firm on one leg, and at the same time, he pointed his finger, and a large amount of black air spread out from his body. It turned into countless ferocious ghosts and pounced on Sarah. 4th ring spell. Land of the Dead. Sarah was already exhausted at this time. His 5-ring spell was indeed powerful. The damage was so terrible that it could even pose a threat to the skeleton General Deki. But great power also means great consumption. Deki's Land of the Dead is a 4th ring spell, and it focuses on control, so the consumption is not obvious. As for the skeleton beast's bone ball attack, that's a 1st level innate spell. It consumes almost nothing. The reason why it is so lethal is purely because of its large size. In a war of attrition, Sarah was no match at all, But if they wanted to end the battle quickly, the two cooperating people would not completely deny him any chances. Seeing Sarah getting weaker and weaker, the two seemed to see the hope of victory. The greed in their eyes became more and more obvious, and they began to guard against each other carefully, so as to prevent the other side from reaping the final rewards. Just when the overall situation was about to be decided, a silent wave suddenly came from the sky. This is the trembling of the soul. The soldiers on both sides who were fighting suddenly froze and turned their heads to look into the distance. Even the skeleton beast and Dekai, who were fighting each other, couldn't help but stop and look towards the canyon with puzzled expressions. Strange? The fluctuation of the 5th level soul will-o'-the-wisp? How could there be an ownerless 5th level soul will-o'-the-wisp here? The sudden unexpected situation made Deki and the skeleton beast look at each other in confusion. The two of them had worked so hard to plan for such a long time, scheming against each other, all for a 5th level soul ghost fire. You can imagine how difficult it is to obtain flames of this level. At this moment, a 5th level ghost fire suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and was exposed by someone who had plundered the natural resources. It was left to dissipate naturally. It was just like a person taking out 10 million and then lighting a fire to keep warm in front of everyone. As if he suddenly understood something, Deki looked up at Sarah and couldn't help but reveal a sneer in his eyes. What? Do you think we will run towards it? Stop imagining, idiot! We know the details of this flame. It's that imposter, right? This little trick can't save you. Deki thought that this was Sarah's way of breaking the impasse, and that she wanted to lure them over to snatch the flame in order to avoid this difficulty. Sarah sneered when she heard this. Of course I know they can't lead you away, and I don't plan to lead you away. Or rather, if you leave, that would be trouble. As soon as the words fell, a crackling sound was heard. Deki and the skeleton beast looked back suddenly, only to see that the soldiers on both sides had stopped fighting and were rushing towards the direction of the will-o'-the-wisp like a tide. Because of the barrier of the city wall, these brainless skeletons jumped into the deep pit without hesitation. They saw people surging below the deep pit, and the trench was almost filled up. There were no obstacles or ambushes along the way, and more than 20,000 undead rushed to the deepest part of the canyon. The battlefield, which was in chaos just now, suddenly became quiet. Listening to the whistling wind in their ears, Deki and the skeleton beast looked a little solemn. You sent the miscellaneous soldiers away? Do you think you can beat the two of us in a one-on-one duel? Of course not. I am no match for you two on my own, but have you forgotten one thing? Sarah slowly stood up from the ground, drew the sword from her waist, and leaned against the ground. The next moment, an inexplicable breath spread. There was a continuous rumbling sound. Walls collapsed in all directions. Armors appeared from the ground. A large number of black warriors buried here appeared one after another. Nearly 100 black warriors with the strength of the 3rd level surrounded the two of them tightly. And further away, a large number of black warriors gathered from all directions. This is... Looking at the black warrior army rushing towards him, the ghost fire in Deki's eyes kept trembling, and he instantly understood Sarah's plan. And Sarah also grinned at this time. I am the king of the black warriors. Your cannon fodder army and my skeleton cannon fodder will indeed disobey orders after encountering the temptation of high-level soul will-o'-the-wisp. But these black warriors who belong only to me will not be like that. They will be loyal to me. They will always obey my orders. Sarah raised the sword in her hand and pointed it in the direction of Deki and the skeleton beast with a sharp look in her eyes. Now, tell me who has the upper hand. The black warriors who were originally fighting in small groups on each city wall rushed towards the center of the city like a tide. If you were really surrounded by these thousands of black warriors, let alone a 5th level undead, even if a real high-level undead came, you would be dead as long as you couldn't break out. He tried to command the cannon fodder to come over for support, but found that these brainless guys had been completely bewitched by the soul ghost fire, and did not obey his command at all. Deki was so angry that he suddenly shattered the soul fragments in his soul. Several 4th level undead who were originally mixed in the undead army and were marching towards the canyon fell to the ground and lost their lives on the spot. The ghost fire of their souls spread out, trying to float into the sky, but the surrounding undead took the opportunity to devour them madly. The tunnel, which had been relatively orderly before, suddenly became chaotic. Some were fighting, some were robbing, some were eating will-o'-the-wisp fire, and some were trying desperately to squeeze forward. There was countless noise at once. However, no one paid attention to the battle in the tunnel at this time. The Black Warriors all possess basic wisdom, and most importantly, the soul pressure of the Black Warrior King is enough to overwhelm the temptation of the 5th level ghost fire. In the entire castle, only these Black Warriors did not run deep into the tunnel, but began to prepare to surround and kill the skeleton beast and Dekai. Seeing this scene, Deki knew that he would die if he stayed any longer, so he quickly turned around and yelled, "Skeleton beast! Retreat together!" But what responded to him was a loud bang. The skeleton beast suddenly turned around and ran, relying on its huge size to break through the defense line that the Black Warriors had not yet formed, climbed up the wall, and rushed into the distance. When Deki saw this, his face changed and he hurriedly took a step forward and wanted to rush out. But the problem is that his size is limited and his speed is not as fast as the skeleton beast. When trying to swing away with the help of the black mist chains, Deki, who had jumped into the air, was hit down by more than 20 javelins and was surrounded by the Black Warriors when he landed. Among these Black Warriors, Sarah held a gun in one hand and a sword in the other, with murderous intent in her eyes. "Don't leave! To avoid being surrounded and killed by you guys in the future. You must leave one of you behind today no matter what." Chapter 33, Gu Erdan. Once again, Gu Erdan came to the depths of the canyon, leaning against the flag and listlessly snapping his fingers. Above the flag, the bull-headed skull had its skull smashed, and the ghost fire inside began to gradually dissipate, while the disguised fifth-order soul fluctuations continued to spread. This is the source of the fluctuation of the 5th-level ghost fire, and it is also the solution that Gu Erdan came up with. The other side relies on their numbers, right? Then we should find a way to make them smaller. Lead all the cannon fodder here. As long as the two fail to react immediately, the Black Warriors who will not be affected will definitely be able to stop them. It is impossible to stop and kill both of them, but it should not be a big problem to forcibly hold one of them back and cooperate with Sarah to kill him. As for whether the two will cooperate with each other to escape together? If they really had this kind of brains, would they have done things like stealing the spoils before? He grabbed a spear nearby and swung it out with a snap, directly breaking the arm of the skeleton soldier who was plotting to do something bad. After doing all this, Gu Erdan glared at him fiercely, and the skeleton soldier was scared so much that he quickly dodged away. I have to say that the temptation of the 5th-level soul ghost fire is indeed great. It is obvious that these skeleton soldiers have signed a soul oath with Gu Erdan, and the soul fragments are in Gu Erdan's hands. And it was all right under his nose. But even in this situation, this group of skeleton soldiers were still tempted by instinct and wanted to take the flame. No wonder this flame attracted all the undead in the city. The rumbling sound of footsteps was heard, and dense swarms of undead came in overwhelming numbers, looking like a tide from a distance. Gu Erdan was so frightened when he saw this scene that his whole body trembled. He turned around and fled in a hurry, and threw the flag where it lay. To take the flag at this time is simply courting death. Whoever carries this deadly banner will be targeted. Don't you just want that flame? Give it to them. He led his younger brothers and hurriedly hid in a hiding place that had been dug long ago. He blocked the entrance of the cave with bones, leaving only some small gaps. Through the gap, Gu Erdan looked at the undead fighting in a ball outside and couldn't help but smack his lips. What a grand scene this is. A group of 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th level undead are fighting each other like crazy. Anyone who dares to touch that flame will be chopped off on the spot. Gu Erdan had just witnessed with his own eyes a tall and strong 4th-level undead mummy being bitten in the crotch by a 1st-level skeleton rat just because he had eaten that soul ghost fire. With the temptation of higher-level flames, this group of low-level undead completely ignored the level suppression. Even the 1st-level skeleton soldiers dared to use their big bone sticks to hit the heads of the 4th-level undead. They were so arrogant. And as more and more undead died in battle, the scene became more and more chaotic. Some guys who couldn't snatch the 5th-level ghost fire began to fight for the souls of those who died in the battle, which led to more fighting and the deaths of more undead. Look! Look at those idiots outside! This is what happens when you don't have a brain! Looking at the chaotic fight outside, Gu Erdan shook his head and sighed, while directing the skeleton soldiers to go over and use bones to support the bunker. At the same time, he ordered the 10 black warriors following him to keep a close eye on the skeletons, and not let these idiots do anything stupid. Raising his hands to hug the left and right bodyguards on both sides, Gu Erdan shook his head in complacency. So when you look for a boss, you have to find a smart one, like me. Don't look at my low strength. But I have a good brain. Look. Those powerful people out there are still being fooled. The 2 younger brothers hugged by Gu Erdan were none other than his left and right bodyguards whom he had recently promoted. The one on the left is the helmetless knight, the black warrior whose armor was forcibly stripped by Gu Erdan, and now he is appointed as the deputy captain. The one on the right was the skeleton soldier who sacrificed himself half a month ago and was threatened to put on Sarah's armor and become Sarah's number 1 substitute. He is now called the Bone Vanguard and is also the deputy captain. There was originally a third person, who was the skeleton warrior number 2 who was disguised by Gu Erdan in the second round, pretending to be Sarah and leading a team of cannon fodder to lure the skeleton beast and Deki out of the city. It's a pity that the guy was unlucky and died on the spot, so Gu Erdan now has only 2 deputy captains. Patting the 2 men on the shoulders, Gu Erdan looked serious. You 2 have been with me for a long time. You have made great achievements in the war. When I become successful, you will definitely have a place by my side. Before he could finish his words, the pile of bones used as cover suddenly exploded. It turned out that a large skeleton soldier was thrown away and directly knocked the cover open. As the shelter disappeared, the people hiding in the pit were exposed, and the undead fighting around them pounced on them without any hesitation. Because Gu Erdan, who is at the innermost part, has a 4th-level soul ghost fire in his body that has not been fully digested. A 2nd-level trash. How dare he take such a valuable treasure? Let's fight him. The frightened Gu Erdan pushed out the 2 capable generals around him without thinking, and hurriedly ran to the innermost part. Protect the Emperor! A miserable howl sounded, and 10 black warriors hurriedly formed a shield wall in front of him. As for those skeleton soldiers, looking at a large number of skeleton soldiers who were excitedly running towards the high-level soul ghost fire in the distance, and completely ignoring his commands, Gu Erdan stomped his feet in anger. Fortunately, there were still some loyal skeleton brothers who followed orders and stood in front of him, forming a complete line of defense with the black warriors. This includes the White Bone Vanguard. Seeing that the skeleton vanguard was so loyal, Gu Erdan was so excited that tears filled his eyes. He pulled it and the helmetless knight into the innermost part of the team. Good brother! So loyal! Come on! Don't stand so far away! Stand in front of me! I'm shy! Hiding behind the 2 deputy captains, Gu Erdan looked cautiously at the battlefield ahead, always peeking out, fearing that he would be shot in the head by others. At this time, the undead outside had already started fighting with his team. Fortunately, the cave was deep enough and the terrain was narrow, so they avoided the fate of being attacked by a group. As for why they dug so deep, it was because Gu Erdan learned a bloody lesson from the last time. The fighting continued. Although Gu Erdan's side was strong in both men and horses, the problem was that the undead outside were not weak either. Especially when a 4th-level undead targeted them and the black warriors used up their javelins, Gu Erdan's front line began to fail. Just when Gu Erdan was considering whether to pull off his head and pretend to be dead, reinforcements finally arrived. With Deki's head hanging around her waist, Sarah led the black warriors into the scene. They quickly found the location of Gu Erdan and the others. They dealt with the 4th-level undead like a god descending from heaven. A large number of green souls exploded, transformed into colorful lights, instantly ripped the 4th-level undead into pieces. Sarah led a large group of troops into the cave, and saw Gu Erdan rushing towards them, and she hugged him tightly. And Gu Erdan also cried out in tears. Boss! You're finally here! While shouting, the skull on his head took a bite of Sarah. It's not an adjective, it means he really took a bite of Sarah, a very hard bite. This successfully earned Sarah a slap in the face, causing the skull to spin 3 times on the spot. Chapter 34, Regaining Control of the Territory. All right. It's all right now. Stop hugging me so tightly. What do you mean it's all right? You don't know how dangerous it was just now. If you had come 2 seconds later, I would have thrown these 2 capable men, plus the guy on my neck out as bait. Aren't they your trusted and beloved generals? Yes. Then you still have the heart to push? My life is almost gone. What's the point of talking about a beloved general? Don't even mention a beloved general in this situation. It's useless even if he is my beloved concubine. Gu Erdan cried and complained about the danger he had just encountered. When he was wiping his face, he was bitten twice by the skull on his neck. He was so angry that he slapped the skull twice. Sarah looked helpless as she saw Gu Erdan starting to beat himself again. All right, the Black Warriors will take care of them. Let's go back. Go back? Did you handle them? Hearing the word, go back, Gu Erdan leaned over to look at the skull on Sarah's waist, then looked at Decky's head as white as jade, and asked a question even though he knew the answer. This kind of question naturally received the expected answer. It's done. Even though we only took down one, the only one left is the skeleton beast. It can no longer pose a threat to me. Sarah grabbed Decky's head and shook it with a smile in her eyes. Another 5th level soul. As long as I eat it, I will be one step closer to becoming a 6th level undead. Congratulations. Upon hearing this, Gu Erdan hurriedly congratulated him. He was not dissatisfied with Sarah for wanting to take the 5th level soul ghost fire for herself. One reason is that he is the boss. Although I have made some suggestions, the boss is still the boss after all. How can the boss drink the soup while his subordinates eat the meat? As for the second one, it is because Gu Erdan doesn't care about this thing, at least not at this moment. Now Gu Erdan is just a level 2 undead. To him now, there is not much difference between level 3 and level 5 ghost fire. What's more, there is still a level 4 that has not been digested in his body, which is enough for him in a short period of time. Listening to Gu Erdan's congratulations, Sarah glanced at him, and after confirming that Gu Erdan was not dissatisfied, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He is actually not a very selfish person. If he was not in a hurry to improve his strength, he would not mind sharing this will-o'-the-wisp with Gu Erdan. Seeing that Gu Erdan was not angry, Sarah finally felt relieved. If an intelligent companion whom he had finally met in the past few years felt resentful about this, he really wouldn't know what to do. The main force returned, leaving only more than 100 black warriors to cooperate with the skeleton soldiers who were still willing to obey orders to hunt down the undead in this area. Gu Erdan followed Sarah back to the city, and along the way the two began to discuss a new action plan. After dealing with Decky, only the skeleton beast was left, which was no longer a threat. Sarah planned to counterattack and lead the black warriors to encircle and suppress that guy. For such large creatures, military encirclement and suppression is simply the most appropriate hunting method. If Sarah hadn't been afraid of forcing the two to join forces to counterattack and cause too much casualties to her own troops, she would have been confident that she could keep both of them. However, Sarah and Gu Erdan, who were leaving, did not notice that the ghost fires in the heads of the fallen undead in the canyon did not float up. Instead, they slowly dispersed and turned into stars, flying away along the ground, and finally gathered in the deepest part of the canyon. There, on the rock wall formed by piles of pitch-black bones, lines began to light up. A few seconds later, there was a cracking sound, and a crack appeared in the rock wall. A blood-red eyeball appeared from it, followed by the second, and the third, gradually covering the entire rock wall. The scattered enemies in the city were dealt with, and the undead in the canyon were also slaughtered. After 3 days of preparation, Sarah, along with Gu Erdan and the Black Warrior Legion, set out in a mighty force to hunt the skeleton beast. A legion of thousands of black warriors is enough to keep any 5th level undead away. Sarah had already figured out the enemy's background, including where that guy's lair was. In fact, Sarah has already explored not only the lair of the skeleton beast, but also every area in the surrounding area clearly. This made Gu Erdan even more certain that Sarah was a soldier when she was alive. Otherwise she would not have such a decisive character, and she would definitely not have such professional knowledge of marching and fighting. Sarah even spent these years drawing a map. A hand-drawn map that was exquisite and comparable to a military map. Mountains, streams, powerful enemies and types of undead in various places are all recorded on it in detail. This guy still says he's not a soldier. But Sarah is only a 5th level undead after all, and he also understands the rules of the undead world. Rashly going to other places would be tantamount to challenging the authority of the local leaders and would inevitably lead to a war. Therefore, the map in his hand actually only recorded in detail an area within a radius of 80 kilometers. And this area is equivalent to his territory. As long as he is not dead, the 5th level undead from other areas will not and dare not rashly set foot here. After all, the overall strength of the Black Warrior King Sarah is enough to stand at the top in this nearby marginal area. The huge team set out, but unfortunately they ended up empty-handed. TTKN? Looking at the empty cave in front of her, Sarah shook her head in frustration. It seems that he is not a fool. He has already run away. Gu Erdan, who was standing next to him, frowned when he heard this. Where can he run to? Who knows? If they stay here, they will die. They should take the risk and run to other territories. Sarah looked up at the sky, watching the gradually dimming sun, and waved suddenly. Let's go back. Back to where? Just back to the old nest like this. Of course not. We have come out here with great difficulty. How can we return empty-handed? Besides, now that the crisis has been resolved, we should resume our previous combat strategy. Sarah took out the map and tapped the marks on it with a serious look. Divide into teams of 10 and spread out to hunt down the 3rd level undead and above in this area. Collect soul will-o'-the-wisp to create soldiers. I have lost a lot of black warriors during this period and I must replenish them. At the same time, we must also patrol this area to see if there are any uninvited guests from outside. Is that what you did before? Yes, this is my territory. I haven't cleaned up this land for a long time because I was busy fighting with them. Now it's time to collect the rent. The huge army left the cave and gradually walked away. After they had completely walked away, the empty cave suddenly trembled slightly, and then a piece of ground was seen lifting up slightly, and a large number of ghostly green fires emerged from it. After watching everyone leave, the skeleton beast hiding underground breathed a sigh of relief, then carefully crouched down again, and the originally raised ground closed up again. He no longer had the strength to fight against Sarah, and unfortunately he had completely offended her. He didn't dare to run to other territories, for fear of being hunted down by the local 5th level skeletons. The skeleton beast sighed and could only choose to endure. Forget it, I'll sleep with him for 3 to 5 years first. When there's a chance to make a comeback, it won't be too late to come out. Chapter 35, An Unexpected Event. The wind was howling, and the air in the world of the dead began to get colder. I wonder if there are 4 seasons here as well: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Anyway, Gu Erdan had no feeling because he didn't have the sense of touch. At this time, Gu Erdan was sitting in a high sedan chair, and several skeleton soldiers were responsible for carrying the sedan chair. There are also dozens of 3rd level black warriors and hundreds of 2nd level skeleton soldiers guarding them. Now he has upgraded his weapons to more advanced ones. Since helping Sarah defeat the powerful enemy and regain the territory, Gu Erdan has become the 2nd in command of the Black Warrior City. He has hundreds of black warriors and nearly 1,000 skeleton minions under his command. He is mainly responsible for leading the team to search for and hunt down 3rd and 4th level undead. Under normal circumstances, he is not required to take action himself. It actually makes no difference whether he, a 2nd level undead, takes action or not. If he meets someone he cannot defeat, he will still be defeated even if he goes up to him. It is impossible for a coward like him to go up to him. More than 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye, and more than 6 months have passed since I became a skeleton soldier. Gu Erdan has recently felt that he is about to break through to the 3rd level, and this is entirely due to his nouveau riche devouring method. Completely ignoring whether it would be a waste of resources, he devoured the ghost fires in a method that was like exploiting natural resources to grow. In just 3 months, Gu Erdan had used up 1 4th level ghost fire and 11 3rd level ghost fires. Gu Erdan, sitting in the sedan chair, was feeling very proud. Stage 3. What a wonderful stage. As long as he breaks through to the 3rd level, Gu Erdan will be able to immediately transform his subordinates. By then, with more than 1,000 3rd level skeleton soldiers as guards, Gu Erdan will even have the strength to compete with Sarah's Black Warrior Legion. The most important thing is that he can have as many followers of this level as he wants. But what about Sarah? 3 months have passed, and Sarah has only added more than 400 black warriors. Moreover, After devouring the 5th level soul ghost fire, Sarah had to choose to consume low-level ghost fires to grow, which greatly reduced his speed in creating soldiers. After watching Sarah working hard to create her subordinates several times, Gu Erdan felt very happy. What the hell is the king of the Black Warriors? That's it. He is totally unqualified compared to me. To create a younger brother, I have to choose the corpse. Look at yourself. As long as you have enough energy and have followers, you can advance to the next level with just a clap of your palms. The speed is outrageous. The only pity is that this broken system can only strengthen the younger brother. Why can't he strengthen himself? Looking at his system panel, Gu Erdan couldn't help but sigh. Name: Gu Erdan. Identity: 2nd level skeleton guard, level 2 peak. Skill: 1st ring undead spell, bone regeneration. 2nd ring undead spell, low level bone strengthening. Energy accumulated: 1974567 points. Looking at his own data and the energy he had worked so hard to accumulate over this period of time, Gu Erdan slapped his head in frustration. The skull on his head made crackling sounds from the blow, and he couldn't reach it to bite him. I worked so hard for more than 3 months, even killing rubbish undead like skeleton rats. I finally managed to accumulate so much wealth. If I could use energy to strengthen myself, I would be able to take off right away and become a skeleton lord in an instant. If he had been given the chance to strengthen, it would have been a decisive victory. Unfortunately, he didn't. With a sigh, Gu Erdan leaned back in his chair and glared. To be precise, it was the skull that was glaring. This mortal enemy who almost killed Gu Erdan before was still alive and kicking, and had been strengthened by Gu Erdan to the peak of the 2nd level. When he had nothing to do, Gu Erdan liked to slap him twice, whether he was doing something wrong or not. The skull didn't tolerate him. As long as he dared to put his hand close to it, it would bite him without saying a word. The two guys have been loving and hating each other for more than 3 months, but now, instead of resolving their hatred, the fight is getting more and more intense. The large army marched towards the city of the Black Warrior in a mighty manner. Gu Erdan was out for a full half-month this time and gained a lot. A 1st-level skeleton soul, if absorbed, can provide 1 to 10 points of energy to Gu Erdan's system. The 2nd order is between 11 and 50, the 3rd order is between 51 and 100, and the 4th order is between 101 and 1000. As for the 4th level and above, Gu Erdan was not sure, as he had never obtained such a high-level trophy. To be precise, most of the undead he killed during this period were of level 1 or 2. With such a low-level undead, he managed to accumulate more than 1 million energies. It is conceivable how cruel Gu Erdan's behavior in this period of time has been. A few days ago, he led his brothers to dig a rat hole because there were a large number of skeleton rats in it. However, skeleton rats could only provide him with a meager 1 to 5 points of energy. Lying in the sedan chair, Gu Erdan began to think about his next new plan. Reaching level 3 is the top priority, but besides that, there is another thing to do. That is to get yourself a mount. Look at my current look. Black armor and a headless body. If I get a horse, I'll definitely be an undead headless knight. Even if it's a pirated copy, it's still better than headless skeleton soldiers, right? Therefore, having a mount is also a top priority. Just as Gu Erdan was planning his future course of action and imagining how majestic he would be riding a warhorse, the unexpected scene before him suddenly stunned him. He stood up suddenly from the sedan chair, and because of the violent movement, Gu Erdan fell out and even his head flew off. However, he no longer cared about these. At this moment, he cared more about one thing, which was, what happened? Looking at the distant mountains, the Black Warrior city shrouded in black fog, and the ghosts that were looming in it, flying around, the many wronged souls that fought with the Black Warriors. Gu Erdan just felt terrified. He had seen this move before. Isn't this the unique skill of Skeleton General Decay? The 4th ring necromancy spell Land of the Dead. A spell that can transform undigested soul will-o'-the-wisp into a ghost to assist in combat. A disgusting spell that makes you stronger the more you fight. But how could such a terrifying coverage be possible? That guy could only cover a distance of more than 10 meters with all his strength. But the black fog in front of us has already swallowed up the entire castle. A strong enemy. A much stronger enemy than you could imagine. He suddenly ordered the army to stop, and Gu Erdan looked at the castle in front of him, which was completely submerged in darkness, his face changing constantly. What to do? There is absolutely no way to defeat him. Judging from the black fog covering several kilometers, the guy inside is either level 9 or level 8, and he may even be an undead lord. Could it be that he is the father of Skeleton General Deki? After the younger one is beaten, the older one comes? But this is not possible. Gu Erdan had never heard of any skeleton soldier being able to give birth. How? Did they produce bone stones? It would be fine if Skeleton General Deki was a vampire, but he is a skeleton. A skeleton. A skeleton. How can you give birth to a baby if you don't even have organs? Use a bone stick. It's impossible that he came here for revenge. Then how did he get here? And why did he target this place? The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. Gu Erdan picked up the skull on the ground and stuck it hard into his neck, his eyes wandering. If he rushed in, he would be in danger of death. With the limited combat power of his subordinates, he might not even be able to fill the gaps in the enemy's teeth. But if he doesn't go, then the new boss Sarah might be dead. Damn it! Retreat! With a sudden stomping of his feet, Gu Erdan commanded his troops to turn around and leave. Chapter 36. Damn, bro. Rumbling sounds continued to be heard, and the black fog in the sky turned into a vortex, covering the entire castle in circles. Sarah swung her sword to chop apart a ghost, then suddenly threw her javelin and hit an enemy that was flying towards her. Sarah's teeth were grinding as she watched the third-order black fog ghost that was instantly blown apart, but quickly gathered in midair and resurrected within 3 seconds. Drink! Soul explosion! He raised his hand and grabbed suddenly, and the ghost fires of the souls of the dead around him turned into light and poured into his hands, and in the next second turned into a torrent and shot into the sky. Hundreds of beams of light were dazzling, tearing a hole in the black fog like sharp swords. But before the beam of light could dissipate, more black fog and ghosts rushed towards the gap, directly forcing back Sarah, who was trying to escape from there. With a loud bang, Sarah was hit in the chest by the ghosts and flew backwards more than 10 meters before rolling to the ground. Sarah knelt on one knee with her hands on her chest, looked up and around, only to find that her black warriors were constantly dying in battle, and despair appeared in her eyes. Too strong! Ridiculously strong! There was no hope for him to struggle. It was clearly just a 4th-level spell, but it showed a terrifying effect. The ghosts in the black fog can never be killed no matter how hard you try. No matter how you attack them. No matter how they are destroyed. They will recover in a few seconds. The souls of the undead who died in the black fog will have their ghost fires quickly devoured by the black fog until they become ghosts. Unbreakable. Unkillable. And the more you fight, the stronger you become. The more you fight, the more you gain. This almost unsolvable ability made a word emerge in Sarah's mind. Domain. The power of the law that surpasses the peak. Only those who break through the limit of normal combat power can comprehend the skills. To put it bluntly, the enemy he is facing this time is most likely an undead lord. Level 5 versus level 10. What the hell is this? Covering the injured area, Sarah turned her head and looked around. His younger brothers were still fighting desperately. Although the black fog was difficult to deal with, it would not be able to deal with them in a short time. However, as more and more black warriors died in battle, the number of 3rd-level ghosts in the black fog also increased. In the long run, they would eventually die here and become part of the black fog. If he is really the undead lord, he should be able to kill us easily. Why is it so difficult to fight us? Is he injured? The black fog came from the canyon. The undead that were resurrected in the canyon before are not only numerous. They also don't listen to orders at all. It turns out that there is an injured undead lord inside. No wonder. Sarah was not stupid. On the contrary, she was a general who was very good at analysis. She quickly came to the conclusion and roughly understood how this thing was resurrected. I'm afraid that the reason why this guy was resurrected was because a large number of undead died in battle there a few months ago. The undead are difficult to kill, especially the higher their level. For example, the famous Lich. As long as its soul box is not broken and its soul is not killed, it can basically be resurrected infinitely. It is extremely difficult to deal with. Other undead also have a variety of life-saving skills, and combined with a variety of undead spells, it is more difficult to completely kill a high-level undead than to kill a demon of the same level. The man in front of him was most likely the undead lord who had just been resurrected. He was definitely a guy who was very good at saving his life, as could be seen from his mutated version of the land of the dead. He can control the endless black fog to attack the enemy. Even his little brother is so difficult to deal with. Who would believe that he is not good at saving his life? There is no escape. There is no escape at all. Is he going to die in such a place? It took so much effort to be resurrected as a ghost. It took so much effort to get a chance for revenge. If he died here, who would bear the hatred of the kingdom and the expectations of the family? Sarah, who was almost exhausted, tried desperately to mobilize the soul power in her body, trying to release the soul-sucking hand again and absorb the souls of the dead around her into her body. However, he was a step too late this time. Although the spell was successfully cast, the ghost fires of the souls of the dead around him had already been swallowed up by the black fog. Watching the souls of her subordinates transform into tiny points of light and gradually merge into the black fog, Sarah's heart grew colder. Once he died here, once his soul was devoured by the black fog, his dream, his persistence, everything he had, would be completely gone. Just when Sarah was in despair, the ground beneath his feet suddenly exploded, and a pair of arms wearing armor stretched out from the soil, suddenly grabbed his legs and pulled him. Sarah was caught off guard and was dragged into the ground in an instant. She subconsciously swung her sword, but was hastily blocked by the opponent. "Damn! Big brother! Show some mercy! We are one family!" Gu Erdan, whose head was almost chopped off by a sword, was now making a creaking sound in fear and his body was screaming. After seeing the face of the person in front of her clearly, Sarah finally came back to her senses from her panic. "Erdan? Stop it! Get out first!" Gu Erdan, who relied on his younger brothers to dig a tunnel underground, had no time to reminisce with Sarah. He pulled his arm and turned around and ran away. At the same time, he did not forget to command his younger brothers to fill the holes and try their best to erase the traces he left behind. The rumbling sound rang out again. Before the two could run 10 meters, the soil above them suddenly began to tremble wildly. Then several weapons broke through the ground, followed by the spread of black fog. Several ghosts drilled into the tunnel through the cracks. Looking at the ghosts in front of him that looked basically the same as the Black Warrior, Gu Erdan's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly ordered his men to intercept them. However, after a fierce fight, not only did they fail to deal with these people, but more and more of them appeared. No matter how the soldiers poked them, these guys could always recover in the next moment. "Don't waste your energy! Unless you have a spell that specializes in souls. Otherwise, they are immortal." Sarah, who had also suffered a loss in this regard, covered her wound and reminded him, making Gu Erdan's face even gloomier. "What level of spell is this? The power is a bit too strong. Magic? I'm afraid this is no longer within the scope of magic. You should call it divine magic, or domain." Although Sarah was exhausted and unable to cast spells, her fighting power was still there. Leading Gu Erdan, he charged forward and broke through the interception of the black fog and ghosts. However, few of his younger brothers could follow him, including the two deputy captains. Although they were reluctant to leave their two loyal subordinates, Sarah and Gu Erdan could not care about anyone else as their own survival was now in question. "Run! Run all the way along the tunnel!" The two of them dodged the black fog and ghosts pouring out from all directions. They were about to rush out of the Black Warrior Castle area. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a roar suddenly sounded. Then I saw the black mist rising and twisting. It actually turned into a giant arm in midair. The hand, which was dozens of meters in size when opened, suddenly grabbed the ground like a shovel dividing sand, and threw a large piece of land into the sky along with Sarah and Gu Erdan inside. As the yellow sand fell to the ground, Sarah and Gu Erdan rolled and were thrown back into the black fog, with Gu Erdan's head even flying off. Chapter 37, Crazy Advancement. Cough! Gu Erdan staggered to his feet, looked up at the black mist that was gradually dissipating in the sky, and experienced for the first time what it felt like to feel powerless. This was no longer a normal duel, but a pure dimensionality reduction attack. Just like humans fighting ants, there was no suspense at all in the battle between the two sides. Sarah, who was lying beside him, suddenly grabbed the javelin beside her and threw it, instantly hitting the black fog ghost that pounced from behind Gu Erdan, and then grabbed Gu Erdan and pulled him behind her. Looking up at the black fog and the increasing number of ghosts hiding in it, Sarah clenched her fists tightly, and then silently released them. Erdan, I'm afraid I can't leave. A hoarse voice sounded. Sarah didn't look back. Her voice was full of bitterness. I am the only 5th level undead here. He has locked on to me. He is eager to recover from his injuries and will definitely not let me go. I can't escape. Brother. Go ahead. You are only at the 2nd level. He doesn't think highly of you. If you run away alone, you will definitely be able to escape. Suddenly looking up, Sarah let out a silent scream. When the black warriors in the fog heard the sound, their soul ghost fires lit up in their eyes and gathered here from all directions, not caring at all whether they would be attacked by the black fog ghosts. I have issued the final orders to my black warriors. They will obey you and protect you, Erdan. Stay alive. Sarah pushed Gu Erdan suddenly and rushed into the black fog, but after running a few steps, she suddenly stopped. Sarah raised her hand, pulled the pendant on her chest hard, and threw it towards Gu Erdan, her eyes revealing determination. I lied to you before. Erdan. I didn't lose my memory of the living. This is my family heirloom. It can protect the user's soul from being eroded. Erdan. If one day you can go to the human plane and hear about a place called the Rose Kingdom, please go there for me. Tell the royal family there. Glenda Sarah died on the battlefield. There are no deserters in the Blood Rose Legion. After saying that, Sarah turned around and walked away, her back looking extremely resolute. He knew that this was a charge to his death, just as he remembered the last battle. But sometimes there are some things that you have to do even if you know you will die. 5 years ago, he led 3,000 soldiers of the Blood Rose Legion and used their lives to hold back more than 100,000 enemies, allowing the entire city to retreat. And today, 5 years later, he made the same choice again. Although he could only save one person this time, he still had no regrets. Soldiers, never expose your back to the enemy's blade. Charge. Charge again. More and more ghosts appeared in the black fog. They kept tearing at Sarah's armor, increasing his injuries. Gradually, Sarah began to lose her ability to move forward. She changed from running to walking, and from walking to moving. Suddenly, she felt something light in her hand. It turned out that the family heirloom sword she brought here was pulled away by a ghost. Sarah, who lost her weapon, looked around and watched the ghosts rushing towards her. She closed her eyes silently and waited for death to come. At this moment, a roar suddenly sounded, and dozens of spears flew through the air, blasting away all the ghosts and monsters around. Hearing the voice, Sarah turned around suddenly and looked at Gu Erdan, who emerged from the black fog and the dozens of black warriors following him. A look of surprise first appeared in her eyes, and then turned into a trace of understanding and melancholy. Erdan, you made the same stupid decision as my adjutant back then. Sarah snatched the spear from the black warrior next to her, and the wounded Sarah suddenly became full of energy. Are you ready to fight with me on the battlefield? Then let's bloom our last. Stop, stop, stop! Who wants to die with you? Stop being so conceited! Seeing that his cheat boss seemed to have misunderstood something, Gu Erdan hurriedly raised his hand to snatch the weapon from his hand. I have to find a woman to commit suicide for love. And she has to be a normal woman. How can I find a dried corpse like you? Then why did you come back? I ran in the wrong direction, okay? Gu Erdan, whose cute little head had been lost, complained about Sarah's middle school syndrome in his heart, while extending his hand towards him. Here, give it to me. Huh? Fuck it. Give it to me. Oh. Staring blankly at Gu Erdan's hand, Sarah hesitated for a moment, and then offered her hand. Gu Erdan looked down at the armor on his hand and was silent for 3 seconds before he suddenly shook his hand away. You are a dog! Who told you to give me your hand? I am talking about the fire of the soul. Soul fire? I don't have soul fire anymore. Yours! Why would I need someone else's? I want your soul fire fragment. What do you want it for? Even if you swallow my flame now, it will not help you at all. Instead, it will make the other party target you. You. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Big brother. I beg you. Hurry up and give me the soul will-o'-the-wisp fragment. The brothers can't hold on any longer. Looking at Sarah, who was still hesitating while the younger brothers around him began to die in battle, Gu Erdan was scratching his ears and cheeks anxiously. Before Sarah could respond, the black fog in front of her suddenly condensed. Perhaps it was because the black fog discovered that its main prey had gathered together, so it no longer cared about consumption and directly condensed a huge arm in midair, smashing towards them. The area is dozens of meters wide, and there are ghosts and monsters entangled on all sides. They have nowhere to hide. Seeing this scene, Gu Erdan was so scared that his soul almost flew away. Especially when he saw that this idiot Sarah actually chose to close his eyes and wait for death. Gu Erdan excitedly took a step forward and started to fan his helmet with a series of angry slaps. Give me fire! Give me fire! Give me fire! Give me fire! Stop hitting me! Give it to me! I'll give it to you! Sarah, who was staggering after being hit, hurriedly held down the runaway Gu Erdan, took out the fragment of soul fire and handed it to him, with a very complicated look in her eyes. It's fine this way. I've been fighting all my life and have never had any personal feelings. When I die, I can sign a soul oath with a companion who I can trust with my life. It is not in vain. Although this guy is just a skeleton without a head. Gu Erdan certainly couldn't understand Sarah's complicated emotions, and he was too lazy to understand them. He hurriedly stuffed the soul fire into his stomach and quickly fused the flame. Seeing that the big arm in the sky was about to fall, Gu Erdan opened the system and clicked on it frantically with all his might. Upgrade, 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 upgrade. Upgrade for me now. With a humming sound, the energy that Gu Erdan had worked so hard to accumulate was instantly consumed, and a large number of white light spots floated out of his body and continued to flow into Sarah's body in front of him. The next moment, a beam of light shot up into the sky, completely enveloping Sarah. The rapidly falling palm was shattered into pieces by the impact. The black fog covering the sky was also broken into a big hole. The dark sun above was revealed. In the light, Sarah's extremely shriveled flesh and blood began to regain vitality, and every cell and every tissue in her body was evolving. 6th level, 7th level, 8th level, 9th level. Until Chapter 38, The Power of the Undead Lord. Yeah. With a long howl, the undead ghosts rising and rolling in the black fog screamed and rushed towards Sarah, turning into streams of light that swirled around him. 4th ring necromancer spell. Soul-sucking hand. In the blink of an eye, the ghosts that had just covered the sky had all disappeared. Sarah, standing in the middle of thousands of lights, slowly stretched out her hand and grabbed. A large amount of light gathered on the palm of her hand and exploded instantly. The power of the realm! The realm of soul! Boom! The invisible soul waves spread out, transforming into shock waves that rushed in all directions. The black fog that was so powerful before was instantly torn away by the shock waves one after another. The power of the domain. Lord of the Undead. Ouch! The original appetizer suddenly turned into a wild wolf in the blink of an eye. The undead lord who had just been resurrected and hiding in the black fog was so scared that he turned around and ran away. He was crippled by someone and hid here for 100 years before he was finally resurrected. I was just planning to replenish my energy nearby, but who would have thought that an undead lord would appear in this outer land? This is totally unscientific. How could such a barren land give birth to a strong person of this level? Run! Must run! The new undead lord opposite actually controls the power of the soul. He is simply his natural nemesis. In addition, his own soul was seriously injured, so he could only bully low-level undead. He was definitely not a match for them. If he didn't run away, he would die. The undead lord fled frantically with the black fog, and at the same time did not forget to split out countless black fog ghosts, trying to interfere with Sarah's vision in this way. His plan was successful. For a moment, Sarah really couldn't tell which one was his real body. But his plan also failed because Sarah never intended to find out his true identity. He put his hands together, and all the ghost fires of the souls surrounding him turned into the purest energy and exploded in the next moment. 5-ring spell! Soul Blast! The most handy trump card was revealed, and a large amount of soul ghost fire turned into light and rushed in all directions like a cannonball. Groups of black air were destroyed one after another. Ghosts were eliminated one after another. Only the black fog where the undead lord was hiding survived the first round of attacks, but it also exposed his position. The next moment, tens of thousands of beams of light flew over. The undead lord only had time to scream before he was completely submerged in the light. Sarah exerted force with her legs, and her whole body disappeared in an instant, rushing straight into the sky full of light. Half a minute later, Sarah fell from the sky with a ball of soul flame in her hand. That was the soul fire of the undead lord level, but the flame was incomplete and dim. Looking down at the soul fire, Sarah handed the fire to Gu Erdan without hesitation. Just as Gu Erdan happily took the flame and secretly thought that he had finally made up for some of his losses, Sarah suddenly grabbed his breastplate and lifted him up. The two of them touched their foreheads. Well, Gu Erdan has no forehead, he doesn't even have a head. With the helmet against Gu Erdan's chest, Sarah glared fiercely at the soul fire in Gu Erdan's body. Now! You should explain it to me! Gu Erdan shuddered when he heard that, and hurriedly stuffed the huge soul ghost fire in his hand into his chest. After the fusion was completed, he kicked his legs and died with a snap. Seeing this, Sarah stopped talking and just silently took the spear from the soldier next to her. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, and Gu Erdan was standing stupidly in the castle, carrying out defensive work. His head was found. The skull was very lucky and did not die at the hands of the black fog ghost. Seeing that his enemy was not dead, Gu Erdan installed it around his neck again. And his two deputy captains were also lucky enough to survive and are now standing on his left and right acting as door gods. As for Sarah? She was already out hunting. To be precise, he had been out hunting for the past half-month and seldom returned to the castle. After standing there stupidly for a long time, Gu Erdan, who had nothing to do, sighed and suddenly lay on the ground with his limbs spread out. So boring! Defensive work was somewhat useful before, at least occasionally you could see some desperate undead coming to seek death. But recently, this kind of stupidity has completely disappeared, because all the undead in the surrounding area have been plowed by Sarah. The killing method, like sifting chaff with a fine sieve, was even more cruel than Gu Erdan's. Not only their own territory, but all enemies within a radius of thousands of miles were plowed hard by him. Those 5th-level undead who were once powerful and dominated the land have now completely become Sarah's energy storage, and he uses them to create black warriors. This also led to a huge increase in the number of black warriors in the city, from only a few hundred to thousands, and was about to break 10,000. Gu Erdan also officially broke through to the 3rd level of strength a few days ago, and also upgraded more than 1,000 skeleton soldiers under his command. At this time, the Black Warrior City was strong in military power, with thousands of 3rd-level Black Warriors, more than 1,000 3rd-level skeleton soldiers, and a big boss at the level of Undead Lord. Not to mention the marginal areas, even if you go to the core areas, I'm afraid you won't be able to gain a foothold. The secret that Gu Erdan can upgrade the undead has been discovered by Sarah, mainly because Gu Erdan never intended to hide it. After all, if he wanted to hide the truth, he would not have chosen to save Sarah at that time, and he would not have even used up all his energy to allow Sarah to undergo a super evolution on the spot. From the moment Sarah was willing to risk her life to lure the enemy away, Gu Erdan had already completely determined that this brother could get along. There was just one unexpected incident that still bothered Gu Erdan to this day. That is, footsteps were heard, and Sarah, who had gone out alone, returned with nearly 1,000 black warriors. The soldiers guarding the city hurriedly opened the city gate. Sarah strode into the city and sat down next to Gu Erdan. Gu Erdan looked at the big brother sideways, and finally his eyes were fixed on his chest. After a moment's silence, Gu Erdan silently withdrew his gaze, while Sarah looked at him unkindly. What are you peeking at? Who peeked? You look so shifty. And you still dare to say you didn't peek? Slander. This is blatant slander. I don't have any eyes at all. How could I possibly peek at you? It's this skull that's peeking at you. What does it have to do with me? If you don't like it, come here. I'll give you my head. Hit me as you like. Are you surprised? Yes, if I'm not surprised, then there's something fishy going on. Looking at Sarah's severely deformed armor again, Gu Erdan folded his hands and turned away. It's really strange. How come he was such a good guy before, but his chest became puffed up after he was promoted? Brother's chest muscles are a bit exaggerated. I have never heard that advanced level can affect gender. It's no wonder that Gu Erdan couldn't accept it at this time. If anyone else suddenly found out that the big brother he chased after and called boss all day long was actually a woman, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to accept it. Chapter 39, Sarah Leaves. The originally shriveled body completely regained its vitality, and the dry flesh and blood were filled with energy. Sarah, who had previously looked dry and sluggish and seemed extremely untidy, now had a drastic change of appearance. The structure of his personal armor also completely changed as he returned to human form. The most obvious change is the bulging breastplate, which looks like women's armor. The two sat together without saying anything. After a long time, Sarah finally spoke. The Blood Rose Legion is one of the few female legions in the Rose Kingdom, and all its members are women. No wonder the name is so girly. I was wondering, how can a normal man have a tattoo on his chest? Wait. They are all girls? What about the armor I'm wearing? Puff! His grandmother's. Looking at his own armor embroidered with blood-red rose patterns, and then turning his head to look at the shriveled deputy captain, the helmetless knight who was only wearing inner armor beside him, Gu Erdan's mind was spinning with anger. How come you don't even have the slightest feminine features? Isn't this misleading? If people knew I was wearing women's clothes, how would I face people in the future? Nonsense! You're just skin and bones. Give me a second feature. Can't you tell whether you're a man or a woman? Are you a man or a woman? A man. A real man. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. When his gender was questioned, Gu Erdan was so excited that he wanted to unbutton his pants and act like a hooligan on the spot. But after seeing his empty skeleton, Gu Erdan sat back dejectedly. Forget it, it's up to you whether it's a boy or a girl, it's all the same anyway. Seeing that Gu Erdan was devastated, Sarah leaned over and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, your ability is so special, there will definitely be a way to restore your body. Hearing his boss's comfort, Gu Erdan nodded excitedly. Brother, no, sister. You are so kind to me. It's a pity that you are a girl. If you were a boy, I would definitely become a brother to you. Roll! Sarah slapped him, making Gu Erdan's head buzz. After doing all this, she looked into the distance and fell silent for some reason. After a long time, she patted Gu Erdan on the shoulder, stood up and walked away. Have a good rest, Erdan. You have a bright future ahead of you. Maybe one day you can become a god. Don't worry, big sister. As long as there is a bite of meat from my brothers, I guarantee I can gnaw on the bones. Believe it or not, I will bite you right now. As night falls, human figures are still moving in the city of the Dark Warrior. After all, the undead don't need to sleep, and they can't sleep even if they want to. Those who need to patrol will patrol, and those who need to exercise will exercise, 24 hours a day, all year round. Gu Erdan lay on the casually built bed, thinking about his next plan of action. Now that I have someone to rely on, the plan becomes much simpler. Close the door and release Sarah. He fought in the front while he collected the spoils in the back, strengthening his soldiers and increasing their strength. The will-o'-the-wisp of the undead lord in his body is conservatively estimated to be enough to allow Gu Erdan to advance to the 5th level. All he needs now is time. This is even when he is desperately wasting money and pursuing growth speed with all his might. Otherwise, he could at least be promoted to the 7th level. The future is bright, and the future is promising. Although he took a risk before, it turned out that Gu Erdan made the right bet. This made him feel very happy, and he couldn't help but fantasize about the wonderful life in the future. However, this beautiful fantasy did not last long, because in the early morning of the next day, Gu Erdan woke up and found that something was wrong. Sarah gone. Missing along with him were nearly 10,000 black warriors. Only Gu Erdan's direct subordinates were left, namely the thousands of skeleton soldiers, plus 500 black warriors who obeyed his orders. Gu Erdan hurried to Sarah's room, but did not find Sarah. He only saw a few items in the room. Picking up the heirloom pendant engraved with a rose pattern, and then picking up the envelope underneath, Gu Erdan sat on the bed and fell into silence. And in the envelope, there was a lot of beautiful handwriting written in a scattered manner. Dear friend Gu Erdan. My friend, please forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. I still have things to do and things that must be completed. I was originally the eldest princess of the Rose Kingdom and the commander of the Blood Rose Legion. When foreign enemies invaded and my country could not resist, I had no choice but to die to show my determination, and my entire army was wiped out on the battlefield. After I was resurrected as a dead spirit, I fought nonstop for years, constantly resurrecting soldiers, just for the day when I could make a comeback, return to the world and take back my home. Thank you, my friend, for giving me strength and the opportunity for revenge, but I cannot take you with me. Humans have a deep hatred for the undead. Your strength is limited. If you leave with me, you will be in danger of death. Please forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. I, Clenda Sarah, swear here that if I successfully complete my mission and do not die on the road to battle, I will definitely come back here and reunite with you again. Wait for me, my friend. Clend regards, Sarah. Looking at the letter in his hand, Gu Erdan stood there in silence for several minutes before he folded the letter and put it away. Well, your thick thighs are gone again. You are a good undead. Why do you have to go back for revenge? Aren't you afraid that those religious fanatics will save your soul? Sighing, he turned his head and looked at the little assets he had left. Gu Erdan scratched his skull in annoyance. Well, now the sense of security is gone again. Without top combat power, how can these skeleton soldiers and a small number of black warriors resist powerful enemies? No! It's really not okay to rely on others. A man should be self-reliant. You must grow up on your own. Recruit soldiers. Buy horses. Give the helmetless knight a rifle. Give the bone vanguard an AK. Become bigger and stronger. Create more glory. In the following few days, Gu Erdan became extremely busy. A large number of troops poured out of the castle, and they didn't care what kind of undead they encountered along the way, no matter whether they were level 1 or level 2, they would just beat them up. Gu Erdan was very busy. He took away those who were willing to surrender, and killed those who were unwilling to surrender. But he didn't have Sarah's confidence to ignore the whole world, and he didn't dare to act wildly in other territories. He only dared to act arrogantly in his own small territory. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. The already magnificent Black Warrior City was expanded even more by Gu Erdan. Build walls. Dig moats. Whatever is safe. The number of soldiers in the city also quickly expanded from more than 1,000 to more than 30,000. It's not quite right to call them human beings. This group of undead spirits are of various types, with all kinds of creatures, even skeleton rats among them. There was just one thing that made Gu Erdan very dissatisfied, and that was that he had been busy for more than half a month but had not yet found a suitable mount. Perhaps it was because Sarah had killed too many people before, so the animal-type undead with relatively higher IQs were either killed by him, or all escaped. After more than half a month of searching, Gu Erdan didn't even find a horse. In fact, it cannot be said that there is absolutely no such thing. Just today, the black warriors who went out hunting brought back a trophy for Gu Erdan. Looking at the skeleton foal in front of him that was not even as tall as his legs, Gu Erdan was silent for a long time. Do you think this thing can be ridden? Many black warriors looked at the foal in front of them, which was not even as big as a dog, and fell into silence. Chapter 40: The Skeleton Beast Seeking Death. Outside the city, the ground rose slightly and a familiar head poked out from it. The visitor was no one else but the powerful enemy who almost killed Sarah before, a 5th-level undead skeleton beast. He had just recently woken up from a deep sleep, only to find that the weather outside had completely changed. The 5th-level undead that were originally wandering around disappeared for some reason. Even the slightly higher level 3rd and 4th order undead were reduced to only a few kittens and puppies. The skeleton beast realized that something was wrong, and its first reaction was to come to the Black Warrior City to investigate the situation. After 7 days of investigation, the skeleton beast finally confirmed one thing. That is, Sarah, the king of the Black Warriors, is also missing. This is definitely great news for the skeleton beast. His mortal enemy has disappeared without a trace, and there are no other beings of the same level nearby. This means that this place will definitely be his territory. By then, he will have taken over thousands of miles of territory and gathered his followers to collect energy for him. His days of rapid success are just around the corner. If you want to be the boss, you must have a territory, so the skeleton beast came over to grab the territory. After shaking its body, the skeleton beast suddenly broke out of the ground, followed by several thousand cannon fodder subordinates that it had painstakingly collected during this period. With a sweep of its tail, a huge bone ball flew into the sky and hit the wall with a bang. However, the wall, which had been frantically thickened by Gu Erdan, had now expanded from its original width of 3 m to 6 m. A city wall of this level can even withstand artillery shells, let alone a mere bone ball. Seeing that the wall did not collapse, the skeleton beast was not angry but was overjoyed. Good place. Absolutely good place. Easy to defend and hard to attack. Strong defense. Definitely a good place to be the king. He's going to book this place. They rushed forward excitedly, and a large number of younger brothers rushed towards the city wall like a tide. A new round of siege warfare started again. The crackling sound outside did not attract Gu Erdan's attention. Because he thought these skeleton soldiers were too noisy, he specially ordered people to reinforce his room. The sound insulation effect was now extremely strong. It was not until a bone ball fell from the sky and hit the roof with a bang that Gu Erdan was startled. Stopping the calculation of the system's recent energy income, Gu Erdan rushed out of the room in a hurry, waving his spear and shouting, "What's going on? What's going on? Which bastard dared to jump onto my roof? He's asking for his life. Guards! Where are the guards? Catch him and hang him on the street lamp." The two generals Hung and Ha, namely the helmetless knight and the bone vanguard, who were guarding the door, responded hastily after hearing what was said. "Report to your majesty, a powerful enemy is invading." That's right, these two guys can talk, because they are no longer 3rd level undead, but 4th level, officially entering the level of intermediate undead. This also allowed their originally low IQs to develop further. Although they still behaved like idiots, at least they were able to have a conversation with Gu Erdan. There were not only the two of them, there were at least 1,000 4th level undead in the castle. Because Gu Erdan had finally managed to break through to the 4th level by overeating in the previous 2 days. As the saying goes, if one person's success brings prosperity to the whole family, if the energy stored in the system was not insufficient, Gu Erdan would have wanted to upgrade all his subordinates to the 4th level. Name: Gu Erdan. Status: 4th level skeleton vanguard, lower level. Skill: 1st level spell bone regeneration. 2nd level spell, primary bone strengthening. 3rd level spell death sense. 4th level spell phantasmal blast. Introduction: a meat shield type high level cannon fodder, you deserve it. The effects of the 2 new spells I acquired are not very good. Death sense is a reconnaissance spell that can foretell incoming threats. If this technique is performed on a living creature, it can only last about 10 minutes to an hour. But Gu Erdan is different. Because this is his innate necromancy spell, it directly becomes a passive ability, and is activated 24 hours a day, just like primary bone strengthening. As for the 4th ring spell Phantom Impact, the effect of this move is very simple and crude. Speed up, go for it. Directly mobilize energy to increase your speed. Gu Erdan can even increase his speed to the level of an F11 Formula 1 car in a short period of time. It's a pity that it's a little difficult to turn and it always likes to bump into the wall. Yesterday, several of the skull's front teeth were knocked out. By the way, this skull has also been strengthened to the 4th level by Gu Erdan. I don't know if it's because he got some benefits, but the skull that used to fight with Gu Erdan at every turn has suddenly calmed down recently. Even though his front teeth were knocked out yesterday, he did not choose to get angry with Gu Erdan. This made Gu Erdan feel a little uncomfortable. This enemy suddenly became so honest, and seemed to be willing to accept a beating without complaint. How could I have the nerve to use it to block a blow in the future? No! We must find a way to stimulate him. A whistling sound of wind was suddenly heard. Gu Erdan, who learned that a powerful enemy was invading, saw a giant bone ball passing by from above and hitting the wall accurately before he could even open his mouth to ask. Looking at such a familiar attack method, Gu Erdan was silent for a second, and then the ghost fire of the soul in his eyes grew stronger. Oh my god! Isn't this an attack by the skeleton beast? That bastard is back again! Tell my brothers to catch him alive! There's hope for my mount! Pushing away the two generals Heng and Ha suddenly, Gu Erdan ran towards the battlefield excitedly. The scene of himself riding a skeleton beast across the battlefield had already emerged in his mind. However, when Gu Erdan finally ran through 4 city gates and into the battlefield, he found that he was already too late. The poor skeleton beast was facing away, half lying on the city wall, as if trying to escape. But he never had this chance again. Because this guy's head had been smashed open and the fire of his soul had been taken away, he was completely dead and lay dead on the spot. Looking at the huge undead corpse in front of him, Gu Erdan's body trembled wildly. Who did it? Couldn't you just slow down a little? The black warrior captain, who was holding the soul will-o'-the-wisp and trying to show off, froze when he heard the words. He threw the will-o'-the-wisp on the ground without hesitation, and then began to look around, as if he was looking for the culprit. As they upgraded to the 4th level, the IQ of these guys became higher and higher. Not only did they learn to speak, they also began to play tricks. For example, this ball of fire on the ground. If it were a low-level undead, it would definitely swallow it up without hesitation and take it for itself. But this group of 4th-level subordinates are different. They have brains, know how to analyze, and they also discovered that Gu Erdan can make them evolve for no reason. He even remembered the scene where his former boss Sarah suddenly became the Lord of the Undead. In comparison, this originally tempting 5th-level undead ghost fire suddenly lost its appeal and seemed not so fragrant. Looking at many of his younger brothers keeping a distance from the ghost fire as if they were avoiding the plague, Gu Erdan fell to his knees on the ground, holding the ball of fire and tears streaming down his face. I finally got a mount! You didn't even think about how to catch it alive! Instead, you only wanted to kill it and eat its meat. Do you think I just need a bite of food? You, hiccups, you're going too far! While stuffing the soul ghost fire into his body, Gu Erdan complained loudly, and the brothers around him looked at each other. Finally, after the chaos, the weakest unlucky guy was pushed out and became the scapegoat. A few minutes later, an unlucky skeleton soldier was hung under the huge flag planted on the city wall, fluttering in the wind. Under the flag, Gu Erdan was looking into the distance with a haggard look on his face. At his feet, there was a pony squatting, no more than half a meter tall. This is his current mount, codenamed Juefeng. A 4th-level foal, a foal with extremely strong fighting power, a foal that dares to bite anyone except Gu Erdan. He even got himself a set of horse armor, which made him look very majestic. But the problem is that he is only half a meter tall. Wearing women's armor. Riding a half-meter tall pony. Is this called a headless knight? This is fucking crazy. At this moment, Gu Erdan felt like crying but had no tears. Chapter 41, A Visit from a Vampire. On the barren plain, a group of people were traveling. A figure riding on a tall skeleton horse looked up at the black city standing on the top of the mountain in the distance with a deep gaze. This guy wearing a black cloak and a hood on his head looks similar to a human. It's just that his face was a little pale and frightening, and there were obvious fangs sticking out of his mouth. The person following the man had a similar appearance to him, also wearing a black cloak, a black hood, and a pale face. My Lord Duke, it's just a black warrior king. Do you really need you to come here in person? Just leave this small task to me. The man who was also riding a tall horse next to him suddenly spoke, his tone very respectful. The man walking in front frowned when he heard this. Are you questioning me? No, I dare not. Marquis Dre, the person we are going to visit this time is different from other 5th-level undead. If it were you, could you sweep away all 5th-level beings within 1,000 miles in a month? I am incompetent. The vampire named Dre lowered his head, indicating that he couldn't do it. The leader nodded upon seeing this. Not to mention you, even an ordinary 6th-level undead can't do it. Therefore, the prince suspected that a 6th-level expert appeared here, and he was an extraordinary 6th-level expert, so he sent me to negotiate with him. It is very rare to see a level 6 expert in the border area. Maybe he's just lucky. Who cares? Either he surrenders and obeys the prince, or, humph, his luck will end here. The vampire duke, who was riding on a tall horse, spoke in a very arrogant tone at this moment. They also have the capital to be arrogant. Vampires are also part of the undead, but unlike the undead who have low IQs, vampires are born with the intelligence of normal people. The level division is also very clear. 10-0. The Emperor is the undead lord who transcends conventional existence. Prince, 9th level boss. Elder, 8th level boss. Grand Duke, a 7th level being. Duke, 6th level. After that come the Marquis, Earl, Viscount, Baron, and Blood's slaves. They have their own system and have considerable influence in various undead realms. They even have their own undead world. Rumor has it that among the 8 monarchs under the command of the god of the dead, the lord of this world, there was a vampire known as the Blood Monarch. Of course, that was only once. Recently, following a cross-dimensional war, 4 monarchs have died, including this vampire. This vampire duke certainly cannot be a member of the Blood Lord's army. With his 6th rank strength, he is not qualified to be someone else's lackey. He is a subordinate of a nearby vampire prince. The large area where Gu Erdan is at this time is actually under the jurisdiction of that vampire prince. It's just that people didn't pay attention to this marginal area originally. It was only after Sarah went berserk some time ago and quickly slaughtered all the high-level undead in the nearby area that the prince felt something was wrong. Thinking that some 6th-level undead had appeared here, he specially sent a subordinate to check it out. If the negotiation can be concluded, then this 6th-rank master will be recruited as a member of his wing, and 1,000 miles of land nearby will be given to him. The price is that he must offer sacrifices at the end of every year. This is also a common method used by the undead, and it is also the reason why there are countless undead in this undead world who claim to be kings. The higher-level undead don't care who takes away their territory. As long as you offer sacrifices obediently, they won't care even if you make a fuss. A team of more than 100 people marched to the front of the city and were instantly targeted by a large number of skeleton archers. Looking up at the skeletons above, the Duke and the Marquis couldn't help but chuckle, their eyes full of mockery. The team they brought was extraordinary. Although there were only 100 people, all of them were experts. Except for the 2 of them, all other subordinates are at level 4. Together, they are enough to sweep the entire outer area. Marquis Dre looked up at the crudely shaped skeletons above him, and couldn't help shaking his head with a tone full of disdain. They're using skeletons to guard the gates. There aren't even any advanced soldiers. It seems like the people here are just average. The Duke next to him thought the same thing, but in order to show his authority, he did not open his mouth to agree. Instead, he replied with a stern face. It's better to be cautious. Be careful that the other party is pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Maybe the real trump card is hidden in the city. Your Excellency the Duke, please understand. While the 2 were talking, the skeleton soldiers on the city wall were looking at each other in confusion. The more than 300 4th-level skeleton soldiers guarding the city gate were now unsure of the enemy's origin. These skeleton soldiers are all archers, one of the trump cards that Gu Erdan has accumulated with great difficulty. If you let them fire at you in full force, all the 5th-level undead will die instantly if you dare to take it head-on. Looking at the unusual-looking person below, a skeleton soldier couldn't help but speak in a low voice. I say, should we fight or not? I don't know either. The last time that giant skeleton attacked, it was shot to death by a volley of javelins fired by the Black Warriors. A skeleton soldier brother was hung on the flag for 2 days. Why should he hang a skeleton soldier on someone the Dark Warrior killed? What? Can you beat the Dark Warrior? Forehead. Don't show your teeth to them. They don't dare to hit the boss, but they still don't dare to hit you. Because of the lesson from last time, the skeleton soldiers did not dare to launch an attack rashly this time. After all, there were several skeleton horses in the team below. The skeleton archers' bone arrows would explode. After a round of volleys, they didn't know whether the enemy would die or not, but the 2 war horses would most likely be dead. Just when the skeleton archers were considering whether they should open the city gate and call for people to engage in hand-to-hand combat with them, Marquis Dre below suddenly spoke in an incredibly loud voice, and it was obvious that he had cast some kind of spell. Listen up, everyone inside. I am a Marquis under Prince Nicholas. The man next to me is Duke Andrew. We are here to negotiate with you on the orders of the prince. Open the city gate quickly. The huge noise quickly alarmed Gu Erdan, who was inside. At the same time, the skeleton soldiers running from the city gate also reported an important news to Gu Erdan. These guys came on horseback. Horse. Standing up excitedly, Gu Erdan led the two generals Heng and Ha and hurriedly ran towards the city gate. When he arrived at the city gate, a large number of soldiers had already gathered there. With a creaking sound, the heavy city gate slowly opened, and Duke Andrew and Marquis Dre walked in with a swagger. Looking at the tall horses under their crotch, Gu Erdan's eyes almost popped out. Welcome, welcome, warm welcome! Come, come! This city is narrow. It's not convenient to ride horses. Please dismount. As for the horses, we will take care of them. Hey, take these two good horses to my stable. Keep them together with my whirlwind colt. Gu Erdan greeted them very enthusiastically, and such an enthusiastic attitude made the two of them a little confused. But they came here for negotiation, so they naturally wouldn't make things difficult for themselves at this time. They dismounted and watched the two second-level skeleton horses being taken away. They didn't care and didn't expect that Gu Erdan had no intention of returning the horses to them. Turning around to look at the black warrior legions that were lined up in the front and formed several complete square formations, and the skeleton soldiers that were so dense in the back that they couldn't even form a proper formation, the Duke and the Marquis couldn't help but look at each other, and the mockery in their eyes became more and more obvious. That's it. The army in this city that swept through all the nearby 5th-level undead is so weak? A group of 3rd-level black warriors are pretty good, and can barely fight. But what the hell are those skeleton soldiers? Are you expecting them to fight humans? You must be kidding. For a moment, Duke Andrew even regretted coming here in person. If I had known that they were so weak, I would have let Marquis Red handle the matter. At the same time, tens of thousands of 4th-level undead standing on both sides were also sharpening their knives and looking at the two of them, waiting for the boss's order to suddenly jump up and cut them into pieces. If they have made such a great contribution, the boss should reward them well and increase their strength by 1 or 2 levels. Chapter 42. Wealth has always moved people's hearts. The vampires were respectfully welcomed into the city and taken to their specially reinforced rooms. Watching the two leaders enter, Gu Erdan rubbed his hands excitedly. The door closed with a creaky sound. Looking at the 4 vampire guards standing by the door, Gu Erdan took 2 steps back and came to the side of his 2 generals, Heng and Ha. Listen carefully, helmetless knight, you take your men to kill those dozens of vampires that have come in. Don't leave any alive, understand? Yes, your majesty. White Bone Vanguard officer, gather the brothers and first find the guards at the door. Then listen to my command. As soon as I give the order, you all open fire together. Your majesty, I think since the other party is here to negotiate, shouldn't we talk first? Talk? Talk bullshit. If we can negotiate, my horse will be gone. Kill him. When he heard about the negotiation, Gu Erdan shook his head like a rattle. He was tired of riding that pony. He had already raised the other party to the 4th level of strength, but the guy didn't show any sign of growing in size. He wanted a majestic mount. He wanted a tall horse. Not a rocking horse that he could ride on with his legs touching the ground. So these vampires must die today. Even Jesus can't stop them. Gu Erdan said so. Seeing his boss going crazy, White Bone Vanguard rationally shut his mouth. He didn't want to be hung on the flag and blown by the wind. The helmetless knight led his men away, while the Bone Vanguard quickly gathered about 2,000 people and surrounded the entire house. At this time, as the IQ of the soldiers under Gu Erdan increased, they actually began to take sides. Needless to say, the Black Warriors, apart from listening to Gu Erdan, are only willing to obey the helmetless knight, a member of the same clan. No one else, not even the Bone Vanguard, can command them. As for the skeleton soldiers, they would rather obey the command of the Bone Vanguard, who are also skeletons, than obey the orders of the Black Warrior. Therefore, the subordinates of the two men are very clearly distinguished. One side is the Black Warrior, and the other side is the skeleton soldiers. More than 1,000 Black Warriors, holding spears, rushed towards the vampire squad entering the city. Outside the house, a large number of skeleton archers drew their bows and aimed, skeleton javelin throwers were ready to fire, and in the front, skeleton heavy infantry holding heavy shields were lined up in a square formation. More than 2,000 people, but not a single sound was made. The two vampires in the room had no idea what was happening outside. Because the room was well soundproofed, they didn't hear any movement. They were leisurely drinking tea, which they brought themselves. After all, Gu Erdan didn't have tea, and he couldn't drink it even if he had it. Duke Andrew took a sip of tea with a serious expression, tapping the table with his fingers impatiently. This little movement was quickly caught by Marquis Dre, who quickly stood up and spoke. "Your Excellency, let me go outside and take a look. These low-level creatures are too uneducated. How can they let Your Excellency wait here? I will go out and reprimand them." Seeing that his younger brother was so sensible, Duke Andrew nodded with satisfaction. Just for the sake of grace, he said a few soothing words. "There's no need to be so impatient. They are ill-mannered, not us. As great vampires, patience is a kind of etiquette that must be possessed. Forget about scolding them. Let them come and negotiate with us quickly. Don't waste time." "Yes, Your Excellency the Duke." Marquis Dre respectfully retreated to the door of the room, turned around and suddenly opened the door. Gu Erdan, who was standing at the door and directing his men to occupy advantageous positions, was startled by the sound of the door opening. He turned his head abruptly like a guilty thief. At the same time, one of the skeleton soldiers' hands trembled, or perhaps he just loosened his fingers to show off. With a whoosh, a sharp arrow shot out and pierced into Marquis Dre's chest with a click. Marquis Dre actually noticed this attack. With his vampire bloodline that excels in speed and his 5th-level strength, he was sure to dodge it. But in order to deter the enemy, he did not bother to dodge the attacks of the skeleton soldiers. Marquis Dre, who was frightened by the situation outside, did not dodge. Then, phew! The attack power of a 4th-level skeleton archer is already enough to threaten a 5th-level vampire, plus this archer's 4th ring spell is the famous armor-piercing power. The entire sharp arrow not only broke through Marquis Red's defense in the stunned expression, but also directly penetrated his body. Marquis Dre was staring at the arrow in his chest with his head down, grabbing the door with both hands and trying to open it. He was extremely shocked. Before he could recover from his shock, the skeleton archers, seeing their companions attacking, loosened their bowstrings without saying a word. The shaking sound continued. Duke Andrew, who was leisurely drinking tea from a precious teacup inside, saw his younger brother, who had gone out to call for help, shaking wildly for a moment, and then falling straight to the ground. In front of him, nearly 100 arrows were densely stuck in various parts of his body, making him look even scarier than a hedgehog. Puff! Seeing his little brother suddenly die, Duke Andrew spurted out tea from his mouth. He screamed and jumped up, not even bothering to put away his beloved teapot. Fuck! With a scream, Duke Andrew's energy burst out, and he actually forced his way through the roof. When he flew out of the room, he saw enemies swarming around him. The shining arrows were pointed at the sky, which made Duke Andrew shudder. The Marquis, who was only 1 level lower than himself, didn't even have a chance to fight back before he was killed suddenly at the hands of the enemy. The strength of this group of skeleton soldiers was definitely abnormal. Duke Andrew, who had learned from his previous experience, no longer dared to stand there and fight the enemy to the death. With a shake of his body, he transformed into thousands of small black bats, flying off in all directions. Don't let him get away! Shoot him to death! Gu Erdan, who had not expected such an accident, hurriedly pointed at the bat and shouted. The next moment, a barrage of arrows rose into the sky, mixed with a large number of random attacks. For example, javelins, stones, axes, and even bone clubs. Crackling sounds echoed throughout the city, and bursts of explosions emerged from the sky. After just one round of attack, there were only less than 100 bats left out of the thousands that fled in all directions. Duke Andrew, who was fleeing among them, immediately realized the true strength of this group of enemies. Level 4. They are all level 4. They are all at the peak of level 4. How could there be so many 4th level beings like skeleton soldiers? It's just a castle in a marginal area. How could there be thousands of 4th level undead gathered here? This is not normal. This is definitely not normal. There must be an undead lord here. He is preparing to rebel. He must be preparing to rebel. I must escape and bring this information back. Flapping their wings desperately, the bats rushed out of the city like arrows, encountering various pursuits and blockades along the way. Seeing that there were too many enemies and realizing that he would have no chance of escaping if he continued like this, Duke Andrew forced himself to overdraw his life force, and with a bang, he turned into tens of thousands of bats. A dark cloud swept in, but was quickly cleared away by various attacks. Andrew, who had finally run to the outermost edge of the city wall at the cost of self-harm, suddenly felt darkness ahead. When I looked closely, I realized that it was not black fog at all. It was clearly thousands of javelins. He finally rushed out of the city, but unfortunately ran into the Black Warrior Legion, who were ordered to clean up the vampire squad. Chapter 43: The Army is Coming. A few minutes later, the helmetless knight strode out of the city gate carrying the body of a bat that had been poked into a hedgehog. There were hundreds of black warriors following behind him, each holding a ball of soul ghost fire in their hands. All of them were at the 4th level. Your Majesty, there is one level 6 enemy and 98 level 4 enemies. All of them are here. The helmetless knight took out the soul will-o'-the-wisp and presented it respectfully. Gu Erdan happily put the spoils into his pocket and patted the helmetless knight on the shoulder. Well done, you are worthy of being my first vice-captain. You are really awesome. The white bone vanguard following behind Gu Erdan tilted his chin when he heard the words, and the ghost fire of the soul in his eyes flickered, but he did not dare to refute. After all, they messed up the mission again, although this was because they didn't expect the enemy to suddenly appear. But if it was a mess, it was a mess. If the Dark Warriors hadn't intercepted it, things would have been troublesome. Gu Erdan put away his soul ghost fire and ignored the intrigue between the two. Instead, he ran excitedly to the stable, ready to see the 2 newly acquired skeleton horses. For these 2 things, Gu Erdan killed hundreds of people. This is definitely a real Fergana horse. But as he rushed into the stable, the scene before him made Gu Erdan freeze in place. All he saw was the foal, whom he named Jifingzupo, pulling the head of a skeleton horse and throwing it around. As for the body of this skeleton horse and the other skeleton horse, they had already been torn into pieces, with their bones scattered all over the stable. No! Kneeling on the ground with his knees and sliding, Gu Erdan moved sideways several meters and came directly in front of the foal, scaring the foal so much that it turned around and ran away. Holding the skull that had been bitten into pieces, Gu Erdan spoke in a voice full of grief. My horse! You little bastard, you actually dared to kill my horse! I will stew you today! He stood up screaming, raised the skull in his hand and rushed towards the foal. The next second he was hit in the chest by the pony's hoof and flew back at an even faster speed. It's a pity for the city lord Gu Erdan. Although he is above 10,000 people, his strength is only at the pitiful 4th level. Let alone the skeleton soldiers, he can't even beat the pony. Seeing their boss being kicked back, the helmetless knight and the bone vanguard hurriedly supported him. Don't stop me! I'm going to stew this horse today! Boss! Boss, calm down! He is just a bone! There is nothing good about stewing bones! I don't care what's so good about him! I'm going to stew him today! Stew him! It took the combined efforts of several people to subdue Gu Erdan. The helmetless knight turned around to look at the shivering foal with its head stuck in the soil, and the horse skeletons scattered around, and could not help shaking his head. He ordered 2 black warriors to clean up the stable, and the helmetless knight dragged Gu Erdan away. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. Gu Erdan lay on the bone throne that he had just made, looking at the sky in a Gu-like posture with a look of despair on his face. Men were killed, horses died, and in the end nothing was gained except a fight. On the contrary, because of killing someone, it is likely to cause new troubles. What do you think this is? Footsteps were heard, and the 2 generals Hung and Hao walked in from the door. Seeing them come in, Gu Erdan still looked at the sky with a look of despair. How's it going? Has the dead horse repented? Hearing this, the 2 generals Hung and Hao looked at each other. No. What? He did something wrong and he doesn't even admit it. What was he thinking? Well, it said, it wants to go on a hunger strike and starve itself to death, leaving your majesty without even the last horse to ride. He's just a skeleton. What kind of food is he refusing to eat? He's really rebellious. I forget it. Why should I fight with him when I have nothing better to do? Standing up weakly, Gu Erdan staggered towards the stable. After all, it's just one mount. Even though its shape is a bit ugly, it's a bit short, and it looks a bit funny. But it's better to have something than nothing, right? It's your own horse, what else can you do except pamper it? Just when Gu Erdan was about to go to the stable to talk about life and ideals with his horse, the swift wind beast, the door was suddenly pushed open and a black warrior strode in, suddenly knelt on one knee and clasped his fists. Your Majesty! General! The enemy is coming! Who is coming? Still a vampire! How many people are there? More than 3,000! Fuck! Only 3,000? Who is that? Bring me my Fan Tianhua Ji! Upon hearing that only 3,000 people came, Gu Erdan suddenly became energized. He no longer cared about talking about his ideals with his horse. He waved his hand to take the weapon, and rushed towards the city wall holding the pin-cc version of Fan Tianhua Ji. At this time, the city walls were filled with noise and chaos. Thousands of skeleton soldiers and black warriors climbed up the city walls to fight, and in the city of Wing behind the city walls, a large number of troops were ready to go. He climbed up the city wall in 2 steps, leaning on a painted halberd, wearing a set of black armor and a cloak of scrap red cloth that he had painstakingly put together. Gu Erdan looked so majestic. Looking down outside, he discovered that there was indeed a large troop in the distance. Gu Erdan stood on the low wall and roared. Who are you? How dare you invade my territory? Get off your horse and surrender! Right in front of the army outside the city wall, several vampires were looking at each other. Looking at the ragtag army of either black warriors or skeleton soldiers on the city wall, and then looking at the 3,000 well-equipped vampire legions behind him, the team leader was a little confused. Did Andrew really die here? That doesn't seem likely. Another vampire standing next to him, who was looking at Gu Erdan through a telescope, had a golden light flashing in his eyes. Everyone, be careful. This guy has a very powerful force in his body. It seems to be the power of a very high-quality soul will-o'-the-wisp. This guy should not be underestimated. Is it his own power? No, it's more like the soul will-o'-the-wisp that hasn't been completely absorbed yet. Oh? But I haven't heard of any high-level undead being killed nearby. It must be a stroke of luck. I got it by accident from somewhere. I heard that many liches like to put their phylacteries in such remote places. Among the 3 generals leading the team, the one wearing a gorgeous tuxedo wiped his pocket watch with a clean handkerchief and spoke with a deep look in his eyes. His status was obviously not low, as he was standing in the middle of the 3 people. His words also made the other 2 nod their heads, with greed in their eyes. After learning that a duke who came to negotiate did not return alive, the 3 men rushed over so quickly, not because of any brotherly love, but purely for profit. The 6th level soul will-o'-the-wisp is of great help to their advancement. Normally, if you want to get one, you can only rely on rewards from above. Now you have the opportunity to get it directly, and you can also quell the rebellion and show off in front of your boss. Why not do it? It was for this reason that they dispatched 3 dukes at once and called in almost all of their own private soldiers. 3,000 troops with strength above level 4, plus a dozen level 5 and 3 level 6, are enough to make the undead leaders in the inner circle frown. It is easy to deal with an upstart who has just emerged in the periphery. The 3 of them were not even willing to answer, and directly began to command their soldiers to prepare for the siege. Gu Erdan, who was standing on the city wall, frowned when he saw this. 30,000 versus 3,000. The advantage is his. Although the speed and number of the enemies were beyond our expectations, they were still manageable. This battle has to be fought. Chapter 44, Elite Soldiers. Gu Erdan, standing on the city wall, looked at the vampires lining up below, feeling indignant. In his world, vampires were portrayed as gentlemen, but now he was ignored. He didn't even have the most basic manners. How could he be called a gentleman? Bah! No moral principles. You deserve to be punished. With a wave of his hand, Gu Erdan waved arrogantly to the 2 deputy generals beside him. Captain of the Knights Without Armor, officer of the Skeleton Vanguard, the enemy has only 3,000 rabble, but I have over 30,000 elite soldiers and generals. I ask you, what are your chances of winning this battle? Gu Erdan spoke in an official tone and with an arrogant tone. Upon hearing this, the white-boned vanguard officer at the side hurriedly bowed his head and agreed. Your Majesty is a dragon and phoenix in the bones, and your subordinates are as elite as clouds. It is natural for you to take the enemy's life as if it were a piece of cake. There is no need for your Majesty to fight in person in this battle. Just give me 10,000 elite soldiers. I will definitely take off the heads of the 3 enemy bandits and present them to the king. This kind of game of playing the roles of a tyrant and a treacherous minister is not the first time that Gu Erdan and his friends have played it during this period, and the white-boned vanguard is becoming more and more adept at dealing with it. However, the helmetless knight, who would have said nice things in the past, now frowned and looked at the enemy below, and rarely did he open his mouth to please them. After taking a closer look at the enemy, the helmetless knight suddenly spoke. Your Majesty, this enemy is unusual. If we fight with all our might, we'll probably suffer heavy casualties. Ah? A lot of casualties. We are 10 times their number. Even if we have 30,000 pigs, we can still kill them. Gu Erdan did not pay too much attention to the words of the helmetless knight. He just waved his hand and asked casually. How many casualties can there be? I'm afraid, no less than 10,000 people. Ha 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 ha. Just 10,000 people. It's nothing to worry about. I have elite soldiers. What? 10,000 people. When he was halfway through his words, Gu Erdan's brain finally reacted, and the ghost fire in his chest was almost scared out of his chest. Why? I am a 4th level undead. I am the one who can rule the outer area. Why should they kill 10,000 of me? Because they are also 4th level undead. The vampire clan is strictly divided into different levels. Each level can only wear decorations of the corresponding level. These guys have red-eyed vampires engraved on their armor and are wearing earl cloaks on their shoulders. They must be 4th level vampire counts. Moreover, the vampire clan is very powerful, and these guys are fully armed. Please forgive me for being frank, Your Majesty. Although our army is large in number and equal in strength to theirs, except for our black warriors who can fight them, the others can only win by sheer numbers. 10,000 casualties is just a conservative estimate. The helmetless knight is indeed an elite soldier who died on the battlefield. Although he has lost his memory when he was alive, he can analyze the intelligence very clearly and convincingly. The Bone Vanguard was obviously very dissatisfied with the helmetless knight's statement that skeleton soldiers could only win by numbers, but he had no way to refute it. After all, what he said was the truth. After all, skeleton soldiers are naturally equated with cannon fodder. Even the strongest among them, the bone dragon transformed from the corpse of a dragon, is only relatively powerful. When facing low-level combat power, the bone dragon that is immune to a certain degree of magic and physical attacks is really awesome. But if he faces a real dragon, he is still a younger brother. When Gu Erdan heard that the casualties would be so heavy, his arrogant demeanor disappeared instantly, and he touched the skull's chin and began to ponder. The skeleton soldiers below, who were eager to try, also began to look at each other in confusion. This is the downside of having wisdom. Once you learn to think, you will naturally learn to cherish life and be afraid. This is the instinct of intelligent creatures. Although the IQ of the skeleton soldiers is still not high, they have regained consciousness and obviously do not want to die in such a confused manner. Although they were not yet afraid of fighting, the murderous aura of the skeleton soldiers had already disappeared. Seeing that Gu Erdan was a little undecided, the helmetless knight next to him suddenly spoke up and added another sentence. Moreover, the other side has 3 dukes of the 6th rank. Your Majesty must have seen how difficult it was to kill the duke who was surrounded before. If the 3 of them lead their elite troops to force their way through the formation, I'm afraid even if all of our black warriors take action, it will be difficult to protect Your Majesty. As soon as these words came out, Gu Erdan's bones began to creak. Without any hesitation, the guy took off his armor and turned around and shouted. Someone, come here! Protect me! Hey you! That soldier over there! Give me your armor! Let's exchange it! His Majesty! Seeing Gu Erdan turning around quickly, as if he was going to jump off the city wall, the helmetless knight was speechless. Grabbing Gu Erdan by the collar and dragging him forcibly, the helmetless knight spoke helplessly. Your Majesty, please calm down. The enemy has not yet begun to attack the city. It will be too late if we wait until he attacks the city. He will definitely execute the decapitation plan. He will turn into a bunch of bats and break through the defense line. Then he will come and cut me into 108 pieces. No! We can't stay here for long. Everyone follow me. We don't want this city anymore. The more Gu Erdan thought about it, the more frightened he became. He even imagined what kind of torture he would face if he was caught by the enemy. Although he has no sense of pain and is not afraid of any torture, he is afraid of death. At this moment, Gu Erdan missed his cheat boss Sarah more than ever. With this strong thigh around, any enemy who came would attack her first. Now that the boss is gone, I have become the one who stands out. Being the boss is so scary. Especially when you have no strength. Being the boss in this situation is not being a big brother at all. It is just being a target. Unfortunately, although he is the big brother, he is the weakest among more than 30,000 people. His actual combat power may not even be comparable to that of the skeleton soldiers. If he is targeted by the enemy, will he still have a chance to survive? Run! You must run! The battle hasn't even started yet, and their boss is about to run away. More than 30,000 soldiers look helpless. In the end, it was the helmetless knight who stopped him again. After much persuasion, Gu Erdan reluctantly gave up the idea of abandoning the city and fleeing. But at this time, Gu Erdan had already changed into a set of skeleton soldier equipment. The tattered bone armor, the bone knife full of gaps, and the tattered shield in the other hand. At this moment, he was standing among the skeleton soldiers. He was so ordinary that even if you used 24K searchlights to search for him, you could not pull him out. As for the person leading the army at this time, it became the loyal general, who had just been promoted, skeleton vanguard officer. He put on Gu Erdan's original black warrior armor and the red cloak that he had worked hard for half a month to piece together from discarded fabrics. The skeleton vanguard officer strode to the city gate, took a deep breath, and raised his hand to signal the soldiers on both sides to open the city gate. Walking out of the city wall and looking at the enemy from afar, the white-bone vanguard officer shouted at the top of his voice. "Taijun! Don't fire! We are on the same side!" What? Chapter 45, The Price of Showing Off. The enemy, who was so arrogant just now, became respectful in the blink of an eye, which made the vampires who were planning to force their way in look at each other in bewilderment. Before they could react to what was happening, the skeleton vanguard officer who had volunteered to disguise himself as Gu Erdan had already walked out of the open city gate and started shouting at the top of his lungs. "The Black Warrior City has closed down! The bastard Black Warrior King has fled with her 8,000 sisters-in-law! Now there is no money, no food, no equipment, and no people in the city. We can't survive anymore. We are willing to surrender, as long as we provide food and shelter." Following what Gu Erdan taught him, the white-bone vanguard officer screamed miserably. While shouting, he took the initiative to approach the enemy. Seeing that there was only one person from the other side, and that he was apparently their leader, the three vampire dukes looked at each other with a slight smile in their eyes. "What do you think?" "Humph, it's obviously a fake. He doesn't have the will-o'-the-wisp we want. It seems that the other party is not completely stupid, and he has also seen the gap in strength between us. How do we deal with him? Kill him directly and then march forward? No rush. If we really scare that guy, he will choose to blend into the crowd and slip away. It will be difficult for us to find him with so many enemies. Why don't we take advantage of his tricks and find him first?" The three skilled and courageous vampire dukes never took this group of enemies seriously from the very beginning. Seeing that a skeleton soldier of the other side dared to play tricks on them, the three of them couldn't help but sneer, and they dismounted from their horses and greeted him enthusiastically. After a round of greetings, 3,000 vampires marched into the city through the city gate and passed through 3 lines of defense in succession. However, the further you go in, the more enemies you will see hiding on the surrounding city walls. When passing through the 3rd city gate, dense crowds of people could be seen flashing on the city wall. The 3 vampire dukes who had been following the skeleton vanguard were constantly scanning the surroundings along the way, trying to find the guy with the high-level soul ghost fire in his body. However, no matter how hard the 3 tried, they could not find any trace of their target. Actually, it's not their fault. because Gu Erdan had already secretly hidden in the underground tunnel at this time. The criss-crossing secret passages were so complicated that not only the vampires who didn't know the route, but even Gu Erdan who knew the route would sometimes get lost in them. The three people who had not found their target yet finally stopped moving forward. After looking at each other, and then at the city walls where people were gathering around them, the three vampire dukes frowned. The reason they stopped was because they saw the figure of the Dark Warrior. Even though the Black Warriors are only third-level undead, they are often the backbone of the undead army. It is easy to mass produce and has good combat power. No matter when the undead realm invades other planes or when the undead mage fights against the enemy, this group of Black Warriors will always be their most basic and important source of troops. The 3,000 vampires that the three of them gathered together were the fighting force they had painstakingly cultivated for hundreds of years. It was okay with the skeleton soldiers before; those rubbish, no matter how many there were, could not pose a threat to these vampires wearing heavy armor. But the third-level Black Warriors are different. If these guys who are good at team combat are allowed to concentrate their fire, they will definitely suffer casualties. How could I waste the elite troops that I have worked so hard to train in a place like this? So the three decided not to move forward, but to attack from the inside of the castle and force the enemy leader out. The sound of weapons rubbing against each other was heard, and the vampire army in the rear slowly drew out their sharp blades. The three vampire dukes also grabbed the weapons at their waists, but did not unsheath them. It's just a bait skeleton soldier to deal with. Even if this skeleton soldier is intelligent and seems a little special, it is not enough for them, who are so noble, to take action personally. One of them suddenly turned his head and looked at the skeleton vanguard officer with a grim smile. "You!" Bang! Before he could finish his words, or to be more precise, before he could even open his mouth, the skeleton vanguard officer standing next to them suddenly disappeared underground. It turned out that several skeleton soldiers who were good at burrowing underground dragged him away from below. The three vampire dukes looked gloomy when they saw this scene, and one of them couldn't help but snorted coldly. Hearing his dissatisfied voice, more than 100 fourth-level vampire counts standing behind him stomped their feet in unison and turned into blood mist and burrowed into the ground. Three-ring necromancy spell. Blood escape. Do you really think you are the only ones who know how to burrow underground? How dare you show off your skills in front of this duke? You are courting death. Seeing his subordinates taking action, the vampire duke pulled his white gloves very elegantly and bowed slightly to the two people beside him. You two, I'll go down and play with them. You can handle the things above. Okay, I'll leave it to you then. The three of them exchanged a few words very elegantly, and quickly divided their respective responsibilities. The vampire duke who spoke suddenly turned around and his body turned into blood mist and merged into the ground. It was obvious that he was chasing the fleeing enemy. As for the two people who remained on the ground, they threw off their tuxedos, opened their arms and looked in all directions. At this time, countless skeleton soldiers had already stretched out their heads on the surrounding city walls, with bows and javelins in their hands aimed downwards. On the city wall directly in front of them were all Black Warriors, with thousands of them holding shining javelins, pointing them at everyone. The place where the vampires are now. It is surrounded by walls on all sides. It is a real city in a jar. There is nowhere to hide. Nowhere to hide. However, facing such a desperate situation, the two vampire dukes with strength as high as level 6 were not afraid at all. Instead, they smiled and took the initiative to provoke. Ants! Are you ready for your second death? Roar! More than 2,000 vampires in the back roared and slammed the weapons in their hands on the ground, making a deafening sound. Seeing this, the helmetless knight standing in front of them and staring at them actually smiled on his shriveled face. It was a sneer full of mockery. Arrogant soldiers will perish! With a wave of his hand, a deafening roar sounded instantly. All I saw was arrows and javelins whizzing down from the sky, mixed with stones shot from slingshots and randomly thrown bone sticks. Although the attacks are varied, all of them carry extremely strong power without exception, and some of them are even mixed with various magical lusters. The sky suddenly darkened. Looking at the attacks coming from all directions, the two vampire dukes standing in the front, the one on the left closed his eyes and posed as if embracing the sun, ready to welcome this round of pitiful baptism from the ants with all their might, to let them see the difference in strength. The smile on the other person's face suddenly froze, and his eyes instantly widened, as if he had seen a ghost. As the attacks landed, the Vampire Duke's fourth ring innate spell, Blood Eye, was activated, successfully seeing how powerful these attacks were. Level 4. All level 4. These are not ordinary skeleton soldiers. Boom! Without any time to hesitate, or even to inform his pretending companion, the Vampire Duke suddenly used his strongest trump card, and his entire body turned into a blood mist and spread out. At this moment, the attacks began to fall. Chapter 46. The Killer Move Underground. Time went back a few minutes ago. The Vampire Duke, who turned into blood mist and drilled into the ground, thought he would see his subordinates capturing the enemy. However, he didn't expect that the moment he landed, his feet were empty, and he actually went straight into a tunnel. Looking at the crisscrossing underground tunnels all around him, the Vampire Duke couldn't help but snort coldly, with a mocking smile on his face. It's just a trifle. He stretched out his hands and slammed them on the ground. A large amount of blood flowed out from his arms. The moment it touched the ground, it turned into mist and spread rapidly in all directions. Fourth level spell. Blood mist everywhere. This move not only has both offensive and defensive capabilities, but also has first-class detection capabilities. As the blood mist spreads in all directions, the Vampire Duke is like having countless pairs of eyes, clearly capturing all the air fluctuations and residual breath in the surrounding passages. Did you go this way? Slowly retracting his moves, the Vampire Duke stood up and walked with graceful steps towards the traces left by his younger brothers. He was not in a hurry, because 104th level vampire counts were enough to give anyone a hard time. Not to mention that these 100 vampire counts are a special forces unit specially trained by him, and they are best at combined attack techniques. Even if the other party has some hidden cards, and they are lucky enough to have a 6th level boss appear, these people are enough to kill him, but they will also suffer heavy losses themselves. In fact, let alone those who don't know the details of these vampires, even this Vampire Duke is not sure he can defeat this special forces of 100 people if fighting alone. Because this is his strongest trump card that he has spent more than 400 years and painstakingly built. The blood-colored mist under his feet was still spreading, showing the way for the Vampire Duke. Following the scent all the way forward, he discovered that there were a large number of Vampire Dukes with remaining breath at the corner ahead, and realized that he had finally caught up with the main force. With one hand in his pocket and the other holding a pure white handkerchief, the Vampire Duke walked out from the corner with elegant steps, while not forgetting to scold. It took me so long to defeat the enemy, and I have to come down personally. Have you been lacking in exercise during this period? Ah! The words in her mouth instantly turned into screams, and even the handkerchief in her hand fell to the ground. Looking at the scene in front of him, the Vampire Duke froze in shock. In a huge underground cave ahead, scattered vampire corpses were scattered in all directions. Thousands of skeleton soldiers were holding various weapons and constantly stabbing the corpses to finish off people who were pretending to be dead. It is not difficult to see from the dense passages around the deep pit cave that this cave should be one of the core points of the underground passage, and it is most likely used to store food or for military stationing. Moreover, in the interconnected passages, skeleton soldiers kept coming in and out. The more than 100 Special Forces soldiers who rushed in just now unfortunately fell into the sea of skeletons below, and were beaten up. When they tried to escape, they were blocked by the skeleton soldiers in the cave entrance, and they were all killed here. Hearing the Vampire Duke scream, the thousands of skeleton soldiers who were checking the corpses suddenly stopped. Thousands of skulls made a clicking sound, and turned in unison, locking onto the Vampire Duke, with ghost fires of souls in their eyes rising rapidly. That vicious look and that cold breath made the Vampire Duke, who had lived for nearly 1,000 years, feel cold all over, and he couldn't help but take a step back. It was this step that completely stirred up the hornet's nest of the skeleton soldiers. I don't know who threw the spear first, but the next moment the skeleton soldiers came like a tsunami, moving their upper and lower jaws with a crackling sound, and pounced on the Vampire Duke like mad dogs. Seeing such a horrifying scene, the Vampire Duke clapped his hands in front of him without any hesitation. 5-ring spell. Bloody rain of arrows. Blood spurted from his arms, and the blood drops suddenly accelerated in the air, turning into tiny sharp arrows that flew out one after another. There was only a crackling sound. The skeleton soldiers that rushed over were knocked down in an instant. There were probably dozens of them. Although not all of these skeleton soldiers died in the battle, those who survived were covered in wounds and their bones were riddled with holes. The power of this move was so terrifying that the Vampire Duke used his strength to prove how terrifying the 6th level undead was. However, no matter how strong he was, it was useless because he was not dealing with just a few dozen undead. He was dealing with thousands. The skeleton soldiers came like a tide, pushing each other forward. Even if someone was unfortunate enough to be tripped by a corpse on the ground, he would be stepped on by his companions and rushed forward the next moment. Layer upon layer of skeleton soldiers piled up, blocking the 3-meter-high giant tunnel tightly. Looking at the bone wall in front of him falling towards him and hundreds of skeleton hands grabbing at random, the Vampire Duke had never seen such a scene before. He was so scared that he retreated and fought back at the same time. Blood-red arrows blasted out one after another, shooting batch after batch of skeleton soldiers into pieces. However, there is always a loophole in a perfect plan. Just as he was bombing desperately and forcibly blocking the enemy from approaching, a skeleton soldier with only half of his body left quickly crawled towards him from the ground and directly grabbed his ankle. The frightened Vampire Duke slapped the skeleton soldier's head with his palm, ready to smash it on the spot. However, he didn't need to kill this skeleton soldier. The moment he raised his hand, the skeleton soldier's bones suddenly expanded rapidly, just like an inflated balloon, and its body bones expanded to more than 5 times its original size. The next moment, in the Vampire Duke's horrified expression, this heroic incomplete skeleton soldier exploded directly. A large number of bone fragments flew everywhere. Not only did they blow away the nearby Vampire Duke, but they also left him with wounds all over his body, and even his 2 legs were blown to pieces with white bones. Special spell: self-destruction. After being hit so hard in the face, the Vampire Duke screamed in pain. But his voice stopped abruptly after just 2 seconds. Because the skeleton soldiers who were also blown back came again like a tide, instantly drowning the screaming Vampire Duke. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Time passed minute by minute, and after a long period of silence, an arm covered with wounds broke out of the ground. Then all that was seen was the ragged Vampire Duke struggling to get up from the ground, looking even more pitiful than a beggar. Relying on the blood mist technique, he barely escaped from the encirclement of the skeleton soldiers and struggled to crawl out of the ground. Lying on the ground gasping for breath, he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed around randomly. After some groping, he finally touched the ankle of his companion next to him. "No! That's not right! The strength of the skeleton soldiers here is not right! Quick! Gather the troops and charge out! Quick! Quick! Quick!" The voice became smaller and smaller until it stopped abruptly. Sensing that something was wrong, the Vampire Duke slowly raised his head, and then his pupils contracted violently. The surroundings had turned into a purgatory. Corpses that had been poked into hedgehog shapes could be seen everywhere, with all kinds of weapons stuck on their bodies. There are arrows, javelins, bone swords, and bone knives. Thousands of vampires died with their eyes open in all directions, and their bodies piled up high in the city of Wing. Above these corpses, thousands of skeleton soldiers and a large number of black warriors were finishing off the enemies, stabbing them randomly with spears in their hands. Once a vampire who is not completely dead gets up and runs away, he will be pelted with dozens of javelins in the next second, leaving him no chance of survival. As for the ankle that the Vampire Duke grabbed at this moment, it did not belong to any companion at all. The black warrior, whose feet he had grabbed, was now looking down at him expressionlessly. The exposed eyes revealed a chilling murderous intent. Raising his hands and gun, the black warrior suddenly shot the Vampire Duke in the face in front of his incredulous eyes. Chapter 47: Powerful Enemies One After Another. The corpses on the ground were piled up randomly, and in the front were the bodies of the 3 Vampire Dukes and a dozen Vampire Marquises. Gu Erdan, who put on his armor again, was happily collecting the spoils. More than 3,000 4th-level soul will-o'-the-wisp. This is definitely a huge income. Seeing the energy in his system surge to nearly 1 million, Gu Erdan rubbed his hands excitedly. However, the helmetless knight standing by was somewhat silent at this moment. Turning his head to look at the vampires, the helmetless knight couldn't help but speak. Your Majesty, from what they said, this group of guys may have a leader who can make these arrogant guys surrender, and even be willing to come to carry out the mission. That person's strength may be. The helmetless knight didn't finish his words, but the meaning of his words still startled Gu Erdan. The reason why the fight went so smoothly this time was purely because these guys had lost their minds. They took the initiative to enter Wing City, provoked without any warning, and one of them even dared to perform the trick of locking the gun with the golden throat. The one who was stabbed was like a honeycomb briquettes and died instantly. Although the other one reacted quickly, the scattered blood mist attracted the concentrated fire of everyone. After struggling for a few minutes, he still couldn't escape. If they really choose to charge head-on, the black warriors and skeleton soldiers will lose the advantage of terrain. Although they can still win, the damage will definitely be heavy. If a few 6th-level vampires are so difficult to deal with, how powerful should their leader be? 7th level? 8th level? Or 9th level? Could it be? Thinking back to the great battle that took place a month ago, Gu Erdan felt as if all the bones in his body had frozen. He was just an undead lord who had just resurrected, but he defeated the entire city without any chance of fighting back. Sarah, who then advanced to the undead lord, displayed a power that was enough to make people tremble. With a wave of his hand, he extracted the souls of thousands of enemies, and then the soul explosion dispersed the endless black fog. If he really faces that kind of enemy, let alone 30,000 4th-level undead, even if you give him 100,000, Gu Erdan will have no idea what to do. Rubbing his face hard, Gu Erdan paced on the spot in annoyance. No! We can't just sit there and wait for death. We have to fight to support the war. Recruit soldiers. Buy horses. Expand our power. Even if we have to outnumber him. I will outnumber him to death. With his mind made up, Gu Erdan decided to expand the skeleton army to 100,000 first. Anyway, I have just gained a lot of energy, which can be used to increase the military strength. But Gu Erdan's words made the helmetless knight and the Bone Vanguard look at each other. After hesitating for a moment, the Bone Vanguard couldn't help but speak. Your Majesty, the quality of soldiers is more important than their quantity. I think it would be safer to increase the top combat power. Gu Erdan was stunned when he heard this, turned around and looked at his two generals, and after a moment of silence, he did not answer, but just rubbed his hands and walked away. Seeing this scene, the Bone Vanguard opened his mouth slightly and was about to make some suggestions, but was stopped by the helmetless knight beside him. Okay, shut up. But what I said is the truth. If the enemy carries out a decapitation operation, how can we protect His Majesty with our strength alone? I know what you said is true, and Your Majesty knows it too. Then why doesn't Your Majesty agree? Why? The helmetless knight looked deeply at the Bone Vanguard. There is no friendship, no bond, no trust between the undead. The strong prey on the weak and the fittest survive. This is the truth among the undead. Your Majesty has the strength of the 4th level, so he dares to upgrade us to the 4th level because he can control us through the soul ghost fire fragments. But he will never upgrade us to the 5th level because then his restraint on us will disappear. If you attack Your Majesty at that time, how will Your Majesty respond? The skeleton vanguard's face changed, and the soul ghost fire in his eyes jumped wildly. I am absolutely loyal to His Majesty. He is the one who gave me wisdom. That's just what you consider to be loyal. His Majesty has never recognized it. Your Majesty has already strengthened one before. You mean General Sarah? Right. She is different from you. She is His Majesty's friend, a one-of-a-kind friend, while you can be found everywhere. You are just a skeleton soldier. After looking at the skeleton soldiers around him, the helmetless knight turned and left. You are called the Skeleton Vanguard officer only because Your Majesty wants you to. If Your Majesty doesn't want you to, any skeleton here can be called this name. You are no different from them. Staring at the retreating back of the helmetless knight, the Skeleton Vanguard officer looked down at his own bony hands and slowly clenched them. I am different from them. Only soldiers know how to be loyal. As night falls, the city of Black Warriors is bustling with people. The skeleton soldiers are busy reinforcing the city walls to guard against possible enemies. As for the Black Warriors led by the helmetless knights, They were treated as elite soldiers, mixed with other 2,000 carefully selected mutated skeleton soldiers, and guarded the innermost part of the city. Gu Erdan, who was huddled in the room, was concentrating on devouring the flames in his body. The highly concentrated will-o'-the-wisp left behind by the undead lord is of a quality far superior to that of any soul. By devouring this kind of fire, the growth rate can be said to be 1,000 miles a day. It's a pity that no matter how fast the speed is, it has a limit and cannot be compared with the enhancement of the system. As long as there is enough energy, the system can create a god for you in minutes. As for Gu Erdan, even if he had high-quality soul ghost fire to enjoy at this time, it would not be possible for him to advance to the 5th level overnight. It could be as short as a few months or as long as a year. Compared with other undead, this growth rate was already very fast, but Gu Erdan still felt unsatisfied. Because the enemy will not give him so much time to grow. 3 days, just 3 days, and new troubles came again. The strength of the enemies that came this time was far beyond Gu Erdan's expectations. When the black sun rose, red clouds suddenly appeared on the distant skyline. As they got closer, they discovered that it was actually a blood fog covering the sky. Countless bats shuttled back and forth in it, and countless strange cries rose and fell. Gu Erdan and others realized that something was wrong and immediately launched Plan B. They drilled underground to prepare for underground warfare. In an instant, the city of black warriors was dead silent. The blood mist gradually came to the front of the city, but it did not cover it. Instead, it broke into countless human shapes, standing on the city wall and looking at the silent castle. Hidden? Humph, you have some self-awareness. The leader was dressed in gorgeous clothes, and his blood-red tuxedo was extremely eye-catching under the sunlight. The most important thing is that there is a bat scepter pattern tattooed on the chest of this person's clothes. The blood-red bat stands on the scepter, highlighting his unique identity. Blood Clan Elder. 8th level Undead. Feeling the surging momentum coming from above, Gu Erdan, who was hiding underground, sighed. It seems that he has no choice but to give up this place and retreat, but that doesn't matter, after all, this was his original plan. Chapter 48, The First High-Level Meeting. Gu Erdan is not a man, so it is impossible for him to provoke the enemy just for 2 horses. The reason why he killed the vampire messenger without saying a word was that he had only one real purpose. That is to kill people and accumulate energy. Now that all enemies within 1,000 miles have been almost killed, it is pure nonsense to want to accumulate energy quickly. It's not impossible to develop slowly, but after experiencing the last sudden attack, Gu Erdan finally understood the value of energy. This is the real trump card. Once revealed, it can save your life. If Gu Erdan hadn't accumulated more than 1 million energies with great effort last time, how could he have created an undead lord in an instant? Not to mention the Jedi counterattack. That's why he decided to take the risk and offend the vampire clan, thereby attracting enemies and killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Now that a powerful enemy that is difficult to resist has appeared, although there is still a chance of victory if the soldiers rush forward, it will be useless even if they can win if they cannot kill the enemy. After all, what Gu Erdan wants is the soul ghost fire, not victory. So he planned to retreat, ready to lead his men to escape through the underground tunnel and start a guerrilla war with this group of vampires. As long as he does not show up, Gu Erdan does not care even if his soldiers suffer heavy losses. His greatest advantage is his ability to quickly replenish his troops. Just when Gu Erdan decided to retreat, a deafening sound suddenly came from above. I am one of the 4 elders under Prince Nicholas. Elder Grace. I am giving you a chance to negotiate now. Come out and see me. The sudden sound made Gu Erdan's eyes roll. After hesitating for a long time, he took off his armor and put it on a skeleton soldier next to him. Go! Negotiate with him! The skeleton soldiers who received the order led more than 100 of their followers and staggered out of the cave. Elder Grace, who was floating in the air, could not help but snorted coldly when he saw that the visitor was so ordinary. He instantly guessed that this was a fake. But Grace was not too angry, she just glared at the other person coldly. He spoke straight to the point, as if he hadn't guessed it. Your Excellency is quite powerful. It's a pity for us to be enemies. If you are willing to help me do something, our vampire clan will not only put down the hostility with you, but also give you a reward. What do you think? The skeleton soldier tilted his head when he heard this and did not give a direct answer. He just looked at Grace with his intelligent eyes, which made Grace feel a tightness in her chest. Phew, let me put this on the table. If you are willing to negotiate, come to the vampire castle on the left to find me within 3 days. If you don't come, then please fend for yourself. The vampire army retreated, moving extremely decisively without any delay. It was obvious that these guys didn't want to stay even for a second in this low-level undead stronghold filled with either skeletons or black warriors. After the vampire army left, there was no change in the city of Black Warrior, and Gu Erdan didn't even have any intention of showing up. And in the secret tunnel beneath the Black Warrior city, an emergency meeting was being held. There were 4 members in total at the meeting, including Gu Erdan, who proclaimed himself the king of 10,000 bones and commanded an area of 1,000 miles of land. He called himself the Headless Knight, but in fact he was just the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies of headless skeleton soldiers. In addition, there is the army commander-in-chief, the Bone Vanguard, who has tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers under his command. And the Helmetless Knight Commander, the Air Force commander who is neither a knight nor can he fly. As for why he is called the Commander-in-Chief of the Air Force even though he can't fly and has no flying subordinates. Air defense is also empty, isn't it? As for the 4th contestant attending the meeting, he has a very important background. The 4th member is the Commander-in-Chief of the Cavalry of the Black Warrior City, as well as the Commander of the Horse Department, the Logistics Commander, and the loyal partner of the Headless Knight, Gu Erdan, Lord Jifengzupaju. In the city of the Black Warrior, there is now a cavalryman with 1 man and 1 horse. The man is Gu Erdan and the horse is him. In the City of Darkness, he is truly a scorpion daddy, one of a kind. It is said that 3 cobblers are better than 1 zhuge liang. Gu Erdan is the only one now. With 4 guys gathered together, he thinks they should be able to come up with some good ideas to break the deadlock. However, the meeting place at this moment was exceptionally deserted. Everyone looked at each other, and no one had any good ideas. Let alone a good idea, no one could even think of a bad idea at this moment. Gu Erdan's 3 warriors are a mummy with atrophied brain, a skeleton without a brain, and an underdeveloped vinegar bottle. Expecting the 3 of them to come up with a good idea? It would be better to think about how to defeat the other party head-on. What? Why didn't Gu Erdan think for himself? Nonsense! If he could come up with a good idea, would he have to ask these 3 idiots to give him advice? Time passed by minute, and the atmosphere in the temporary operations hall was very heavy. The helmetless knight sat there with his back straight, like a statue, and had not said a word since entering the room. The skeleton vanguard officer lowered his head and counted his ribs for fun. He did speak just now, but unfortunately the result was worse than if he hadn't spoken. Listening to the 3 strategies proposed by this brainless guy, namely, the worst strategy, the next worst strategy, and the next worst strategy, Gu Erdan was so excited that he almost fainted. The first strategy is to fight to the death. Led by Gu Erdan's 2 generals, Hung and Ha, all the soldiers launched a direct attack and fought the enemy head-on. Is it necessary to think of such a strategy? You can figure it out even without a brain. It's dark, and it's a fool's game. If he was willing to fight to the death, why would he call them to discuss it? The second strategy is to make a feint to the east and attack in the west. One of the 2 generals, Hung and Ha, led a small team to attract the enemy's firepower, while the other led the elite troops to launch a surprise attack from behind. This barely looks like a strategy, but the problem is that this is a siege war, brother. Not only are you the one being surrounded, but the other side is implementing a policy of elite troops. Are you sure you're not letting the enemy counterattack from within? As for the third plan, it almost made Gu Erdan so angry that he suffered a cerebral thrombosis. The third strategy is the last one among the 36 strategies of the military, and it is called running away is the best strategy. Is there any need for him to say this? When it comes to running away, 10 of him can't compare to Gu Erdan. If he wasn't afraid that he couldn't beat him, Gu Erdan would have wanted to just hit him with a stick. The 2 generals Heng and Ha were at their wits' end, and Gu Erdan subconsciously turned his gaze to his last brave general, Jifengzupaju. The foal was very excited at this time, jumping around, eager to show itself. Unfortunately, before he could open his mouth, Gu Erdan grabbed his disobedient head and forced it to turn back. Seeing this, the foal was stunned on the spot. His excitement turned into astonishment, astonishment turned into shock, and shock turned into anger. The foal fell to the ground with a thud, and began to wriggle around with his four hooves, even kicking over the chair next to him. I don't know what he needs a chair for as a horse. Chapter 49. Not So Smart Skeleton Soldiers. With a bang, Gu Erdan, who could no longer bear it, slammed the table, stood up angrily, and shouted in a sad and angry tone. My Black Warrior City has 30,000 strong soldiers and horses. There are countless talented people. Is there no one who can help me solve my problems? Even if it's 30,000 pigs. They can always use their pig brains to think of a solution. When the helmetless knight and the bone vanguard saw Gu Erdan stand up, they hurriedly stood up as well, their bodies standing straight. But the two of them still did not open their mouths to answer the questions. Seeing that the two generals Hung and Ha, whom he had high hopes for, were so useless, Gu Erdan snorted coldly and suddenly threw the rag-red cloak behind him. Pass my order down! I am sending out invitations to heroes. All soldiers, as long as anyone can come up with a solution to this problem, I am willing to make him a general. A great general! Upon hearing this, the two generals Hung and Ha immediately saluted and turned to walk out of the conference hall. After watching the two of them disappear, Gu Erdan also walked out of the main door with his hands behind his back. There is only one door in the room, so you have to go through it. Just a few minutes later, Gu Erdan suddenly turned back, grabbed the broken horse that was still lying on the ground, and dragged it out of the room. As everyone left, the skeleton soldiers who were standing nearby, holding soul ghost fires as street lights, also lined up to leave the hall. The already dim hall was plunged into darkness in an instant. An hour later, on the platform of the Black Warrior City, Gu Erdan was fully armed and sat majestically on the temporary skeleton throne. There was a brave general standing on each side, with his favorite mount tied to the side. It's a pity that the foal is still pretending to be dead and playing badly. And below, 30,000 skeleton soldiers and more than 1,000 black warriors have all arrived. The black warriors are arranged in a very neat manner, and they are obviously elite soldiers at first glance. As for the skeleton soldiers next to him, looking at the terrible formation that was all crooked and could make any famous general in the world so angry that he would have a myocardial infarction, Gu Erdan felt very satisfied. That's good, be content. At least now they know that close combatants should stand in front and ranged combatants should stand in the back. If it were low-level skeleton soldiers, I'm afraid even skeleton archers would dare to stand in the first row and swing bone bows at people. With a snap of his fingers, Gu Erdan signaled to start. Seeing this, the undead below began to talk to each other and discuss what they thought were feasible countermeasures. Although the IQ of the 4th level skeleton soldiers is not high, they can still communicate with basic means. Moreover, Gu Erdan discovered that the 4th level undead strengthened by the system seemed to have evolved perfectly, including in terms of intelligence. At least much smarter than ordinary level 4 undead. Time passed by minute, and after the brothers communicated for more than an hour, the final winner was finally decided. I saw 30,000 skeleton soldiers all making way for me, looking towards the center with envy and jealousy. And in the middle of the crowd, on the empty road, a skeleton soldier walked up to the platform with a heroic and confident look and came in front of Gu Erdan. Gu Erdan looked at the winner in front of him and fell into silence. I saw that this man was extremely tall and strong, and his frame was probably over 2 meters long. Even a tattered set of bone armor could not conceal his masculinity. The green will-o'-the-wisp fire in the eye sockets that was looking directly at Gu Erdan was extremely bright, but the angle seemed to be a problem. The left one was facing left, and the right one was facing right, and the boundary was very clear. Gu Erdan, who was looking at him, was even a little confused about who he was looking at. The most outrageous thing is that the skull of this guy's empty skull has disappeared for some reason, and through the fist-sized gap on the top, one can directly see the green ghost fire of the soul inside. Is this the person with the highest IQ in their Black Warrior City? Otherwise, he should just run away. He doesn't even have a subordinate. At this moment, Gu Erdan was completely desperate about the undead, especially the skeleton clan. After looking at this man with some confusion, Gu Erdan spoke cautiously. My dear brother, may I ask your name? The skeleton soldier did not answer, but just looked at Gu Erdan with his eyes that were confused but also wise, and tilted his head slightly. Huh! May I ask your name? Huh! Your Highness! Your surname! Your Highness! Never mind, just call me whatever you want. Gu Erdan was completely speechless, and had basically given up the delusion that this guy could give him any good ideas. Such a smart look. Such a clear mind. If he could come up with a good idea, Gu Erdan would chew the dead horse next to him on the spot. You said you have a way to help me? Gu Erdan asked straight to the point, and this time the skeleton soldiers finally stopped making noises and nodded excitedly. Looking at him shaking his head desperately, Gu Erdan was frightened. This guy should not use too much force and throw out his soul ghost fire. What is the method? Gu Erdan asked absent-mindedly, and when the skeleton soldier heard his question, the soul ghost fire in the eye sockets suddenly spun wildly. The way it rotated, it was really like each eye was moving independently. After a crackling sound, the two ghostly soul fires finally froze in place, one pointing upwards and the other pointing downwards. Under this kind of gaze, the skeleton soldier seemed smarter. He suddenly straightened his body, and then fell straight towards Gu Erdan in his confused eyes. With a thud, the limp skeleton soldier fell into Gu Erdan's arms, frightening Gu Erdan to death. What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you blackmailing me? Are you cheating me? You guys testify. I didn't touch him at all, he fell over on his own. Looking at the motionless skeleton soldier lying in his arms, Gu Erdan was at a loss and shouted, fearing that this guy would lose 2 of his ribs. The skeleton vanguard officer at the side couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so he grabbed the skeleton soldier's neck and lifted him up forcibly. Your Majesty, this is one of his abilities. He can separate his soul from his skeleton. Soul stripping? You can only strip your own soul? What's the point of this? Hearing about the crappy abilities of this smart skeleton soldier, Gu Erdan couldn't help but complain. Upon hearing this, the white-bone vanguard officer smiled and shook his head. This ability is actually very special. His stripped soul can be reborn in a new skeleton, and can be used to escape in a critical moment. Of course, this ability is of no use to your Majesty. The real use is the side effect of his stripped soul. Side effect? Yes. It's the side effect. He grabbed the motionless skeleton in his hand and shook it, which made a clicking sound. A gleam of sharpness appeared in the eyes of the bone vanguard officer. After he stripped his soul away, his body was like an ownerless object. As long as he was willing to give up control of his body and keep his soul inside as a support, Your Majesty could inject a wisp of soul will-o'-the-wisp into the skeleton to remotely control the skeleton to fight. Gu Erdan was not a fool. The white bone vanguard officer explained it in such detail that he guessed what the other party meant in an instant, and excitement appeared in his eyes. You mean, let me use his body to negotiate with the other party? That's right. That's a good idea, but will this skeleton soldier be willing to do it? Looking at the motionless skeleton soldiers, Gu Erdan had something else to say in his mind. This guy has such a low IQ. If I use his body, it won't affect my own IQ, right? The skeleton vanguard officer twisted the skeleton soldier's head, raised his hand and slapped him several times in a row, directly waking up the skeleton soldier who was in autistic state. His Majesty asks you, are you willing to die for His Majesty? The words of the skeleton vanguard officer made the skeleton soldier tremble all over. He suddenly pressed his hands to his chest and saluted him with a standard military salute. Then, the expressionless skeleton vanguard officer twisted its head and turned it towards Gu Erdan. Chapter 50, The Third Brave General, General Wulong. Little brother, what's your name? Ga. Since you have such a smart look, how about calling you the Great Smart? Ga. You have contributed your advice this time, and I will make you a general. What do you want to be called? Ga. What the hell? Vanguard officer. What's wrong with this guy? Why can he only quack? He is a reincarnated duck. Gu Erdan, who was preparing to have a deep conversation with this warrior, collapsed after just a few words. The skeleton vanguard officer standing by looked a little embarrassed. Your Majesty, our 30,000 skeleton soldiers are generally intelligent, but that's just average. There are bound to be a few exceptions among them. He's one of them? No, he is an outlier among outliers. His IQ is even lower than the average outlier. It seems that his brain was injured during the recruitment process, and he is not naturally very smart. What do you mean by not very smart? Look at his brain. Look at his eyes. How can he be considered smart? Gu Erdan's complaints made the white-bone vanguard officer's expression even more embarrassed. As for Comrade Ditsongming, who had been standing stupidly beside them, he became dejected after hearing what was said. He hung his head with a distraught expression on his face. After all, he is just not smart, not really brainless, and he can still tell good from bad words. Gah! Seeing that the hero who was willing to sacrifice his life was actually humiliated by his own words, Gu Erdan was shocked and hurried over to comfort him softly. No, no, no! I'm not saying you're stupid. You're just smart in a way that's, not very obvious. Looking at the hole on Dekongming's head, Gu Erdan searched around hurriedly. After searching in vain, he simply took off the horn helmet he had picked up from his head and put it on Dekongming's head with a clang, covering the hole while also carefully fastening it for him. This is definitely not because Gu Erdan is afraid that he can't tie it. Absolutely not. Look! Don't you look much more powerful now? One glance will tell you're a tough guy. As Gu Erdan spoke, he looked up and met Ditsongming's eyes. Looking at his eyes that were full of wisdom and had an absurdly long focus, Gu Erdan silently tore off a strip of cloth from his cloak and covered his eyes. Hugging Ditsongming, who had turned into a copycat of Illidan, Gu Erdan turned with him to face the 30,000 soldiers and shouted with great heroism. Student Dekongming has made great contributions in providing advice. I will now appoint him as Hengher, Gu Erdan turned around and counted, realizing that the number of people exceeded the limit, and quickly changed his words. I hereby appoint him as one of the 4 heavenly kings under my command. His name is General Wulong. Let's give him a round of applause. A clattering sound was heard, and the skeleton soldiers clapped in cooperation. The helmetless knight next to them frowned slightly. Your Majesty, including him, there are only 3 of us in total. It doesn't matter. We can just find one more person to make up the number. As Gu Erdan spoke, he turned his head and glanced to his side. The foal, who had been pretending to be dead, climbed up excitedly after hearing what was said. His face was filled with excitement, and it was almost as if the words, "I want to be a general," were written on it. It's a pity that the foal's excitement was extinguished by a basin of cold water just as it was ignited. Gu Erdan twisted the disobedient skull and forced it back. The last position will be left vacant for now. Someone will be given the title after he has made great contributions. Gu Erdan's words made the little pony feel like he had fallen into an icy cave. He fell to the ground with a plop and started to act up. The helmetless knight standing next to him frowned more and more when he saw Gu Erdan so happy. Using a substitute to negotiate is indeed a good idea, which can effectively prevent the boss from getting into danger, but this also has a big flaw, which is... After hesitating for a moment, the helmetless knight gave a reminder in a low voice, in keeping with his duty as a soldier. Your Majesty, this plan is good, but the problem is that his strength is only at the 4th level. Gu Erdan disagreed when he heard this. What's wrong with the 4th level? A 4th level can still beat me. In our entire Black Warrior City, who is not at the 4th level? That being said, if we send a leader who is only at the 4th level to negotiate, the other side will see it as a provocation. Vampires are arrogant by nature and will definitely not tolerate such humiliation. I'm afraid a fight will break out then. The words of the helmetless knight made Gu Erdan stunned. Yes. Who would send a rookie to negotiate an important negotiation? Isn't it obvious that you look down on the other party? Touching his chin and falling into silence, Gu Erdan looked General Wulong up and down, feeling hesitant. After a long time, he suddenly put his arms around the shoulders of the 2 generals beside him and took them aside. Helmetless Knight, select 300 of the most elite black warriors and place them on standby. Bone Vanguard Officer, call over the 300 skeleton swordsmen I have carefully trained. Needless to say, the Black Knight is the leader among the undead of the same level, so his fighting ability is naturally beyond doubt. The so-called skeleton swordsman, originally called skeleton shield axeman, is a variant of the skeleton soldier, and an extremely powerful variant. The characteristic of this type of soldier is that it can burn soul power at a very fast speed and burst out extraordinary combat power in a short period of time. The disadvantage is also obvious, that is, although it is good at fierce attack, it lacks endurance, or even has no endurance. When a first-level skeleton axeman goes crazy, cutting a second-level skeleton soldier is as easy as cutting vegetables. But after just a few seconds of madness, the other first-level skeleton soldiers chop them like cutting vegetables. Now that they have been upgraded to the 4th level, the swordsman's ability to sustain a rampage has undergone a qualitative leap, from the original 5-second duration to the current 1.5 minutes. Don't underestimate this minute and a half. In just 90 seconds, these guys can even fight against the 5th level undead. But once 90 seconds have passed, the power in the soul ghost fire will be exhausted, and even the 3rd level skeleton soldiers may be able to take their lives. 10 minutes later, the troops were ready outside the specially made bone hut. The 300 black warriors on the left are ready to go, with their javelins charging, ready to launch a volley of fire at any time. As for the desperate guys on the right, they have already sharpened their knives and are ready to rush in. And within this elite outer layer, more than 30,000 skeleton soldiers are ready to go, ready to rush over to rescue at any time. Such a high-profile preparation for war is not to ambush outsiders, but to warn our own people. In the drafty little bone hut, Gu Erdan and General Wulong sat facing each other, with the 2 generals Hung and Ha standing beside them. Gu Erdan finally accepted the helmetless knight's proposal. It was indeed inappropriate to send a 4th-level skeleton soldier over for negotiations, so he planned to strengthen General Wulong. But Gu Erdan was afraid that General Wulong would rebel. After all, this guy had a low IQ. If he abided by the unspoken rules of the undead world and betrayed the enemy when he found that the enemy was stronger than him, then Gu Erdan would be killed by him on the spot. So he made all the necessary preparations, ready to smash the cup as a signal at any time to call in 300 swordsmen and axemen to protect him. Find the soul fragment of General Wulong in front of you and start using the system to strengthen it. As pure energy flew out of Gu Erdan's soul ghost fire and continued to merge into the body of General Wulong in front of him, the general couldn't help but roar to the sky. His strength was increasing at an unreasonable speed. Ga! Break through the limit of level 4 and become level 5. Break through the limit of level 5 and become level 6. When the momentum reached the peak of the 6th level, General Wulong's power finally stopped growing. Level 6 is enough. If it's higher, Gu Erdan is afraid that this guy will get angry and his brothers will not be able to defeat him. The system is turned on. General Wulong's data at this time appeared in front of Gu Erdan. Chapter 51, The First Appearance of the Skeleton Swordsman. Name, General Wulong. Identity, Skeleton General, Level 6 Peak. Skill. First ring undead spell, Bone Regeneration. Second ring undead spell, Low-level Bone Strengthening. Third ring necromancer spell, Bone Claws. Fourth ring undead spell, Soul Transfer. Fifth ring undead spell, Limb Splitting. Sixth ring necromancer spell, Transformation of the Dead. Evaluation. Since ancient times, strength and IQ cannot be achieved at the same time, and one can only give up IQ in exchange for strength. Looking at the attributes of General Wulong in front of him, Gu Erdan felt really jealous. Is it true that in this world, stupid people are blessed with good fortune? Why are these guys' abilities more amazing than each other? The first 2 skills are basically the same as Gu Erdan's. One is bone hyperplasia and the other is bone sclerosis. As for the third ring spell Bone Claws, it is called by humans as one of the most useless and terrifying spells. It's useless because its damage is too low. It just injects mana into the ground and condenses countless skeleton hands to grab people. Moreover, these arms are very fragile. The only advantage is that its range is relatively wide. It's a useless skill with little use. But the scary thing is that this thing usually attacks from below, and its method of attack is grabbing. If I'm not careful, he'll grab my crotch. Gu Erdan was not afraid because he was just a skeleton and had no crotch at all, so it was impossible for him to lose everything. This guy's fourth ring spell is the one that can transfer his autistic soul, needless to say. The fifth ring spell is called limb splitting, which allows all the joints in the body to float in the air and move freely. It is a real split action, which is completely different from Gu Erdan's disguise with a fake head. As for the sixth ring spell, it is even more powerful. This spell can resurrect corpses and transform them. In other words, this General Wulong is equivalent to half a necromancer. The only drawback is that these created undead may not necessarily listen to him. But this is actually not a disadvantage. After all, according to the instincts of the undead, low-level undead will generally obey the commands of high-level undead as long as they do not gather in groups. Maybe in the world of the dead, this trick is not very useful, but if it is placed in the human world, it is simply a mobile version of a natural disaster, and a natural disaster that feeds on war. The corpses that have been specially modified and resurrected will only become stronger and stronger. He has the ability to both fight and hide, which is perfect. It's a pity that this General Wulong is good in every way except that he has a low IQ. He is the type of person who has to fight alone even if he gets a lot of bombs. General Wulong's strength suddenly increased several times, which immediately caused a sensation among the surrounding skeleton soldiers and black warriors. Even the two generals beside him looked at him sideways. Only General Wulong remained calm at this moment. A crooked body, a tilted helmet, and a dull yet silly expression. This level upgrade is the same as no level upgrade. Gu Erdan plucked up his courage, reached out his hand and carefully lifted the blindfold that was binding Wulong Jiangjin's eyes. Looking at the familiar pair of wise eyes inside, Gu Erdan silently put down the blindfold again. It is still the wisdom that mortals cannot reach. Gu Erdan was wrong. He shouldn't have doubted the intelligence of this Wulong general. Come to think of it. Just 2 promotions. How could it possibly shake his wisdom? After confirming that General Wulong had not changed, Gu Erdan began to test his loyalty. Facts have proved that although General Wulong was a little stupid, his loyalty was unquestionable. When General Wulong heard that Gu Erdan wanted to take over his body, he said nothing. His eyes moved up and down, and then he twitched with a click. He quickly used his soul fragments to merge into General Wulong's soul. When Gu Erdan tried to control the soul fragments, the scenery in front of him changed directly. He became General Crouching Dragon. After trying to jump on the spot and punching twice, Gu Erdan found that the strength of this body was more than 10 times higher than his own. He nodded with great satisfaction. He also discovered one thing, that is, General Wulong had an extremely broad vision. That is really like standing in one place, looking around, and taking in the vastness of the world. Could it be that General Wulong seems so out of place because he has seen too many things and his thinking is too active? Looking at the view in front of him, Gu Erdan had a lot of thoughts. Raising his hand to signal, Gu Erdan took a painstakingly polished bronze mirror from the white bone vanguard officer, took a look in the mirror, then turned his head away, unable to bear to look at it. Now he has confirmed it. Combining with General Wulong, it will indeed affect his IQ. I was almost brought down to the same level of intelligence by General Wulong's body. I even began to doubt General Wulong's intelligence. This was simply a blow to my intelligence. It seems that it is better to use this body less. When the black sun rose again the next day, a huge army walked out of the Black Warrior City and marched towards the place designated by the Vampire Elder. This time, Gu Erdan brought a total of 3,000 men, including 500 Black Warriors, 300 Axemen, and the rest were 2,200 miscellaneous skeleton soldiers, all of which were 4th level undead. Moreover, Gu Erdan did not bring his 2 favorite generals, the Bone Vanguard and the Helmetless Knight, with him this time. This is mainly because they are afraid that if a fight really breaks out between the 2 sides, all the brave generals on their side will be killed. By the way, he didn't bring the foal with him either, not because he was afraid it would die, but simply because it would be embarrassing to ride it. When the main force arrived at the vampire castle, the place was already well prepared. Thousands of vampires wearing gorgeous armor and holding neatly matched weapons stood motionless on both sides of the city gate. Although no sound was made, the murderous aura had already hit him in the face. Elite! Absolutely elite! Compared with this group of well-equipped vampires, the troops brought by Gu Erdan this time were simply a group of refugees. Most of the tattered and chipped bone weapons were made from one's own ribs or other bones. There are also tattered shields and bone armor of various shapes. In addition, there are oxhorn helmets, cylindrical helmets, flying saucer helmets, square helmets, and pointed helmets. It can be said that there is nothing they can't wear, except what you can't think of. Some guys even wear helmets that look like trash cans, which is really an eyesore. The only two teams that were relatively pleasing to the eye were the Black Warrior Legion, with shiny shields and straight javelins in their hands. This is all due to their magic, inherited from Sarah's death javelin and armor of resentment, which gave them the ability to create equipment. The other team is the trump card that Gu Erdan brought this time, a legion of 300 axemen. These guys have a very wild look, with Spartan-style brush helmets on their heads. The only difference is that the brushes are made of bones and can't flutter in the wind. Then there's the standard 5-piece set of armor, leg armor, battle skirt, chest armor, and combat boots. The only flaw is that there is no red cloak. After all, even the cloak of their boss Gu Erdan is made of scraps of cloth. How could they possibly get a cloak? All of these guys' equipment were manufactured by the Black Warrior Legion under the order of Gu Erdan. Because of this, the Black Warrior Legion still has a lot of complaints. Mainly because the Black Warriors did not think these guys were qualified to wear the armor they made, so they fought with the swordsmen. As for the final result, the sets of armor worn by the swordsmen are the best proof. Chapter 52, Lively Vampire Castle. When he arrived at the vampire castle, Gu Erdan found that the situation was somewhat different from what he had expected. First of all, this should not be a hongmen banquet. The reason is very simple. This time, they invited more than just their family. The vampires lined up motionless on both sides were here to greet him. Zombies, vampires, corpse demons, black warriors, a lot of people are heading towards the vampire castle at this time. They all brought with them a large number of followers who were well equipped and had a strong aura. I'm afraid they were all lower-level figures guarding a certain area on the edge of the undead world. Gu Erdan, who was also heading towards the vampire castle, even saw a lich on the road. This thing is not ordinary. I heard that the lowest level lich has the strength of more than level 6. And it is proficient in spells and has extraordinary wisdom. It is either resurrected from the bones of dead wizards, or transformed by wizards who don't want to die. A wizard who can become a lich must not only possess outstanding magical attainments, but also have an extraordinary understanding of death spells. The most important thing is that liches are generally arrogant and basically don't care about anyone. After all, as a wizard, it is normal for them to have a little temper, not to mention that they are a wizard who has died once, so their temper will be even worse. These vampires are so powerful that they can even invite a lich over. Moving forward along the road, Gu Erdan observed secretly for a long time and found that he saw many other undead along the way, but there was not a single skeleton soldier. In fact, it is not correct to say that there was not even one. At this moment, a team of skeleton cavalrymen whizzed past Gu Erdan, and there were dozens of them. Looking at his dark skeleton, his tall horse, and the armor that looked both domineering and evil. Looking back at his own miscellaneous equipment that looked like it was picked up from a garbage dump, Gu Erdan shrank back into the team in inferiority, too embarrassed to show his head again. That team of cavalry was also composed of skeleton soldiers, but they were different from low-level skeletons like Gu Erdan. I am a natural intermediate undead, a member of the skeleton clan. Skeleton Knight, a 4th-level skeleton undead, has extremely hard bones and extraordinary combat power. Mid-level necromancers basically regard the skeleton undead as their personal armed forces, commonly known as the personal guards. Although the skeleton clan is a branch of the skeleton clan, their lowest level existence is a 3rd-level skeleton warrior, and there are more than a dozen advanced versions. There are skeleton warriors who are good at charging, skeleton guards who are good at defense, skeleton archers who can attack from a distance, skeleton knights who are highly mobile, and even skeleton mages. If the skeleton soldier clan is the loser among skeletons, then the skeleton clan is the tall, rich and handsome among skeletons. Even the lowest level skeleton warrior has the strength to compete with the Black Knight for the 3rd level undead ceiling. Of course, this is in a one-on-one duel. The Black Warrior's strongest skill is not in one-on-one duels but in team group hunting. If a large-scale war really breaks out between the two, if the numbers are the same, the skeleton warriors will definitely lose. The skeleton clan looks down on the skeleton soldiers. They don't even bother to call themselves the skeletons. They have always believed that they are a single undead system, and just look similar to the skeleton soldiers. That's why they are flattered and slandered by the skeleton soldiers. The skeleton knights roared past and even snorted disdainfully as they passed by this mighty army of skeleton soldiers, looking down on these low-profile cannon fodder. The 300 skeleton swordsmen and axemen were furious when they heard the sound. If they hadn't been held back by their companions, they would have run away and fought to the death with the other side on the spot. When they arrived near the main gate, the skeleton army brought by Gu Erdan was directly stopped by a group of vampires. Not only them, but all the undead who came over were stopped. The vampire castle also has its own rules, which is that not too many troops can be brought into the city. After all, these guys are local tyrants in the outlying areas, and they have strong financial resources under them. If too many people enter the city and start a riot, the vampires will be in big trouble. Looking at the skeleton knight leader next to him, who led 50 skeleton knights successfully into the city, Gu Erdan hurriedly took a few of his brothers and walked towards the vampire. The group of vampires in charge of registration were completely stunned when they saw the ragtag group of soldiers under Gu Erdan. Looking at this messy group of skeleton soldiers, the vampire looked at Gu Erdan with an expression of, "Are you kidding me? Is this lord a fool? Why is he bringing first-level skeleton soldiers to attend a meeting? It's not their fault that they have poor eyesight and can't see the difference between these skeleton soldiers. After all, these are skeleton soldiers. Who would waste resources to train 4th-level skeleton soldiers for fun? With this resource, wouldn't it be nice to train a few vampires? If that doesn't work, you can raise a few skeleton warriors." The mutated branches of the skeleton soldier are indeed quite fancy, but even if you train them further, they are still just skeleton soldier. It is still at the bottom of the same level. A skeleton above level 3 in all these long years. To be precise, except for the core area, most of the undead in the outer area have never seen skeleton soldiers above level 3. Those high-level skeleton soldiers in the core area did not grow up on their own, but were born and raised by nature and are naturally high-level undead. "Which region of the undead are you from? Tell me your name!" The leader of the team, the vampire count, had a serious look on his face, and Gu Erdan was speechless when asked. How could he know which area he was from? He had only seen the nearby terrain from Sarah's hand-drawn military map, and the entire map only covered a radius of several dozen kilometers. As for the map of the entire outer area, Gu Erdan had never even heard of it, let alone seen it. After all, Sarah was just a 5th-level undead before. She had no qualifications to occupy any land, and naturally she had no qualifications to know the sphere of influence of this area. If these undead who came here at this time were the leaders of the village, then Sarah before was just a small thug who could fight with others in the village and was not worthy of being on the stage. Seeing that Gu Erdan didn't answer, the vampire count opened the map in his hand and frowned. Seeing this, Gu Erdan ran over happily, quickly found the familiar sign on the map, and pointed out his own area on it. "Oh? Is it the new emerging force that has recently emerged in the skeleton plains?" The vampire count looked up and down at Gu Erdan, and the contempt in his tone was reduced by 3 points. "I heard that this guy has killed several dukes. His strength must be extraordinary. It's better not to provoke him. May I ask your name?" "Gu Erdan." "Gul'dan? What a strange name. Lord Gul'dan, according to the rules of our castle, each castle lord can bring a limited number of soldiers into the city. You can select 50 trusted men to enter the city." 50? That's too few. I don't feel safe with so few people. That's the rule. Rules can be flexible. Look at all these misfits under my command. Are you sure it's fair to let me bring 50 people in? Turning around and pointing at the skeleton soldiers standing in the back, Gu Erdan began to play the victim. "With the fighting power of our soldiers, don't even think about 50 of them. Even if the other side randomly sends out 5 of them, I'm afraid they can be wiped out. Please be flexible, brother." As Gu Erdan spoke, he approached the vampire count and secretly stuffed a 2nd-level soul will-o'-the-wisp into his hand. Chapter 53: The Struggle Between Forces. He looked down at the snacks in his hand, then looked up at Gu Erdan, who had a painful look on his face. The vampire lord almost raised his hand to slap him in the face with his soul will-o'-the-wisp. This is to send away a beggar. He is at least a 5th-level vampire. I don't ask the other party to give him a 5th-level ghost fire. At least give him a 4th-level one. If that doesn't work, a 3rd-level one will do. What does it mean to give him a 2nd-level one? How dare he show off this? Why didn't he just give me a skeleton soldier's will-o'-the-wisp? He exerted force with his palm and crushed the will-o'-the-wisp with a snap. The vampire count suppressed his anger and raised his hand to wave at Gu Erdan. You can bring 100 people. Too little, 500 or so. Don't push your luck. 120 people. How about 400? 200? 300? Let me bring 300. Make it an even number for me. Let's be friends. As Gu Erdan spoke, he took out a torn bag, and it seemed that he was planning to take out the ghost fire again. The vampire count's face turned black when he saw this scene, because through the gap in the pocket, he saw that this thing seemed to be filled with second-level will-o'-the-wisp. This kind of rubbish. What use is there for him to have it? Holding Gu Erdan's arm, the vampire count said with gritted teeth. Okay, 300. But you can't bring the Darth Vader. The vampire count still recognizes the team combat ability of the third-level Black Warrior. Even though he didn't think that 300 Black Warriors could cause any trouble, he still made this request for the sake of safety. Upon hearing this, Gu Erdan nodded frantically and agreed without hesitation. After all, he had no intention of bringing the Dark Knight into the city. He reached out and grabbed the vampire count's hand and shook it, and while shaking it, Gu Erdan casually took off his newly made closed-eye mask. Brother! Thank you! The vampire count looked at Gu Erdan's eyes, which were separated to the left and right and always revealed the light of wisdom. With an expressionless face, he forced his hand back and rubbed it hard on his clothes twice. You're welcome! Please go! The large army found a place to camp, and Gu Erdan immediately selected 300 brave generals and led the troops into the city. Among these 300 soldiers, there are 100 swordsmen and axemen, and the remaining 200 are high-level skeleton guards with extremely strong defense, holding swords and shields or gun shields. The reason why Gu Erdan did not bring all 300 of the strongest skeleton swordsmen and axemen with him was mainly because these guys were not very reliable. A minute and a half of rampage, followed by several hours of lethargy. It's fine to use them to execute the decapitation plan, but you want to use them to protect yourself? That means you are definitely tired of living. These guys should not get excited and treat us as enemies and kill us. Gu Erdan, who led 300 people into the city, attracted a lot of attention for a while, but only for a while. Seeing this guy leading 300 skeleton soldiers into the city, the undead turned to look at him and instantly lost interest. Following other undead, Gu Erdan began to move towards the center of the city. Gu Erdan was dumbfounded all the way. He had never thought that in this world full of dead spirits, he would actually see scenes similar to his previous life. The vendors selling goods, the guards in armor, the beautiful women dressed in gorgeous clothes, the scenery on both sides of the official road was just like the European Middle Ages in the previous life. The only difference was that these people had pale faces and obvious fangs in their mouths. Vampires. All vampires. Moreover, this group of vampires who can enjoy material life like humans actually built a city of their own in the world of the dead. No, this vampire castle is actually just a town, far from being a city. No wonder vampires look down on other undead with arrogance. If Gu Erdan still had body temperature, sense of touch and taste, he would probably also look down on those undead who don't know how to enjoy themselves. But now that Gu Erdan has been reduced to a skeleton, we are all in the same boat, so we should stop being so rude. Following the main road to the core of the castle, everyone lined up one by one in order. Gu Erdan didn't know where he should rank, but he didn't have to worry about it because other enthusiastic lords had already helped him solve this problem. They chased them one after another, and finally, Gu Erdan, who was originally standing in the middle, was blasted to the outermost edge by this group of lords. Time passed by minute, and everyone waited for several hours. Gu Erdan has not yet adapted to the slow life of the undead, so it is naturally impossible for him to stand for half a day like them. When the owner of the vampire castle finally appeared, Gu Erdan was playing landlord with a few skeleton minions. As the general representative of the skeleton axemen and the captain of the axemen participating in this poker tournament, he has already fought several times with other skeletons because the other skeletons have low IQs and do not know how to cooperate with him. Of course, the elder brother who has been criticizing the other skeletons for their low IQs actually has a not-so-high IQ. After all, this guy is a master who can use a door-opening bomb to scare others. First of all, on behalf of the vampire clan, I am very happy that you have come here. The vampire who turned into a ball of blood mist and appeared on the platform was none other than the Grace Blood clan elder who had threatened Gu Erdan before. Possessing the 8th level strength, he looked very proud at this moment. And behind him stood 4 7th level vampire Grand Dukes. I'm sure you all know the reason why I invited you all here, so I won't waste any more time and will just get straight to the point. With a wave of his hand, a large amount of blood mist splashed out, forming a 3-dimensional map in the air. The mountain routes and power distributions are clearly marked. Recently, the Netherworld Underworld Palace next door has begun to send troops to frequently harass our forces. Some time ago, several lords even died as a result. Most of them were level 6, and one was level 7. Elder Grace paused when he spoke here, and the lords who were listening carefully below frowned. Seeing that everyone had absorbed the information, Elder Grace continued to speak. After my spy's reconnaissance, I discovered that the enemy has recently begun to gather troops on the other side of the mountain range. There seem to be signs of a large-scale attack. So this time I invited you all here to lead your men to help me guard the entrances to the various canyons in the mountain range to prevent them from sending surprise troops to attack my large forces. Of course, I won't let you do this in vain. Elder Grace clapped his hands, and a vampire Grand Duke next to him immediately lifted the box on the ground and opened it. Inside the box, there were dozens of level 6 Soul Will-O-the-Wisp, 19 level 7 Soul Will-O-the-Wisp, and 1 level 8 Soul Will-O-the-Wisp. The collective appearance of such high-quality Will-O-the-Wisp caused a commotion among the undead below. Elder Grace, who saw this scene, suddenly snorted coldly. Invisible pressure spread out, and all the undead were instantly silent. Some canyons are wide, some are narrow, and the difficulty of defense is naturally strong and weak. I will give you the rewards you deserve according to the difficulty of defense. I will pay you half first, and the other half after the task is completed. After Elder Grace finished speaking, he took out the list in his hand and began to assign tasks. Originally, Gu Erdan was still wondering how he, who came here to negotiate, was inexplicably asked to help, and was about to open his mouth to ask. But when he saw that there were benefits to be gained, Gu Erdan swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Just help me. Such a high-quality Soul Will-O-the-Wisp. It would be a waste if I didn't take it. Chapter 54, 2 Peaches Kill 3 Warriors. Skeleton Lord Vokras, you will be in charge of guarding the Infong Tunnel. I will give you 2 7th-level Soul Will-O-the-Wisp as a reward. As Elder Grace called out the names one by one, more and more lords received their own tasks. The strong ones guard a gate alone, while the weak ones cooperate with each other to guard one place. As for this skeleton Lord Vokras, he is no other than the guy who owns an order of skeleton knights. After hearing the task assigned to him by Elder Grace, Foka's facial bones changed noticeably. Subconsciously turning his head to look at the Lich, Vokras clenched his fists. Lord Grace, may I ask, who are you going to send to take charge of the Howling Canyon, which is the most difficult to defend? Are you going to give it to the Lich? TTNC. Fokras's question quieted the atmosphere, and Elder Grace slowly raised his head and glanced at him. No, the Lich Alanda has another mission. He is responsible for guarding the Blackbone Pass. You didn't give it to him? Then let me ask Lord Grace. Apart from the two of us, who else here is qualified to guard the Howling Canyon? And who else is qualified to get the 8th level Soul Will-O-the-Wisp? Slowly taking a step forward, Fokras's momentum suddenly increased. The Soul Will-O-the-Wisp in his eyes turned silver-white. This guy is actually a 7th level high-level undead. Vokras spoke as he burst out with momentum. You are not planning to save the best things for your subordinates. If you really want to give the Howling Valley to a certain Grand Duke under your command, then please excuse me and take my leave first. At once. Vokras spoke in a very firm tone. The reason why he came to help this time was mainly for the 8th level Soul Ghost Fire that was impossible to obtain on normal days. He wanted to rely on this flame to advance to the 8th level of the undead. If this guy in front of him was going to fool him with junk, then he would definitely turn around and leave without hesitation. He would never come to participate in the actions organized by him again. Prince Nicholas has 4 elders under his command, and his skeleton core of Voklas is strong and powerful. Whoever he joins will be warmly accepted. He is not afraid of falling out with Elder Grace. Not only him, but also the Licholanda beside him bowed slightly. Although he didn't say anything, the silver-white flames flashing in his eyes revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. He also looked down on a 7th level soul ghost fire, and this time he was also going for the 8th level flame. Facing the questions from the two warriors, Elder Grace did not get angry, but spoke with a smile. Logically speaking, the most important canyon in this mission should indeed be guarded by one of you two, but this time it's a little special. You should have heard about what happened in the Skeleton Plains recently, right? I heard that all the undead there were slaughtered. That's right. Not only that, he also defeated the joint encirclement of 3 vampire dukes and their troops. His strength is probably above level 6, so I think he is also qualified to guard the Howling Valley. In order to train new people, I plan to let him be in charge of the Howling Valley this time. When he said this, Elder Grace looked up at the back of the crowd with a smile. Lord of the Black Warrior City, please come out and meet your colleagues. As soon as he finished speaking, the major lords led their soldiers to quickly make way, exposing Gu Erdan directly to everyone's sight. Gu Erdan, who was playing poker with his younger brothers at this time and had a row of cloth strips hanging on his helmet, was completely dumbfounded. Looking blankly at Elder Grace, who was smiling on the stage, and then turning to look at Vokras and the Licholanda, who had unfriendly faces and eyes that seemed to be able to spit fire, Gu Erdan couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. This is the fucking 2 peaches to kill 3 warriors. This old guy is trying to trick me. Gu Erdan suddenly threw the handful of rotten cards in his hand to the ground, stood up angrily, and wanted to roar to the sky and then run out. He just turned his head to look at the 8th level soul ghost fire in the box that was flashing with faint golden light, and Gu Erdan sat back silently. When he picked up his own cards, he did not forget to secretly take a few more good cards. Forget it, let's just kill 3 warriors with 2 peaches. Although I know this is a complete conspiracy of the other party, who let that group of 8th level soul ghost fire seduce me. He also wants this kind of good thing. Is he the new rising star? Looking at Gu Erdan, who turned around and continued to play cards with his younger brothers, Vokras spoke in a somewhat unfriendly tone. The Licholanda at the side suddenly interrupted. He is at the peak of the 6th level, and his strength is pretty good. Unfortunately, he is just a skeleton soldier. Elder Grace, do you really think he is qualified to be on equal footing with us? Elder Grace narrowed his eyes and smiled when he heard this. Yes. Then I'm afraid you've made a mistake this time. After the Licholanda finished speaking, he waved his hand, sucked in a 7th level soul ghost fire, then turned around and flew away. Vokras also took a 7th level soul ghost fire in a very formal manner, and led his subordinates to disappear into the crowd. More and more undead came forward to claim their rewards, and the number of undead around them decreased. After everyone had left, only Gu Erdan and his subordinates, plus Elder Grace and several vampires, were left in the entire square. Footsteps were heard and several vampires walked towards Gu Erdan. Before they could get closer and speak, Gu Erdan, who was playing cards, suddenly whispered, "You want to use them to kill me, right?" After these words were spoken, Elder Grace paused. "How do you know?" "They look down on my strength, but I have occupied the place they want. Since I can't make you change your plan, there is only one way left." He threw out a pair of 3s, but was hit by the captain of the Axemen on the spot. Gu Erdan was so angry that he glared at him. "Damn it! We are both farmers. Why are you bombing me? Just wait. I will make things difficult for you when I get back." Elder Grace, who was standing nearby, had a deep look in his eyes. "What is the solution? If I die, someone else will naturally have to guard the Howling Valley, right? The undead world is about the survival of the fittest. Do you think they will choose to attack me?" "Ha ha 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 ha, you're very smart, little skeleton. What's wrong? Are you angry?" "That's not the case. I killed so many of your level 6 vampires. If you didn't retaliate at all, I would be worried." Throwing away the poker in his hand, Gu Erdan stood up and looked at Elder Grace. "If I can survive this time, how about we write off all our grudges?" Upon hearing this, Elder Grace looked at Gu Erdan deeply and his smile became even brighter. "Okay. It's a deal. It's a deal." Gu Erdan took the map and a 7th level soul ghost fire, turned around and led his subordinates away. Elder Grace remained silent as he watched him leave. The 4 vampire Grand Dukes beside him looked at each other, and one of them couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Master Elder, this guy caused many of our casualties. Are you really going to let him go? Of course, this elder always keeps his word. If I say I will let him go, then I will let him go, but the prerequisite is that he survives this incident first. With a tug on his collar, Elder Grace instantly turned into a sky full of bats and disappeared, leaving behind only a sinister laugh. You little skeleton! Do you really think that this is the limit of my revenge on you? Ha ha! Let's play slowly! Chapter 55, Natural Bone Maze. The Howling Valley, located on the east side of the Mountains of the Dead, is a narrow tunnel that is more than 10 kilometers long. The entire valley is wide and narrow, with the widest part reaching several miles and the narrowest part being only a few hundred meters square. The mission that Gu Erdan received this time was to garrison the Howling Valley and resist the invasion of enemies that might riot at any time. Under the desolate mountains, a huge army is marching. Countless skeletons crowded together and moved quickly. Looking around, it was a vast expanse of white, extending hundreds of meters away. For this mission, Gu Erdan brought a total of 12,000 people with him, which was a huge investment. However, his real body did not follow the action this time. Instead, he led the other 20,000 skeletons to stay in the city, under the pretext of guarding the rear. The 2 generals Hun and Ha were all brought with them. After all, there always need to be a few vanguard officers when marching and fighting. The kind that. Who is coming? I am General Pan Fong. Then, the vanguard officer was chopped off by someone with a knife. Commonly known as cannon fodder. The march was not smooth because there were many small mountains or hills around the King's Mountains. The random piles of trees form a natural maze. Unless you reach the end of the road, you will never know whether it is a dead end or not. What? You mean a map? Come on. These guys are undead. How can a map drawn by undead be reliable? Not to mention that the Mountain of the Dead will continue to change with the rising of the black sun. The overall mountain range does not change much, but the surrounding hills change every 3 days. The bones blocking here today may all stand up and become skeleton soldiers tomorrow. A road that was originally unobstructed may become a dead end due to a landslide nearby. Here, maps are completely useless. The main way to get out is just one word: turn. Gu Erdan and his friends had been here for 3 days. Sitting on a stone, Gu Erdan held a big bone stick and knocked on the skull next to him out of boredom. This thing had just attacked his old comrade without any moral principles. He only had a head and an arm left, yet he still dared to take the initiative to provoke him. Gu Erdan very kindly helped him remove the other arm, and is now giving this little skeleton comrade a full range of skull massage. He was planning to recruit this brat as his subordinate, and take him back to continue training him. That's right. He holds grudges like that. The thing on his head is the best proof. The skeleton swordsmen and axemen standing guard around Gu Erdan were motionless. These guys had already regarded themselves as Gu Erdan's personal guards. They were so loyal that no one dared to stop them. He had once rudely stopped the White-Bone Vanguard officer before. Of course, the White-Bone Vanguard officer didn't give them a good time either. The helmetless knight standing aside frowned and stared around with a very serious expression. More than 10 minutes later, the White-Bone Vanguard officer who led the scouts out to explore the way returned. Before Gu Erdan could ask, he shook his head first, indicating that this road was blocked. Fuck! We are following this map. Even if the road has changed, the general location can't have changed. Taking out the map distributed by Elder Grace, Gu Erdan complained as he looked at it. Could it be that the old fellow is trying to trick me? He gave me a fake map? He is indeed a bunch of shady guys living in a cave. Despicable. Shameless. May the holy light fool him. Amen. Gu Erdan has been muttering to himself ever since he got lost in the mountains. After all, the environment in this mountain range is too harsh. If you want to pick a flower, there may be a huge monster hidden underneath it. If you want to run under a big tree to enjoy the shade, the tree may stand up and slap you in the face the next second. No wonder humans regard the undead as their mortal enemies and must purify them upon sight. These guys are really useless. Can you imagine that a jade bone sword shrouded in light, cosplaying as the Excalibur, is actually a decoration inserted into a skull? What's even more outrageous is that as soon as you go over and draw your sword, hundreds of burly men will emerge from the soil around you and surround you and beat you up. This is a naked sting operation, isn't it? Is the undead world so blatantly cheating people now? Is there anyone who can do something about it, you bastard? That scene at that time, Gu Erdan, who thought he had encountered a miracle and was happy for a long time, was so angry that he sawed off the sword on the bastard's head on the spot. Then he stuck the thing back into the soil upside down. Gu Erdan, who was exhausted physically and mentally due to the tricks he had suffered along the way, suddenly focused his eyes, and with a huge tremor of his soul, he suddenly jumped up from the ground. Wait a minute! According to the map, there should be a giant skull right in front of us. How come such a clear landmark building is gone? Could it be that we went in the wrong direction? Finding that the surrounding environment was not quite the same as what was marked on the map, Gu Erdan excitedly threw the map away. The helmetless knight who had been watching for a long time did not answer, but just stretched out his hand and silently turned the map in Gu Erdan's hand. Seeing this scene, Gu Erdan was silent for a second, turned his head to look at the huge skull behind him, and sat back on the stone. Who drew this crappy map? There's not even any markings for up, down, left, and right. Bad review. I'll kill him with a knife, axe, gloves, and a sack. The iconic building was still there, which meant that everyone was in the right place. This place was indeed near the Howling Valley. After all, it is not easy to find a big head that is several hundred meters long. I don't know how many tons of Hades milk powder this guy behind me drank to make his head so big. Strange, the location is correct, and I have searched the surrounding areas, but why can't I see the Howling Valley? Gu Erdan, sitting on the stone, became more and more confused the more he thought about it. If you said one road was a dead end, Gu Erdan would have accepted it, but they searched the area for a whole day. A whole day. More than 30 forks in the road. All of them were dead ends. There was no sign of the Howling Valley at all. What does this mean? Is this God's hint to him that no matter which way he goes, he will end up dead? Just as Gu Erdan was thinking wildly about whether he should ask a feng shui master from the bone world to tell his fortune, the ground suddenly trembled slightly. The shaking grew in intensity until the entire ground was visibly shaking. Looking at the broken bones bouncing around like popping candies, Gu Erdan stepped on a skull that was also bouncing around and looked up ahead. As he watched, a giant bone arm that was more than 10 meters long and probably 1 meter thick broke out of the ground, sending dirt flying all over the sky. Then the head. Then the body. When the dust fell, a giant skeleton with a height of more than 50 meters and dark green flames in its eyes appeared in front of Gu Erdan, roaring wildly towards the sky. Level 6. Giant skeleton. Ah! The roar stopped abruptly. Looking at the giant skeleton that was turned into a hedgehog and fell to the ground after being hit by a round of javelin fire from the Black Warrior, Gu Erdan lowered his head expressionlessly and continued to look at the map. Why are you yelling so loudly? You scared him. I thought some great guy had come out. But after all this time, he turned out to be a large target. Waste his feelings. Chapter 56, Undead Scourge. Your Majesty! Something's happening! The skeleton soldiers who ran over to move the giant skeleton made a new discovery. Gu Erdan led the two generals Hung and Ha to quickly climb onto the skeleton. The hill that was originally tens of meters high and blocked the entire road has been mostly removed as the giant skeleton stood up. The scenery behind the hill was also exposed to everyone at this time. It was a broad plain with towering mountains at the end. In the middle of the mountain range, you can see a bottomless valley that divides the entire mountain range in two. It's as if someone used a magic axe to split the huge mountain in half. The strong wind swept past, and as it passed through the mountains, it kept making a howling sound, which sounded as creepy as the howling of evil spirits. Ding dong! Howling hollow! It appears! Pushing aside the giant skeleton and climbing over the small hill, Gu Erdan and others finally arrived in front of the valley. Looking at the valley that seemed to have no end in sight, everyone looked at each other in confusion. In the end, it was the most experienced helmetless knight who gave the first suggestion. According to the map, the entire valley is more than 10 kilometers long and has varying widths. The narrowest spot is 6 kilometers long and is about 100 meters wide. We can build a defense line there. The advice given by the helmetless knight was very formal, but Gu Erdan just shook his head after hearing it. Not right, not right. Your Majesty, is there anything wrong with this? Nothing is right. Taking the map, Gu Erdan pointed above the valley. It is indeed a good idea to defend weak points to meet the enemy, but the premise is that we must have elite soldiers. Only elite soldiers can defend Thermopylae. If you replace 300 Spartans with 300 passers-by, I'm afraid they won't even be able to withstand the first wave of cannon fodder charge. Pointing at the more than 10,000 younger brothers behind him, Gu Erdan showed a rare serious expression on his face. Our soldiers are considered elite, but they are definitely not elite. We are probably no match for the enemy, who are in a tight spot and must win. After all, they are a powerful force that has probably existed for many years. How could they not have any assets? Apart from other things, it is easy for them to gather more than 105th level undead. So what does your Majesty mean? Guard the exit, set up a pocket formation. Attack from 3 sides. The exit is only this big. At most, thousands of people can come out at once. He may be able to gather a 100-man 5th level elite team, but he definitely can't gather thousands of 5th level undead. Even if he can gather 1,000 4th level undead is a question. Even if they really can, we have 10,000 against 1,000, the advantage is on me. Gu Erdan's words made the helmetless knight's eyes sparkle. Catching a turtle in a jar? Good plan. But if the opponent's master forces his way through the formation, with more than 10,000 of us scattered outside the valley, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop him. If you can't stop him, just let him go. Don't forget that our mission is only to delay the enemy's army, not to kill their generals. With so many enemies attacking, it's normal for a few to slip through. As long as we don't let the entire enemy army rush through, if 1 or 2 masters escape, there will be masters in the rear to deal with them. Listening to Gu Erdan's logical plan, the helmetless knight couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise in his eyes. Not only him, but also the white-boned vanguard officer next to him was looking at Gu Erdan with a weird expression. When did our boss, who would hide himself before making a decision, become so smart? Gu Erdan, noticing everyone's gaze, pursed his lips in disdain. TSK. These guys are just stupid people. They are really short-sighted. Such a simple plan, anyone who has watched a few military movies can figure it out, right? Pocket formation, making a feint to the east and attacking in the west, besieging Wei to save Zhao, and breaking through the surface with a point, these phrases are known to 3-year-old children. As expected, the undead are the undead, and their IQ is unparalleled. Of course, this is also good news. The IQ of my younger brother is so low, so by analogy, the IQ of the other party should not be much higher. It is better to fight with a fool than with a wise man. More than 10,000 soldiers began to line up and prepare. Gu Erdan didn't know how to deploy troops, but he still had the most basic common sense. The crowd formed a circle, leaving only an open space at the exit, so as to form a 3-sided attack situation. Then the meat shields who can carry the load stand in the front, the soldiers with long arms stand in the middle, and those who can attack from a distance stand in the back. Behind these long-range attack units, there are some units that are good at close combat. On the one hand, they act as personal bodyguards for ranged units to prevent airstrikes or underground burrows that disrupt output, and on the other hand, they also act as backup forces. Once the front line is lost, it will be their turn to take the field. At that time, it will be a melee without any rules. Everyone will rush up and kill him directly. This group of skeleton soldiers, who come in a variety of types and have all kinds of weapons, are indeed very good at melee combat. The formation was arranged and everyone began to wait foolishly. And this wait lasted for 7 full days. That really made Gu Erdan's scalp tingle. These bastard undeads have no sense of time. Don't they know that speed is of the essence in war? It takes so long to prepare for a war. By the time they get to the battlefield, they won't even have hot shit to eat. 7 days later, in the early morning, when the black sun rose, the long-awaited enemy finally appeared in the tunnel. It was not until this incident that Gu Erdan understood why these guys came so late. At the end of the tunnel ahead, I saw endless undead taking heavy steps and marching at a slow pace. Skeletons, zombies, dark warriors, corpse witches, all kinds of undead formed a mighty team. It was endless. Looking at the large army of miscellaneous troops appearing on the skyline, Gu Erdan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. No wonder they came so late. There are skeletons and zombies inside. It's strange that he can walk so fast. Even with her paralyzed legs, the old lady could run faster than him even with a cane. What does this guy mean? We are all undead. What kind of undead disaster are you playing with me? The guy who came to attack this time was obviously a being that had invaded the human world before, and the method he was using now was a tactic that was notorious in the human world. It was called the Undead Scourge. The so-called undead disaster. It refers to an endless wave of undead. The speed is slow, but the number is amazing. Like an ant marching, it devours everything it encounters along the way. It is rumored that when you see the scourge of the undead, you have no way to escape, because the tide of zombies and the sea of skeletons that appear on the horizon often spread over dozens of kilometers. Even if you run to the left or right immediately, you will not have enough time to escape from their coverage. So you can only follow them and run forward, but the dead will not get tired, but the living will get tired. The end result is that you are exhausted and watch the endless tide of zombies swallow you up. This is just a single encounter. If you encounter the undead scourge alone, you still have a chance of survival. If a city encounters a natural disaster of undead, there is absolutely no chance of survival. Because people can run, but towns do not have long legs, and there are a huge number of people in the city. They were also incredibly slow when moving collectively, so there were only two options. Or everyone runs together, but the end result is generally that they are exhausted and caught up and swallowed by the undead scourge behind them, and become one of them. Or they could rely on city defense, and use the strength of one city to fight against the endless sea of undead. The fighting that seems to never end and the undead spirits that never seem to have an end have crushed countless heroes and brave men from ancient times to the present. The scourge of the undead is definitely synonymous with terror, but it depends on who it is for. Looking at the overwhelming undead coming from afar, their strength was only at level 1 or 2. Turning his head and looking at his more than 10,000 4th level undead, Gu Erdan looked at them as if they were fools. What's going on? Using the skills of the undead to fight the undead? Does the other party expect to tire them to death like the living? Waving his hand towards the rear, Gu Erdan retreated back to his position. Tens of thousands of soldiers raised their weapons and began to prepare for battle. Before the battle even started, a murderous aura had already spread. Chapter 57, Positional Warfare. Woo! The deep sound of a horn rang out, mixed with the terrifying sound effects of the Howling Valley, forming a creepy marching song. Countless undead seas rushed towards them and crashed heavily into the troops led by Gu Erdan. Bones flew everywhere. Corpses were shattered. A large number of undead were slaughtered by various attacks. On one side are cannon fodder that can be found everywhere, and on the other side are elite troops of astonishing quality. There is simply no comparison between the two. This is just like the undead scourge encountering the ace army of the human world, and naturally they were slaughtered like chopping melons and vegetables. The only difference is that humans get tired, they get sleepy, they get exhausted, and eventually die in battle. This is also the common way the undead deal with human legions. Many human legions are not killed, but are exhausted to death. But Gu Erdan and the others are different. We are all dead. You want to compete with me in endurance? Why? You have a herniated disc? Gu Erdan, who was standing in the rear to supervise the battle, even had the leisure to direct his younger brothers to take turns on duty. Anyone who is injured too often or fights for too long will be replaced by Gu Erdan. As a result, after a day of fighting, the other side lost tens of thousands of undead, while only a dozen people died on Gu Erdan's side. Moreover, these guys who died in the battle did not die at the hands of these cannon fodder undead, but were killed by the high-level undead hidden among the cannon fodder. Hiding high-level undead among cannon fodder and launching surprise attacks to break the opponent's defense is also a dirty trick often used by the undead. But the other party didn't get any benefits this time. Although they successfully killed more than a dozen of Gu Erdan's brothers, as long as they dared to show their heads and take action, they would be targeted in the next second. It is true that 17 people on Gu Erdan's side died, but more than 30 people on the other side were also killed, including 2 5th-level undead. The enemy, realizing that something was amiss, finally temporarily called off the attack. Gu Erdan, who was standing in his team, was so happy that he was about to explode. Tens of thousands of undead were captured at once, both first and second level ones. This is hundreds of thousands, close to 1 million in revenue. Almost enough to train a 10th level undead lord. Oh my god! It turns out that making money from war is the most profitable. Seeing that he had lost more than a dozen soldiers, Gu Erdan searched among the enemy corpses happily and found quite a few who were not yet dead. First there is a round of knocking and recruiting, and then energy is transmitted after successful recruitment. In the blink of an eye, Gu Erdan's side was replenished with hundreds of 4th level soldiers. The military force had not been lost in the war, but instead was increasing in number. See? Fight to support the war. This is the real undead disaster. However, this time, the types of soldiers recruited by Gu Erdan were a bit mixed, including not only black warriors and skeleton soldiers. Zombies are a rare commodity in the Plane of Bones, but Gu Erdan actually managed to recruit 12 of them this time. There are 4th level rotten corpses, 4th level poisonous corpses, 4th level black zombies, and even a walking corpse that transformed into the famous 4th level corpse demon. The corpse demon is not a simple thing. Unlike the artificial version of the stitched corpse demon, the toxins in this thing's body can infect corpses and cause them to mutate into rotten corpses, which are very similar to the zombies in biochemical movies. He poked the corpse demon next to him with a stick, and facing the guy's innocent eyes revealed in confusion, Gu Erdan couldn't help but grin. Sure enough, compared to these half-rotten guys, skeletons are more pleasing to the eye. This world is not normal. He can understand that there are corpse demons similar to zombies. After all, things like corpse transformation should be quite common in the magic world. But why are there still zombies in this world? Yes, zombies. The standard Eastern zombies that are invulnerable to swords and guns. With ridiculous strength. Looking at the guy next to him who was covered in black hair and jumping around with his arms erected, Gu Erdan felt that he might have guessed wrong. This world of the dead did not seem to be a simple magical world. I wonder if I will see a Gundam or a swordsman one day. I am a little excited just thinking about it. But don't let a group of burly men in heavy armor appear, rushing forward with chained swords and shouting, "For the God Emperor!" After all, he really couldn't beat that thing in all likelihood. The invading army was temporarily defeated, leaving behind only a large number of corpses and debris. Gu Erdan did not just leave these corpses alone. After all, if the corpses were really piled up into a hill, the enemy might be able to gain an advantage over them, which would be a bad situation. Under Gu Erdan's command, the soldiers hurried to drag the corpses away, and even used the corpses to form a stepped slope, which looked like the ancient Roman Colosseum from a distance. The only difference is that in the Colosseum there are spectators watching the show while the people below are fighting each other. Here, the audience is fighting with the people below with weapons. The truce of others did not last long. After just a dozen minutes, the second round of war had already begun. The undead still came in droves, but this time there were many more high-level undead mixed in. The two sides collided and the fight was difficult to separate. Just when the war reached its climax, there was a sudden howling of strong wind in the sky. Gu Erdan looked up and saw a vast swarm of flying undead falling towards him. Corpse birds, bloodbats, and even third-level gargoyles among them. This thing is made entirely of stone and is a monster driven entirely by the power of death in its body. It has very strong combat power. In the human world, these gargoyles are usually placed in tombs to act as guards. They will attack any living thing that enters the tomb. They are extremely bloodthirsty, and can effectively prevent others from mobbing the tomb. While the skeletons in the front row were being held back by the cannon fodder, these flying undead came roaring in and swooped down towards the long-range front in the rear like cannonballs. The opponent's plan is very clear, which is to avoid the tough opponents in the front row and start to break them down from the back. Crash! Black shadows fell from the sky. All kinds of flying undead crashed into the skeleton archers and skeleton javelin throwers. There were bones scattered everywhere and flesh and blood flying everywhere. The standby troops in the rear, realizing that something was wrong, immediately placed the skeleton archers in the middle. But they only protected the skeleton archers, because other ranged troops did not need their protection at all. The skeleton javelin thrower is a ranged unit when throwing, but once it gets close, it becomes a spearman. Its close combat capability is no worse than other skeleton soldiers. There are also skeleton throwers and skeleton slingshotters. These guys seem to be playing around when they attack from a distance. If Gu Erdan didn't have enough long-range combat units, he would never have allowed these guys to fill in the numbers. It's okay if they don't get close to you, but at a long range, their combat power is probably not even as good as that of a third-level undead, and their attacks are like bullets to the head. At this moment, the enemy suddenly engaged in close combat, and these guys who dared to pretend to be ranged warriors with just a slingshot were instantly furious. He dropped the slingshot, pulled out a bone club that was more than 1 meter long, and hit the gargoyle in front of him head-on. With a loud bang, most of the gargoyle's stone head, which was known to be extremely hard, was smashed into pieces. Before he could stagger to the ground, several more hammers whizzed towards him from the side. This comrade gargoyle died a miserable death. The melee among the ranged units continued. Gu Erdan did have very few regular ranged combat units, but the enemy's flying units weren't many either. The most important thing is that these guys are not easy to mess with. The leader of the opposing team thought that Gu Erdan had sent all his main forces to the front line, but who would have thought that the fighting effectiveness of these guys in the rear was not necessarily much worse than those at the front line. Altogether, there were more than 3,000 of them, most of which were of the first or second order. There were no more than 200 third-order undead, and there were only about 20 fourth-order enemy Air Force troops. They were like sparrows hitting tempered glass, and died miserably. And most of them have zero record. The only one who had made any military achievements was the leader of the Air Force, a high-level gargoyle whose strength had reached the 5th level. This thing destroyed 2 skeletons and crippled 3 slingshot operators. Then he was hacked to death by the reserve troops who came from behind. Chapter 58: Air Raids and Tunnels. The enemy's second wave of attack came and went quickly. As the Air Force units were completely annihilated, the undead troops that had rushed over with great momentum fled back at an even faster speed, leaving behind only more than 10,000 skeletons. Gu Erdan, who fought off the enemy forcefully, solemnly buried the 2 skeleton throwers who died heroically in front of all the soldiers. Although these 2 guys have been fishing in troubled waters, others are throwing javelins, they are using slingshots, the funny effect is far greater than the actual killing, and they have deeply understood the essence of the 4 words. The most important thing is participation. But the 2 of them sacrificed themselves for the greater army. They made contributions for the great cause of the dead. So go with peace of mind. The party and the state will never forget their loyalty. While sighing at the loyalty of the 2 men, Gu Erdan devoured the ghost fire of the 2 guys' already scattered souls. The soul is scattered, there is really no hope for it. Resources cannot be wasted, so let's make use of them. After burying the bodies of the heroic soldiers, Gu Erdan began to count the spoils of war. The other side lost more than 10,000 people, while this time they only had 7 deaths in total, which is less than the last time. It's not the opponent's fault for not trying hard. In fact, in the second round of attack, the opponent has secretly increased the number of high-level undead to launch a sneak attack. The number of high-level undead who died in this round is probably hundreds. As for why so many came, but the number killed was less than last time, it was mainly because Gu Erdan and the others were prepared. Yes. A group of high-level undead mixed in with low-level cannon fodder to launch a sneak attack, this idea is indeed good. But the problem is that these high-level idiots are dressed more glamorously than each other in order to show off their status. Amidst a group of tattered skeleton soldiers, a high-end guy wearing full plate armor suddenly emerged. If you don't focus on him, who will you focus on? As soon as the high-level undead that were the focus of the attack were discovered, they would immediately be attacked from all directions. Among the nearly 100 undead above level 4, most of them were killed on the spot before they could even take action. The 5 frontline soldiers led by Gu Erdan were killed by a long-range combat corpse wizard. That guy was at least level 5 in strength. He used a chain of corpse explosions from more than 100 meters away, killing 5 warriors on the spot and injuring nearly 100. The skeleton soldiers under Gu Erdan's command did not let him off, and they launched a rain of arrows and javelins at his face. They covered the hundreds of meters around the opponent, and shot him like a hedgehog on the spot. In addition to a considerable amount of spoils, Gu Erdan also discovered an unexpected surprise, that is, he recruited the Air Force this time. 3 blood bats, 1 gargoyle, and 2 corpse birds. The 6 newly recruited brothers formed the 1st Air Force Squad under Gu Erdan, codenamed the Kamikaze Suicide Squad. After all, there are only 6 members in total. If they dared to rush down, it would be a suicide attack, which would be nothing but courting death. The enemy army, which had suffered a second defeat, finally remained quiet for a while. Obviously, they also realized that something was wrong. The strength of the skeleton soldiers on the opposite side is quite strong. Where did those vampires come from? Why haven't I heard of them before? The two sides confronted each other across several kilometers. Gu Erdan led his men to form a pocket formation at the exit and wait for the enemy to attack. The opponent, who had suffered 2 consecutive losses, lined up in the tunnel and dared not show their heads. The stalemate between the two sides lasted for half a day. In the 2 attacks, more than 40,000 undead were killed. Although the enemy did not care about the loss of cannon fodder, if the fight continues at this level, let alone breaking through the defense line and stealing the enemy's home, it is possible that all members will die here. As night fell, there was silence above the canyon tunnel, but a dozen meters below, an entire army of undead were working desperately. These guys were not just anyone else, they were the enemies who had failed in both attacks. They changed their strategy again, and after realizing that a head-on fight with the other side would inevitably result in heavy losses, they chose to move secretly. The digging lasted for several hours. After they dug for several kilometers and finally broke through the defense line of Gu Erdan's troops, the leader finally decided to surface. The ground was opened up, and a strange, oversized undead creature broke out of the ground. This is a 5th-level undead gravedigger. Its head is like a large drill and can rotate at an extremely high speed. It is best at digging holes and destroying city walls. It is the nightmare of human garrison troops. The gravediggers that broke through the soil burrowed back into the earth. A moment later, a large number of troops poured out like a tide and desperately climbed out through the cave entrance. 10 seconds later, the troops that were desperately trying to climb out ran back at an even faster speed. More than 2,000 skeleton soldiers behind them chased them relentlessly, and drove them into the cave before they gave up. What happened? Why are you withdrawing? The undead leader in charge of this operation had a look of anger on his face. He swung the sword in his hand and directly chopped several soldiers who fled back, but he could not stop the soldiers from retreating. Report to the general. There are guards outside. You're talking nonsense. We don't even know where we can get out. How could they be guarding outside? It's true. And they are quite powerful. They are definitely an elite group of warriors. Hundreds of soldiers were hacked to death the first time they came into contact with them. A bunch of rubbish. Get out of the way. Corpse demon guards. Follow me and break through the formation. With a roar, the corpse demon general, who was as powerful as the 6th level, rushed out of the cave first, and saw thousands of skeleton soldiers suppressing his troops. Seeing this scene, he was filled with rage and rushed forward with a sword in hand. The blade flashes. 5th ring spell, Phantom Strike. A crackling sound was heard, and the corpse demon general swung his sword and killed 5 generals in a row. He was unstoppable and seemed to be in an empty space. Seeing that the opponent's expert was coming to kill them, the skeleton soldiers became restless. Then, only miserable howling sounds were heard, and more than 20 skeleton soldiers, holding shields in their left hands and axes in their right hands, with red light in their eyes, pounced out like mad dogs. These guys are one of Gu Erdan's ace troops. The skeleton axe men. The first skeleton swordsman who rushed over was extremely brave. He jumped more than 10 meters away and chopped down with his sword. The corpse demon general swung his sword back and split him into 2 pieces on the spot, but he didn't expect that although the lower half of the axeman flew away, the upper half of his body was not affected at all, and the axe hit him on the head with a clang. The corpse demon general, who had not taken this attack seriously, suddenly felt a buzzing in his head. The huge bone axe even broke through his helmet and embedded itself on it. Get out of my way! The severely injured corpse demon general roared, and with a backhand punch, knocked the brave soldier away, but in the next second he was knocked down by the swordsmen who rushed over one after another. A group of mad dog swordsmen with full abilities, their combat power can be comparable to that of the 5th level in a short period of time. Although they are still not as good as the corpse demon general, they can't be defeated by their large numbers. One fearless charge after another made the corpse demon general unable to cope with anything. Especially after a guy without martial ethics chopped off half of his foot with an axe while he was lying on the ground, the corpse demon general could no longer stand steadily. In the end, he relied on the help of his own corpse guards to force his way out of the encirclement of the swordsman and successfully escape back into the cave. However, the original more than 100 4th level corpse demon guards were chopped down to only about 30 people by this group of swordsmen. With the corpse demon general blocking the entrance of the cave, the swordsmen were unable to form an encirclement and had no choice but to stand at the entrance and stare at them from afar. The corpse demon general was covered with wounds, and the whole demon was dumbfounded. He didn't know that the other party's strength was increased by rampage, and he thought that these guys were really 5th level undead. What's going on? Could it be that the personal guards of the Grace Blood clan elders are here? Why are there so many 5th level undead? The other side is treating him as a large force and attacking him. Staring at the skeleton soldiers who kept roaming around and throwing things to harass him from time to time, the corpse demon general became more and more angry and could not help but roar at them. You bunch of bastards! Chapter 59, Explosion is Art. Following his roar, the skeleton soldiers fell silent in an instant. Just as the corpse demon general was secretly sighing that his deterrent power was as strong as ever, the skeletons suddenly dispersed from him. A skinny skeleton soldier holding a bone walnut hammer raised his weapon high and strode out in full view of everyone. When passing by the captain of the executioner team, he suddenly dug out a piece of his own skull and stuffed it into the captain's hand, receiving a heavy nod from the captain. After doing all this, the skinny skeleton soldier roared, raised the walnut hammer, and rushed towards the corpse demon general resolutely. And his momentum also burst out at this moment. Level 4. Skeleton soldiers. You're looking for death. Seeing that a 4th level little guy dared to provoke him, fire rose in the eyes of the corpse demon general, and he chopped at the opponent's head with a knife. The skeleton soldier howled at this moment, and a strange red light emanated from his body. A large number of magma-like lines were all over his bones. For the Emperor! Quack! The two of them collided in shock under the gaze of everyone, and only saw the sword in the hands of the corpse demon general hit the other party first, and then. Boom! Dazzling flames burst out from the skeleton soldiers' bodies. Bones all over their bodies exploded. They turned into dense bone fragments rain. They washed all directions directly. The terrifying shock wave shook the ground. It even raised the soil above the cave to more than 2 meters high. The corpse demon general who was closest to him was blown into 2 pieces on the spot. 4th ring necromancy spell. Soul self-destruction. With a loud bang, half of the excavated cave collapsed, and the skeleton soldiers were left with nothing. As for the corpse demon general, he is worthy of being a 6th level undead, and his strength is indeed far beyond the scope of low-level undead. Even if he was hit head-on by the self-explosion, he would only be injured but not killed. The lower half was blown directly into the cave, and the upper half flew up and hit the top of the cave heavily, and then fell to the ground with a clang the next second. The right arm holding the knife was broken into countless pieces, the left arm was also severely twisted, and even the skull was covered with cracks. One move! Cripple! Looking at the corpse demon general lying on the ground, unable to get up, the two sides looked at each other subconsciously. The next moment, the corpse demon general's personal guards rushed towards their boss, and the skeleton swordsmen outside also roared, turned on the rampage state and rushed forward. Half an hour later, at the enemy headquarters outside the canyon, an undead wearing hideous black armor, with only his eyes exposed, looked silently at the corpse at his feet. To be precise, it was half a body, or the lower half. There were several undead spirits with extraordinary temperament standing around, all of them were at level 6 in strength. After kicking the corpse on the ground, the Death Knight Yale looked up at the several 5th level corpse demons kneeling on the ground with a very cold tone. So, this guy was killed by a 4th level undead self-explosion? No, the general was just crippled by the explosion, he wasn't dead yet. What about his upper body? He was robbed and hacked to death by the other party. You just watched him get snatched away and hacked to death? Of course not. It's just that the other party is like crazy. Dozens of 5th level undead rushed over at the same time. We really can't withstand it. It's as if the one who died was their general. The words of the captain of the corpse demon guards made the Death Knight Yale frown more and more. He did not suspect that the other party was lying, because out of more than 100 members of the corpse demon guard, only 3 managed to escape, and each of them was missing limbs. The captain of the corpse demon in front of him had half of his head chopped off. It was a very brutal beating. Frowning at the half-body on the ground, Death Knight Yale couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Where did these skeletons come from? Their fighting power is too strong. Could they be the trump cards secretly cultivated by the vampire clan? The third attack not only failed to achieve any results, but also resulted in the loss of one of his own generals. The Death Knight Yale felt that he should seriously consider how to deal with the enemy. This group of skeleton soldiers can indeed be called opponents. At the same time, in the command center on the other side of the Howling Canyon, Gu Erdan was also frowning. In front of him was a 6th-level soul ghost fire, which was exploded by the corpse demon general. Placed in front of him along with the soul ghost fire was a piece of bone. The men went out to find a skeleton and Gu Erdan installed the bone fragments on it. The next moment, the bone fragments dissolved and the skeleton came to life. Name: Skeleton Soldier Number 4396. Identity: 4th level Skeleton Vanguard. Strength is damaged, currently actually 1st level. 1st ring Necromancer, Soul Split. 2nd ring Undead spell, Ghost Shuttle. 3 ring Necromancy spell, Death Hastened. 4th ring Undead spell, Soul Self-Destruction. Introduction: Explosion is a fucking art. Looking at the skinny skeleton soldier in front of him who only had the strength of the 1st level, Gu Erdan nodded with satisfaction. This is the guy who blew himself up before. He actually blew up a 6th level boss by himself. His military exploits are truly outstanding. As for why he was still alive even though his soul had exploded, it was because of his 1st level spell. Soul Split. This spell is not a 1st ring spell to be precise, but a ringless spell. It may appear in spells of every level, and its effect is to split one's own soul into 2. As long as both are not completely destroyed, one can be reborn through the remaining parts. It's just that the soul splitting of this skeleton soldier is a 1st level spell, so the strength of the soul he splits is only 1st level strength. Reaching out and solemnly patting the brave little skeleton on the shoulder, Gu Erdan's face was full of admiration. As the saying goes, heroes emerge from the young. Young man, you are a real talent. I am very optimistic about you. You have the potential to become the 4th of the 4 heavenly kings. The little skeleton shook his head wildly after being praised, and it was obvious that he was very happy. But he was happy, but Gu Erdan was not happy. This kid actually dared to self-destruct. He is a wolf killer. He just performed art because of a disagreement. Is he really sane? He should not have a brain seizure and explode himself. Hey! Young man, don't be happy yet. I haven't finished speaking yet. Although you have made great achievements in the war, your achievements are still not enough. The helmetless knight commander dedicated a whole set of armor to me. The skeleton vanguard officer dedicated all his loyalty to me. General Wulong dedicated his entire body to me. And although you dedicated your soul to me, but this time you only blew up half of yourself. So you are not qualified to be a general. Seeing the little skeleton lowering his head in despair, Gu Erdan felt a little bit sorry for it. After all, the other person blew himself up for you, but you were afraid that this guy was and would threaten your safety, so you didn't give him any reward. This is really not a human behavior. Patting the other person's shoulder heavily, Gu Erdan decided to give him some encouragement. Don't lose heart, you are already half a general. As long as you work hard, I believe you will become the 4th general under my command. Young man, a bright future awaits you. By the way, I will help you regain your strength first. You strive to become bigger and stronger. Create more glory. As energy poured into the body, the self-destructive little skeleton soldier that had degenerated into the 1st level immediately recovered to the peak of the 4th level. Seeing this, Gu Erdan took a step back and immediately distanced himself from him. This kid has the ability to severely damage a 6th level undead. To be on the safe side, let's send him out. He immediately promoted the guy to captain and gave him 1,000 elite soldiers. Gu Erdan once again sent him out to carry out a reconnaissance mission. This so-called reconnaissance mission is mainly responsible for guarding against the situation around and underground. Chapter 60: Charge of the Death Knights. The reason why Gu Erdan was able to detect the enemy's tunnel digging and even accurately dispatch 2,000 elite soldiers to follow the enemy and give them a blow on the head when the enemy showed up was actually very simple. That is, Gu Erdan has a special operations team that is good at investigating underground situations. Have you ever heard of the 4th level skeleton rat? Not to mention having heard of ordinary undead, I'm afraid I've never even seen a 2nd level skeleton rat in my life. After all, who would be stupid enough to breed skeleton rats? Facts have proved that skeleton rats really have no value in training. Even if they are upgraded to the 4th level, their combat effectiveness is still pitifully weak. It's just that their excavation speed has been qualitatively improved, and most importantly, their ability to perceive the underground has become extremely terrifying. As long as there is any underground movement within a radius of 10 miles, they can accurately detect it, which can be called underground radar. It was also with the help of the skeleton rat that Gu Erdan was able to detect the opponent's little movements, and thus take the opportunity to wait and see. In the early morning of the 2nd day, as the black sun rose again, the enemy's 4th round of attack began. However, this time they did not charge forward mindlessly. Instead, they began to deploy their troops like 2 armies in battle, and sent all their forces forward. Standing at the forefront of the enemy army was a cavalry force, a domineering cavalry force of up to 300 people, emitting a black aura. Death Knights. The pinnacle of the intermediate undead army. They are born with the 5th order strength. There are as many as 300 of them at this time. They are definitely a force that should not be underestimated. And in front of these Death Knights, there is a being with an even more domineering appearance. Co. The King of Death Knights. A rank 7 boss. One of the 3 kings of the netherworld underworld. A direct subordinate of the king of the underworld. He once relied on the joint charge of his Death Knights to kill 3 beings of the same level in one battle. It was even rumored that he could lead his knights to fight against the 8th level beings. Death Knight Yale actually didn't care about the continuous casualties. But he cares about time. According to the original plan, he should have preserved his strength and disguised his identity, relying on the recruited cannon fodder to force his way through the defense line, and then lead the elite troops to catch the enemy off guard. For this purpose, he even spent several days to bring this group of slow-moving cannon fodder over. But who would have thought that the other party seemed to know his plan and actually left a hard bone here? The original plan had failed. Even if he could find ways to break through the opponent's defense, this level of hard bone would inevitably arouse the opponent's vigilance. Although the 300 Death Knights are strong, they are not invincible. If they are trapped in a sea of people and lose their mobility, they will eventually be drowned by the sea of people. Straightening his helmet, Death Knight Yale showed a determined look in his eyes. Now that things have come to this, the only option is to break out at all costs. Relying on the Death Knight's perfect mobility and assault power, as long as he can break through the defense line before the target in the rear can react and successfully rush to his target, then this battle can still be fought. Without any nonsense, the Death Knight Yale put on his mask and yanked the reins hard. The 4th level undead horse under him neighed and launched a fearless charge towards the endless undead in front of him. At the same time, all his abilities were activated. Howling Wind accelerates. Death Charge. Phantom of the Underworld. Rays of light flickered on the Death Knights. 300 Death Knights carried tremendous arrogance and started their own war. The Death Knight Yale, who was at the front, swung the flat lance in his hand. A black haze spread from his body, turning into shackles and passing to the other Death Knights. 7-ring necromancy spell. Death Shackles. At this moment, the 300 knights seemed to merge into one. Their momentum increased wildly. Closer. Closer. All I saw was the sky suddenly turned dark. Arrows and javelins rained down like raindrops. These attacks landed on the Death Knights, causing the haze that enveloped them to ripple continuously. The combined attack of hundreds of 4th level undead was unable to break through the opponent's magic barrier. Gu Erdan was suddenly startled when he saw this scene. The Black Warrior Legion next to him reacted even faster. They directly set up shields to form a simple shield wall to protect Gu Erdan. At this time, not only Gu Erdan was shocked, but the Death Knight Yale was also stunned. He knew that these enemies were strong, but he never expected them to be this strong. This wave of intensive attacks was enough to kill a 5th-level undead. Whether it was the arrows or javelins that fell from midair, none of them were weaker than the 4th level. If it weren't for the 7th ring spell Death Shackles that could gather and mobilize all the power of the connector to prevent this round of attack. If the Death Knight charges alone, his combat power will be reduced by more than 30% by this round of attack. The speed of cavalry charges was astonishing, especially large charges launched by groups of hundreds of men. At full speed, let alone being able to withstand the attack from the front, even if they couldn't withstand it, they had only one choice: charge to the end. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Either you break through the formation, or you break the arrow here. With a loud bang, 300 Death Knights, united in momentum, faced a hail of arrows and crashed heavily into the shield wall formed by the high-level skeleton guards. The heavy bone tower shield that was more than half a person's height was unable to stop the opponent's charge, and did not even slow down the opponent's speed. Skeletons shattered everywhere. Groups of skeletons were scattered. The first layer of heavy armored soldiers' defense line was broken. The combined black energy was reduced by 3 layers. Death Knight Yale roared. He led the soldiers to continue charging forward. The second line of defense was coming. It was also the line of defense that posed the greatest threat to the Death Knight. It was a spear forest array consisting of skeleton spearmen, skeleton axemen, and skeleton halberdmen. This group of guys were originally responsible for hiding behind the skeleton guards and using their longer weapons to attack the enemy. At this time, the shield wall was broken, and this group of guys stuck together tightly and stabbed out with their spears with all their strength. Spearmen versus cavalry. The two are mortal enemies. The outcome of the fight is unpredictable. But today, the fighting power of both sides is not equal. Relying on the blessing of the 7-ring spell. At this time, the Death Knights are so powerful. They crashed into the forest of spears without hesitation. Countless spears broke. Countless skeletons collapsed. The Death Knights rushed forward like a cone and broke through the formation. They once again broke through the second round of defense without any injury. However, the combined black energy on their bodies had been reduced to only about 40% at this time. Even the thick black fog began to gradually fade and distort. 3rd level. Ranged troops. The skeleton throwers picked up the hammers in their hands, and the slingshot players put away their toys without hesitation and showed the battle axes in their hands. Even the skeleton archers who were not good at close combat did not hesitate to drop their longbows and took out a bone pocket fruit knife. The 3rd round of defense was broken without any surprise, even though the Death Knights were already at the end of their strength after breaking through 2 formations in a row. It was easy for them to break through the formation when facing a group of guys who were not good at defense. Seeing that all 3 elite enemy troops were defeated by him, the Death Knight Yale secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Through the previous Air Force surprise attack, he had discovered that the enemy's first 3 forces were very powerful. Even the unit responsible for long-range attacks had an unusually high combat effectiveness. But that's all. Get past these 3 elite troops. Those skeleton soldiers in the rear with messy formations are just brought here by this guy to support the team. They can be broken in a snap. As long as we break out of the enemy's encirclement, then this plan will not be considered a failure. No matter how big the sacrifice is, it is worth it. Pulling the reins. Death Knight Yale took the lead and rushed towards the messy skeleton reserve in the camp, completely ignoring Gu Erdan, who was tightly protected in the middle by the Black Warrior Legion. Looking at the Death Knight Yale, who was leading the cavalry, whizzing past the Black Warrior and diving into the reserve team, Gu Erdan had a confused expression on his face. This guy is rushing over here so desperately, isn't he planning to carry out a decapitation plan? Hey, I'm here. Why is he running to the reserve team? The more than 6,000 reserve troops who were gathered in a mess in the rear saw the cavalry charging towards them, and they all took out their various weapons with excitement. Wow! The big fish is delivered to your door. Could it be that my military service is finally over? Chapter 61, The Cost of Miscalculation. Outside the Howling Canyon, the Death Knights and the Skeleton Army were already engaged in a melee. The Death Knights' collective charge was eventually stopped. Indeed, the more than 6,000 reserve troops at the back are, in a sense, not as elite as the 3 lines of defense in the front. The 3 lines of defense in front have been specially trained by Gu Erdan. They know how to deploy troops, although not very well, and how to cooperate with each other, limited to taking advantage of others' misfortunes. They are indeed elite among the skeleton soldiers. However, no matter how useless the reserve skeleton soldiers in the rear are, they are genuine level 4 undead. The most important thing is that there are a lot of them. The undead knights, whose momentum was exhausted, finally stopped on their undead horses when they rushed into the middle of the reserve army. As the warhorse stopped, the Death Knight's deterrent power began to drop sharply. It is said that stopped cavalry are sandbags, especially when they stop after charging into an enemy group. 300 Death Knights were surrounded by thousands of 4th-level skeletons and were attacked from all sides. Some were chopping with axes on one side, stabbing with pistols on the other, some were even hacking at the horses' legs, or rushing towards the knights recklessly, ready to pull them off. There was chaos on the battlefield. The Death Knight Yale was waving the strangely shaped flat lance in his hand, and everyone was stunned. Looking at the skeleton soldiers who were screaming and surrounding the Death Knight and beating him up, the Death Knight Yale couldn't help but start to doubt his life. Why are there so many high-level skeleton soldiers? Aren't these guys at the back supposed to be cannon fodder? Why are they still so good at fighting? Level 4! Level 4! Level 4 everywhere! Just as the Death Knight Yale was stunned, a giant skeleton soldier over 3 meters tall suddenly pushed the crowd away and rushed over. He swung the bone hammer in his hand, which was bigger than a human head, and smashed it on the head of the undead horse with a bang. Poor undead horse, it was only at the 4th level. How could it withstand such torture? It neighed and fell to the ground. The Death Knight Yale was caught off guard and was thrown out by his horse. Before he could roll to the ground, attacks from all directions fell like a rainstorm. There were a lot of clanging sounds as a large number of attack hammers hit the Death Knight Yale's armor, but few moves could break the defense. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, the undead simply rushed forward, trying to suppress Yale with their numbers. Boom! Black smoke exploded. The skeletons that had piled up into a small hill flew all over the sky. The Death Knight Yale was burning with black flames, and he roared and knocked the crowd away. 5-ring spell! Energy burst. Dodging the short spear thrust by a man, the Death Knight Yale raised his sword and slashed it down, his arm flashing with black light and directly splitting the spear in 2. At the same time, he swung his hand and knocked the skeleton soldier away. There was a sound of wind from behind, and 2 more skeleton soldiers rushed over with daggers in hand. Their movements were extremely agile. The Death Knight Yale's pupils shrank suddenly when he heard the sound of the wind. The terrifying aura on his body spread. He knocked the surrounding skeleton soldiers away again. The Death Knight Yale is definitely a veteran fighter, and he excels in both strength and martial arts. But facing the overwhelming siege of skeleton soldiers, the lone Death Knight Yale seems too weak after all. Looking at the younger brothers around him being surrounded and killed, Yale no longer cared whether he would hurt his men if he exerted his full strength. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it suddenly. The surging black gas rose up. It turned into a giant blade more than 10 meters long. 6-ring necromancy spell. Soul-stealing blade. He grabbed the weapon with both hands and swung it wildly. The skeleton soldiers coming from all directions were cut off at the touch. 10, 20, 30, 50, 100. Yale in the crowd was invincible, completely bursting out the power of a 7th-level strongman. However, what the skeleton fears least is the strong individual strength of the enemy. If you kill one, 2 will appear. If you kill 100, 200 will come to you. No matter how hard you try, you can't kill them all. No matter how hard you try, you can't chop them all down. The Death Knight Yale was surrounded by numerous skeletons, and the battle lasted for more than 20 minutes. The giant soul-snatching blade in his hand, which was originally 11 meters long, gradually shortened to 6 meters. And further shortened to 3 meters. 2.5 meters. 2 meters. When the energy in his body was completely exhausted, the soul blade in the hands of the Death Knight Yale suddenly turned into black gas and spread. Almost in the next moment, skeleton soldiers swarmed over from all directions. Looking at the endless skeleton soldiers around him, the Death Knight Yale was truly in despair. How many enemies had he killed? 200? 300? Or more? At this time, the Death Knights who had rushed into the crowd with him were basically all dead. This group of undead with strength reaching level 5 are still quite powerful even when they dismount and fight. Before dying in battle, each of them could exchange for the lives of several skeleton soldiers. Those 6th Order Death Knights could even kill 10, or even dozens of people. But that was all. As members of the undead, they experienced the horror of the sea of undead for the first time. Just as the Death Knight Yale was looking at the lost subordinates all around him, a gust of wind suddenly sounded from the side. Turning his head, he saw a bone hammer the size of a human head whizzing towards him and hitting his head with a bang. The person who made the sneak attack was no one else, it was the guy who killed Death Knight Yare's horse before. The helmet received a heavy blow, and this blow even contained the power of magic. Death Knight Yare rolled and flew out, knocking down more than a dozen skeleton soldiers in a row. As he landed awkwardly, a small crystal clear fell out of his armor. Looking at this small crystal that shimmered with strange luster and looked like it was no ordinary thing, the eyes of the skeleton soldiers around him suddenly lit up. Without any hesitation, these guys gave up on Yare and rushed toward the crystal. They want to fight for the spoils, and if they can present the good things to the king, they will definitely be appointed as generals, and their strength will be blessed and increased. A petite skeleton soldier rushed to the crystal first, grabbed the crystal with both hands and stuffed it into his bone armor without thinking. This is the unspoken rule set among this group of skeletons. If there is a trophy hidden in the body of a skeleton soldier, it means that the trophy belongs to someone and cannot be fought over. The skeleton soldiers around cursed a few times when they saw this unlucky thing, and the ghost fire in their eyes jumped wildly, but no one broke the rules. Only the skeletons followed the rules, except for the Death Knight Yale. His eyes suddenly widened, and the Death Knight Yale roared in an extremely sharp voice. "Give me back the teleportation crystal!" As soon as he finished speaking, the Death Knight Yale suddenly gathered the remaining strength in his body, turned it into a javelin and threw it out with all his strength. The dark soul-stealing blade was incredibly powerful. The vortexes it created along the way were like blades. Any skeleton soldier in front of the blade would either die or be crippled. The little skeleton that was the focus of the attack was directly cut into 2 pieces by the storm of weapons. The crystal fell to the ground with a clang and was grabbed by Yale, who flew over. Seeing this, the undead from all around swarmed over, ready to beat the down dog. But unexpectedly, at this moment, the little skeleton that was cut in half suddenly raised a small bone hammer in his hand, and a dazzling red light emanated from his body. 4th level spell. Soul Self-Destruction. Activate. Chapter 62. The Undead Knight Escapes. Crash. The skeleton soldiers who were rushing towards this side were so scared when they saw that this brat was about to self-destruct again that they braked suddenly, turned around and ran. The Death Knight Yale is also an old hand who has survived for hundreds of years. Of course, he cannot be unfamiliar with a talent spell with such obvious characteristics. Yale wanted to escape, but he had nowhere to escape. He was already covered in wounds and his strength was completely exhausted. Even if he could dodge the attack, he had no ability to break out of the sea of skeletons. With a firm grit of his teeth, a hint of determination appeared in the eyes of the Death Knight Yale. He suddenly grasped the crystal in his hand, ready to open it. The strength of this group of skeleton soldiers is too terrifying. So many 4th level undead. They are definitely capable of changing the course of the battle. Although we failed to directly behead Elder Grace as planned, it was worth it to be able to wipe out this group of weird skeleton soldiers. A bright light shone. Death Knight Yale raised the crystal in his hand, and his whole body was bathed in a light blue glow. Next to him, the self-destructing skeleton soldier also raised his arm. He had already turned into a high-explosive bomb. Just as the 2 of them finished storing their energy and were about to attack, there was a loud rumble from the ground. A huge grave digger broke out of the ground. It swallowed up Yale in one gulp. Then it suddenly sank. It was preparing to escape through the ground. Just when he was about to successfully escape underground, the self-destructive little skeleton finally managed to accumulate energy, and detonated itself with a loud bang. A raging flame appeared, and the huge gravedigger was blown to pieces. Its solid shell could not provide any help to it, and it was nearly broken in half. But the undead have no sense of pain. For them, a fight has only two outcomes: either continue fighting or die completely. There is no such thing as combat effectiveness being affected by injuries. The gravedigger, with a huge hole on its body, dived into the ground with a loud bang, raising a lot of dust. The skeleton soldiers rushing over were staggered by the dust and sand and could not get close at all. When the dust cleared, only a huge hole was left on the ground. As for the gravedigger and the Death Knight Yale, they had already disappeared without a trace. Gu Erdan, who was observing the situation from afar with a hand-made monocular telescope, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. I don't know whether I should feel regret or relief. He hurriedly ordered his subordinates to clean up the battlefield and bring the skeleton soldiers who were still alive to him. Gu Erdan opened the system and started the repair operation. Every race has its own advantages and disadvantages. For example, the demons are invulnerable to swords and guns and grow very fast, but they are born violent and have difficulty trusting each other. They only know how to fight alone. The elves are gifted with extraordinary talents, but unfortunately their fertility is extremely poor and their growth cycle is long, so they rely too much on the elf tree to produce their own people. Although orcs are born fast, grow fast, and are naturally strong, they can crush others in terms of numbers and strength at a very fast speed. However, the fact that 99% of the tribe members are unable to learn magic is their fatal flaw. Needless to say, the human race is able to reproduce and has a short growth cycle. Although they do not have any terrifying talents, their advantage is that they can tolerate everything. Undead magic, elven magic, angel magic, and even demon magic, there is nothing they dare not learn, only things they have not seen. Their huge number, their ability to learn anything, and their penchant for intrigue make them extremely difficult to deal with. What's even more outrageous is that humans have no reproductive isolation from any other race. Half orcs, half demon, half elves. There are all kinds of things. As for the undead clan that Gu Erdan is in at this time, their advantages and disadvantages are the most obvious. The growth cycle of the undead is extremely slow. Without high-quality soul ghost fire to devour, these guys may not be able to advance one level in decades, and that's when their strength is not high. Once you become a high-level undead, it is normal to be unable to move forward for hundreds of years. But they are immortal and are true undead who are not afraid of the passing of time. What's even more outrageous is that the scale of the appearance of undead creatures is very unreasonable. For example, in the undead world where Gu Erdan is now, don't always see thousands or tens of thousands of people dying in a war. But you have to know that every time the black sun rises, the number of resurrected undead in the world starts at tens of millions. Since the beginning of the world, the resentment, bones, and souls of the dead in all realms will eventually come to the countless undead worlds and become one of them, unless there is a special existence to guide them. After hundreds of thousands or millions of years, or even longer, of accumulation, no one can possibly count how many remains of the dead are gathered here. Therefore, the number of the undead, let alone compared with other races alone, even if all other races are added together, is not even a fraction of the number of the undead. Another terrifying ability of the undead is their immortality. The title of undead does not only mean that they will not die of old age, but also that they are difficult to kill. The reason why Gu Erdan can easily kill other undead is because he is also one of the undead, and can easily devour the soul ghost fire of other undead. But other races are not able to do that. Not only are they unable to devour the soul ghost fire, but they also avoid it like tigers and leopards. The priests purified, the demons burned, the elves cleansed, they could only spend a lot of energy to find a way to destroy these soul ghost fires. If you encounter a situation that cannot be resolved, it will be embarrassing. These soul ghost fires are treasures for the undead, but they are real disasters for other races. If you accidentally put this thing in your home, it will really cause a haunting. It might even possess your body. Even if it can't possess you alive. When someone dies in your family, this thing will make the corpse come back to life. The Death Knight Yale's crazy outburst just now killed 500 or 600 skeleton soldiers, but he was in the enemy's army at the time and had no time to devour the skeleton soldier's soul ghost fire, nor did he know the spell of soul explosion that could destroy the soul. This also resulted in most of these chopped skeletons not actually being dead, at least the ghost fire of their souls had not dissipated. As his younger brothers moved the messy skeletons over, Gu Erdan began to expend his energy to repair their souls. As the damaged soul ghost fire was restored, Gu Erdan used the bone regeneration technique to piece together the body. Of the more than 2,000 skeleton soldiers that were killed by the Death Knights, more than 1,200 stood up. Looking at the scattered soul ghost fires piled on the ground that could no longer be strengthened by the system, Gu Erdan could not help but shook his head. The remaining guys are truly hopeless. Their soul ghost fires have been shattered, and they no longer even have the most basic spiritual awareness. Even if Gu Erdan could put them together like building blocks and revive them with the help of the system, they would no longer be the original skeleton soldiers after being resurrected, but new ones. He swallowed these soul ghost fires casually to make up for his own losses. Gu Erdan started to head towards the spoils area, preparing to count the spoils he had received. The helmetless knight following behind him turned around and looked at the big hole dug by the gravedigger. "Your Majesty, shouldn't we chase him? That guy is already seriously injured, we must not let him go. If you give me 1,000 elite soldiers, I am sure I can stop him." The white bone vanguard officer who was also following behind Gu Erdan hurriedly said that he could do it too when he heard this. The only difference is that the number of soldiers he will lead is not 1,000, but 2,000. After all, the 1,000 elite soldiers of the helmetless knights are black warriors who have been upgraded to the 4th level. They are genuine elite soldiers. The skeleton vanguard officer can only command the skeleton soldiers. Even though they are all level 4, eggs are still expensive and cheap, not to mention the undead. Chapter 63, Special Innate Spells. Hearing his two generals hang high asking for a fight, Gu Erdan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Well, he doesn't have white eyes at all, he doesn't have eyes at all. The soul's ghost fire jumped for a while, and Gu Erdan glared at the helmetless knight with some disappointment. "All you know how to do is fight all day long. What kind of future can you have? You're just a cannon fodder without any brains. You'll be a cannon fodder your whole life. Didn't you see that guy has a trump card? Do you think that's something that can be used as a desperate trump card by a 7th level boss can't kill us?" The helmetless knight and the skeleton vanguard officer were stunned. "But once the opponent recovers his strength, won't it be more difficult to deal with him?" "You don't need to worry about how to deal with him. That's something those vampires should worry about. This time we are only responsible for intercepting the invading army. Haven't we already intercepted them? Even if there is a little flaw and we accidentally let one escape, it is understandable. But that guy is a 7th level being. He has a trump card in his hand whose effect is unknown. Does this matter need to be reported?" Report. What the hell are you talking about? Don't you know that those vampires don't get along with me? I wish that kid could just make a nuclear bomb with his bare hands and throw it hard into the vampire's nest. Those petty-minded bats actually want to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Then don't blame me for letting the dogs out. Raising his hand to push the helmetless knight, Gu Erdan angrily drove him away. "Go and command the defense. Don't show off your military skills to me. Be careful that you become more powerful than your master. I will find a trumped-up reason to kill you." The helmetless knight was scolded and walked towards the front line, shaking his head and sighing. It was obvious that he was disgusted with Gu Erdan's behavior of betraying his teammates. The skeleton vanguard officer next to him was very happy. As long as he could see the helmetless knight being defeated, he would be very happy regardless of whether it was beneficial to him or not. But the white bone vanguard officer couldn't be happy for long, because his suppressed laughter was still noticed by Gu Erdan. "What the hell are you laughing at? The powerful enemy has broken through the defense line. And you still have the leisure to laugh. What's the point of me keeping you?" "Eh? Your Majesty. Didn't you just say that you don't need to worry about it?" "How dare you? Those bats are our allies. Our allies are in trouble. How can I, Gu Erdan, sit back and watch? Go! Ride as fast as you can to the Black Warrior City. Gather an army of 100,000. I am going to support the headquarters." "Ah? 100,000? But we only have 30,000 people in total? Besides, if you want to send soldiers over for support, can't you just switch back to your main body? Are you teaching me how to do things? Are you the boss or am I? If I tell you to go, you go. If you don't have 100,000 troops, just ask for 10,000. Bring your men to ambush near the vampire castle. You are not allowed to send out troops without my order, understand? What if the other party takes action? Why do you care if he makes a move or not? I didn't ask you to make a move before. Even if he calls the angels to dance. You are not allowed to move. He raised his hand and drove the white-boned vanguard officer away, telling him to return to his nest and call for reinforcements. After doing all this, Gu Erdan finally came to the spoils. More than 300 death knights fell here at this moment, and a large number of dead war horses were piled beside them. Hundreds of 5th-level soul ghost fires and hundreds of 4th-level soul ghost fires. This is definitely a considerable income. But at this time, Gu Erdan didn't care about these things. He was attracted by another thing. That is, next to the bodies of these death knights, there are actually 2 who are still alive. Looking at the 2 death knights who were covered in scars, one of whom even had an arm chopped off, Gu Erdan was shocked. Oh my God! How could they still be alive? This is unscientific. Those mad dog-like skeleton soldiers. They didn't kill all the enemies this time? Could it be that they finally realized the truth of leaving a way out for others? As if he had noticed the surprise in Gu Erdan's eyes, the captain of the skeleton swordsmen who was standing nearby and asking for credit spoke hurriedly. These 2 guys have special abilities. It seems that within a certain range, as long as one of them survives, they can be resurrected with the help of the ghost fire of the other's soul. The brothers hacked them back and forth more than a dozen times but still failed to kill them completely. It was not until the Death Knights were completely wiped out that they were besieged together, and finally they were crippled. When he said this, the captain of the skeleton swordsmen rubbed his bony hands. I think these 2 guys are quite special and may catch your eye, so I took the initiative to save their lives. Very good. Well done. I will now officially promote you to the rank of captain of 1,000 men. You will be ranked as the reserve to general. Work hard. Thank you, Your Majesty. After randomly appointing an official position and sending away the unusually hard-working captain of the swordsmen, Gu Erdan came to the 2 death knights whose souls had been severely damaged and used the system to observe them. This sight really scared Gu Erdan. These 2 death knights were indeed very special. Not only were their innate spells exactly the same, but one of them was a spell that Gu Erdan had never even heard of. First level spell, Twin Soul. The souls of the 2 are connected and integrated, and their spiritual consciousness is shared. As long as one of them is not dead and is within a certain range, the dead in battle can be resurrected through his soul. Looking at this special spell, Gu Erdan's eyes widened. This ability to survive is simply outrageous. No wonder he can survive being chopped dozens of times. Touching his chin, Gu Erdan looked up and down at the 2 death knights who had lost their ability to move, and suddenly a kind smile appeared on his face. My 2 little brothers, you are completely defeated. Fortunately, you met me. If you met someone else, they might even treat the prisoners well. The 2 death knights lying on the ground did not move, and it was obvious that they were not interested in Gu Erdan's sense of humor. Think about it. If anyone was beaten and severely disabled, and the person who beat you suddenly came over and joked with you, the injured person probably wouldn't be in the mood to laugh. Seeing that the 2 of them ignored him, Gu Erdan coughed awkwardly. Since you are not in the mood to talk, then let's talk it out. I am the ruler of the Black Warrior City. A close friend of a lord-level existence. A great leader of 30,000 soldiers. A great reinforcement for the Vampire Alliance. Nicholas King Gu Erdan. Now, out of my love for talent, I formally invite you to join my army. There are many benefits. Excellent treatment. 5 insurances and 1 fund. You can also become a general. Gu Erdan sent out invitations to these 2 very special death knights. The next second, he was ruthlessly rejected. The death knight with the broken arm was unable to move at this moment, but his eyes were extremely cold. If looks could kill, then Gu Erdan would have saved even the money for cremation. Shut up! You are just a lowly skeleton soldier. What qualifications do you have to demand our loyalty? I am one of the Death Twins. I will be loyal to Lord Jale for the rest of my life. You! Stop! Stop swearing! I already understand what you mean. Waving to the captain of the axemen beside him, Gu Erdan closed his eyes in pain. Since you are so kind and righteous, how can I humiliate you? That guy! Go! Take him away and bury him with honor. Yes. The axeman captain grabbed the Death Knight's only remaining arm and turned to walk out. But before he had taken 2 steps, he suddenly turned back, dragging the Death Knight with him. Your Majesty, this guy is not easy to kill. He will be resurrected. Are you stupid? Even if he can be resurrected, there must be a range limit. Hit him with a knife every time he walks 10 steps. When he stops resurrecting, bury him. Even if you can't kill him, stabbing him more than 1,000 times will kill him. Your Majesty is wise. The axeman grabbed his axe, picked up the Death Knight, and turned to leave. The guy on his shoulders, even though he was already a piece of fish on the chopping board, still had no intention of begging for mercy, and swore at his words. The Onmyoji attribute was maxed out. What a mean speech! At this moment, the other Death Knight who had been lying on the ground in silence suddenly spoke, and his voice was unexpectedly pleasant. Sir, if we are willing to surrender, can you let General Yale go? Chapter 64, Minggu Who Loves Talents. As the sound came out, the soul ghost fire in Gu Erdan's eyes suddenly shook violently. Oh my God! That sound is so sweet. At least 10 plus signs. Yes, yes, yes. Of course I can. I swear as long as you are willing to be loyal to me, I will never chase after the escaped 7th level undead. Otherwise, I will get osteoporosis. Gu Erdan, who had no intention of chasing and killing, swore a poisonous oath without hesitation. Hearing his words, the Death Knight lying on the ground nodded slightly. Well, we can serve you, but our strength has been severely damaged and our mounts have died in the battle. I'm afraid we won't be able to help you in the short term. No problem. No problem. I'll take care of the damage to your strength. I'll also take care of the mounts. If it doesn't work, I can even give you my broken swift-wind horse. Gu Erdan, his eyes glowing, rubbed his hands and walked up to the Death Knight, suddenly grabbing his helmet and taking it off. Come on. Don't be shy. I'll heal you now. As the helmet was taken off, the face of the Death Knight appeared in Gu Erdan's eyes. Looking at the true appearance of the Death Knight, Gu Erdan's expression froze, and the ghost fire of his soul instantly dimmed. He grabbed the helmet and gently put it back on her. Then Gu Erdan looked up to the sky and sighed. Why is he so excited? Even if his voice is sweet, he is still a ghost. Apart from Lord-level beings that have broken through the conventional limits, how could there be undead spirits that could maintain the appearance of a living person? The aura of death in their bodies would have long since corroded their flesh and blood. This Death Knight with a sweet voice is also a mummy like the helmetless knight. With those severely sunken facial features, Gu Erdan couldn't even tell whether she was a man or a woman, let alone whether she was pretty or not. However, there are differences between this Death Knight and the helmetless knight. At least the Death Knight's body is relatively well preserved, and his body has not completely shriveled up. His voice does not sound like a knife scraping a blackboard, and is much more pleasant to hear than the Dark Knight's voice. Of the Death Knight twins, it's clear that it's the sister with the beautiful voice who makes the decisions. That guy with the sweet mouth is most likely just a brainless thug. Seeing that his sister was willing to accept the amnesty, the Gemini boss, who had a broken arm, was very dissatisfied, but he did not continue to curse. Correspondingly, the axe that was already against his forehead was also taken back by the captain of the axemen. The 5th level soul ghost fire fragments are not something that Gu Erdan can control. Fortunately, there is a 6th level person among his subordinates, that is General Wulong. As the saying goes, my younger brother's younger brother is also my younger brother. After the two of them signed a soul oath with General Wulong, Gu Erdan followed the soul connection between them and began to use the system to repair their injuries. Looking at his rapidly growing new arm, the Gemini boss was very shocked, and his eyes looked particularly strange when he looked at Gu Erdan. Maybe it's not bad to follow such a boss. This thought couldn't help but arise in the two's minds, but it disappeared a minute later because Gu Erdan had a showdown with them. Gu Erdan attached great importance to the cavalry that he had finally obtained, and directly appointed the two as the commander-in-chief of the Black Warrior City Cavalry. As for the original commander-in-chief, Comrade Jaifeng Zupichu, he was demoted because he stepped in with his left foot first. However, the two men who were appointed as high officials were not happy, because the so-called Black Warrior City Cavalry unit now only had the two of them and a donkey. Of course, it could be a horse or a mule, but it's definitely not a human. But 9 times out of 10 they won't obey orders. Looking at the powerful troops under the command of the generals around them, and then looking at themselves who were reduced to a lone commander, the 2 new recruits immediately felt the deep malice from their colleagues. Roll! Roll to death! Even the immortal undead have such a severe degree of internal roll. The Battle of Howling Canyon ended after 3 days. The enemy lost its commander-in-chief and its most elite ace cavalry. Although there were still a few 6th-level undead in charge, these guys were scheming against each other, and no one would submit to the other. Gu Erdan divided his troops into 3 groups and attacked the enemy directly with the force of the Navy, Army and Air Force. There is no need to mention the Air Force. The Air Force team composed of 6 small fry is just there to make up the numbers and can only serve as a mood setter. The army was led by the skeleton vanguard officer, who had 7,000 skeleton soldiers under his command and attacked from the front. As for the naval forces, they are led by the helmetless knights. Relying on the powerful digging ability of the skeleton rats, they dig tunnels and lurk in the rear, forming a double-sided cheese sandwich. The Bone Sea is also a sea, isn't it? The quality of their troops was far superior to that of the other side, and they launched a sneak attack without any moral principles. In addition, the enemy troops were blocked in the canyon and could not move forward or backward. The huge army of tens of thousands of skeletons was defeated on the spot. Except for a few high-level undead who relied on special means to break through, the vast majority of the undead were killed in the canyon, and their corpses piled up into a thick layer. Although the harvest this time was great, the quality was seriously lacking. Gu Erdan overestimated the quality of the enemies coming to charge this time. In his eyes, those were just the first few rounds of attacks that were tests, but in fact, they were already the most elite troops of this ragtag army. The first round was a pure cannon fodder test. The second round was a strong attack by elite troops mixed with cannon fodder. In the third round, all air forces were deployed. In the fourth round, the real elite of the large army tried to sneak through, but they were blocked at the exit and beaten, and more than 50% of them were killed. There are still some elite soldiers in the large army, but they are all close confidants of several 6th-level undead. Although they obey the command of the Death Knight Yale, it does not mean that they will obediently hand over their assets and fight with others for their lives. The only one who is willing to risk his life has already lost his life in the tunnel. If there were really no soldiers available, the Death Knight Yale would not have led his own troops to charge the front line. After the battle, Gu Erdan, with a mouth full of fat, led his troops on the return journey. Just before setting off, Gu Erdan released the third in command of the Air Force Squadron, a 4th-level bloodbat, and asked him to take his handwritten letter to find the White Bone Vanguard officer. The battle here is over, so it's time to contact the reinforcements sent by Officer Bone Vanguard from the City of Black Warriors. I don't know whether the Death Knight Yale, who successfully escaped into the hinterland, brought any surprises to the vampires. Don't let him down. The huge army returned. Although Gu Erdan still couldn't find a horse, he found a few burly skeleton soldiers and made a simple bone sedan. By piecing together all the pieces, he finally managed to give himself the appearance of a triumphant return. After passing through the mountain maze which had changed again, the large group finally reached the exit after twists and turns. Then he quickly stopped. Gu Erdan didn't know whether the Death Knight Yale brought any surprises to the vampires. But he now knows one thing, that is, his allies have prepared a big surprise for him. At the entrance, a troop was marching towards the interior. They looked at the mighty army of skeleton soldiers coming in front of them, and Gu Erdan, who was being carried in the front with his bones almost shaken apart, with a confused look on his face. Are they late? Chapter 65, If You Dare, Chop Here. At the entrance to the mountain maze, the 2 teams were facing each other silently across a corner, and the atmosphere was extremely awkward. Gu Erdan looked at the other party expressionlessly, having already recognized the identities of these guys. Dark skeleton. Neat equipment. Great momentum. These black-boned skeleton soldiers, numbering about 1,500, are definitely the subordinates of the skeleton king Vokras. Good guy. Fortunately, he finished the battle early. Otherwise, looking at the situation, I'm afraid his ass would be in danger. Following Vokras's order, he led his men to launch a surprise attack on Gu Erdan's skeleton adjutant. Feeling Gu Erdan's increasingly unfriendly gaze, he began to curse in his heart. It's only been half a month. The main battle between the vampire army and the Netherworld army has not yet been decided. Why did this guy just withdraw his troops? Isn't he afraid that someone will take the opportunity to escape from the Howling Valley and cause Elder Grace to blame him afterwards? The original plan was to launch a sneak attack, but he ended up bumping heads with the opponent in an awkward manner, and the skeleton adjutant was at a loss as to what to do. Although he also looked down on these losers, a large number of ants can kill an elephant. There are more than 30,000 people on the opposite side, but there are only 1,500 on our side, and they are all infantry. In order to arrive as quickly as possible, these infantrymen are generally lightly armored and the bone armor on their bodies is not thick. If it was a surprise attack, with his excellent mobility, the adjutant would be very confident of breaking down Gu Erdan's defense line. But if the two armies confront each other openly, he would suffer a great loss. With an awkward smile, the skeleton adjutant spoke in a low voice. Lord Black Warrior City Lord, if I say we are here to support you, would you believe me? Gu Erdan did not answer when he heard this, but just looked up silently at the troops behind the adjutant. Among this army of more than 1,000 people, there are 4 guys with very eye-catching looks. They were 4 huge monsters, each 4 meters tall and definitely over 10 meters long. The flesh of these 4 guys has not yet rotted away completely. They are undead spirits of the corpse family, and they look like rotten corpses. With huge bone horns on their heads and broken scales all over their bodies, these 4 guys were actually 4 huge rhinos. The 4th level undead spirit that was transformed from the corpse of the 5th level magical beast Silverhorn Mad Rhino after its death. Silverhorn Corrupted Rhino. You told me that you came to help me with these 4 slow-moving but destructive giants that are unstoppable once they charge? It's almost the same as helping the other party. With a loud clatter, the skeleton soldiers raised their spears and quickly formed a defense line. A murderous aura emerged at the entrance of the valley maze. Looking at the other party's ferocious look, the skeleton adjutant knew that the matter could no longer be concealed. He simply stopped hiding it, and did not give Gu Erdan and the others a chance to deploy their troops. With a wave of his hand, the skeleton adjutant roared angrily. Unlock it! Release the war rhino! Ouch! Waves of hissing sounds rang out. As the chains fell, the 4 silver-horned rot rhinos, no longer bound, ran out wildly, not caring at all whether they would step on their own people along the way. These 4 guys even stepped on people on purpose. They trampled to death more than 20 skeleton soldiers who were unable to dodge. Rushing out of the team, the 4 rhinos suddenly lowered their heads, pointed the huge horns on their foreheads at Gu Erdan and others, and their body speed increased again and again. All I saw was smoke and dust all over the sky. 4 rhinos bombed in like tanks. Following closely behind were more than 1,000 skeleton warriors with strength above level 3. A series of roars were heard, and a brutal war broke out at the entrance of the mountain range. The fighting between the two sides lasted for a full hour and a half before it ended. The skeleton soldiers chased the skeleton warriors for more than 10 kilometers and finally stabbed all of them to death. Even though they are not as strong as the skeleton soldiers, these guys run really fast. At the entrance of the canyon, the captain of the swordsmen stood there with an axe and shield in his hands and an angry look in his eyes. The White Bone Vanguard officer and others accompanied Gu Erdan to hunt down the remaining deserters. Gu Erdan was not going to let any of them go this time because he didn't want anyone to go back alive and inform the police. Because it is difficult to train swordsmen and they are prone to anger, which can lead to casualties, Gu Erdan kept all the swordsmen, under the pretext of guarding the prisoners. In fact, there were not many prisoners to guard. There were only about a dozen skeleton soldiers who could be captured alive, including the adjutant. This adjutant, who possesses 6th level strength, is really brave in combat and truly leads by example. Unfortunately, because of this, he, like the 4 rhinoceros corpses, was also subjected to the first round of targeted attacks by the skeleton soldiers. The 4 rhinos were killed on the spot, but the skeleton adjutant's strength saved his life and he forcibly withstood the first round of attacks. Unfortunately, he was badly injured and was immediately attacked by the twin Death Knights and the Axeman squad. He died after struggling for less than 3 minutes. The captured adjutant did not give in. He admitted that this group of skeleton soldiers were very strong, but that was all. No matter how much quantity there is, it cannot compare to quality. The boss is a 7th level undead. He has 1,000 4th level skeleton knights under his command. He is a strong army. And I am one of the boss's most trusted men. Even if I am caught, what can I do? Do these guys dare to kill me? Looking up, he saw a skeleton soldier with a tattered hat next to him, looking at him with a reproachful look. The skeleton adjutant, who was filled with anger, could not help but snort coldly. A piece of trash who can only be left behind. The hat might have been found in a trash can. How dare he look at me like that? Who the hell does he think he is? What are you looking at? He shouted loudly, scaring the captain of the swordsmen, who was looking at him so much that he trembled all over. After he reacted, ghost fire in his eyes flashed. A prisoner! How dare he talk to the future 4 heavenly kings like this? He is rebelling. What are you looking at? Try looking at another one. Just give it a try. I won't just look at you. I'll even fight you. The captain of the swordsmen, who was also full of anger, had no intention of treating the prisoners well. He raised his shield and slammed it on the head of the skeleton adjutant, knocking the adjutant unconscious on the spot. You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? My master is the king of the skeleton knights. I don't care who your master is. My boss is the ruler of 30,000 undead. You are a traitor. You lowly skeleton cannon fodder. If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, wait for my master to reach an agreement with the Lord of the Black Warrior City. I will definitely take you and tear you into pieces. The adjutant threatened loudly, and the axe captain was furious when he heard it, but he was rare to see him not act impulsively and chop directly with his axe. Because this is the one that Master Gu Erdan specifically requested to be captured alive. If I kill him with an axe, wouldn't Master be angry when he finds out? Seeing that the axeman captain didn't dare to take action, the skeleton lieutenant became even more arrogant. What? Are you scared? You are a skeleton who can only be a cannon fodder. Do you think your boss cares about you? You dare to hurt me? Even your master can't protect you. If you have the guts, chop at my head. Chop here. Come on. The more the axeman captain hesitated, the more important he was. If the skeleton lieutenant was still a little afraid that the other party's IQ was not enough at the beginning, he was completely relieved at this time. Since he knows how to think, then he has nothing to fear. But he didn't know one thing, that is, the captain of the axemen did have some intelligence, but only to a certain extent. Looking at the skeleton adjutant who was sticking his head out, and constantly provoking, he heard that this old guy actually dared to belittle his status. The captain of the swordsmen was furious. He was filled with rage. He shouted, "You're looking for death!" He suddenly swung the axe. Hearing the sound, the skeleton adjutant subconsciously looked up, only to see a cold light falling, which scared him so much that he screamed. Gah! Snap! The sound of bones cracking spread over hundreds of meters and lingered for a long time. Chapter 66, Target, Anti-Trouble. So you hacked him to death? Gu Erdan returned to the entrance of the valley with the spoils. He was speechless as he looked at the skeleton of his adjutant with his head smashed on the ground. The captain of the swordsmen, who had his head lowered, never dared to look up at Gu Erdan from beginning to end. He committed suicide. Suicide? Hit yourself on the head more than 20 times. Kill yourself and let me see. He told me to chop it off. The other skeletons can testify to that. You chop him down just because I tell you to? But what if he tells you to let him go? Of course I won't let it go. I'm not stupid. I don't think you're that smart. Putting down the body of the adjutant whose head was smashed, and who knows what kind of brutal treatment he had suffered before his death, Gu Erdan suddenly felt very tired. 30,000 soldiers under his command. Not one of them has a brain. No one in the court is useful. How sad. This king has only been in power for less than 2 months. I am afraid it will be ruined. The unexpected death of the skeleton adjutant somewhat disrupted Gu Erdan's plan. But it doesn't matter. If Plan A fails, he still has Plan B. After capturing other prisoners, Gu Erdan began to torture them extremely cruelly. Gu Erdan didn't have any torture instruments like the tiger bench, pepper water, whip, or fire tongs. After all, given the environment he is in now, if he could really find a tiger bench or fire tongs, he would have used them as weapons long ago, and would never have kept them to be used as torture instruments. Besides, these things are ineffective against the undead. If you use a whip to hit a stone and try to scare the other party in this way, there must be something wrong with your brain. The real method of torture that Gu Erdan used was a magic spell mastered by one of his subordinates. 3rd level spell. Soul-sucking hand. That's right, it was one of the signature skills of Gu Erdan's former boss Sarah, a spell that could pull out the souls of those who were weaker than herself. The strength of these captured undead were not too weak, most of them were at level 4, and there were even 2 at level 5. Logically, they should not be afraid of this kind of method, but they can't resist the fact that someone next to them is using magic to attack their souls. When the soul becomes weak to a certain degree, the master who can use the soul-sucking hand will come forward and start his performance. With a wave of the little hand, the soul comes out. As soon as the palm of the hand loosens, the soul goes in again. As they went in and out, the undead experienced dizziness and vomiting for the first time. At this moment, they felt as if they were tied to a chair and spun wildly. After enduring more than 10 minutes of torture, 2 of the undead finally couldn't help but speak. "Lord, City Lord! We are willing to talk. Give in? What were you doing before? Tell us now. Otherwise, don't blame us for continuing to suck." "Yes, but you have to tell us first. What do you want to ask?" "Ahem. Where is Folkers' grandson now?" "He's leading the soldiers to guard the Tunnel of the Wind." "How many more men does he have?" "About 3,000, all of them are from the skeleton clan." "Hiss! There are still 3,000? Adding the 1,500 of you, this guy actually has more than 4,000 level 3 undead and above? What a strong army!" "That's right. Lord Vokras is the most powerful lord in this area. Apart from the vampires, no one else can be Folkers' opponent, including the Lich." "Humph! Take me to find him. As the saying goes, it's impolite not to reciprocate. He treated me so warmly, how could I not treat him back? Lead the way!" He kicked the undead suddenly and ordered them to lead the way. Gu Erdan led the army to follow closely behind. The huge crowd walked out of the mountain maze and headed towards the Yifeng tunnel in the distance. And in the Yifeng tunnel, a troop numbering several thousand is stationed. The skeleton clan are all black, and you can tell at first glance that they are not the kind of people to be trifled with. As the saying goes, black is the most arrogant color, and just looking at it can scare the enemy. A group of troops dressed entirely in black standing in an orderly manner in front of you is indeed quite intimidating. The Yifeng tunnel is one of the largest entrances and exits of the Mountains of the Dead, and the undead that come here to attack are quite powerful. In fact, the so-called guarding of the mountains is essentially a fight between the Ghost clan and the city lords under the Vampire clan. The 2 major races are facing each other head-on, and countless subordinate races are fighting to the death in the canyon. If any troops can break through the defense line and penetrate deep into the hinterland, they can indeed cause considerable harassment to the vampire army. But it was just harassment. Expecting a group of subordinate races to threaten the vampire army was pure wishful thinking. Even though vampires look like humans, they are also undead and do not need to eat or rest. Even if you want to cut off their logistics, it is impossible because they have no logistics at all. Fighting to the death with the army of skeletons in the Tunnel of Cold Winds is an army of zombies. Ghouls, also known as corpse ghosts, are transformed from human corpses. There are all levels of these creatures. The weaker ones are only slightly stronger than skeleton soldiers, and the stronger ones can even become undead lords. The most powerful ability of these guys is the infectiousness of the viruses in their bodies, which can really turn into an ancient version of the Resident Evil if one is not careful. Therefore, ghouls have always been the most hated and defensive targets of humans, and they even once became the main force responsible for attacking cities and capturing strongholds when the undead invaded other races. It's a pity that the virus was later specifically developed and cracked, and humans developed holy water that can effectively dispel the toxicity, so their virus spread was not so useful. Moreover, the ghouls also have a fatal weakness, which is that their poison can only infect the weak, that is, beings below the 3rd level. Once they encounter a powerful ace army, they will often die miserably. The ghoul lord on the opposite side obviously did not expect that the one responsible for the defense this time would be this guy named Vokras. The Skeleton King Vokras is quite famous, and over the past few hundred years, he has left quite a few impressions on the other side's subordinate lords. Even when he was at the 6th level, this guy relied on the outstanding quality and large number of his subordinates to kill a 7th level boss at all costs. He also relied on the soul ghost fire to be promoted to the 7th level undead. Faced with this big guy who is good at actual combat and even better at group fights, the Ghoul Lord wisely chose to give in. Now half a month has passed, and although the Ghoul Lord has been sending troops to harass, it is a question whether those useless people he sent over can hold out against the skeleton soldiers, let alone attack the defense line. To put it bluntly, this Ghoul Lord is just slacking off, and he's slacking off openly. Vokras was also happy to see this. After all, the Ghoul Lord was also a high-level undead of level 7. Even if he was not as strong as him, it was definitely not a weak thing. I have now sent out more than 1,000 people to cause trouble, and my strength has been compromised. If I can avoid fighting, it is best not to fight. Chapter 67, Secret Negotiations. Besides, compared to fighting with a big boss of the same rank, there are more important things waiting for Vokras to deal with now. Deep inside the skeleton army camp, in a tent protected by layers of protection, Vokras sat opposite a vampire. Vokras is indeed an old undead. Even in the material-poor undead world, he's still got a lot of good treasures. For example, the tent where the two of them are now, although it has been thoroughly corroded by the ubiquitous death energy of the undead world, it is still not difficult to see its former splendor from the traces there. This is definitely a top-level magic tent, and it is definitely not a war tool used during marches and battles. It is a luxury item that is only used by the royal family in the great countries of the world when they go out for an outing. Vokras's character is very good, but compared with vampires, he is nothing. After all, skeletons can't eat, drink, and have fun, but vampires can, so they know how to enjoy themselves better. Putting down the exquisite teacup in his hand, the young vampire sitting opposite Vokras behaved very elegantly. The black gentleman's suit with gold edges, coupled with his handsome appearance, made him look very charming. "Lord Vokras, what do you think of my father's opinion?" A magnetic voice sounded, and the young vampire looked at the skeleton opposite with a smile. His tone was very calm, without a trace of tension, as if what he asked was not a big deal, but just an ordinary greeting. Vokras lowered his head and remained motionless. After a long time, he spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. "I also have the hope of advancing to the 8th level, so why should I rely on others? That being said, you are only a level 7 now. Although you are rare in the marginal areas, you are still a little behind my father. What's more, even if you can be promoted to level 8, what good will it do? If you want to gain a foothold in the world of the dead, the level 8 strength is not enough. You have to find a backer." Find a vampire who is also level 8 to be your backer? No, my father's strength alone is certainly not enough to make your excellency surrender, but we vampires are a big family. My father followed Prince Nicholas across the country and fought for 1,000 years. Prince Nicholas is my father's backer, a peak 9th order existence. I think he should be able to be your backer, right? The young vampire's words caused Vokras to fall into silence for a while, and he spoke after a long time. "I am Elder Grace's man. To be precise, you are the lords under the jurisdiction of Elder Grace. You are not in a superior-subordinate relationship, but simply helping each other. You can be his subordinate today, and you can be stationed in another place tomorrow and become another person's subordinate. As long as you are willing to follow my father, we, the Hussein blood clan, can prepare 1,000-mile treasure land with extremely high-quality undead for you. You just need to bring your subordinates to live here. As for the trouble with Elder Grace, we will solve it for you." When he said this, the vampire took out a small box from his arms and gently opened it, revealing 3 8th level soul ghost fires inside. "This is the gift my father asked me to bring to Lord Vokras. Just consider it as a small gift to greet you." Looking at the ghost fire of the soul in front of him, the flames in Vokras's eyes trembled with excitement, and he exerted force with his palms, directly causing cracks in the bone armrests. But Vokras is a veteran who has lived for hundreds of years after all. Even if there are not many intrigues among the undead, the baptism of hundreds of years is enough for him to know how to conceal his emotions. His hand slowly loosened, and Vokras looked deeply at the young vampire. "It seems that Elder Hussein really spent a lot of money." No, If we can recruit a hero like you at such a low price, 3 level 8 soul fires are nothing. Moreover, we in the Hussein blood clan still have some wealth. We can afford 3 soul fires. TTN, oh. The young vampire was very good at speaking, and in just a few words, he praised Volkras's strength and pointed out his own financial resources. Volkras obviously enjoyed his flattery, and even the dark skullhead could not help but reveal a smile. If Volkras could absorb all 3 8th level soul ghost fires, he would have a good chance of breaking through to the 8th level. Elder Hussein is indeed much more generous than Elder Grace. Of course, top masters in Hussein's blood clan are too scarce, and they are in urgent need of winning over powerful lords. This is also one of the main reasons why he is so generous. Waklos had to admit that he was moved. The undead do not have absolute loyalty, and the demands made by the other party are not too excessive. Although he needs to hand over soul fragments, the soul fragments submitted do not need to be complete. Even if the two sides really fell out, Elder Hussein would not be able to control the soul fragments to kill him. At most, he could only severely damage his strength. 3 8th level soul ghost fires in exchange for his absolute loyalty. Volkras was silent for a long time before nodding. I can pledge my loyalty to Elder Hussein, but I have another request. Before Volkras could finish his words, the young vampire sitting opposite him spoke with a smile. On behalf of the Hussein family, I promise you that if these 3 soul ghost fires fail to help you break through to the 8th level, our Hussein family will do our utmost to help you break through. This is our family's promise, and we swear on the honor of the blood clan. The young vampire's words made Volkras shudder all over. He suddenly looked up at him, with a look of surprise and confusion in his eyes. The young vampire smiled slightly at this. In fact, helping you break through will also be beneficial to us. The help that an 8th level ally can provide is even better than that of 10 7th level subordinates. Lord Volkras, you are the king of skeletons and have the power to create skeleton undead. Our family also wants to see you leading hundreds of 5th level skeleton generals on the battlefield. It is precisely because of your potential that our family is so sincere to invite you to join us. Pushing the small box with both hands, the young vampire smiled and pushed the soul will-o'-the-wisp towards him. Then please make your choice now, Lord Volkras. Are you willing to accept the friendship of our family? Volkras looked down at the soul will-o'-the-wisp that was pushed in front of him, greed in his eyes. Aren't you afraid that I will snatch it away by force? Ha ha! You are joking, Excellency. Since I have come to negotiate with you, I naturally know your character. Just 3 soul will-o'-the-wisp, how can I let you do such a treacherous thing? What's more, with the financial resources of our Elder Hussein, just 3 8th level will-o'-the-wisp, our family still doesn't care. If you really want it, even if I give it to you as a gift. Boom! Before he finished his words, bursts of roars suddenly sounded from above. Hearing the noise, the young vampire suddenly pounced forward, pressing the small box on the table under him, his expression full of panic. What happens? Chapter 68. Who else? 3 8th level soul ghost fires. It's pure nonsense to say that you don't care. Elder Hussein is only at the 8th level in strength, and these 3 soul ghost fires are also good things for him. If it weren't for the purpose of winning over Volkras, Elder Hussein would never have sent these things out. The young vampire said those words just to show off. If he really lost these 3 soul ghosts, his father would skin him alive. Seeing the vampire guarding the tinderbox tightly, Volkras, who was also frightened, quickly calmed down. Master, please rest assured. This is probably just a probing attack launched by the Ghoul Lord. I have a strong army and he can't do anything to me. My army will be able to handle it in less than 3 minutes. Boom! Before Volkras could finish his words, another loud noise came into his ears, and even the tent where the two were at the moment was affected. Several snow-white demon-breaking bone arrows tore open the tent made of demon beast skins and stabbed into the table between the two of them with a clang. Before the two could react, these bone arrows began to expand rapidly, and then broke into pieces with a loud bang. The bone fragments were like a rain of bullets, washing all directions. Volkras was extremely powerful, and his bones were incredibly hard, so he survived this round of baptism without any injury. But the young vampire on the opposite side does not have such strength. His whole body was covered with bone fragments, as if he had been hit by an iron sand gun, and his entire body turned into a bloody cover. "Young master, are you okay?" Vokras, who was originally angry, was frightened when he saw that Elder Hussein's youngest son was beaten into such a state, and hurried over to help him up. At this time, the guards guarding outside the door also rushed in, put up their shields to form a shield wall, and protected the two behind them. "I cough. I'm fine." The vampire's wounds were healing rapidly, and even though he was injured like this, he did not let go of the wooden box. "What a horrific attack! Could it be that the Ghoul Lord is leading his personal guards to attack us personally? Master, you stay here. I'll go out and take a look." Seeing his good deeds being ruined, Vokras was filled with anger. He raised his hand, opened the door curtain, and strode out of the tent. Looking up, I saw the sky was dark. Countless arrows and javelins were whistling down in arcs. They actually formed a force that covered the sky and blocked out the sun. The enemy's third round of covering attack has arrived. Seeing such a horrifying scene, Folker's pupils couldn't help but shrink. The next moment, anger rose in his eyes, and a surge of energy flowed through his body. "Drink!" A roar sounded. The invisible airwave spread out in a fan shape starting from Vokras. The javelin or arrow directly above was instantly shaken and lost its power, and even flew back and collided with the bow and arrow behind. The rumbling sound continued. Countless attacks detonated energy as they collided with each other. The entire sky was covered in a sea of fire. Fifth ring spell, soul-destroying roar. Folker's performance of this move was truly stunning, bringing the power of the soul-destroying roar to its fullest extent. However, the attack range in the sky was too wide, and this move only cleared a small area and barely protected the rear tents. Attacks that were not intercepted fell from the sky and continued to fall on the army of skeletons, causing a bloody storm. The power contained in javelins and arrows is extraordinary. Even vampires with 5th level strength can be injured by one wave, let alone skeleton warriors who generally only have 3rd level strength. Countless bones and skeletons fell down like wheat. What's more, even the soul will-o'-the-wisps were directly exploded. Seeing this scene, Folker's eyes were split, and he roared. "Who is it?" Vokras, who had experienced countless battles, had already noticed something was wrong with this attack. These attacks do not come from the direction of the tunnel, but from the rear. In other words, the attacker was either an enemy who used some means to get around behind him, or he was simply one of his own. Compared with the former, Walkures prefers the latter. Boom! A 4th round of explosions sounded, but this time no attacks came from the sky. Instead, the simple city wall set up in the rear was forcibly blasted open. Countless white skeleton soldiers poured into the military camp like a tide. The leader was a guy wearing a simple black armor, a broken horn helmet on his head, and a red cloth covering his eyes. Rushing out of the gap quickly, looking at the skeletons in the military camp who had suffered heavy casualties, Gu Erdan waved the bone knife in his hand and roared suddenly. "Kill them!" Ouch! Countless roars were heard one after another, and skeleton soldiers holding various weapons rushed out from behind Gu Erdan and pounced on the skeleton at full speed. Skeleton spearmen, skeleton sword and shield soldiers, skeleton battle axe soldiers, skeleton slingshot soldiers. Countless skeleton soldiers were fighting with the skeleton clan, and their numbers were increasing rapidly. Even the bone wall standing in the rear collapsed completely amid waves of roars, revealing an endless sea of skeletons in the rear. "It's you!" After seeing the true appearance of the intruder, Vokras was shocked and angry. Gu Erdan was also looking at Vokras with an unfriendly look at this time. "That's right! It's me, your white-boned grandpa! I'll kill you!" As the saying goes, enemies become jealous of each other when they meet. Even if there was no grudge between them before, after today's fight, the two of them are definitely enemies. Vokras grabbed his skeleton battle axe and took a step forward, ready to rush forward. Seeing this, the vampire next to him hurriedly spoke out to stop him. "Lord Vokras, the other side has more people and more power. In my opinion, we are inferior to." "Master, don't worry. These guys are nothing but chickens and dogs in my eyes. I will be back soon." After saying this, Vokras roared and rushed out with his battle axe. As soon as he rushed out of the tent, a large number of skeleton soldiers rushed towards him. Vokras' strength was indeed impressive. In terms of hand-to-hand combat alone, he was even stronger than the Death Knight Yale. The battle axe swept across. The terrifying force directly chopped several skeletons in half. He punched out. He hit the face of the skeleton soldier that was rushing over from the side. He smashed his skull into pieces. At this moment, a bone-white axeman suddenly jumped up from behind and landed on Fokra's broad back, chopping wildly with the battle axe in his hand. Sparks flew everywhere. But even though the bone axeman had already entered a rampage state and his destructive power was close to that of the 5th level, he still couldn't cause any harm to Vokras. The axe fell down crazily for more than 10 times, but only left some small gaps on the bones, and the axe was directly broken. "Get out of here!" Vokras, who was under attack, was also startled. He grabbed the legs of the axeman on his back and swung him out with great force. Looking up at the increasing number of skeleton soldiers gathering around him, and each one of them was very difficult to deal with, Vokras suddenly roared to the sky, grabbed the battle axe with both hands and began to spin wildly. 7th level spell. Death Storm. Endless energy turned into a cyclone, spreading continuously with Vokras as the center. Anything that stood within a 10-meter radius of Vokras, whether it was a skeleton soldier or a skeleton, they were instantly torn into pieces by this storm. The broken bone fragments began to rotate continuously with the airflow, making the power of this death storm increase sharply. The dark vortex lasted for more than 50 seconds before it dissipated. When the wind blew, bones and fragments flew everywhere. The enemies around were cleared once again. After circling the tent for a long time, Vokras turned back to the entrance again, holding the axe in one hand and looking very domineering. Around the tent, shredded bones could be seen everywhere. The casualties caused by this move were probably hundreds of skeletons. Vokras, who was guarding the door alone with an axe, looked up and glared at the skeleton soldiers in front of him, and suddenly roared. "Who else?" Upon hearing this, many skeleton soldiers looked at each other, and tens of thousands of skeletons took a step forward in unison. Chapter 69. Who do you think you are? Amid the crackling sound of the explosion, Vokras was staggered back into the magic tent, with several javelins sticking in his ribs and a bone axe stuck in his neck. He looked very miserable. Vokras, who was almost given a concussion by a round of long-range bombing, turned his head to look at the astonished vampire in the tent, and his old face couldn't help but blush. A 7th-level high-level undead was actually forced back by a group of 4th-level undead. This is so embarrassing. "It was just a mistake. Just a mistake. I was careless. I didn't dodge." After hurriedly explaining himself, Vokras raised the skeleton battle axe with both hands, broke open the tent door again and rushed out, bumping face to face with a short skeleton soldier. A second later, a deafening roar was heard, and Vokras, who had just rushed out of the room, flew back at an even faster speed, tumbling over all the tables, chairs and benches before he fell to the ground with a thud. The armor was cracked, the helmet was shattered in half, and even 2 ribs were broken. Lying on the ground, Vokras looked confused, as if he had not yet recovered from the attack. He remembered that he hit the little guy with an axe, and then the little guy seemed to explode. Before Vokras could get up from the ground, the entire magic tent suddenly began to tremble. A magical glow appeared on the surface of the tent, and the waves grew bigger and bigger. It was clear that someone outside was attacking the tent, and there was more than one attacker. Vokras and the vampires' faces changed when they saw this scene. Before they could react, the ground beneath their feet suddenly fluctuated and then exploded. With a loud bang, the stubborn spell launched by dozens of skeleton rats took effect. The soil layer within a radius of dozens of meters was shaken up more than 2 meters high. The magic tent nailed on it was naturally not spared. The pillars on the ground broke. The magic shield above disappeared. With countless skeleton soldiers pulling hard outside, they actually overturned the magic tent to the ground. "Walker, duck! This day next year will be your anniversary!" Gu Erdan, who was standing 200 meters away, roared, and countless skeleton soldiers swarmed forward. Upon hearing this, Vokras also roared and swung his battle axe to knock the skeleton soldier that was rushing towards him away. "My name is Vokras! Charge! Charge!" Vokras relied on his own terrifying strength. He forcibly broke through the encirclement of the skeleton soldiers. He strode towards Gu Erdan. The black warriors who had been guarding Gu Erdan without moving raised their shields and pointed their spears at him, forming a perfect spear formation at an extremely fast speed. The explosions rose and fell, and the sounds of fighting resounded through the sky. The entire tunnel fell into chaos in an instant. The young vampire, who had managed to protect himself under the protection of several fifth-level vampires, was now looking at the battlefield around him with gleaming eyes. The middle-aged vampire who was protecting him closely frowned. "Young master, Fulker's troops are no match for the other side. They are about to collapse. Why don't we retreat?" "Retreat? No! We can't retreat. The mission my father gave me has not been completed yet. But if we continue to fight like this, if we wait any longer, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape." "Escape? Why are you running away?" Raising his hand to push away the sixth-level personal bodyguard arranged by his father, the vampire suddenly roared. "Stop it!" Bang! Before he could finish his words, a skeleton soldier nearby who heard the sound swung his slingshot and shot him with it, hitting his head so hard that he almost fell to the ground. "Master!" "No, it's okay. They can't hear you if you're too far away. Come closer." A team of more than a dozen vampires gathered together and advanced slowly. Skeleton soldiers could be seen attacking them everywhere along the way. Feeling the powerful strength of these skeleton soldiers, the light in the young vampire's eyes became brighter and brighter. The distance was shortened to 10 meters. "Please stop. I'm so tired." Whoosh! A bone axe spun towards him, and the young vampire shrank his head in fear. The axe that flew over his head hit the vampire behind him accurately on the back, causing him to scream in pain. "Go forward 20 meters. I am Hussein." As soon as he finished speaking, several javelins flew towards him. It was the sixth-level bodyguard next to him who was quick-witted and suddenly opened his magic shield to resist, thus withstanding the attack. The relieved vampire was just about to continue shouting when countless random long-range weapons flew over from all directions. "I think it's a bone gun, bone axe, bone spear, and bone stick." The closer the vampire got to Gu Erdan, the more enemies targeted him. Gradually, even the 10 level 5 vampires around couldn't bear it anymore and began to get hurt. If they were not wearing magic armor that could effectively resist damage, they would have been killed by the skeleton's swords. After going through untold hardships and enduring countless tortures, the young vampire finally crawled to within 30 meters of Gu Erdan. Looking up at Gu Erdan, who was surrounded by a group of people in the distance, the vampire gathered his energy in his dantian and roared suddenly. "Both sides stop! I am the son of Elder Hussein! I have something to discuss with you too!" As soon as the words fell, they really attracted Gu Erdan's attention. Gu Erdan, who was pinching the neck of a third-level skeleton soldier and massaging his skull with a small bone hammer, turned around and looked at the vampire when he heard the sound and was suddenly startled. "Damn! How come there are a few vampires among this group of skeleton soldiers? I haven't heard that he has an affair with vampires. When something goes wrong, there must be something wrong. So who is Elder Hussein? Who cares? Get him!" He exerted force with his palms suddenly and tore off the head of the poor cannon fodder in his hand, who he had specially picked to deal with in order to prove that he was not lazy. Gu Erdan swung the skull in his hand and kicked out with all his strength. With a thud, the skull flew through the crowd and hit the young vampire's face accurately. The powerful blow was so powerful that the vampire fell on his back with blood all over his face. And Gu Erdan's voice rang in his ears. "Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you ask me to stop? Who the hell is Hussein? Brothers! Chop him up!" As the saying goes, when the leader speaks, 100 people will respond. Gu Erdan's sudden shout made the vampires the main target of everyone's fire. Countless skeleton soldiers swarmed in. The number was so dense that it was outrageous. Seeing that the situation was not right, the only 6th-level vampire suddenly clasped his hands together, and the powerful energy in his body gathered crazily. With both palms open, blood-colored air waves surged in all directions. 6th ring spell. Blood wave baptism. Ah! Screams were heard, and all enemies within 100 meters around the 12 vampires were instantly blown away. Skeletons were flying all over the sky. In the middle of the huge battlefield, a piece of open space was cleared at this moment. The 6th level vampire who had unleashed his ultimate move was in a very bad condition at this time. With a pale face, he grabbed his young master and yelled, "Master! Let's go! These guys are all 4th level skeletons. I can't survive a second round. Let's escape while there's still a chance. Go!" After saying that, 2 wings emerged from behind the 6th level vampire, and it grabbed its young master and prepared to fly into the sky. Chapter 70. The 4th Young Master of the Blood Clan. The young master who was forcibly pulled up finally came back to his senses from his daze. At this time, he had been dragged several meters into the air. Next to him, 10 level 5 vampires who had also grown wings were risking their lives to help him resist the attacks. Seeing the skeleton soldiers below throwing javelins and shooting arrows at this side frantically, the young master's eyes suddenly focused, and he forcibly broke free from the hand of the 6th level vampire, flew to the ground, and completely ignored the tear in his expensive dress. "Stop fighting! Stop fighting! My father is Elder Hussein! Everyone, listen to me! Listen to me!" Holding the bone box in his hand, the young master shouted wildly. However, all around were either skeletons or white bones. Although it cannot be said that they had no intelligence, their intelligence was no different from having no intelligence. It would have been better if he didn't shout. The skeleton soldiers were still stupidly firing at the sky. As soon as he opened his mouth to shout like this, he immediately attracted countless hatred. He bent down to avoid a bone knife that was sweeping towards him, and used his weapon to block 2 bone spears that were stabbing at him. The young master dodged more than a dozen attacks with his agile body, but he would be defeated if he dodged for too long. Along with the howling wind, a bone hammer propelled by magic and with its speed increased several times came towards him and hit him on the temple with a clang. With a thud, the young master flew 4 or 5 meters away, knocking down more than a dozen skeleton soldiers in a row. More importantly, the precious box he had been holding fell and flew out. He struggled to get up, his face covered in blood and everything in front of him was black. Fortunately, the physical fitness of vampires is far superior to that of normal people. As long as their blood core is not damaged, it is basically difficult to kill them. If a normal person had been hit like this, he would have been sent to the crematorium on the spot for the next step. "My casket! My casket!" Ignoring the severe pain in his head, the young master rolled and crawled towards the bone box in the distance. The skeleton soldiers on all sides raised their weapons without hesitation, ready to poke it into a hedgehog. At this critical moment, young Master Xiao, who had finally found the bone box, suddenly opened the box, injected all his energy into it, and roared towards the sky. "Everyone! Stop! Your hands!" Terrifying energy swept out. 3 8th level ghost fires were fully activated. The aura that belonged to the strong made the entire battlefield suddenly quiet, and no sound was heard. There were 6 or 7 skeleton soldiers hanging on the body of the skeleton king Vokras. He was grabbing a skeleton soldier's armor and holding a battle axe in his hand, ready to chop it apart. Gu Erdan was holding 2 small golden hammers in his hands, hammering on the head of a 3rd-level skeleton cannon fodder. There are also helmetless knights, skeleton swordsmen, and the Death Twins. Everyone present stopped what they were doing and turned to look at the box in the young master's hand. To be precise, it is the 3 silver will-o'-the-wisps sparkling with brilliant light in the box. The young master lay on the ground, gasping for breath, and finally breathed a sigh of relief as he watched several of his clansmen descend from the sky and surround him. "You too, I am one of the 4 elders under Prince Nicholas, the 4th son of Elder Hussein. I am now officially representing my father and the bloodline of Hussein. I am applying for negotiations with you too. Please give my father some face." Listening to the weak words of the little vampire bat, Gu Erdan pondered for a moment, and finally raised his hand and waved, signaling his brothers to come back. Seeing that Gu Erdan's troops were withdrawing, Vokras, who was already at a disadvantage, naturally would not seek trouble for himself, and hurriedly signaled the undead of the skeleton clan to come back for defense. However, as all the soldiers came back, Vokras's face suddenly turned gloomy. Because there were originally more than 3,000 skeleton warriors, but now there are only a little over 1,000 left. In just a short moment, the loss was so heavy that he almost lost all his assets. This made Vokras so angry that he trembled all over. He gritted his teeth and uttered angry words. "You bastard!" Gu Erdan, who was standing more than 10 meters away, was stunned when he heard the words, and immediately started cursing after he realized what was going on. "You idiot! Who are you scolding? I just scolded you, so what? What are you looking at? If you don't agree, come out and fight me. Have you ever chopped someone down? Have you ever seen a dead person?" When it comes to fighting skills, Gu Erdan is indeed just a third-rate guy. But if we talk about cursing, then Gu Erdan won't be sleepy anymore. He once studied C programming language. He went to Zon for further study. He made great progress and killed countless enemies. He was awarded the title of Son of Zon. He is definitely a little keyboard expert. Dare to compete with him, Gu arrogant mother hunter orphan nemesis Swan King Erdan in eloquence? It's simply courting death. Looking at Gu Erdan, who was standing behind his younger brother, and just poking his head out to argue with him, Vokras was stunned by his series of verbal attacks. He opened his mouth for a long time but couldn't utter a word. It is really difficult for this skeleton soldier who has no brains to argue with the commander-in-chief of the keyboard world. Fortunately, the young vampire master reacted quickly and tried to mediate, thus finally preventing the outbreak of the Second World War. For the sake of Elder Hussein, whom he had never met before, Gu Erdan did not bother to argue with Vokras and walked towards the tent that had been erected again in a menacing manner. Looking at the tent in front of him that had lost its magical effect, Gu Erdan's eyes rolled, and he suddenly slowed down. Watching Vokras and the young vampire master enter the tent, he suddenly waved to the side. Seeing this, the captain of the skeleton swordsmen ran over happily. "Boss, what's the matter? Gather the brothers and stand guard outside the tent. Remember to keep close watch. If there is any movement inside, go in immediately. No matter what, kill all these guys." "Well, I understand if you take action when you hear a noise, but what counts as a noise?" "This, smashing the cup, is the signal. As soon as you hear the sound of glass breaking, you kill him." Gu Erdan whispered as he snatched the tattered ceramic helmet, modified from a flower pot, from the skeleton soldier next to him, tucked it under his armpit, and strode into the tent. The skeletons outside the house looked at each other and began to gather together. The skeleton swordsmen, skeleton archers, black warriors, and the twin death knights silently squeezed aside the skeletons with low IQs and vaguely surrounded the tent. Inside the tent, the vampires had already rearranged the tables and chairs. The young master enthusiastically took out his treasured tea set, boiled water, and made tea in one go. Smilingly, the young master pushed the teacup in front of the two of them and gestured for them to have some. Gu Erdan and Vokras looked at each other, lowered their heads to look at their ribs, turned around and looked at the young master expressionlessly without saying a word. Both sides were silent for 5 full seconds. The young master finally reacted and gave a dry laugh, then casually pushed the teacup aside. "You two are both heroes. I am very honored to see you today. Therefore, I would like to recruit you two to join me in this great cause on behalf of the Hussein family. What do you think?" Chapter 71. Those who betray their faith will be crushed to pieces. A conspiracy? Right. With someone like him? Pointing at Vokras, who had a bad look on his face, Gu Erdan spoke with disdain. Vokras was a local tyrant after all, so how could he tolerate Gu Erdan's constant provocations? He slammed the table and roared angrily on the spot. "What on earth do you mean? Do you really think I dare not kill you? Ha ha! You really have your wolfish ambitions revealed. I'm telling you, you are such a jerk. As early as the first moment you entered the tent, I had already seen through your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys." Gu Erdan, who also slammed the table and stood up angrily, spoke in a domineering tone. "Who would bring an axe to a negotiation? How can you have the slightest intention of negotiating? You are simply plotting something bad. You still want to kill me? I'm telling you. I have already ambushed 300 axemen outside. As soon as I smash the cup as a signal, they will come in and chop you to pieces right there and then. Before they kill me, I will definitely kill you first. You want to scare me? Do you think I was raised to be scared? Even if you can kill me today, I will still be a good person in 20 years. The two men shouted loudly. Seeing that Vokras had already raised his axe, Gu Erdan also raised the spittoon helmet in his hand. The young master of the Blood clan beside them hurriedly stood up to stop them. All right. What good will it do for you two to fight to the death? Showing courage for a moment is not the best thing to do. Even if you kill each other, you can only get a 7th level soul will-o'-the-wisp at most. I have 3 8th level will-o'-the-wisp here. Can't you all sit down and talk it over? With the young master of the vampire clan acting as a peacemaker, the two people who had been blowing their noses and glaring at each other sat back in their original seats. Although a bloody battle was avoided, the struggle between the two was not over yet, but became more and more intense. Gu Erdan crossed his arms and looked at me with disdain. What benefits did you give him when you recruited him? An 8th level soul ghost. I don't care what benefits you gave him. If you want to bribe me, you must increase the price by 30%. Why? As soon as Gu Erdan finished speaking, Vokras on the opposite side got furious. You are a 6th level undead. Why do you ask for a higher price than me? Just because I have more than 10,000 4th level brothers. Just because I have a strong army. Just because I can reduce your army to only 1,000 weaklings in half an hour. Is this reason enough? You. What do you mean by you? I'm telling you. Walker, duck. It's only because the vampires saved you. Otherwise, I would have used your skull as a bowl. Bullshit. I'm using your head as a chamber pot. Then you have to be able to pee. You fucking. If they disagree on something, the two sides will start fighting again. The young vampire master who saw this scene was not angry at all. Instead, a smile appeared in his eyes. Please be patient, both of you. Please listen to what I have to say. He raised his hand to calm the two of them, with a gleam in the eyes of the young vampire master. I have promised before that the Hussein family will definitely do its best to help Lord Vokras advance to the 8th level. This promise will never change. As for this lord, may I know your name? Gu Erdan, Nicholas King Gu Erdan. Okay, Master Gu Erdan, your strength has not yet reached the threshold of a high-level undead. To be honest, for you at this moment, there is not much difference between the 7th level soul will-o'-the-wisp and the 8th level soul will-o'-the-wisp. Therefore, our family is willing to invite you to become our ally at the price of 24 7th level soul will-o'-the-wisp. What do you think? The young master was extremely generous. When Gu Erdan heard the price, his eyes lit up. 24 7th level soul will-o'-the-wisp. How much energy is this worth? This guy can handle it. What's the price? What's the price? I don't believe you will give me so many benefits just for the sake of being an ally. Of course. When you become our ally, you also need to hand over a fragment of your soul. Even if we hold this fragment, it will not threaten your life, but destroying it will cause your strength to suffer a great loss. The young master's words made Gu Erdan nod his head. For the undead, destroying their strength is no less than killing them. With this layer of insurance, the other party can indeed trust Gu Erdan with confidence. As for Gu Erdan, there is no problem. Don't they want soul fragments? Then give them to him. Anyway, this body belongs to General Wulong. With General Wulong's wisdom, he shouldn't blame me for selling part of his soul in exchange for benefits, right? At worst, I can compensate him later. The soul fragments over there were crushed, causing a great loss of General Wulong's strength, and I can just use the system to repair it. With his mind clacking, Gu Erdan agreed to the young master's proposal. Vokras on the side had already reached an agreement with the young master, so it was naturally impossible for him to refuse at this time. Otherwise, what if the other party chose to join forces with this pretty boy to kill him and silence him? Seeing that both of them agreed to the conditions, the young master smiled so happily that he couldn't express it in words. He successfully recruited the Skeleton King Vokras, who had unlimited potential, and unexpectedly found a super potential stock with tens of thousands of 4th order skeletons. It was very likely that he had some secret method to create 4th order skeleton soldiers. The young master felt that the position of the patriarch was getting closer and closer to him. Raising his hands and clapping, the young master excitedly raised the teacup in his hand and said, Then everyone! In the name of Elder Hussein's 4th son, Hussein Lay, I officially declare that you two have reached an alliance with my Hussein family. If you betray me, I will crush you to pieces. Just like this cup. After saying that, Huzair suddenly threw his favorite cup in his hand heavily to the ground. Gu Erdan, who had been careless and looking forward to the reward, suddenly changed his face after seeing this scene and pounced on it. No! Crash! Gu Erdan was still a little slow. The cup fell to the ground in front of his horrified eyes. It broke into pieces on the spot. The crisp sound of collision spread throughout the tent. Huzair and Vokras looked at Gu Erdan in confusion, not understanding why he was so excited when it was just a cup. And in the next second, the two suddenly understood. Kill him! With a crash, the tent fabrics were torn apart by countless weapons. More than 200 skeleton swordsmen with red eyes rushed into the tent and pounced directly on the vampires and Vokras. The Death Twins, the highest-ranking military representatives under Gu Erdan who rushed in with them, were not so reckless. The moment they entered the tent, they suddenly crossed their guns and collided with each other. The next moment, endless black fog spread out, directly covering the tent. 4th level spell. Death Mist. Turn off the lights. Release the dogs. Chapter 72. Who killed the young master? Stop it! Promotion! Today! Cut him! I've finally made it as a soldier! For the tribe! Where's my helmet? Who stole my helmet? In the black fog, the howls and screams that rose and fell from each other weaved into a symphony of the dead. Some people were beating others, some were being beaten, and some were beating others and being beaten at the same time. Gu Erdan's roar was quite loud, but unfortunately the noise around him was too loud at this time, and his voice alone could not match the voices of 100 people. In the end, it was the vampire master Hoseliai's close bodyguard who reacted first. He directly used a blood wave baptism, and the howling wind blew away the black fog around him. Without cover, the fighting all around stopped immediately. Gu Erdan's younger brothers had an absolute advantage at this time. They could rely on each other's soul fragments to connect and sense who was of the same kind, and they were very ruthless in their attacks. 7 vampires were killed, and more than 20 of Fokras's brothers who rushed in were hacked to death. The most important thing was that next to the conference table, there was a body lying face up in a chair, and the person had died completely. Looking at the young vampire master Huzair lying motionless on the chair, Gu Erdan and Vokras looked at each other with confused expressions. At this point, the two of them didn't even need to check to confirm that this guy was beyond saving. There were 2 axes on his head and 4 javelins stuck in his body. It would be a miracle if he could survive. Walking slowly in front of Huzair, Gu Erdan stretched out his hand, gently closed his eyes, and suddenly turned and pointed at Vokras. Good of you! Walker Ducks! I didn't expect you to do such a dirty thing just for 3 soul will-o'-the-wisp. You farted! Seeing that Gu Erdan was actually throwing dirty water on himself, Vokras was so angry that he suddenly raised his axe. The axe on his head is made of bones. How could it be my people who did it? It was clearly your bunch of mad dogs who did it. Humph! How can a wicked person leave any clues when doing evil? The fact that the axe is white proves my innocence. It's obvious that you planned this all along. You were going to frame me. You are being unreasonable. You are slandering me. You're crying thief. You were a nobody when you were alive. Even after you die, you'll still be a pile of coal that's black to the bones. You fucking... The 2 of them were arguing with each other crazily, while the younger brothers hurriedly gathered around the 2 older brothers and yelled along with their boss. Just as the 2 sides pointed their weapons and were about to fight, a wailing sound suddenly sounded from the side. Son! Master! The sudden scream startled the 2 people who were arguing, and they quickly distanced themselves from each other. Turning around, he saw the vampire bodyguard with 6th level strength, who had finally come back to his senses from the shock and was holding his young master's body, shaking and crying. That didn't look like the young master was dead. People would believe him if he said it was his own son who died. Master, please don't get hurt. Otherwise, I will definitely skin me alive. Master! Master! The bodyguard suddenly pulled out his weapon and desperately shook his young master's body, causing Huzair's head to bang wildly on the chair, making a thump-thump-thump sound. Seeing this scene, Gu Erdan secretly took a step forward, came to Foker's side, and spoke in a very small voice. Tell me, is he saving people or killing people? I think he's killing people. Under the strange looks of the two men, the bodyguard took various rescue measures. Shaking, pressing, throwing, artificial respiration, feeding blood, slapping. After a lot of efforts by this loyal bodyguard, his young master finally succeeded, and broke his bones. Looking at his young master's head snapping backwards, completely dead beyond death, the bodyguard felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave. Family members know their own business, and this bodyguard knows better than anyone how ruthless his master is. Be cruel to outsiders and even crueler to your own people. Useful people are cared for and asked about one's well-being, while useless people are beaten to death or crippled, and no one ever remembers any old friendship. I didn't even protect the fourth young master well. A bodyguard couldn't even protect his master well. Then can he still be considered a useful person? Trembling wildly, the bodyguard held the young master's body in silence for a few seconds, then suddenly looked at Gu Erdan and Vokras behind him with ferocious eyes. It's you! It's all you! You killed the young master! Gu Erdan shrugged his shoulders upon hearing this, looking very innocent. Brother, calm down. You have to face the reality. You can't just choose to escape because you made a mistake. Huh? The bodyguard looked confused, while Gu Erdan looked up at the sky with a sigh. I know being a bodyguard is stressful, but you can't attack your own master. Look at how you beat him. His cervical vertebrae were broken. Hey, it's fate. Don't worry, when I see Elder Hussein, I will plead for you in front of him. Gu Erdan's words gradually changed the bodyguard's expression from confusion to astonishment, and then from mistake to shock. This bastard. He actually threw dirty water on himself. How shameless! How filthy! He had never seen such a shameless person. You are talking nonsense! It was obviously you and he who killed the young master! The bodyguard was shaking with excitement, and his fingers pointing at the two of them were trembling. Upon hearing this, Gu Erdan turned around and glanced at Vokras next to him. Did you kill that monkey Sile? No. Did I kill that monkey Sile? Probably, not really. Then it can only be. Gu Erdan silently turned his head and looked at the bodyguard. Brother, I will plead for you in front of your master. Vokras next to him also turned around after hearing this, his expression very embarrassed. Me too. The two people who were incompatible before suddenly reached a unity at this moment. The bodyguard's eyes turned black and he almost fainted on the spot. As his body swayed, he seemed to suddenly think of something and pointed at his forehead excitedly. I have a spell here. It can extract everything I have seen recently. You can't frame me. I will tell the master right now. I will let the master kill you to avenge the young master. Having said that, the bodyguard suddenly hugged the young master's body and prepared to take him away. Gu Erdan and Vokras, who saw this scene, looked at each other expressionlessly. Gu Erdan silently reached out to take the bone axe handed over by the captain of the skeleton swordsmen, while Vokras slowly tightened the weapon in his hand. The bodyguard who had already picked up the young master's body suddenly heard the sound of wind behind him and turned around hurriedly to look. But I only saw several cold rays falling. First, Gu Erdan came rolling on the ground. The double axes hit him heavily on the knees. And above, while the vampire bodyguard was kneeling on the ground, a giant battle axe had already landed on his forehead. Gah! Chapter 73, The Disaster is Brought to the East. Outside the Yinfeng tunnel, black rain began to fall from the sky, which was rare. It was already dark at this time, and there should be no living creatures in the surrounding area that had been cleared by the skeleton warriors. But at this moment in the night, a group of people are busy in the wilderness. Vokras and a few of his younger brothers were digging the soil desperately, throwing the soil and bones mixed in it into the air. Gu Erdan and several of his close subordinates were busy packing the corpses and putting them all in armor. After digging a hole nearly 10 meters deep, Vokras threw the shovel away with hesitation in his eyes. Is it really reliable to dig a hole and bury the body? Don't worry. I have studied criminal law for many years. I have studied a lot of detective novels, criminal law movies, gangster comics. Burying the body deep is the safest and most common way to commit a crime. But if they are buried in the soil, Will they really not be resurrected and crawl out from underground under the influence of the black sun? What are you afraid of? Even if they are resurrected, they are just zombies. I have put armor on them. Once they put on the helmets, no one will guess that they are vampires. That's true. After throwing the body into the pit, everyone worked together to cover it with soil. Gu Erdan even stepped on it. After dealing with the corpse, Gu Erdan suddenly turned around and stretched out his hand to Vokras. Bring it here. What? It's hush money. What? Hush money. Why should I give you hush money? Don't forget that you were involved. No. You are the mastermind. He was killed by your people in the first place. Don't talk about this useless thing. Now the mud is dripping down your crotch. It's shit anyway. Do you think the other party will care who killed this person? If the truth comes out, either of us can escape. After slapping away Focus's aggressive finger, Gu Erdan spoke earnestly. So you have to learn to be more sensible. Since we killed the man together, we should split the loot in half. We'll split it in half when we meet. You want my 8th level soul will-o'-the-wisp? Impossible. You're talking nonsense. You killed so many of my people. You caused me so much trouble. And you still want me to share the benefits with you? Bah! Obviously, Vokras was just a skeleton, but he got the saliva from somewhere and sprayed it directly in Gu Erdan's face. Raising his hand to wipe his skull, Gu Erdan looked at Vokras with a look of disappointment. Really not? No. Are you sure? Sure. Well, brothers, let's kill him. Today, all the skeleton clan will be buried here to accompany those vampires. I want to rob my thieves. Gu Erdan suddenly shouted, and the skeleton soldiers who were gathered in a daze in the distance instantly became alert, and rushed towards this side howling. Seeing this scene, Foker's face turned pale. How could he forget that this guy has more soldiers and generals? If he really fights with him here, all the remaining assets he has will be lost here. Vokras just touched the 3 soul ghost fires hidden in his arms, but he was reluctant to let go. After all, soldiers can be rebuilt, but this 8th level will-o'-the-wisp is priceless. If it's gone for real. Seeing that Fokras's eyes were wandering, as if he was planning to abandon his little brother and run away, Gu Erdan suddenly snorted coldly. You want to run, right? Well, run. Run as much as you can. I forgot to tell you. The 2 Death Knights beside me are the famous Gemini. The older brother on the left has scolded countless people. He has never met an opponent. The younger sister on the right has a sharp tongue and a dark heart. She loves to stir up trouble. If you dare to run away, I dare them to spread the word that you have 3 8th level soul will-o'-the-wisp. I want to see how you, who have no soldiers or generals, can withstand the pursuit and blockade of the 8th level bosses with your 7th level strength. Either you give me a soul will-o'-the-wisp and we can part ways amicably, or we'll fight to the death. I'll dig out his body and carry it to see Elder Hussein. Good. Very good. Gu Erdan. I will remember you. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll take 2. For you. The sound of gnashing teeth was heard, and Foker's entire skeleton features were distorted. However, Gu Erdan's threat did hit Foker's soft spot. Without the help of his younger brothers, Vokras was not sure he could protect the 3 soul ghost fires. Looking at the soul ghost fire handed to him, Gu Erdan snatched it away. Thank you. Goodbye. See you later. Roll. Gu Erdan led a huge army out of the Yinfeng tunnel and marched in the heavy rain, covering hundreds of miles in one night. On the second day, the black sun was covered by dark clouds and rarely showed its head out. Gu Erdan walked up the front of the team, playing with the soul ghost fire in his hand. Suddenly, his palm clenched, and the soul ghost fire turned into the purest energy and was absorbed by the system. Gu Erdan, with an expressionless face, suddenly turned around and looked at the skeleton swordsman after doing all this. Is it done? Don't worry, Your Majesty. The skeleton rats have secretly dug out the body and are following us underground. Very good, well done. Hey boss, what do you want these bodies for? Send it to someone. Who? To Elder Hussein. As soon as Gu Erdan finished speaking, several capable men around him stopped walking abruptly. Even the helmetless knight, who had been very calm all along, couldn't help but turn his head to look at him. "Give it to Elder Hussein? Your Majesty! He is this guy's father! How can anything good come from giving it to him?" "Of course it's no good if you send it over, but do you think it will be okay if you don't send it over?" Turning to look at the captain of the skeleton swordsmen, Gu Erdan shook his head with some regret. "He is an 8th rank boss after all, and this guy is his son. How could he not have some tricks to find people? Even if he doesn't, he is one of the elders of the Blood Clan, the leader and founder of the Hussein Blood Clan. He has countless talented people under his command. Do you think burying the body a few meters deep will really work?" Gu Erdan's words caused everyone to be silent for a while. Gu Erdan, who did not expect them to understand, sighed and spoke. "Instead of waiting for them to come to us, we might as well take the initiative. Find a few skeleton soldiers to deliver this guy's body. Insist that it was Vokras who killed him. Apart from Vokras and the dead guys, who else knows where we came from? They are just a bunch of skeletons. In this world of the undead, there are as many as you want. Do you doubt that a group of ordinary skeleton soldiers cannon fodder can kill this group of vampires, the weakest of which is level 5? Or can they kill them so cleanly and neatly?" Gu Erdan's words made the skeleton swordsman's eyes brighter and brighter, and he nodded desperately. "Boss is wise. Stop flattering me. I'll assign you a job. Please give me your orders." Chapter 74, The Coffin-Carrying Team. "Go! Pick out some smart skeleton soldiers for me." "Very clever." The captain of the skeleton swordsmen turned around and looked at the many younger brothers behind him. After a few seconds of silence, he shook his head. "No. No? Well, then find me a few relatively smart ones." "No either." "That's not stupid." "Not yet." "I really..." "Never mind. Just pick a few for me. It's best if they have strong life-saving abilities. Like that 3-inch guy who likes to self-destruct. It's best if they can die without causing any harm. They can be resurrected here." "Yes, I have it. I'll go right away." As the order was given, the skeleton soldiers were in chaos. A moment later, the captain of the skeleton swordsmen led out 5 young generals. The self-destructive little skeleton took the lead, followed by 4 younger brothers. All of them possess the spell of splitting the soul, and can rely on the remaining souls split in advance to resurrect, but their strength will be affected. But this is not a big deal for Gu Erdan. As long as he doesn't really die, even if he becomes a level 10 disabled person, Gu Erdan can be resurrected in minutes to show them. Only one of the vampire's corpses needed to be brought back. The others were thrown aside by Gu Erdan on the spot. There is actually no need to pay any attention to a corpse like this one that still has residual energy in its body. The undead world will naturally help him deal with it. Either they are resurrected as zombies or as skeletons. In the world of the dead, corpses can never fall into a complete sleep. Just before throwing them away, Gu Erdan made one final attempt to utilize the waste. That is to strip off their clothes and let the 5 younger brothers change into them. This is mainly to prevent the other party from finding out Gu Erdan, the mastermind behind the scenes, through any clues. After all, ever since these skeleton soldiers under Gu Erdan gained intelligence, they have begun to like imitating humans and doing some stupid things. For example, engraving patterns and totems representing identity on armor, or carving the names of Gu Erdan and the Black Warrior City on weapons. If I were to deliver a corpse wearing this kind of equipment, I'm afraid the other party would come to my door the next day. After changing clothes, he ordered the skeleton soldiers to make a temporary bone coffin to put Huzair's body in. With everything ready, the skeleton army watched the 5-man coffin-carrying team set off and walked further and further away. The Hussein clan is the smallest of the 4 clans under Prince Nicholas. This is because Elder Hussein became famous the latest. By the time he became an 8th-level vampire, the nearby territory had already been divided up by the other 3. Therefore, Elder Hussein could only occupy some marginal areas, which were all territories that the other 3 people disdained to occupy, and there was no profit to be made. He has no powerful subordinate lords under his command, nor an invincible army. The only thing worthy of praise about Elder Hussein is his terrifying strength. It is rumored that Elder Hussein can achieve invincibility at the 8th level, and his innate magic is so powerful that it is enough to make any being of the same level tremble. It was precisely because he was too powerful that he was suppressed by the other 3 elders. Elder Hussein has 5 children in total. The 5th son is still young, only in his 30s. His strength is only at the level of a 3rd-rank viscount, so he can't help at all. The other sons are quite promising. The eldest son is as strong as a 7th-rank Grand Duke, and the 2nd and 3rd sons are both 6th-rank dukes. Only the 4th son was weak, and after practicing for more than 200 years he was only at the level of a 5th-rank earl. But his 4th son has been smart since he was young and has a very sharp mind. He has recruited many experts for him over the years. Recently, the 4th son Huzair is planning to win over the strongest being under Elder Grace, the Skeleton King Vokras. This time he took away 3 8th-level soul ghost fires, which was a huge investment. It would be a lie if Elder Hussein said he was not heartbroken. The 8th-level soul ghost fire is also a very important treasure to him. He is reluctant to use it himself, let alone give it to others. It's just that you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb. Elder Hussein is also an old and cunning man. Naturally, he understands that if he wants to break this deadlock where he is restricted everywhere, he can only choose to spend a lot of money. But Elder Hussein was very worried about this action. Elder Hussein still has great confidence in the wisdom of his 4th son. But he doesn't trust other undead spirits. Don't meet a young man on the road who will kill his precious son without any reason and then take the fire and run away. If that were the case, Elder Hussein would be so angry that he would faint. Therefore, ever since his 4th son set out, Elder Hussein has been sitting on the throne in the castle, silently waiting for news. But 1 day passed, 2 days passed, 3 days passed. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed, and there was still no news from his son. This made Elder Hussein feel cold in his heart, and he had a bad feeling. Could it be that? At the same time, an uninvited guest came from afar outside Hussein's vampire castle. The self-explosive little skeleton walked at the front in a black suit, holding a cane in his hand. 4 skeletons at the back were carrying a bone coffin, staggering along behind. The 5 little skeletons were very attentive in carrying out the tasks assigned by Gu Erdan. But it was no use trying because the 5 of them didn't know the way. Not to mention them, even Gu Erdan didn't know where Elder Hussein's lair was. He didn't even know there was such a person as Elder Hussein before. Finally, after asking around physics, the 5 little skeletons finally found the castle with great difficulty, and were now walking towards the entrance. The vampires guarding the entrance actually noticed the 5 people as soon as they appeared. After all, the 5 skeleton soldiers were actually wearing formal suits, which looked very funny. At first, these vampires thought they were some kind of circus band. After all, some intelligent undead would do some human acrobatics to please the powerful vampires, so it was normal to train some skeleton soldiers to do acrobatics. After all, skeletons are easy to catch, easy to tame, and even easier to find substitutes for. The only flaw is that his IQ is too low. However, as the 5 skeleton soldiers gradually approached, the smiles on the vampires' faces began to disappear and their expressions became more serious. Because they discovered something. The clothes these skeleton soldiers were wearing seemed to be the clothes of their blood clan. In fact, they were 4 Earl uniforms and 1 Duke uniform. This is simply a naked provocation. Woo! A low horn sounded. A large number of bats quickly flew out from the castle. After landing next to the 5 skeleton soldiers, they turned into vampires. How dare you humiliate us like this? You're courting death! One of the vampires was impatient, and launched an attack the moment he landed, and the blood in his hand turned into a knife and chopped down heavily. The 5 skeleton soldiers who saw this scene fixed their eyes, dropped the coffin with a crash, and the skeleton soldier who was attacked pulled out the battle axe behind him and swung it at the vampire's head. Humph! How dare a mere skeleton do that? Facing the counterattack of the skeleton soldiers, the vampire viscount chose not to dodge or evade and sneered disdainfully. He raised his hand and was ready to tear the neck of this little skeleton soldier. Then everyone only saw the axe blade falling. It forcibly broke through the axe of the vampire viscount's bodyguard of death. With a snap, his head was split in half. 3rd rank viscount. Dead? Chapter 75, Elder Hussein appears. Enemy attack! Screams rang out, and group after group of vampire soldiers rushed out of the castle and poured towards the coffin-carrying team like a tide. Faced with such a large army of vampires whose strength was no weaker than that of the third-level vampires, the 5 people carrying the coffin were not afraid at all and were fearless in their hearts. Because the 5 of them never expected to return alive. A shrill roar was heard, and the vampires and the skeleton soldiers fought each other. To be precise, it was the vampires who beat the skeleton soldiers into a ball. Although the 5 skeleton soldiers also have 4th-level strength, they can be considered elites in the edge area of the undead world. But what they are facing now is a vampire clan that has existed for thousands of years. With thousands of years of heritage, there are countless masters in this vampire clan. If the other party hadn't wanted to capture them alive, these 5 skeleton soldiers would have fallen apart long ago. Just when everyone was fighting to the point of being inseparable, heavy footsteps suddenly sounded. The owner of the vampire castle, the 8th-level boss Elder Hussein, led the only 2 7th-level vampires in the family and walked over with a very gloomy expression. The vampires they met along the way hurriedly moved out of the way, and some even bent down to salute, not daring to raise their heads to look at them. Logically speaking, something as small as the invasion of skeleton soldiers would not alarm Elder Hussein. Even a 7th-level vampire won't be notified, and a 6th-level vampire can be sent over to solve the problem. But the problem is that some sharp-eyed vampires noticed that something was wrong. They had recognized the owners of the clothes from the 5 skeleton soldiers. Isn't this the clothing of the people who follow the 4th young master on missions? It's the clothing of the 4th young master's personal guards. At this time, the clothes were actually put on the skeleton soldiers, so the question was, where was the 4th young master? The vampire reacted and hurried to inform his boss. When Elder Hussein learned about this, his beloved teacup in his hand was crushed to pieces. All the vampire leaders rushed out, and the other 4 children followed suit. The brothers are very concerned about their extremely smart 4th brother. I heard that he was in trouble? Then don't let anything happen. What if the other party shows mercy? They heard that some undeads like to learn from humans to blackmail. It's no big deal to give them money. They have a big family and a lot of money, so they don't need that little bit of cash. But if the other party really keeps his word and releases the 4th brother, what should they do? How about hiring someone to pretend to be a killer? Vampires are immortal and look very similar to humans. They also know how to enjoy life and have similar living habits to humans. It can be said that vampires are the perfect combination of humans and the undead. Even in some subspace planes, vampires are the rulers. They use their immortality as a temptation to lure the dignitaries to obey them, and indirectly controlled the entire world. The only flaw is that their growth rate is not as fast as that of humans, which is also a common problem among the undead. As for why they like to suck blood? In fact, this is a misunderstanding of them by others. What they suck is not blood, but the essence of living people, which can also be called soul breath. What they seek is not blood, but the souls of living things that they devour in their own unique way. Being similar to humans has its pros and cons. The advantage is that they can easily blend in with humans, and their IQ is naturally higher than other undead. But the shortcomings are also obvious. The intrigues and conspiracies among humans will also appear among them. At this moment, the 4 brothers were just hoping that their most favored 4th brother would be made into a roasted bat. Would they help? Not adding insult to injury was good enough. As the vampires dispersed, many high-ranking officials led by Elder Hussein came in front of the 5 skeleton soldiers. The wounded skeleton soldiers looked at each other when they saw this. Even with their not-so-bright little brains, after seeing Elder Hussein and others, they instantly understood one obvious thing. These guys are not ordinary. Without any hesitation, the self-explosive little skeleton raised his double-bone walnut hammer and rushed forward with his whole body turning red. After many experiences of self-destruction, the little skeleton has summed up some experience. That is, bombing people is also divided into levels. It is useless to bomb a small soldier. Only by bombing people with higher status can you gain greater military merit. Therefore, the self-destructive little skeleton just endured the beatings from many vampires and refused to activate the self-destruct mode on the spot. Now that the tough guy is on the scene, the little skeleton suddenly ignites his soul, ready to die together with this guy who looks like a big boss. It's just that ideals are full, but reality is very skinny. Facing the little skeleton rushing towards him aggressively, Elder Hussein frowned and instantly recognized what spell the boy was casting. It was actually a self-destruction of the soul. The other side is quite shady. It's a pity that it's useless to me. With a slight grasp of his hand, a blood-colored mist spread around Elder Hussein. The blood mist turned into shackles one after another, tightly binding the little skeleton that pounced on it. The little skeleton, who found that he couldn't break free, wanted to teach the other party a lesson. However, no matter how he drove the power in his body, the kinetic energy transformed from his soul could not be released. Countless blood-red chains were like a barrier, suppressing all of the little skeleton's strength within his body. Looking at the skeleton soldiers who were constantly struggling and whose bodies had turned into fiery red due to the energy riot, Elder Hussein suddenly sneered. The next moment, the chain suddenly shot into the sky, pulling the self-destructing skeleton soldier into the sky. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, painting the sky above a fiery red. Useless courage of a common man. Looking at the little skeleton that exploded in midair and turned into a dazzling firework, Elder Hussein sneered again, then lowered his head to look at the 4 skeleton soldiers opposite. You have all reached the 4th level, so you should be somewhat intelligent. I will now give you a chance to tell me what happened. Who is the mastermind behind this? I am willing to accept your loyalty and grant you the step to evolve. The 8th level vampire elder took the initiative to extend an olive branch, which was great news for any undead, especially low-end undead like skeleton soldiers. It's not impossible for the skeleton soldiers to be given important tasks, but it's almost impossible. As I said before, if you have the resources, wouldn't it be better to train a vampire or a corpse demon? Even training a black warrior would be good. Who would have nothing better to do than train a skeleton soldier? Originally, Elder Hussein thought that since these skeleton soldiers knew how to communicate with each other, it meant that they were definitely very intelligent. Then, when faced with the active recruitment of a strong man like myself, they will definitely obey. But who would have thought that before he could finish his words, 4 skeleton soldiers suddenly raised their weapons and pounced on him howling. Chapter 76, Hosile is Resurrected. Being appreciated by an 8th rank boss is indeed a wonderful thing, but it also depends on who it is. For these skeleton soldiers, are the 8th level and 9th level gods as powerful as their boss? Their boss can make them grow to the peak of level 4 instantly. Can this big guy do it? If you can't even do this, then what kind of boss are you? Not to mention that if you follow the boss, you may be able to make merit and be promoted to general. Not only will you be able to obtain a unique title, but you may also have your strength increase again like General Willem. If I follow this guy, how long will it take to reach the 6th level? Even if the soul will-o'-the-wisp is continuously supplied, it will probably take decades. Just make a quick comparison in your mind, and it becomes obvious who you should follow. The 4 skeleton soldiers rushed forward fearlessly and used their strongest skills. I'll kill you! This one holds an axe. I'll destroy your appearance. This is a condensed sulfuric acid ball. For His Majesty. This is a brain-dead fan. Wabi Babu! This is purely a problem during evolution, which resulted in a certain lack of IQ. Seeing that these 4 despicable guys dared to disobey him, Elder Hussein's eyes flashed with anger. His palms suddenly clenched, and countless iron chains emerged from the blood mist and tied directly to the 4 people. With a crackling sound, the bodies of the 4 skeleton soldiers were crushed by the chains on the spot, leaving only their heads intact. He raised his hand and 4 heads floated in front of him. Elder Hussein suppressed his anger and spoke again. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me. Pooh! A mouthful of green phlegm and thick acid spurted out from the mouth of one of the skulls. It was the 3rd level spell, Acid. The highly corrosive concentrated acid sprayed onto Elder Hussein's protective blood mist, instantly making a crackling sound. The 3 skulls next to him didn't spit, but they kept biting their teeth, as if they were ready to let him go and fight him one-on-one. They didn't look like they were going to give in. Elder Hussein, whose patience had been completely worn out, had murderous intent flashing in his eyes when he saw this, and he suddenly exerted force with the hand that was grabbing the skull. With a snap, the 4 skulls, along with the will-o'-the-wisp inside, were crushed into pieces and scattered on the ground. Brainless idiot! Cursing under his breath, Elder Hussein no longer paid attention to the dead skeleton soldiers, but raised his hand and gestured towards the distance. The bone coffin thrown on the ground slid to the foot, and the coffin lid was instantly opened. Looking at his fourth son who was lying motionless and passed away peacefully, although Elder Hussein had already guessed this in his mind, he still felt a tightness in his chest and his expression became gloomy. The other sons who came over to watch, after seeing the familiar face in the coffin, some of those who were less calm could not help but twitch their lips. There was silence at the scene, and no one dared to speak to provoke Elder Hussein at this time. Until a minute later, the fifth son next to him suddenly knelt beside the coffin and burst into tears. "Fourth brother!" This sudden shout startled everyone. The other brothers who reacted also rushed over. "Fourth brother! You died miserably! Don't worry, fourth brother! Second brother will definitely help you get revenge!" "Yes! Revenge!" The brothers spoke one after another, and their tone was so sad and angry that it made anyone who heard it cry and feel sad. Elder Hussein, who was standing nearby with an expressionless face, suddenly raised his hand and waved, blew away the four pretentious brothers, and squatted beside the coffin himself. Looking deeply at the body of his fourth son, Elder Hussein's mouth twitched, and suddenly he revealed a smile. This strange scene frightened the four brothers so much that they quickly took 2 steps back. How could his father laugh when he saw his son die? Could it be that he was too shocked and had a mental disorder? I don't know if they can become the next clan leader if the clan leader goes crazy. Elder Hussein had no idea what his sons were thinking at the moment, otherwise he would have stuffed these bastards into the coffin together. "Old Four, it seems that you have encountered an unexpected situation. Fortunately, I have been prepared." He raised his hand and grabbed Huzair, and a crystal-clear blood light flew out along Huzair's forehead and finally turned into a blood-colored gem. When the other sons saw this thing, their faces changed drastically. They recognized this thing. It was the trophy their father Hussein obtained when he killed a lich when he was young. It was called the Lich's Life Box. Possessing extremely special powers. The effect is very similar to the spell of soul splitting. They can split off a soul fragment and save it. As long as one of the fragment and the main body is not damaged, they can be resurrected quickly. To put it simply, this thing is an imitation made by the lich according to the soul-splitting spell, and it is also one of the most important things for the liches. To obtain a life box that has never been used is even more difficult than killing a 9th rank master. This is not to say that the lich is difficult to fight, but mainly because this kind of life box is very difficult to make. Once a lich is created, it is usually immediately integrated with its own soul fragments, and it is rare to encounter an ownerless object. Therefore, this life box has always been Elder Hussein's treasure. But who would have thought that he actually secretly gave it to his fourth son? This made the other sons look gloomy and their faces looked so dark that water seemed to be dripping out of them. "What the hell? He is my biological son! Were we picked up from the Batcave? And he gave it to them secretly. Was it just to avoid them? This bias is too obvious." The four sons were looking at this side with resentment from behind, and Elder Hussein also activated the life box at this time. As the blood light emerged, a ball of blood emerged from the blood box, twisting and tumbling, and turned into a familiar figure. It was the fourth son Huzair who had already passed away. Huzair's condition was not good at this time. His already pale face became even paler, and his strength dropped from the original 5th level to the 2nd level. But none of this matters. After all, the most important thing is to save his life. If he loses his life, it will be of no use even if his body grows into a 9th level boss. Huzair, who was dizzy and holding his head, took a long time to come back to his senses. Looking at Elder Hussein standing in front of him, Huzair saluted hurriedly. "Father! What the hell is going on? Was it that guy Vokras who did it?" "No, when I was negotiating with him, his enemy came to visit. I saw that he was quite powerful, so I wanted to win him over. But I don't know what taboo I violated, and the skeleton soldiers outside suddenly rushed in and hacked me to death." Puff! As soon as the words fell, laughter could be heard nearby, coming from Huzair's brothers. Huzair's expression did not change when he heard the laughter. He just looked up at his father and said, "I'm sorry, father. I'm afraid the 3/8 level soul ghost fires have been taken away by the other party. I am incompetent. Huzair's words made Elder Hussein's eyes look profound. A mere group of skeleton soldiers actually dared to kill my son and steal my treasure. I will kill them right now. As a master who is famous for his fighting skills, Elder Hussein's temper is naturally not very good, and he is ready to take action himself to get back at the enemy on the spot. However, Huzair's face changed when he heard this, and he hurriedly reached out to stop him. Wait a minute! Father! That skull is of great value. I suggest that we get it at all costs. Chapter 77, The So-Called Forbearance. Fourth brother, he is just a skeleton. What's the use of having more subordinates? We can have as many cannon fodders as we want. There is no need to treat him so seriously, right? The second son next to him crossed his arms with a hint of mockery in his eyes. He was actually killed by a group of skeleton soldiers. This is so shameful. It's extremely embarrassing. Not only him, but also his other brothers and even the vampires around them all had strange looks in their eyes. They knew that their fourth young master was not good at fighting, but no matter how weak he was, he would not be killed by the skeleton soldiers. Didn't he have legs? Only Elder Hussein remained expressionless, and even looked at his son solemnly, waiting for him to give an explanation. He believed in the wisdom of his fourth son. He now had the strength to compete with several other vampire elders, half of which was due to the support of allies that his son had racked his brains to win over. Even if his son was really beaten to death by a group of skeleton soldiers, Hussein would never laugh at him, at least not in front of him. Seeing his father's trusting eyes, Huzair's mouth curled up slightly. They are fourth-level skeletons. It's only the fourth level, nothing special. Really? What if there are tens of thousands of fourth-level ones? After he finished speaking, there was complete silence all around. Everyone looked at Huzair in surprise as if trying to confirm whether he was joking. Huzair ignored the glances and turned to his father. Father, that lord named Gu Erdan is extremely extraordinary. He is only at the 6th level, but he has tens of thousands of 4th-level skeleton subordinates. This is absolutely abnormal. It is impossible for 4th-level skeletons to appear in large numbers in the marginal areas. So I seriously suspect that he has a special spell. He can create 4th-level skeletons. And the consumption is definitely not big. Huzair's words changed the expressions of everyone present. The meaning of mass-producing 4th-order skeleton soldiers at a low cost is self-evident. A powerful army, endless reinforcements, and a weak leader who is easy to control. These are simply the best subordinates. Elder Hussein forced himself to suppress his excitement, and his expression became more serious. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Are there really tens of thousands of 4th-level skeleton soldiers? No, not tens of thousands, but at least tens of thousands. He just came here to lead his troops to cause trouble. There is no way he would bring all his assets with him. According to my estimation, he still has at least half of his strength in his lair as backup. Father, he is just a 6th-level skeleton. The skeleton family grows slowly and their IQ is generally not high. It doesn't cost too much to recruit him. It is much more worthwhile than recruiting the Skeleton King. This is why I chose to recruit him actively. Originally, my plan was successful. I have persuaded the two to lay down their weapons and pledge allegiance to our Hussein blood family. But who would have thought that an accident would happen? Unfortunately, I died in the chaos. But this skeleton must not be given up. Whether our Hussein blood family can reach the top depends on him. With him, we have a steady stream of troops. We have the capital to defeat everything. So I suggest continuing to recruit him. At all costs. Huzair's words made the vampire's eyes sparkle. Elder Hussein suppressed his emotions and looked at Huzair with sharp eyes. But he killed you. As he said this, Elder Hussein was startled by the sound of his own voice. At some point, he became so excited that his voice became hoarse. Huzair smiled and shook his head when he heard this. Father, a little impatience can ruin a great plan. Compared to reaching the pinnacle, what does dying once mean? If Father still believes in me, please let me bring people to negotiate with him in person again. If I fail, I will die. Huzair's voice was sonorous and powerful, and his tone was full of determination. Before Elder Hussein could answer, the second son, Hussein Feng, who was almost leaning his head against the two men, suddenly spoke. Wait a minute! Dad! My fourth brother is already injured like this. How can you bear to let him continue to take risks? Why don't you let me go? I promised to complete the mission. Recruit him to my side, cough. Recruit him to our Hussein family. No, no! My second brother is too reckless. He could easily end up making things worse. Why don't you let me go? Dad! You know me, the third brother. I only know one word when it comes to doing things. Steady. It's not appropriate, it's not appropriate. Third brother is too stingy. Don't offend him again. Dad, please let me go. You know me. I'm very easy to talk to. Old Five, why are you interrupting me? With your half-baked skills, if you go over there, he'll just think we look down on him. That's better than secretly withholding the soul will-o'-the-wisp of your subordinates. Do you know what they say about you in secret? They say you are 1.5 meters tall. Your teeth are 1.6 meters long. Your teeth are stuck in the ground. Your legs can't even touch the ground. You bastard! Just when several vampire brothers were acting out a scene of brotherly kindness and respect, and the situation was moving towards a real-life PK, Elder Hussein, who couldn't bear to watch it anymore, suddenly snorted coldly. Shut up! Hussein's intimidation was so strong that the people who were arguing with red faces immediately shut up. Elder Hussein turned to look at his eldest son who was standing beside him in silence and spoke. What do you mean? Hussein, who was standing aside, was silent for a second, and the silver chess piece in his hand suddenly stopped spinning. Father, let me handle this matter. I will give you a satisfactory answer. Well, remember, no matter what the cost, you must recruit him. Yes, father. Hussey nodded slightly, flicked his cloak and strode away. The children nearby opened their mouths when they saw this, but in the end they didn't dare to say anything. Hussein is the most military of the 5 sons of Elder Hussein. He is also one of only 2 7th-level undead in the Hussein family. He is very powerful, and has the same style as his father. He is arrogant and warlike, and has a very high prestige in the family. He is also the person with the greatest voice in the family to become the next patriarch, no doubt about it. The crowd dispersed, but Elder Hussein's second and third sons quietly gathered together. Looking at the eldest son House side who led the cavalry out of the castle and left, the 2 men's faces were very gloomy. Second brother, we don't have an advantage over him to begin with. If he succeeds in finding such a subordinate, do you think there will still be a place for us in this family? Humph. Hosayu, don't always try to use me as a knife. But what you said this time is indeed right. If we let him succeed this time, I'm afraid we really won't be able to stay in the family. The undead do not attach much importance to family ties. In their eyes, their offspring are more like a general created by themselves. The struggles among these heirs are often endless. The 2 looked at each other, turned and walked towards the city wall. A moment later, the 2 of them left the castle through the small door and headed for the base they had secretly established. A new round of confrontation between several young masters of the Hussein blood clan, which may also be the final round, has officially begun. Chapter 78 Perfect Disguise. The black rain continued, and a large number of bones were scattered on the desolate land of the dead, which looked like a field of white snow from a distance. The most abundant thing in the world of the dead is bones. There are countless human bones, animal bones, and orc bones. Places where bones cluster together like this are not uncommon. If you look carefully, you can even see strange sights such as Bone Mountain, Bone Plain, and Sea of Bones. However, the wasteland of bones, which was constantly washed by the drizzle at this time, seemed a little weird. That's because they are arranged so neatly. On the wasteland, a skeleton soldier stood up shakily, affected by the deathly energy contained in the rain. Holding a tattered iron sword that had been passed down for who knows how many generations and changed owners countless times, the skeleton soldier suddenly opened his upper and lower jaws and let out a long roar towards the sky. Ah! Before he could finish his passionate shout, a skull suddenly flew from the side and hit him on the head with a thud. The poor little skeleton had just been resurrected, but fell apart again the next second, leaving only a ball of pale soul ghost fire that gradually dissipated into nothingness. Gu Erdan, who casually threw out a skull, was now using his monocular telescope to observe the situation in the distance. He looked so focused and serious, And in front of this plane, there is an army stationed at this moment. This army was not someone else's, but a direct subordinate of Elder Grace of the Blood Clan. All of them were vampires. There were as many as 4,000 of them. At the very least, they were at the 4th level. The most terrifying thing is that among these 4,000 people, there is a team called the Bloodbat Legion, with 800 people, and all members are 5th level earls. The 4 7th rank Grand Dukes under Elder Grace had already led their respective teams and the joint forces of other vampire lords to fight against a large force of the Ghost Palace on the front line. Elder Grace stayed at the rear, silently observing the battle situation, unwilling to take risks himself. It's no wonder he was so cautious, because the one attacking this time was the army of one of the 3 kings of the Ghost Palace. The King of Wrathful Spirits. This Ghost Underground Palace is a new force that has only risen in the past few hundred years. The 3 kings of the Underground Palace are all 9th level. Their combined strength is so strong that it is even far superior to that of the vampire Prince Nicholas. If it weren't for the fact that they had risen so quickly, resulting in insufficient foundation and the middle and lower level soldiers being unable to match the vampires, the Ghost Palace would have swallowed up the vampire forces long ago. After all, many ants can kill an elephant, unless you can break through the limit of the 9th level, become a true undead lord, and control the terrifying power of laws. Otherwise, facing the siege of thousands of enemies, you will eventually die in battle. Previously, the 3 of them joined forces to attack Prince Nicholas's forces, but were beaten by his strongest trump card, the 7th level Blood God Knights, which numbered as many as 300. If these 3 guys were not from the Ghost Clan and each one ran faster than the other, they would have been beaten to death. The 3 men who were frightened by the beating never dared to provoke Prince Nicholas again. Instead, they turned to the 4 elders under Prince Nicholas, preparing to devour Prince Nicholas' wings bit by bit in this cannibalistic way. Although Prince Nicholas understood the little thoughts of these 3 guys, he chose not to help his subordinates. The main reason was that when Prince Nicholas was besieged before, these 4 guys chose to stand by and watch, forgetting to reap the benefits. This caused a complete rift in the Vampire Alliance, which had already seemed to be united in appearance but was actually divided. In fact, we can't blame these 4 vampire elders for not obeying Prince Nicholas. After all, thousands of years ago, these 5 guys were still brothers. Nicola was just lucky enough to be chosen by an undead lord and become his spokesperson in this area, which allowed him to reach the 9th level of strength ahead of everyone else. K&C. Suppose you are suddenly beaten up by the last place guy in your small group, and the reason why this last place guy beats you is not because of his hard work, but because he used cheating plugins. Can you accept it? Therefore, although the 4 elders were nominally subordinates of Prince Nicholas, they actually did not listen to him much. At this time, the 4 elders were being targeted by the Ghost Palace, and Prince Nicholas was happy to let them fight with the forces of the Ghost Palace to consume their resources, and had no intention of intervening to help. The battle between the 3 kings of the Ghost Palace and the 4 elders of the Blood Clan officially began. The 3 Ghost Kings originally thought that the battle would end soon. After all, a 9th level versus an 8th level opponent was definitely a complete crushing of strength. But who would have thought that these vampires had so many hidden cards? Their family background was also incredibly rich. After so many battles, the 3 Ghost Kings didn't gain any advantage. And as long as the 3 kings take action together, these 4 guys will put down their weapons and choose to unite against the common enemy. The 3 Ghost Kings did not dare to fight to the death, fearing that they would be taken advantage of by Prince Nicholas, so the battle came to a stalemate. The fighting has been going on for hundreds of years now, and the lords under the command of both sides have changed several times, but the main combat power of both sides has not been greatly damaged. Both sides are full of shady bastards, especially the vampires. They have been instigating their subordinates to fight to the death over the years, and they will turn around and run away if they are not careful. The battle this time was the same. The vampire minions were fighting desperately on the front lines, and the other recruited small lords were fighting to the death in various canyons. Elder Grace's main force, however, was hiding in the rear and watching the show calmly, truly demonstrating the meaning of, "When your friend is in trouble, remain as still as a mountain." Very well. If nothing unexpected happens, this will be another battle that starts off well but ends badly. But Gu Erdan dared to guarantee that an accident would definitely happen in this battle, because he was the one who caused that accident himself. So Gu Erdan brought people here to see if he could get some benefits. All the skeleton minions were lying on the bone wasteland pretending to be dead. Gu Erdan was using a not-so-clear telescope to observe the military camp in the distance. They were very close to Elder Grace's ace troops, and could see vampire patrols passing by from time to time. However, patrol teams came one after another, but no one noticed that something was wrong with them. The reason is very simple. Who the hell would come to check on the skeleton soldiers? It's just like when two armies are fighting, would there be scouts to drive away rabbits? Relying on their perfect camouflage, Gu Erdan's troops avoided wave after wave of scouts. Just as he was carefully patrolling the surroundings of the distant camp, trying to find the Death Knight Yale, a blood-red bat suddenly fell from the sky and landed in front of him with a snap. This is one of Gu Erdan's Air Force units. It is also the communication device he uses to keep in touch with the White Bone Vanguard officer. I took the piece of paper from the blood bat's claws and saw a few big words written on it. No target found. Gu Erdan frowned and thought for a moment, then took out a new piece of paper, wrote a few words on it, and stuffed it into the bat's claws. Stay on standby. The bat flew away, and returned 5 minutes later with a new note in its claws. How long will you be on standby? Gu Erdan took out another note and stuffed it into the bat's hand. Wait until the target appears. The bat left and returned 4 minutes later. It's been 3 days. Will it really come? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Are you the boss or am I the boss? 2 minutes later, the bat returned. Your Majesty, I don't think it's safe to be so close. We'll be discovered. Nonsense! My disguise is flawless. 1 minute later. Your Majesty, are we here to support or to rebel? It depends on the situation. If he has the upper hand, we are allies. If he is at a disadvantage, we are the rebels. 3 seconds later. What if the Death Knight doesn't show up? He will definitely show up. Don't forget that he has a trump card in his hand. Would you not play it if he has a trump card? Taking the note handed to him, Gu Erdan wrote some words on it quickly and subconsciously handed the note back to the person next to him. But as the note was taken over, Gu Erdan was suddenly stunned. He suddenly turned his head to look to his side, and looked at the skeleton vanguard officer who was lying beside him and writing with his head down. Gu Erdan suddenly slapped him, hitting his head on the ground with a thud, and he didn't get up for a long time. What the hell are you doing here? Chapter 79, The Army Assembles. Your Majesty. The skeleton vanguard officer, who struggled hard to pull his head out of the soil, felt very aggrieved at this moment. I just think passing notes is too much trouble. A general is the soul of an army. You left your post and ran over here. How can the soldiers of the 3 armies obey my command? Tell me, what crime have you committed? Not really. The 10,000 brothers I brought back are lying on the other side, 800 meters away. They can hear me if I yell. If you don't believe me, I'll demonstrate it to you. The skeleton vanguard officer was about to shout, but Gu Erdan frightened him and slapped him on the back of the head, knocking his head into the ground. You idiot! Do you want to lure those vampires here? Once they find us, we will be wiped out. Gu Erdan's reprimand made the White Bone Vanguard officer frown and do some silent calculations in his mind. No way. 4,000 against 20,000. Both sides are 4th level undead. Although the other side has 850 level earls, we also have 300 swordsmen and axemen. 8,000 against 4,000, and the remaining 12 against 800. No matter how you look at it, the advantage is on my side. You still have the advantage? The last person who said that. His brains were beaten out. Boss, I don't think we need to be so cautious. As long as 20,000 undead rush over, I have a 90% chance of killing them. 90%! The Bone Vanguard officer was very confident in the strength of his subordinates, and his face was full of pride when he said this. Gu Erdan rolled his eyes when he heard this. And then wait for that Death Knight Yale who is hiding somewhere to show up and reap the benefits. Brother! We are here to fish in troubled waters. Not to jump in and become fish. So what does your Majesty mean? Wait. Wait until his grandma's fire burns through the lock. The dog licks all the noodles. The chicken eats all the rice. The monkey steals all the peaches. I don't believe that this bastard can stay here forever. Recalling the scene where the Death Knight Yell led the Death Knights to break out at all costs, Gu Erdan's eyes flashed with a gleam. Although this was due to the fact that the Death Knight Yair misjudged his side's strength, even if the other side did not misjudge their strength, the Death Knights who forced their way through the front line would have lost more than half of their strength. Such a huge price was paid just to escort the crystal into the hinterland. If you say that thing has no magical properties, Gu Erdan would never believe it. On the other hand, Gu Erdan would never believe that Yelay, who had paid such a huge price to break through the siege, would never show up. If it was Gu Erdan who had lost so many of his followers, even if he only had a ball of poop in his hand, he would have to go over and hit the other side. Otherwise, it would not be worth it. It is obvious that the other party is waiting for a good opportunity to strike. Gu Erdan was also waiting for the other party to make a move so that he could attack from behind. But who to attack specifically depends on the situation. The rear maintained such a subtle silence and remained motionless, as if they were in two different worlds from the fierce battlefield in front. Inside the Vampire Ace Legion camp, Elder Grace sat on the bloody throne, quietly listening to his subordinates' reports. As expected, the frontline troops fell into a disadvantage. The vampire lords, who are already experienced, are slacking off to preserve their strength. Only the newly emerged vampire lords are fighting their enemies to the death, trying to gain the appreciation of Elder Grace in this way. This situation has become the norm, as most of the newly emerged vampire lords will lose in this battle, and those who survive will enjoy the spoils, including many of their own kind. They will become old lords, gradually learning to be sneaky and cunning, and even secretly plunder the souls of their own kind. Until one day, a force that has grown to a certain size is targeted by the enemy and is completely destroyed on the battlefield, beginning a new cycle. Elder Grace had no intention of stopping this situation and even enjoyed it. Elder Grace agreed that only subordinates directly under him were his own people. So he allowed his vampire forces to rise and fall in enemy attacks again and again. Instead of helping, he secretly plundered their souls and used them to train his own subordinates. This is also the origin of his powerful army today. In addition to the situation on the front line, the vampire subordinates also provided Elder Grace with another piece of information. That is, multiple enemy forces forcibly broke through the canyon's defense line, rushed into the hinterland and disappeared. Elder Grace attached great importance to this information. They even forced their way into the formation at all costs just to get into the hinterland. This was obviously the other party's plan. What good would it do for such a few experts to rush in? With just a few of them, let alone against his ace army, he was afraid that he could take them down by himself. The three guys on the opposite side have high IQs. Logically, they wouldn't do such a thankless task. Moreover, the forces that forcibly broke through the defense line this time were all their trusted followers. They were willing to let their direct subordinates come and risk their lives. It seems that they want a lot. Could it be that they are coming for me? Elder Grace sat on the throne, stroking his chin, and pondered for a long time. For safety's sake, order the two Grand Dukes on the front lines to lead their men back to defend the area. Tell them that a large group of enemy forces have infiltrated the hinterland, and I am preparing to gather elite troops to encircle and suppress them. After thinking it over, Elder Grace still felt a little uneasy and added another sentence. At the same time, send people back to the castle and extract 3,000 of the remaining 6,000 elite soldiers of the king to come to support. 8,000 4th-level vampire troops to guard. I want to see what those 3 old ghosts on the other side can do to me. Many ants can kill an elephant. With so many mid-level undead gathered together, even a 9th-level undead would have to consider whether he can rush out alive. Having gathered so many subordinates, Elder Grace felt that he was invincible, and his expression instantly relaxed. Seeing that Elder Grace was in a better mood, the trusted subordinate kneeling below hesitated slightly, but still said something in a low voice. Lord Grace, another spy reported that there were more than 20,000 skeleton soldiers nearby a day ago. They are camouflaged in the pile of bones. Look. Skeleton soldiers? Right. 9 out of 10 times, it's probably some lower-level lord who, with the fantasy of getting rich instantly, gathered a group of cannon fodder and came here to fish in troubled waters. There have always been such gamblers, so there's no need to pay too much attention to them. Elder Grace moved his fingers gently, playing with the blood-red ring on his fingers, and spoke in a calm tone. Just call a duke and bring some men to deal with them. Don't let them be an eyesore nearby. Yes. The subordinate bowed slightly and prepared to leave, but at this moment, a figure suddenly walked out from the side. Father, please leave this small task to me. Chapter 80. My disguise is flawless. Wearing blood-red bat armor and holding a trident-shaped double-edged sword. There is a blood-like cloak behind him, and his long hair is red. Looking at the young man who had just spoken, Elder Grace's grim expression softened rarely. This is his only son, Grace II, who possesses extremely strong talent. In just 100 years, he has risen to the level of a 6th-order undead and is about to enter the ranks of high-level undead. The most important thing is that Regis II has a very, very rare vampire innate spell, which is expected to help Elder Grace reach the top. Therefore, Elder Grace doted on his son very much and was unwilling to let him go out on adventures before he grew up. But the more you don't want others to do something, the more they want to do it. This is exactly what happened to Regis II. It is not the first time that he has volunteered to fight. Feeling the blazing fire in his son's eyes, Elder Grace could not help but fall silent. Now that we are facing a powerful enemy, as a leader, I must set an example. The same goes for his own son. He cannot let him hide behind others all the time. He must at least make some military achievements. And not letting my son go to the battlefield is also a problem. If I continue to raise him like this, what if he becomes useless? Now that there are a bunch of skeletons lurking nearby, he can just ask his son to go over and encircle and suppress them. This will not only satisfy his son's vanity, but also avoid gossip from other vampire lords. As for just killing tens of thousands of skeletons, isn't this achievement a little too little? At worst, he could just change it a little bit and say there were thousands of skeletons in it, which was a large enemy force lurking in, and his son accidentally ran into them and killed them very bravely. The military achievements counted by oneself can be whatever you want to say. Okay, I'll leave this mission to you. Lead 2,000 vampire soldiers to the battle. Bring 400 blood bat knights with you. With just a few casual words, Elder Grace sent out half of his combat forces to assist in the battle. This is not a move to encircle and suppress the skeleton soldiers. This is clearly a move to fight a decisive battle. Hearing his father's words, Regis II frowned slightly and shook his head slowly. No, just give me 1,000 elite soldiers. The blood bat knights will stay to protect my father. Throwing his cloak, Regis II left proudly. Elder Grace saw his son's pride and nodded with satisfaction. After his own son left, Elder Grace turned to look at his subordinates kneeling on the ground. He did not speak, but just raised his eyebrows slightly. The subordinate nodded and respectfully left the tent. A moment later, a team rushed out of the military camp. It was a vampire army of 1,000 people. These ace troops, all of which were at the 4th level, charged towards the hillside in a mighty force, leaving a trail of blood wherever they passed. Although vampires of this level can only be regarded as ordinary forces under Elder Grace, their advantage lies in their large numbers. Elder Grace has more than 13,000 warriors of this level under his command. If they were to move in groups, it would be enough to scare anyone away. Although there are only 1,000 of them at this time, their power should not be underestimated. On the hillside, the skeleton vanguard officer lying next to Gu Erdan raised his head. Looking at the approaching vampire army, the skeleton vanguard officer spoke in a low voice. Your Majesty, they seem to be coming this way. Gu Erdan, who was lying face down pretending to be dead, didn't even raise his head when he heard this. Impossible, absolutely impossible. My disguise is flawless. But they are really coming here. They are rushing straight towards us. It's just that bats have small eyes and can only see a line in front of them, so they walk straight. Don't worry about them. But they have already started to take aim. Aim? Who are they aiming at? Do they dare to aim at me? They are rebelling against them. Gu Erdan suddenly pulled his head out of the soil and glared forward fiercely. As a result, as soon as he looked up, he saw a blood-red arrow falling from the sky in an arc, and it actually split into 100 in mid-air, densely covering the entire area where he was. 4th level spell. Shadow. Boom! Intensive explosions sounded, and Gu Erdan was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire, with dirt flying all over the area. The skeleton vanguard officer next to him was caught off guard and was blown away on the spot. After he recovered from his shock, he rushed to the ground that had been bombarded by artillery fire. Boss! Crash! The originally silent sea of bones was now in complete turmoil. Tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers stood up and gathered towards the position of their boss. Regas, too, who casually shot an arrow from a distance, couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this scene, and then he smiled brightly. Did I hit the target with just one arrow? Could it be that I killed their boss? The adjutant who was assigned to cooperate in the operation frowned. Master, doing this will alert the enemy. I know. What I want is to alert the enemy. Regas too casually handed the longbow in his hand to his adjutant with a calm expression. I'm not here to weed, I'm here to kill snakes. If I don't scare the snakes out, do you want me to search the ground inch by inch? Looking at the chaotic sea of skeletons 1,000 meters away, Regas too's eyes showed coldness. Even cannon fodder like the skeletons must have their leader. I finally took action once. If I can't catch the leader and bring him back, I will be laughed at. Master is wise! Among the skeleton soldiers, a large group of them were digging the ground in a panic. After great effort, they finally dug out Gu Erdan. His Majesty! Looking at Gu Erdan, who was covered in mud, the skeleton soldiers were furious. The more irritable skeleton swordsmen even drew their weapons. Don't talk yet! The dazed Gu Erdan suddenly raised his hand to stop everyone from making any noise, pulled off his head, dusted it off, and poured out the dirt in the hole. After doing all this, he put the head back on his neck, suddenly jumped up from the ground, snatched a slingshot from a skeleton soldier next to him, and rushed outside while shooting. Who dares to attack me? Come out here! Challenge me! Challenge me! Seeing Gu Erdan running away, the helmetless knight next to him quickly grabbed him. Your Majesty, please calm down! I'm calm now! Very calm! I've already thought of 108 ways to deal with him. Don't stop me! Gu Erdan was going crazy here, and a group of his younger brothers followed suit, rubbing their hands and getting ready to rush forward. The helmetless knight only has a pair of hands, how can he stop so many skeletons? It was the Death Twins, who were also relatively calm, who suddenly spoke at this moment. Your Majesty, this place is very close to the enemy's base camp. If we start a war here, it will easily attract their large forces. The words of the Death Twins successfully calmed Gu Erdan down. He looked down at the armorless knight. You think so too? The helmetless knight did not answer, but just nodded desperately. Gu Erdan casually leaned his arm on the helmet of the helmetless knight, put one hand on his waist and looked at the vampire army in the distance, only to find that this army actually stood still after launching the attack. Hey whoever! Attack the one with the most flashy clothes! Provoke him! Let them follow us! Let's lure them to a far distance and fight them! Chapter 81, Just a Minor Injury. With a whoosh, dozens of bullets streaked through the sky and hit the ground with a crackling sound. The vampire troops were at least 200 meters away from the 1 kilometer away. The vampire troops burst into laughter upon seeing this scene, while Gu Erdan on the other side looked expressionlessly at the sharpshooters around him who had volunteered to fight. Is this the so-called sharpshooter? The skeleton slingshot soldiers were also very embarrassed at this time, and hurriedly reloaded their ammunition and fired another round. Then, in full view of everyone, these bullets fell again 100 meters away from the vampire army. Faced with Gu Erdan's increasingly unfriendly gaze, the captain of the skeleton slingshot team smiled awkwardly. Well, the range isn't quite there. How about we move forward? The skeleton slingshot operator is the most skilled slacker among the long-range troops of the skeleton army under Gu Erdan, and is a typical example of someone who is just there to fill in the numbers. The reason why Gu Erdan asked them to take action at this time was mainly to weaken the enemy. After all, if the archers were to fire a volley and knock down half of the enemy in a flash, even a fool could see that there was something wrong with this group of skeleton soldiers. However, this group of slingshot players, who are called long-range combat units, but have their long-range attack power halved and their melee attack power greatly exceeded the limit, are completely different. Their long-range attack methods are simply discrediting the 4th level skeleton. It would be a blessing if their lethality could reach the 3rd level. The skeleton slingshot players, who had been neglected in the past, finally found a place to use their skills without exposing their strength and attracting targets. But he is useless when given the chance. Looking at the slingshot troops with a dark face, the ghost fire of the soul in Gu Erdan's eyes flickered. Don't you have any longer arms? Have. Someone from the slingshot army stood up, holding a bone slingshot that was a size larger than those used by other slingshot operators. He suddenly shot the bullet with all his strength. With a whoosh, the bullet flew over hundreds of meters with great accuracy and hit Regis II. It was a pity that the strength of the two sides was too different, and Regis II just waved his hand and deflected the bullet. Looking at the other party's nonchalant action, the slingshot man fired another shot in disbelief, but unfortunately the result was the same. Just as he was about to fire 3 shots in anger, a slingshot man next to him suddenly handed him a dark green marble. Come on, shoot this one, it's very powerful. With another whoosh, the dark green marble shot straight toward Regis II's face, but was casually caught by his outstretched fingers. Looking at the bone marble in his hand, Regis II sneered disdainfully. A skeleton is a skeleton, a fool with no IQ. Even if you know it's useless. I still vomit. Before he could finish his words, a shit yellow smoke suddenly spurted out from the dark green marble and sprayed all over Regis II's face. An unbearable stench penetrated his nostrils, and Regis II almost vomited on the spot. 3rd level spell. Fetid Cloud. Waving his hands desperately to disperse the smoke, Regis II became angry and retched while crushing the bone beads in his hand. The adjutant who was originally laughing nearby turned pale with fright when he saw this scene. Don't want! Although I warned him, it was already too late. Originally, when the marble was caught, it only leaked a little bit of the spell. But at this moment, as the marble was crushed, the power of the entire spell exploded completely. An indescribable stench quickly spread, directly enveloping Regis II and dozens of vampires around him. Suddenly, there were bursts of retching sounds, and Regis II was even more direct. He had already retched before, but now he vomited directly. Gu Erdan, who had avenged his great hatred, led his subordinates to retreat joyfully. In the distance, the vampire lieutenant and others endured the stench and gathered around Regis II with a worried look on their faces. Master, are you okay? No. I'll bring people to kill them all right now. No. No need. A little impatience can ruin a big plan. Chase slowly. Until the enemy leader shows up. Regis II, who vomited until tears streamed down his face, was indeed a genius who was carefully cultivated. Even though he vomited like this, he still maintained his rationality and thinking ability. Seeing the vampire troops begin to advance, Regis II grabbed the adjutant's shoulder, and his expression became extremely ferocious. In a moment! We must find that skeleton soldier. I will rip off his head and use him as a chamber pot. Yes! The fact that the vampire troops chased the skeleton soldiers away was quickly reported to Elder Grace by his subordinates. However, Elder Grace did not pay too much attention to this news. Although this does not rule out the possibility of the enemy luring them deep, it is just that Elder Grace has prepared a backup plan in advance. Even if there is any accident, the opponent's teeth will definitely be broken. It would be a good opportunity to train my son so that he won't be too arrogant and suffer a great loss in the future. Elder Grace put the matter behind him and continued to study the battle situation at the front. At the same time, the skeleton troops that were not concentrating on escaping and the vampire troops in the rear that were not chasing seriously maintained a constant speed and rushed into a U-shaped valley. The skeleton soldiers who rushed to the deepest part suddenly stopped, turned around and began to form a battle line. The vampires who rushed in closely behind also silently stopped chasing. Regis II strode out and came to the front of the team. After looking around and not seeing any hidden ambushes or powerful enemies, he sighed in disappointment. So, you are really just a bunch of jackhals trying to take advantage of the situation? I had a little hope in you. The result really disappointed me. Humph. Don't treat the skeletons as undead. Be careful or your teeth will break off. Gu Erdan, wearing a helmet and blindfolded, also walked to the front of the team at this time. He suddenly shouted and inserted his finger into his mouth. You think it's not a surprise enough? I'll give you a surprise right now. Ha! 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 Gu Erdan bit his finger and blew for a long time, but failed to whistle. He stood there frozen for several seconds. Under the half-smiling looks of the vampires, Gu Erdan raised his hand and slapped the head of the skeleton vanguard officer next to him. The next moment, a clattering sound was heard, and thousands of skeleton soldiers poured out from the rear entrance, blocking the entrance tightly in an instant. Cerberus! Ambush! Surprise! Unexpected! Pfft, your so-called surprise is just these skeletons? I have to admit that you have quite a talent for comedy. Regis too covered his forehead and shook his head, then waved to the adjutant beside him. Okay, clowns are interesting, but they get boring if you watch them too much. I don't have much patience anymore, so let's get rid of them. Yes. An adjutant with the strength of level 6 took a big step towards Gu Erdan, swung his arm, and blood turned into a long sword. A general under Elder Grace. Duke Eregs. Present. Just as he finished speaking, an arrow whizzed and hit his chest, piercing through his body. The adjutant was hit suddenly and almost vomited blood. He endured the severe pain and broke the arrow directly. It's just a minor injury. The moment he opened his mouth, a barrage of arrows came down like a rainstorm, and the attacks were extremely accurate. There was only a crackling sound, and the adjutant, who had about 200 arrows piercing his face, fell to the ground and died on the spot. When Regis II, who was drinking water while riding on his warhorse, saw this scene, water sprayed out of his mouth and nose. Chapter 82, History repeats itself. Not good! Seeing this scene, a scream rang out from the troops. Suddenly, hundreds of vampires rushed out from the 1,000-strong vampire army and guarded Regis II tightly. A majestic aura emanated from their bodies. This was definitely not the power that a fourth-order undead could possess. Instead, it was more like a fifth-order. Elder Grace's strongest ace unit. The Bloodbat Knights. The 400 members of the Bloodbat Knights who were secretly planted by Elder Grace had extremely gloomy faces at this moment, and the 4 leading ones were even more decisive. These 4 centurions, all of whom possessed the strength of a duke, swung their arms suddenly, and blood spurted out from their wrists, quickly condensing into a strangely shaped blood-red warhorse in front of them. The enemy is deceiving us. This is a trap. Escort the young master to break out. Amid roars, one warhorse after another was summoned by the members of the Bloodbat Knights. Everyone mounted their warhorses and rushed towards the valley entrance without hesitation, intending to rely on their own strength and cavalry characteristics to force a breakout. However, Gu Erdan had naturally been prepared for this only exit. It can be said that among the troops surrounding the enemy, the skeleton soldiers at the exit are the strongest. Seeing the cavalry breaking through, a large number of skeletons did not retreat but advanced, holding spears and halberds, making crackling sounds, and began to counterattack. The skeleton soldier rushing in the front was a short guy holding 2 bone hammers in each hand. He was obviously shorter than the other skeleton soldiers. With crackling sounds, the Bloodbat Knights crashed into the army of skeleton soldiers. Countless spears poked at the knight's armor, and some were even more insidious, targeting the horses' legs. In an instant, people and horses fell to the ground, countless skeleton soldiers were smashed to pieces, and some cavalrymen were stabbed off their horses by spears, or simply knocked down together with their horses. These Bloodbat Knights are all heavy knights, wearing thick armor, specially prepared for charging into battle. But even if they were good at charging, it would be useless. If the impact force was strong enough to break the blockade of the skeleton soldiers, then the Death Knights, who were also heavy armored knights and had an impact force far exceeding that of the Bloodbat Knights, would not have all been defeated here. The 5th-level Count Vampire, relying on his own powerful strength and solid armor, can barely withstand the attacks of the skeleton soldiers. But the problem is that they can block it, but the mounts under them can't. The 3rd-level blood horses that were trained using special methods were very powerful, but facing the long spears and short halberds that were slashing from all directions, or stabbing at them at full speed from the front, they still could not withstand a few rounds of attacks. Especially when the strength of these skeleton soldiers is at level 4, far exceeding their grade. As the Bloodbat Knights in the front row fell to the ground along with their horses, the momentum of the knights charging at full speed was greatly reduced. Then they found themselves in the same predicament as the Death Knights. I was stuck in the crowd and couldn't rush forward, let alone speed up. Even turning around was difficult. Although the Bloodbat Knights still possessed considerable strength after losing their speed bonus, they were quickly drowned in the sea of people as they faced the skeleton soldiers' unethical beatings, including hooking legs, hitting heads, and grabbing crotches. However, not all the knights were intercepted. The breakout team, composed of 4 6th-level dukes in the front, forcibly broke through the encirclement of the skeleton soldiers and was advancing rapidly. The 4 dukes swung their swords desperately, trying their best to open up a path forward. Dozens of 5th-level earls following closely behind waved their weapons to block the attacks of the skeleton soldiers around them. People were constantly pulled off their horses by the skeleton soldiers, or simply knocked down together with their horses. As long as someone leaves the team and stops, he will be overwhelmed by countless skeleton soldiers in the next second. Go forward and go forward. 100 meters. 200 meters. 300 meters. Completely ignoring the casualties, the 4 dukes continued to charge forward with all their strength, and the number of their followers following them decreased. Logically speaking, vampires can fly, so the best way to break out should be to fly away. Although this vampire can fly, he can't fly very high. In addition, there are many long-range combat units among Gu Erdan's skeleton soldiers, and their IQ is very high. Anyone who dares to fly up will be targeted and killed, and their death will be even more miserable than that of the adjutant just now. Therefore, everyone had no choice but to break out from the ground. At least this way they wouldn't be targeted by concentrated fire on the spot. Even if the enemy wanted to concentrate fire, the firepower they could gather was limited. However, as the consumption increased, the speed of the Duke's breakout began to slow down. Seeing that the skeleton soldiers in front of him were still endless, the Duke, who was leading the charge with a lance in hand, had a gloomy expression on his face. Before he could open his mouth to speak, a short skeleton mounted on a lance suddenly swung his double hammers and started hitting his helmet with them. The Duke was almost knocked unconscious, but when he realized what was happening, he became furious. The Duke waved his lance desperately, but found that he could not knock him down, so he simply punched him in the head. Then, boom! A violent explosion was heard, and only dust could be seen in the distance. The 4 dukes and Regus II who had gathered together were blown away by the shock wave on the spot. The warhorse under him didn't even make a sound before being blown into pieces by the explosion. Regus II fell heavily to the ground, and before he could stand up, several skeleton soldiers holding weapons similar to explosion-proof forks but with sharp spikes on the inside instantly locked his limbs to the ground. The sharp thorns failed to break through the armor, but Regus II, whose limbs were locked, could hardly move. Before he could struggle, a tall skeleton soldier holding a huge bone hammer swung it at him from top to bottom with all his strength. With a loud bang, Regus II's entire head was stuck in the mud, and the back of his helmet was severely dented. Fortunately, the ground was soft. If there was a solid stone slab underneath, it would not just be the helmet that would be deflated. The first attack failed to work, so the skeleton soldier prepared for the second attack with bone hammer in hand. Unexpectedly, Regus II suddenly roared. His muscles became knotted. His strength increased by more than 50%. 3rd level spell. Flesh Awakens. Ah! With a roar, Regus II sprang up, flipped his body in midair, and threw away several skeleton soldiers that were locking him. He flew to the ground, lowered his head to avoid the bone hammer that was sweeping towards him, and then Regus II punched out, hitting the bone hammer skeleton soldier in the chest. A large number of ribs were broken. The bone hammer skeleton soldier was blown into 2 pieces on the spot. Regus II reached out to catch the falling bone hammer and swung it wildly like a mad dog. The skeleton soldiers rushing in from all directions were hit one after another. A large number of bones were scattered, and soul ghost fires scattered. Just as Regus II was wielding his weapon and fighting the skeleton soldiers, 2 skeleton soldiers suddenly rolled over and instantly came behind him. He swung the bugle-like weapon in his hand, hooked Regus II's ankle with a click, and suddenly pulled him backwards. Regus II was caught off guard and his feet were empty, and he was pulled to the ground on the spot. It was at the moment he fell to the ground that countless attacks fell like raindrops. A large number of skeleton soldiers holding spears and swords stabbed at his back frantically, causing sparks to appear on his armor when they collided with his armor. 2 skeleton soldiers hooked their legs and dragged Regus II across the battlefield. No matter where Regus II was dragged, he would enjoy the warm hospitality from the skeleton soldiers. If it weren't for the fact that the armor of Regus II was extraordinary and possessed extremely terrifying defensive power, he would have been killed by the swords by now. Chapter 83: Baptism from a Cruel Battlefield. Attack! Attack again! Countless spears stabbed down crazily. Most of them were blocked by the solid armor, but some attacks penetrated the gaps in the armor, causing severe pain to Regus II. With his legs hooked, Regus II still wanted to struggle, but the more he struggled, the more attacks he encountered. Just as he grabbed a long sword and swung it wildly, sweeping the ankles of the skeleton soldiers next to him, a skeleton soldier suddenly pushed through the crowd, and the bone hammer in his hand, as big as a human head, fell down and hit Regus II's palm heavily. A crisp sound of bones breaking was heard, and the pain from his fingers to his heart twisted Regus II's entire facial features together. The severe pain brought unimaginable explosive power. Regus II supported himself on the ground with his hands and his legs suddenly contracted. The two skeleton soldiers who were hooking his legs with weapons were pulled over on the spot. Before they could get completely close, Regus II kicked hard with his legs and smashed their skulls on the spot. His legs finally got rid of the restraints, and Regus II spun up with his arms. He kicked away the surrounding skeleton soldiers. Regus II finally stood up again, but his left palm was severely twisted and his back was covered in blood. If it weren't for the fact that vampires have strong vitality and can recover from injuries quickly, Regus II would have been crippled by now. Holding a bone knife, Regus II faced off against the skeleton soldiers around him, his face full of panic. Under the protection of his father, he had never actually been on the battlefield. Now it was thought that it would be a crushing battle, so Elder Grace would allow his son to lead the troops into battle. But who would have thought that this battle, which should have been an easy one, would turn into a life-and-death struggle between trapped beasts? Regus II was now completely panicked. He was so disoriented that he even forgot to break out and escape. He was still foolishly confronting the skeleton soldiers, as if he was waiting for his own people to come and rescue him. But at this time, the Bloodbat Knights could hardly protect themselves, so how could they have the energy to save others? The 4 6th-level dukes were also warmly received by the skeleton soldiers at this time, and they did not have the luxurious magic equipment like Regus II. If they had not survived long enough and accumulated rich combat experience, which enabled them to always escape danger at critical moments, these 4 Duke vampires would probably have died before Regus II. But even if the 4 of them were not dead at this time, they were already covered in wounds and were at the end of their strength. Regus II would be afraid, but the skeleton soldiers would not. In their simple and upright minds, there is only one thing to do on the battlefield. Find the enemy. Then kill him and get promoted. A large number of skeleton soldiers came roaring over, and Regus II swung his double swords and chopped them desperately. He learned his lesson this time and began to pay attention to his steps. Several times, skeleton soldiers tried to lock his legs, but he kicked them away with his quick eyes and hands. But if you defend too long, you will lose. After all, Regus II only has a pair of eyes. He can protect the front and the bottom, but it is impossible for him to protect his entire body all the time. With a click, a long spear stabbed at him from behind with all its strength. Hearing the sound, Regus II instinctively dodged and successfully avoided the sharp edge. But he didn't expect that the long spear that had pierced his shoulder suddenly twisted, and the upright hook blade was across his neck, pulling it back hard. The armor once again saved Regus II's life. The hook blade cut fiercely on the neck guard, directly cutting a gap on the top, but failed to hurt Regus II at all. Although Regus II was not injured, he was dragged to the ground again. Before he could recover from the dizziness from the heavy landing, a skeleton soldier holding a Y-shaped fork locked it directly around his neck. Intensive attacks came again, with various weapons taking turns to attack. One of the guys even swung his bone hammer and hit Regus II in the crotch. This sudden and severe blow cannot be fully withstood by high defense alone. Regus II arched his body in pain, but before he could scream, a skeleton soldier quickly thrust out the spear in his hand and stabbed it into Regus II's left eye socket through the gap in his helmet. The continuous attacks on his vital parts completely made Regus II lose his mind. What fear! What terror! In the face of this intense pain, all turned into anger. Suddenly grabbing the spear stuck in his eye, Regus II swept his other arm and directly split the spear in half. He roared and pulled out the half of the spear from his eye socket. Regus II lay on the ground and swung his sword wildly left and right, directly breaking the leg bones of the skeleton soldiers on both sides. As the skeleton soldiers fell to the ground one after another, Regus II finally broke free from his restraints. Holding a half-broken spear, he pounced out like a mad dog and shot through the head of the skeleton soldier who attacked his eyes from bottom to top. Having avenged his great hatred, Regus II grabbed the skeleton soldier's skeleton and swung it wildly, knocking down the skeleton soldiers that rushed over from all directions one after another. At this time, Regus II had completely gone mad, or in the words of the army, he was bloodthirsty. Not even caring about his injured left eye, Regus II grabbed whatever weapon he could find and, relying on his invulnerable armor, began to fight the enemy for his life. Faced with this desperate fighting style, the skeleton soldiers who were unable to form an encirclement were really helpless against him for a while. Gradually, the encirclement gradually dispersed, and a 2-meter square open space appeared with Regus II as the center. Looking at the skeleton soldiers who surrounded him tightly but no longer attacked, Regus II held the spear in one hand and the sword in the other, his expression more ferocious than ever before. If Regus II was just a figurehead with empty strength before, then now that he has completely stepped into the battlefield and been driven crazy, he has become a qualified soldier. Looking at the skeleton soldiers constantly changing positions around him, Regus II nervously held his weapon and was alert to his surroundings, when suddenly a bad thought arose in his mind. Sure enough, in the next second, the skeleton soldiers in front suddenly retreated, and a large group of skeleton soldiers holding spears 2 meters away rushed over from all directions. A forest of guns! Ah! Regus II, who had learned military tactics from books and knew what this thing represented, changed his face drastically and actually rushed to the front line first, trying to force his way out before the formation was formed. But by the time he launched his raid, it was too late. Before he could get close, more than a dozen spears stabbed at him, hitting his indestructible armor one after another. He was even pushed off the ground and flew backwards. Regus II swung his sword and cut the blade off with brute force. As a result, as soon as these weapons were broken, long spears followed closely to replace them. Regus II, who had retreated several meters continuously, felt a tightness on his back. It turned out that there were also skeleton soldiers behind him who were stabbing him with spears. Then from the side, from below, more and more spears came from all directions. Regus II was trapped in the middle. He couldn't move at all. Holding a long sword, Regus II swung desperately, but the sword, which was only 1 meter long, could not touch the enemy at all. As the surrounding skeleton soldiers suddenly exerted force, Regus II felt his body lighten. He was actually forcibly lifted into the air.